A massive tremor split the battlefield as an enormous purple hand erupted from the ground, shattering rock and scattering debris. Soldiers froze in place, paralyzed by the sheer force that surged upward. One by one, more limbs followed, gigantic and unnatural, emerging from beneath the earth, crackling with energy. The sky darkened as chaos spread across the ranks. They were unprepared for the scale of destruction that followed. The heavenly demon had awakened. His suppressed power, now unsealed, radiated violently from his core. The once solid terrain was torn apart by the force of his rise, shaking the mountain path and leaving craters behind. Blood rained under the pale moonlight as bodies fell silently, swallowed by the overwhelming aura. The demon stood in the center, unshaken, as if this carnage was a natural result of being disturbed. His expression revealed nothing but irritation. This slaughter was never his intent. He had hoped to avoid this path, but the constant attacks left no choice. Observing the battlefield strewn with lifeless forms, he murmured about the quiet he craved but could never find. Even surrounded by silence, peace eluded him. Wounded but composed, he tightened his grip over his chest. Power still pulsed from within him, dangerous and cursed. His desire for stillness faded, overtaken once more by the burden of his strength. After unleashing the soul-augmenting demonic art, the heavenly demon felt a disturbance deep within. The technique, forged from consuming countless souls, was beginning to falter. Once a source of absolute power, it now surged uncontrollably. Echoing with whispers of the lost, shadows stirred beneath the earth, and ominous eyes opened in the void, watching. Suddenly, a force unlike any before erupted. Chains of demonic energy lashed out and seized him midair. His body twisted violently, bound by something older and more powerful than he anticipated. He struggled, resisting with all his strength, but the chains held fast. The realization dawned too late. He was not in control anymore. Dragged through a vortex of raw energy, he fought to break free, demanding to know what dared challenge him. But resistance only tightened the grip of the power that now consumed him. His form was pulled inward, collapsing into the energy that once empowered him. Within the void, clarity struck. The art wasn't only about devouring souls, it was a cycle. A price to be paid. The truth weighed on him. His path had been misguided. As his essence faded into light, he longed for peace. In his final moment, he wished not for domination, but for rebirth, a chance to walk a different path, a life of stillness, a quiet life. After falling into the void of his collapsing power, the heavenly demon awoke, not in death, but in a frail new body. 10 days had passed since he regained consciousness in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by servants and wealth. The contrast was stark. Once feared as the most powerful existence, he now inhabited the weak frame of Bayok Tazin, the second son of the Golden Wall merchant group in Wuhan. The peaceful courtyard, flowing koi pond, and chirping birds were alien to him. He sat by the water each day, silently adjusting to this unfamiliar form. Though the world was calm, his body was anything but. It lacked strength, plagued by fatigue and frailty. He couldn't even react to the sudden movements of a servant girl, So-So, who kindly but firmly urged him back indoors. Though surrounded by meals and care, his dissatisfaction grew. The body felt useless, a far cry from his former vessel. Even his reflection in the water mocked him. A soft face hiding a blood-stained soul, but under the surface, something stirred. He was not just reborn, he was given a second chance, and though still burdened by memory, the chaos of his past slowly gave way to the unfamiliar stillness of his present. Perhaps this time, he truly could pursue a quiet life. Tazin's new reality was harsh, though reborn. His condition was pitiful. He couldn't dress or feed himself without help. The once feared heavenly demon now resided in a body whose meridians were shattered. He was dying slowly. Each step he took risked collapse, and even breathing felt like labor. The fragile shell he now inhabited was unrecognizable. But his will to survive endured. Drawing on knowledge from his past life, he resolved to restore his broken meridians. Through the soul-augmenting demonic art, he planned to reconnect them temporarily using the energy of souls and gradually stabilize them. However, he knew he could no longer recklessly consume the lives of others. Doing so had cursed him once before. Instead, he considered new methods, guided by the realization that came just before his death, a deeper truth within the technique itself. If he approached it differently, perhaps he could reach a level no other had achieved. So-So's presence offered grounding. Her concern reminded him of a life untouched by bloodshed. When he asked her to accompany him out, she reacted with shock, especially when he mentioned a Cortezan house. Her confusion amused him, and for a brief moment the edge in his expression softened. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Tazin stood quietly. So-So, ever watchful, noted how different he'd become in recent days. His decisions were strange, like wanting to visit a courtesan house, but more than that, he felt distant, changed. Yet she still worried for him, urging him not to give up entirely. Her words pierced through the silence. They weren't grand or complex, but they held something rare, genuine care. For someone who once ruled with fear, this quiet concern was unfamiliar. He found himself thinking it didn't feel so bad soon. A surge of energy approached, one too strong to ignore. Even before the man arrived, Tazan sensed his presence. The warrior who stepped into view radiated sharp, refined power. He wasn't an ordinary guard. Chan Kyungwon, a member of the elite Sword Dragon Corps, stood before him. Calm, composed, and disciplined. The man embodied the blade itself. His energy was so focused, so perfectly balanced, it was hard to see him as anything other than a living weapon. Tayson immediately recognized the depth of effort behind it. For the first time, he began to reconsider his assumptions. Perhaps the Golden Wall merchants weren't simple traders, perhaps they were something more. The ride through the glowing night streets of Wuhan ended before one of the city's most renowned establishments, the fragrant Flower House. Golden lights flickered against its towering structure, drawing curious stares and subtle murmurs from passers-by. Tayson arrived in silence, dismounting with purpose. Kyungwon followed, calm and alert. As they approached the entrance, Kyungwon offered to wait outside, citing caution, but Tayson wasn't amused. He questioned the man's confidence in his own ability. Could a mere few steps of distance be the difference between safety and disaster? His words weren't a threat, they were a test. A reminder that power meant more than reflex. It meant obedience. Kyungwon hesitated, then bowed. The edge in Tayson's voice had returned, and for a moment, it echoed the heavenly demon's authority. If you can't protect me from afar, stay close. There was no room for debate. Satisfied with the response, Tayson turned and entered the glowing halls. Warm light, music, and vibrant laughter spilled outward. Attendants welcomed them with rehearsed cheer, but behind his polite expression, Tayson remained distant. He wasn't here for pleasure. He had come to learn, observe, and perhaps recover, physically and strategically. In this place of illusion and comfort, he began the next phase of his quiet, careful return to power. Inside the fragrant flower house, music filled the air, gentle strings plucked by a focused musician. The soft melodies wove around a banquet of food, wine, and women. Yet Tayson remained still, his mind occupied with strategy, not pleasure. He quietly asked where his bodyguard was. Unsurprisingly, Chet and Kyungwon stood guard at the stairs, unmoving, loyal, but rigid. Tayson quietly noted the flaw in that inflexibility. When offered wine, he politely declined. Weak health gave him the excuse he needed. Instead, he made an unusual request. He wanted to hear rumors about himself. The women, startled by the shift in tone, hesitated until he asked again, calm but commanding. As they spoke, a clearer picture emerged. The former Bio Tayson was weak, lacking power despite his inheritance. All true status and influence belonged to his elder brother, Bio Taeso. The younger son, though rich in assets, was seen as an afterthought. This was the truth Tayson sought. He realized no amount of closed-door reflection could provide this kind of insight. The world's perception of him was shaped long before he arrived, and now he had to rewrite that image. As the crowd settled, he dismissed the others and selected one companion. The time for idle chatter was over. Now he would begin digging for deeper truths. Outside the private room, whispers and giggles circled among the courtesans. Curiosity bloomed what had gone on behind the curtain. They doubted much, given Tayson's known frailty. Still, his unexpected presence stirred excitement. Yet that excitement turned to screams. A sudden commotion rippled through the floors of the fragrant flower house. Shrieks pierced the enchantment that once shielded sound. Gasps erupted as bystanders turned toward the upper levels. Some fled, others froze. Tayson's bodyguard tensed, alert. Within the sealed room, a soul was forcefully extracted. Purple energy surged. It wasn't rage, it was precision. Tayson stood calm amidst the chaos, his hand glowing with dark power. One life had been taken, not for pleasure, but for purpose. Moments later, calm returned. As quickly as it had erupted, the energy was drawn inward. A single body lay collapsed. As flames crackled around the pagoda, Bio Tayson stepped into the smoky corridor with composed footsteps. Kyungwon, alert to the chaos, approached with concern. Though clearly disoriented by the night's events, Tayson's expression was calm, almost pleased. When asked if he was all right, he offered an unsettling grin, his energy unmistakably different. Inside the room, the shift was more obvious. Tayson's aura radiated a strange confidence, unbothered by the destruction outside. He turned away from Kyungwon without explanation, heading toward a group of waiting courtesans. One woman, Waryong, sat at the center, visibly transformed. Her posture was upright, and her expression calm but overwhelmed. The others rushed to her, shocked by her sudden change. Her skin glowed, her energy was restored, and even her voice carried clarity. Though she had no clear memory of what had occurred, she claimed her body felt renewed. As if reborn, the night's encounter had clearly awakened something within her. Back at the Golden Wall merchant's residence, Soso swept the yard while wondering aloud if Taisen had overexerted himself during his mysterious visit. Her worries were cut short when Taisen returned, flanked by guards walking steadily. Though he dismissed the concern, something had clearly changed. He seemed stable on the surface, but Soso couldn't shake the feeling. Was he truly the same? Within the quiet room, Byok Taisen sat in deep meditation. A violet soul escaped from a sleeping woman's body, swirling toward him. As it neared, it triggered a surge of energy, violently awakening the soul-augmenting demonic art. Blue lightning erupted, revealing a spectral figure and violent soul currents, evidence of the chaotic force he was taming. Though still, Taisen's body endured the full intensity of this forbidden technique. Upon waking, he noted his limited progress. His body could only connect a single small meridian, a reflection of its fragility. But in death, he had discovered a truth. Absorbing souls directly would deteriorate him. Instead, he needed to purify those unstable thoughts within souls and extract only their clean essence. He refined his method. By targeting those burdened with deep emotional scars, such as courtesans, he could extract powerful, purified energy. It was risky but effective. However, the physical body he inherited was deeply flawed. To survive, he concluded he must remain at the courtesan house, where sources of purified energy were plentiful. As his presence grew, rumors spread. Women whispered of beauty, health, and transformation after meeting him. Meanwhile, the owner of the fragrant flower house, frustrated by the disruption, questioned his intentions. Why would a dying man choose this place, unless he had a purpose far deeper than pleasure? Suspicion surrounded Tassin's presence at the fragrant flower house. The madam debated investigating the Golden Wall merchants, sensing there was more to his actions than pleasure. Still, she held back, wary of provoking a powerful group. Instead, she ordered close but cautious observation. Meanwhile, Tassin was surrounded by courtesans, many seeking his attention. Though others thought he'd be satisfied with the most popular ones, his focus remained unreadable. Declining their suggestions, he calmly requested to see every courtesan. One by one, those around him were puzzled, unsure what he was looking for. Despite appearances, Taisen wasn't choosing out of desire. As each woman passed by, he quietly observed something invisible to others. Faint auras, fragmented souls. He alone could sense the emotional scars and spiritual weight they carried. Amid the crowd, one soul stood out. Danyang, overlooked by others, carried heavy emotional residue. Her soul radiated pain and sorrow, exactly what Taisen sought. Ignoring whispers about his strange preference, he selected her, needing only her presence for the night. To others, it was baffling. To him, it was calculated. As he led Danyang to a quiet chamber, his resolve hardened. She was the perfect vessel to connect his core meridian. The risk was high, but the reward, the next step in his cultivation, was finally within reach. As Taisen moved deeper into the building with Danyang, his expression darkened. His instincts alerted him to a presence, and a mocking voice confirmed it. An intruder had arrived. Kingwan stood at the ready. With a calm command, Taisen requested his sword. Grasping the hilt, he unleashed a burst of soul energy, cleaving the hallway with force. Blood sprayed. An assassin had attempted a strike, but Taisen's power overwhelmed him. Even after the blow, the enemy clung to life. Taisen noted the struggle with mild interest. His body still lacked full synchronization with the soul-augmenting art. Minor resistance remained challenging. As the blood settled, he returned his focus to Danyang, whose fear was now mixed with confusion. Leaving the cleanup to Kangwan, Taisen guided Danyang forward. Her soul, riddled with sorrow, was perfect for refining. He saw her not just as a person, but a key, one that would unlock the core meridian and bring him closer to regaining his true power. At Yan Manor, rumors of Taisen's nightly visits spread. His reputation as the Night King grew, his actions cloaked in mystery. Even his fiancée Yan Haran heard of the change. Stirred by curiosity and frustration, she demanded to be taken to him, no longer content to hear whispers. She needed answers face to face. The morning sun rose as Kyungwon arrived to escort Taisen back. Though respectful, his expression shifted the moment he sensed the intense energy surrounding his master. Taisen remained composed, unaffected by the tension. When questioned about the assassin, he responded calmly. He had imprisoned him. The statement, delivered so casually, unsettled Kyungwon. He couldn't reconcile this composed and confident figure with the weak young master he once served. As they walked together, Kyungwon reflected on the changes. Tazin's aura was no longer hesitant or uncertain. His ability to strike down an assassin with precision proved his newfound strength was real. Something within him had shifted, his energy, presence, and even the way he carried himself. He no longer resembled the person Kyungwon had once sworn to protect. Tazin, meanwhile, focused on his internal progress. He had successfully connected one of his core meridians, sharpening his senses and enhancing his body's resilience. Though 6 more meridians remained, this achievement signaled real advancement. No longer burdened by the limits of a fragile vessel, he acknowledged he had risen from the lowest state. But peace was fleeting. As he walked beneath blooming trees, he noticed a woman observing him intently. She was Yeon Haran and her bodyguard, Sion. He didn't recognize her, but her gaze was sharp, unwavering, and carried clear intent. Tazin and Kyungwon approached Yeon Haran, his fiancée, and Soyeon. Her tone was calm, but her eyes reflected hurt. She questioned whether his behavior was a deliberate attempt to push her away. Tazin, taken aback, hadn't realized the engagement was still active. It appeared his actions had deeper consequences than he intended. Though she suspected his coldness was a tactic to end their engagement, Haran stood firm. She professed that she had never given up on him and pleaded that he not abandon her in return. Her unwavering sincerity pierced through Taesan's usual emotional detachment. Still, confusion gripped him. He couldn't understand why she held on to someone who, in his view, had never shown her true affection. Haran interpreted his silence as acknowledgement. She smiled, believing he was finally returning her feelings. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left. Satisfied, Tazin stood there in silence, shaken. As a man who once held the title of Heavenly Demon, emotional matters were unfamiliar territory. Watching her leave stirred something in him, uncertainty, perhaps regret. Later, back at his residence, Soso cheerfully hinted she had informed Haran of his whereabouts. The situation tangled further when gossip about a secret admirer emerged. For Tazin, personal entanglements were proving more difficult than martial battles. Tazin reflected on Kyungwon's rumored affections for Lady Yeon Haran. The thought of betrayal might have enraged him once, but he felt only calm indifference. It was a foreign feeling, something he attributed to the merged souls of himself and the original Byok Tazin. Unlike his former self, who knew only power and fear, this version of him understood nuance. Meanwhile, under the moonlight at the Golden Wall merchant's estate, Kyungwon and Tazin entered a secured prison cell. They had detained a dangerous man, his pressure points sealed, but his aura remained menacing. Tazin requested the cell be opened despite warnings. He sensed a thick cloud of negative energy, the kind only assassins carried, swirling around the captive. Unconcerned by Kyungwon's protests, Tazin dismissed him from the cell. His recent connection with a core meridian had unlocked the ability to extract energy from hostile souls, and this prisoner was a prime target. Despite Kyungwon's worries, Tazin remained firm. He reminded the guard that even detecting the prisoner's presence had been beyond him. As Kyungwon reluctantly stepped out, Tazin turned toward the cell with unwavering focus. His inner voice declared a simple truth: he wouldn't repeat himself. The moment the door shut behind him, the former heavenly demon was alone, face to face with something dark and useful. After Kyungwon left the prison, he lingered nearby, unsettled. The pressure he had felt earlier was overwhelming, like standing before a peak martial master. It was difficult to believe such power came from Taesan. A sudden scream from the prison snapped him out of his thoughts. Alarmed, he recognized Taesan's voice and rushed toward the sound. Inside, Tazin had begun extracting the assassin's soul energy using his new technique. The process triggered violent resistance. The sheer negativity of the assassin's spirit proved overwhelming. As the corrupted soul resisted purification, Tazin struggled to maintain control. He hadn't expected the assassin's malice to be so potent, nor the soul to be so deeply tainted. The corrupted essence fought back, forcing Tazin to retreat momentarily. Despite his confidence, he found himself questioning whether he could handle the extraction alone. His body trembled, reacting to the unstable energy. Though the procedure succeeded partially, the result was impure. Some negative essence mixed with the usable soul energy. Disappointed, he concluded that dealing with heavily corrupted souls carried inherent risks. Later, as he walked away from the cell, Tazin decided he needed more controlled environments. For now, he would continue his visits to the courtesan house. Meanwhile, at the fragrant flower house, rumors were already spreading. Tazin had captured the phantom shadow, but no updates had surfaced in days. Chaos erupted at the fragrant flower house when a servant rushed in, breathless, reporting that the phantom shadow had returned. But something was clearly wrong. He moved stiffly, his aura warped and unstable. As the assassin stumbled in with lifeless eyes and black energy swirling around him, The madam ordered his pressure points struck to revive him. The attempt backfired. Instead of recovery, his body convulsed violently. His skin rotted and corrupted energy exploded from within. Horrified, the madam and her men stepped back as the once feared phantom shadow collapsed into a grotesque, screaming husk, staring down at the aftermath. The madam realized this was no accident. This was a message, a display, and it could only mean one thing. Taisen was sending a warning. A new power had entered the game. Turning sharply, she demanded to know where Danyang was. Upon hearing she was being sent to the Crimson Dragon sect, the madam changed course. Danyang's destination was now Taisen. Smiling coldly behind her fan, the madam gave her final order. Fragrant Flower House would send a present to the second young master. After some time, rumors began to swirl through the Fragrant Flower House. They whispered about Taisen, the quiet young master whose mere presence left an impression. Women claimed miraculous transformations after meeting him, describing beauty beyond recognition and emotions that lingered for days. Tales spread, some calling him a sorcerer, others a divine being reborn. At first, many dismissed the talk as idle gossip born from boredom, but the words took root even among those who once mocked them. One woman, struck by a single encounter, could no longer doubt. Despite not exchanging a single word with him, she was compelled to seek him out again, even at the risk of humiliation. She arrived not at the Crimson Dragon sect as she feared, but at the gates of the Golden Wall merchants. Her heart pounded with uncertainty. Was she worthy? What if he saw her as tainted? Still, her desire to see him again outweighed her doubts. Inside, Taisen sat in silent cultivation, shrouded in energy. As his aura swelled, a knock at the door broke his focus. A servant informed him of a visitor. Curious, he allowed her in. The door opened. It was her, Danyang. She bowed, eyes locked with his as she greeted him politely. Danyang approached Taisen with humility, expressing her wish to serve him. Her devotion was not shallow. She acknowledged the life he had given her and offered herself completely in gratitude. Her presence had shifted, her expression calm, her aura purified. Taisen silently noted the transformation, curious if inner sincerity could truly alter one's outward form. Turning to his servant Soso, Taisen asked about her living arrangements. Upon hearing she resided among the servants, he ordered Kangwan to relocate her closer to his quarters. His instructions were simple: find a better place near him. Soso, confused, questioned whether Danyang would be working as a servant, but Taisen gave no specific role, only that she be looked after. As he left, Soso wondered aloud why Danyang now carried herself so differently. Taisen soon arrived at the Fallen Flower House, one of Wuhan's top courtesan establishments. But he wasn't there for pleasure. He was seeking something deeper, corrupt soul energy, the kind that lingered in places like these. As he prepared to investigate, a voice called out to him. A man stood smugly in the crowd, Wai Jukshim, leader of the Crimson Dragon sect. Locals whispered in fear of the brutal man. As Kyungwon explained the sect's background, Taisen's gaze sharpened. He saw no honor in them, only parasites cloaked in arrogance. Taisen gave no reaction to Wai Jukshim's provocation. Without turning, he ordered Kangwan to ignore them. But Jukshim, insulted by the indifference, shouted louder, mocking Taisen's appearance. The insult struck deeper than expected. Taisen, disturbed, recalled someone from his past with a similarly arrogant expression. Suppressing his irritation, Taisen remained calm. But Kyungwon understood the situation was turning dangerous and stepped forward. Jukshim, full of bluster, continued to mock, laughing at Taisen's calm demeanor. He interpreted silence as fear and assumed weakness. Taisen, however, passed control of the situation to Kyungwon, stating he would only deal with Jukshim himself. Jukshim's men charged first, blades drawn, but they were swiftly overpowered. Taisen stood firm, refusing Jukshim's demand to hand over Danyang. His calm reply only further enraged the sect leader. With a roar, Jukshim launched himself directly at Taisen, aiming a powerful punch at his face. Kyungwon attempted to intercept, but Taisen did not move. The attack landed, blood spilled. Still, Taisen stood, pushing his weakened body to endure. Even as his body screamed in pain, his expression remained unchanged. He countered with a precise strike, knocking Jukshim flat to the ground. Thou hurt, Taisen had made his point around them. The crowd could only watch in silence as the balance of power shifted. Taisen stood calmly, asking Kyungwon if the remaining enemies had been eliminated. When Kyungwon hesitated, Taisen dismissed him as too weak and instructed him to finish the job. Without hesitation, he began walking away, adding one final order. If anyone asked, Kyungwon would take credit for killing Wai Jukshim. Taisen had no interest in attracting political attention or unnecessary complications. Kyungwon silently obeyed. Yet, inwardly, he couldn't forget what he'd witnessed. Tassin had defeated the Crimson Dragon sect leader with a single bare-handed strike. It wasn't luck nor coincidence. His strength was deliberate and terrifying. As they left the scene behind, Kyungwon's thoughts swirled. Who exactly was the man he was serving? Later, back at the residence, Taesin sat in silence. He reflected on the toll the fight had taken. His current body, unlike when he had been the heavenly demon, was fragile. Even though he won, the cost had been high, his inner energy was nearly depleted. He acknowledged his recklessness but could not tolerate the insult he received. As his thoughts turned toward recovery, a new concern arose. The appearance of Yan Haren's bodyguard at the brothel was suspicious. Yo, Sion. Taesin soon made his way to the tea room where the man awaited. The air grew tense. This visit clearly wasn't just about tea. Yo Sion's tone turned sharp as she questioned Taesin about Danyang's origin. Taesin, unwilling to explain fully, offered no denial. When pressed, he simply confirmed his visit to the courtesan house. The air grew tense. Without further delay, Yo Sion delivered a message. Tassin's engagement with the young miss would be annulled. The declaration came without hesitation, and Kyungwon stood frozen beside him. Tassin's expression remained unreadable, but the shift was clear. His personal choices were starting to clash with the expectations others placed on him. A marriage proposal from the Zhongli clan placed the Yan manor in a difficult position. Although Yan Haren opposed breaking the engagement with Tassin, pressure from the powerful Zhongli made the manor consider ending it. In response, the manor sent Yan Haren's escort, Soyeon, to ensure Tassin's safety, fearing retaliation. Soyeon explained the Zhongli clan's reputation, ruthless and dishonorable. She mentioned their cowardice in the war against the heavenly demon and their continued misconduct. Tassin, intrigued by this threat and the implications, accepted the situation with calm determination. He saw it not as danger, but as a chance to test the strength of his protectors. That night, under a full moon, Tassin ventured into the forest with Kyungwon and Soyeon. His aura flared with a dark intensity, signaling that he was progressing in his cultivation. Feeling challenged by the events unfolding, he attempted to connect his second meridian. Soyeon chose to stay by his side, despite the risks. Her loyalty unsettled Taesin, who feared others might misjudge her involvement. As they moved deeper into the woods, Kyungwon sensed enemies approaching. When asked how many, Taesin corrected the guard's guess. There weren't 3 foes. There were 4. Hidden assassins closed in, but Taesin stood unfazed, ready to confront them head-on. As the attackers revealed themselves, Taesin calmly acknowledged that the element of surprise was no longer on their side. 4 masked enemies emerged from the shadows, one issuing a command for Taesin and his group to come quietly. Kyungwon, observant as ever, was ordered to assess the enemy's strength. Analyzing their movements and the faint stench of blood, Kyungwon concluded the lead assailant was no ordinary thug, possibly from the notorious Hamukdo faction, but still inferior to him by at least 3 levels. Tassin then gave the signal to engage. With precision, Kyungwon launched into action. His spiritual energy surged, instantly paralyzing some enemies. One by one, they found themselves unable to move. Shocked by the sudden shift, the leader attempted to retaliate but was swiftly countered. Kyungwon's overwhelming pressure disrupted their formation. Although the enemy mocked him, Kyungwon's skills told a different story. His strikes were clean and powerful, forcing the masked swordsmen to defend desperately. Their leader, now on the defensive, began to panic. Underestimating Kyungwon had been a grave mistake. Meanwhile, Soyeon, anxious about the battle, suggested assisting him. But Taesin, unshaken, calmly predicted that the fight would end with a single decisive strike. As Kyungwon prepared his final move, all eyes locked on him. Victory was moments away. With a single powerful strike, Kyungwon ended the battle, wounding the enemy leader and stunning the remaining attackers. His precision and speed left even Soyeon in awe. Though Kyungwon had always been capable, the leap in his strength was undeniable. She quietly questioned if Taesin had done something to cause this sudden growth. Taesin, composed and direct, instructed Soyeon to subdue the remaining enemies without killing them. She acted swiftly, disabling them by targeting key pressure points. But one assassin managed to slip away. That final attacker closed in on Taesin silently. Soyeon screamed a warning, but the enemy had already breached their defense. As the blade neared, Kyungwon intercepted with force, slamming the assailant into the ground. Instead of pursuing the fleeing enemy, Kyungwon prioritized Taesin's safety. Soyeon, surprised, realized his choice reflected compassion over efficiency. Kyungwon apologized for letting one escape, yet Taesin didn't express anger. Though the heavenly demon of his past life would have punished failure, this time he remained calm. Taesin ordered the team to regroup and tie up the remaining enemies. As they stood beneath the moonlight, he pondered their next move. When asked, he casually suggested execution, only to have one enemy beg for mercy, offering information in exchange for his life. Faced with silence from the captured attackers, Tazen casually declared he would kill them all. Panic set in, and one finally confessed they were from the Crimson Dragon sect, acting under orders from their vice sect leader. They had assaulted someone earlier that day over unpaid protection fees. Satisfied with the confession, Tazen ordered they be kept alive for further questioning. Later, the group arrived at the fallen flower house. Soyin was stunned that Tazen, after such a chaotic night, still insisted on visiting a courtesan house. Embarrassed but composed, Kyungwon refused to enter, choosing to wait outside until morning. Inside, muffled screams echoed from a distant room. Tied-up assassins, still detained, heard the sounds with growing horror. As the realization of where they were sank in, their terrified expressions made one thing clear. They were now completely at Tazen's mercy. After subduing the attackers, Tazen returned to the room where the captured men were held. His expression hardened upon confirming they were still alive, though he had only ordered their survival if they remained cooperative. Stood with Esoyan, Kyungwon reported that the prisoners had confessed. They were sent by the Crimson Dragon sect to capture Tazen. However, the assassin who had escaped was known only to the sect leader, indicating a deeper conspiracy. Tazen considered the situation. The enemy wasn't an ordinary martial group. The masked assassin displayed advanced skills far beyond common unorthodox fighters. Kyungwon's unexpected strength had disrupted their plans. Despite suspicions, Tazen concluded the Zhongli clan wouldn't act so openly, ruling them out as the orchestrators. With little time to spare, Tazen commanded the group to return to the Golden Wall merchant's estate. Before leaving, he used a restriction spell on the captives, ensuring they couldn't act on their own. Turning to Kyungwon and Suyeon, he decided to teach them the basics of restriction techniques. Demonstrating the method, Tazen explained how to control and apply inner energy with precision. Both absorbed the knowledge quickly, surprising even themselves. Meanwhile, one prisoner resisted and suffered immediate consequences. The threat was clear. Disobedience meant punishment. Tazen maintained firm control, ensuring both security and education continued without disruption. Following the earlier demonstrations, Tazen instructed Kyungwon and Soyeon to apply different restriction techniques on the remaining captives. It was not only a task but a training exercise. As one prisoner lay groaning in pain, Soyeon silently questioned Tazen's vast and unusual knowledge. She couldn't understand why Kyungwon, a skilled warrior, followed Tazen's words without hesitation. Her thoughts were cut short when Tazen casually proposed an extreme suggestion, using an exploding restriction on a sensitive area to test the limits. The effect was immediate and brutal. Meanwhile, at Joseo Pavilion, events unfolded under a different light. Tazen's uncle, Byok Woo-hong, and his son Sangul discussed the recent incident. Their attention was focused on the intelligence network known as the Fragrant Flower House, which had not yet responded. Woo-hong viewed the situation as a chance to pressure them into working under the Golden Wall merchants. More troubling news followed. The Crimson Dragon sect had fractured after the death of its leader. One faction seemed to be under outside influence. Suspicions turned toward the Golden Heavenly Alliance, a growing force among merchants in Wuhan. While they claimed peaceful intentions, they were clearly working against the Golden Wall merchants. Woo-hong grew wary, especially with rumors spreading about Tazen's strength and his new nickname, the Night King. Despite concerns about Tazen's intense use of energy, his uncle acknowledged the toll it might take on the young man's life. Still, there was an unspoken admiration. Tazen lived boldly, without hesitation, something Woo-hong found himself quietly envying. Elsewhere, Tazen returned to the estate with the 3 former captives, now restrained and compliant. So surprised by their condition, questioned what had happened. Tazen, unfazed, simply remarked that she needed laborers, so he brought them. Though suspicious of their odd expressions and behavior, So said nothing more. Internally, she reflected on Tazen's unexpected gesture. What she had mentioned casually, he had remembered. So noticed a subtle change in him. He seemed kinder, if in his own way. Tazen then assigned names to the 3 men, calling them Black, 1, 2, and 3, based on their former roles as hidden figures in the underworld. The men, intimidated by his overwhelming presence, accepted their titles without resistance. Tazen made it clear their names were final. So, surprisingly moved by his actions, accepted the arrangement. Curious, Tazen asked about Kyungwon's whereabouts. So replied that he was likely training. Tazen scoffed at the answer, calling it an overly honest lifestyle for someone in a low-ranking core position. Yet even in that comment, a hint of recognition lingered in his tone. Kyungwon trained alone in the fading light, his body moving with sharp precision. Memories of the battle against the Crimson Dragon sect lingered in his mind, especially how Tazen had effortlessly subdued even the sect leader, That display of strength had left an impression he couldn't shake. He had no regrets joining the Sword Dragon Corps, but witnessing Taesin's actions had stirred something deeper, unease and admiration. Though his duty was to support the Golden Wall merchants, Kyungwon couldn't ignore his growing anxiety about falling behind. A change had begun. Taesin, once viewed as an odd noble, now appeared as someone who could unlock greater truths in martial arts. When Taesin arrived and casually proposed a trip to the courtesan house, Kyungwon followed, yet doubt filled his thoughts. As they walked, Kyungwon finally asked if Taesin intended to stop hiding. Taesin played innocent but internally panicked. Kyungwon had pieced together too much: the assassin incident, the restriction techniques, and the defeated sect leader. Taesin realized that keeping his identity as the heavenly demon hidden was no longer simple, and if Kyungwon knew the truth, then perhaps eliminating him was the only way to protect it. Taesin stood motionless, his inner conflict clear, Kyungwon trembling, his voice pleading for help. Scarred by broken meridians and a ruined sect, the boy begged to become Taesin's disciple. Though caught off guard, Taesin listened quietly. Kyungwon's motivation was revenge, clear and dangerous. Taesin, having lived through cycles of power and bloodshed, recognized the flaws in such a path. He warned the youth that vengeance was fleeting, a fire that would burn out quickly. He explained that countless others had lost everything too, and those driven by emotion often faded into obscurity. What endures, he said, is a genuine desire to become stronger, not for revenge, but for survival and clarity. Kyungwon's expression shifted slowly. Kyungwon understood. Accepting the wisdom, he bowed in resolve. Taesin, satisfied, allowed him to begin training. As dusk fell, the two began their walk back to the estate. Later that night, under a quiet sky, Taesin walked with his bodyguard Kyungwon and Seoyin. Their brief peace was interrupted when Taesin halted. He sensed something, blood in the air. The calm was broken. Danger had returned. Without words, he turned toward the scent. Training would wait. Their quiet life once again faced disruption. As the night deepened, Taesin's instincts sharpened. While Kyungwon and Seoyin struggled to detect the threat, Taesin sensed two unfamiliar presences. One of them all too familiar. He identified the man who had once lost an arm and concluded he wasn't alone. Acting swiftly, he ordered Kyungwon to intercept one of the targets before an ambush could unfold. Kyungwon obeyed, unaware of the second assassin already closing in. Seoyin hesitated, stunned by the sudden tension. Taesin, calm yet firm, warned her that hesitation could mean death. His words jolted her back to focus as he pointed out the enemy's position and urged her to act with purpose. Kyungwon quickly engaged the masked attacker. Though his strikes landed, the opponent recognized Kyungwon's inferiority compared to his previous foe. Despite the gap in skill, Kyungwon held his ground with determination. But the enemy suddenly retreated, dashing toward another target. Taesin stood still, watching intently. The fleeing enemy led Kyungwon straight into a trap. Flames erupted across the bridge, catching them off guard. The ambusher had never intended to win through strength, but to manipulate the battlefield, realizing the distraction was a ploy to isolate Taesin. Seoyin panicked, blood sprayed through the air. The real attacker had already reached Taesin with a cold expression. Taesin raised his sword. The ambusher launched his strike, confident in his trap. But Taesin, calm and unreadable, reversed the tide with a single precise move. In one breath, the assassin lay collapsed, bleeding and stunned. Taesin's strength overwhelmed him before he could understand what went wrong. As silence returned, Seoyin stared in disbelief. The man who had nearly claimed Kyungwon's life had been defeated instantly. Taesin gave a brief order: bring the body. There might be clues about who sent him. Seoyin, still processing what she saw, complied later. Under the quiet moonlight, Seoyin reflected on the encounter. Taesin hadn't used any flashy technique, just one clean motion. She realized that there was something hidden beneath his composed surface, something powerful. She resolved to stay close to him, not just for answers, but because her instinct told her this meeting would alter her path. Taesin, without turning, assessed her performance. She had potential but lacked the skill to protect him. He instructed her to train under Kyungwon. His tone left no room for refusal. As she followed behind him, her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden realization. They had left Kyungwon behind. Meanwhile, Kyungwon stood among the shadows, unaware that Taesin and Seoyin had vanished. Sensing no human presence, he looked around in confusion. The forest was now empty. The intelligence division of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild stirred with tension. News had spread that corpses were brought into a courtesan house, an unusual and reckless move. The quiet attempt to absorb the fragrant flower house had now become entangled in unexpected complications. Though little evidence was left behind, the guild's agents suspected the Crimson Dragon sect's involvement and their link to young Master Taesin. Despite denials, the Crimson Dragon sect couldn't hide their intentions forever. The dead man was likely connected to their leadership, and the guild couldn't afford to let the matter fade without resolution. Too many eyes were now watching. At this rate, the guild's prestige risked being damaged. Elsewhere, rumors swirled around Tazen. His health had seemingly improved beyond explanation. Whispers of elixirs and vitality sparked curiosity, but no clear answers surfaced. For now, those in power chose to wait and observe. Meanwhile, Tazen shared a meal with his companions for the first time, treating them as equals. His gesture bridged distance and built loyalty. As the mood-lightened conversation turned toward the rumored arrival of the Plum Divine Physician, a healer said to cure even severed meridians. Unknown to them, the physician had already arrived. Overlooking the city, he smiled with quiet intent. His interest lay not just in healing, but in Tazen himself. The dining hall echoed with laughter as Tazen's subordinates, playfully nicknamed Black 1, 2, and 3, shared a rare meal with him. Their awkward attempts to compliment and flatter him were met with amused restraint. One openly admired Tazen's physical improvements, jokingly confessing admiration. Tazen brushed it off with a scolding, hiding a smirk beneath his usual calm. Though the atmosphere was relaxed, Tazen remained thoughtful. He had indeed grown stronger, healthier, and more radiant, changes that couldn't be explained by medicine alone. Internally, he considered the effects of the soul-augmenting demonic art was his transformation more than physical. He knew the path ahead required collecting more souls to sustain his progress. Meanwhile, across the estate, the much-anticipated Plum Divine Physician arrived at the Golden Wall Manor. Greeted formally by Chief Steward Ga Mujin, the physician cut a peculiar figure, youthful, enigmatic, and cloaked in mystery. Though polite, his presence carried an unsettling energy. As they walked through the manor's grand courtyards, the divine physician observed everything with sharp interest, praised for his ability to treat even severed meridians. His reputation preceded him. But beneath his calm smile, something unreadable stirred. Their paths had not yet crossed, but change was approaching. Both men were watching, waiting, for a moment that would shape more than just their fates. While touring the manor, the divine physician's gaze locked onto a young woman named Danyang. Her elegance concealed a unique vitality. He soon learned she was a servant of the second young master, having come from a famed courtesan house. She, along with others, had voluntarily joined to serve Tazen. The physician's interest was immediate and intense, but it wasn't lust that stirred him. It was their rare physical constitutions. He saw the women as perfect vessels, ideal for developing powerful techniques. To him, their bodies were like pure snow, capable of blooming under any form of cultivation. Feigning humility, he requested to take them as his disciples, believing this would deepen ties with Tazen's household. He counted on the others' desire to maintain goodwill and influence, yet his real intent was self-serving, to seize rare resources for his own advancement. When the request was relayed to Tazen, his response was swift and firm: rejection. The physician was stunned. Tazen's eyes, calm but unwavering, saw through the polite disguise. He questioned the physician's sincerity, calling out his greed and pointing out that the so-called assistants with him behaved more like disciples. Their conversation, laced with subtle power, ended with an unspoken message. Tazen was not someone to be manipulated. The balance between cooperation and rivalry had already begun to shift. Tazen set down his cup with calm finality. With unwavering composure, he called out the divine physician's true intent, not to teach, but to exploit. He knew the physician didn't see the women as disciples, but as materials, a word spoken casually, yet one that revealed the man's disregard for human worth. The divine physician stiffened. Internally, his thoughts turned dark. In his twisted logic, Tazen, a man with severed meridians, could be eliminated during treatment without suspicion. His fingers subtly reached for his weapon, but before he could act, Tazen's overwhelming bloodlust surged across the room, halting him in place. A flick of killing intent, sharpened with past lives of experience, suffocated the air between them. The physician was stunned, not just by the power, but by the realization that he had severely underestimated his host. Tazen leaned forward slightly, his smile cold. He reminded the physician that anyone daring to take from him should be ready to face the consequences. The broken teacup on the floor marked the silent warning. Feigning calm, the physician sat back, shaken. The fear he felt was all too familiar. Tazen, smiling, simply stated his wish for a quiet life, but made clear he would not allow anyone to disturb it. The physician regretted ever stepping foot into Tazen's domain. In a surprising turn, the divine physician offered to work at the Golden Wall Manor. Though the others were confused by his sudden change in tone, he made his intent clear: he wanted to be near Tazen. The elders welcomed him, oblivious to his shaken pride. Internally, the physician lamented how quickly his independence was unraveling. He had enjoyed a free and respected life, but one encounter with Taizen's bloodlust was enough to alter his plans. Prolonged treatment would take months, and he feared being trapped in this dynamic. Still, the fear he felt wasn't ordinary. It chilled him to his core. The only small relief was that he hadn't lost all composure. Later that evening, Qingguan raised concerns about the physician's presence, but Taizen had already placed silent restrictions on the others and casually revealed he did the same to the divine physician. When asked why he hadn't extended it to everyone, he simply reminded them he was still sick, and using his strength wasn't easy. Outside, the divine physician tried to re-establish some authority, but his presence was already being questioned. Observing Taizen's vitality despite his alleged illness, he became suspicious. He requested to check Taizen's pulse. Taizen extended his arm. Calmly, but firmly, he warned to act hurry and don't talk much. As the divine physician took Taizen's pulse, confusion clouded his expression. The rhythm was unlike anything he'd ever encountered, unnatural, silent, yet somehow alive. His hand trembled. He stared at Taizen and whispered, "Are you really a living person?" His certainty began to unravel. The divine physician examined Taizen's wrist, his face hardening in disbelief. Though the young man appeared conscious, his internal condition defied all logic. His pulse was faint, almost non-existent, and his meridians, both main and lesser, were severely severed. Qingguan and Soyan watched in tense silence as the physician questioned whether Taizen was even human. No case he had ever encountered matched this level of damage without death. Declaring that such injuries essentially meant Taizen should be dead, the physician grew increasingly baffled. Qingguan, concerned, half-joked about removing Taizen as a threat, only to be dismissed. Despite his grave condition, Taizen stood firm and challenged the physician to stake his life on his diagnosis. The physician hesitated but ultimately acknowledged his duty to treat, although he still couldn't understand how Taizen remained alive. Accepting the situation, the physician agreed to follow him, confused but compliant. He could not deny that Taizen's body defied the natural order. As they walked, the physician grew more curious. He asked how Taizen had found him, only to be told bluntly that they had never met. The physician nervously joked about cult connections, but Taizen's sharp warning silenced him. Speaking too freely about such things, especially in public, was dangerous. The physician finally grasped the warning. Some truths could cost a life. The following morning at the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, the divine physician sat deep in thought. After observing Taizen's condition throughout the night, he was bewildered. Despite his broken body, Taizen exhibited vitality far beyond what should be possible. His nightly activities, rumored to involve many courtesans, only deepened the mystery. What startled the physician most was that these women, known for their innocence, all claimed to have spent nights with Taizen. It defied logic. He suspected Taizen had mastered a rare technique that harnessed life force through unusual means. Yet the physician had no proof, only more questions. Summoned by Taizen, he hurried to the meeting room. There, Taizen probed the physician's medical skill. Confidently, the physician claimed to be among the top in the world, humbled only by a few legendary figures. When asked who surpassed him, he listed shadowy names among them, a being called the demonic cult's physician. The room fell silent at the mention of the cult. It was revealed the cult had vanished, shrouded by an ancient barrier called the mystical heaven enchantment. The enchantment's nature was dire. Its removal could only be triggered by the cult leader's death, and its key lay with their successor. Taizen listened, piecing together the hidden truths of a world long buried. Taizen reflected on the heavy truth. In his previous life, he had personally eliminated every potential successor to the cult. With no new leader, the barrier surrounding the demonic cult could not be lifted, unless he, now reborn, did it himself. Knowing that, he shifted the topic and questioned the divine physician about his surgical capabilities. The physician proudly confirmed his ability to reattach limbs and most organs, provided the injuries were clean. Encouraged, Taizen tasked him with overseeing the training of Soyan and Qingguan. Though the physician had specialized in medicine, Taizen assured him that survival was likely, as long as they didn't suffer instant death. Qingguan and Soyan were shocked by the assignment. Taizen emphasized that true strength came only through real combat, urging them to train as though they were truly trying to kill each other. Their horror was apparent, but Taizen was resolute. To ensure safety, the physician would stand by, ready to heal even severe injuries. Taizen then informed them he would be away for a month and expected them to be strong enough to protect him upon his return. The physician smirked knowingly. This brutal method wasn't new. It originated from the heavenly demon's sacred cult, and by the end of that month, blades clashed fiercely, as death hung close with every strike. As the brutal training continued, Suyin pushed past her limits, launching a lethal strike toward Qingguan. Her blade carved into his side, drawing blood and leaving him gasping in disbelief. The intensity of the fight left both of them barely standing. But it was clear they had taken Taizan's command seriously. The divine physician intervened before the fight escalated further, ending the session with a single clap. Though battered and breathless, both trainees stood frozen. Now came the healing. With exaggerated flair, the physician revealed his physical injury balm. Kyungwon panicked at the sight of the ominous purple ointment. Despite his protests, the physician insisted on treating his wounds, ignoring his reluctance. While the balm promised miraculous recovery, its eerie glow and the physician's grin made it more terrifying than reassuring. Taizan soon arrived, amused at the chaos. He calmly acknowledged the balm's effectiveness and reminded the physician of their agreed 1-month time frame. Surprised it had passed so quickly, the physician regained composure and checked on Taizan's condition. Taizan, unwavering, extended his arm and asked the physician to check his pulse. Intrigued yet uneasy, the physician complied. But as soon as his fingers touched Taizan's wrist, his expression shifted dramatically, eyes widening in shock at what he sensed beneath the surface. After a month of intense training, the divine physician was stunned by Taizan's condition. Despite previously severed meridians, Taizan had reforged them using soul energy. Though his energy once surged violently, it had now evolved, dense, calm, and controlled. Confident, Taizan believed his body would reach perfection. However, he cautioned the physician not to tamper with the healing balm out of spite. Meanwhile, Kyungwon, eyes glowing red, urgently requested a private conversation. Taizan brushed it aside, revealing plans to visit the Yan Manor the next day. The Honoru clan had reached out, requesting a direct meeting with him. Taizan reviewed a report on the Zhongli clan and immediately found it lacking. Despite the divine physician's claim that his subordinates had worked hard to gather it, Taizan wasn't impressed. He criticized the physician for becoming complacent, prompting defensive excuses about recent workload and healing duties. In response, Taizan darkly joked about splitting the physician's body in two to make him more efficient. Though the remark was brushed off with nervous laughter, it reminded the physician of Taizan's notorious past as the Heavenly Demon. Taizan had overseen intelligence units disguised as civilians who collected information in secret. He wondered if the physician had unknowingly encountered his past self. Attention soon turned to Taizan's interest in the Zhongli clan. The physician speculated that it might be due to the beauty of the Yan Manor's daughter, Yan Haran. Taizan silently agreed. Her appearance stirred memories of someone long gone despite concerns for his safety. Taizan dismissed the need for bodyguards. He was confident the Zhongli clan posed no real threat. Memories of the past surfaced when the sacred cult overwhelmed powerful clans. Only the Zhongli clan fled. They had escaped destruction, hiding away in shame. Now Taizan was determined to confront them. With a smirk, he left the room, eager to see how boldly the once-defeated clan would face him now. Taizan arrived at Yan Manor and was greeted by its master, Yan Haran's father. The manor lord expressed admiration for the divine physician's healing, noting the clear improvement in Taizan's condition. But his tone quickly shifted to concern. He warned Taizan of the Zhongli clan's intentions to provoke a scandal using Haran as bait, likely humiliating Taizan in public to justify a conflict with both Yan Manor and the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Taizan recognized the tactic immediately. The Zhongli clan hadn't changed. They were still the same manipulators who once fled from annihilation during the heavenly demon cult's rise. Soon, after the youngest son of the Zhongli clan, Zhongli Wang approached Taizan. Without introduction or respect, he insulted him directly, mocking his rumored weaknesses and questioning his worth. His words were clearly designed to provoke. As tensions escalated, Zhongli Wang's guards moved in to back their master's aggression. From afar, Kyungwon and Soyin watched the situation unfold. Realizing the confrontation was turning hostile, one of the bystanders quickly fled the scene under the pretense of an urgent task. Taizan remained calm but alert. Surrounded and insulted, he now faced the very provocation the manor lord had warned about. Yet his silence spoke volumes. He was prepared for what was coming next. Zhongli Wang mocked Kyungwon's readiness, suggesting a friendly sparring session, but it was clear he had no intention of fairness. Taizan, unfazed, approved the duel and left Kyungwon to face the elite warriors of the Zhongli clan. Wang took Taizan aside, claiming it would be a good chance to see what his bodyguard had learned. Meanwhile, the Zhongli warriors revealed their true intent. This was no spar. They prepared to gang up with full force. Observing from a distance, the divine physician acknowledged their strength but was curious to see the outcome of Kyungwon's harsh training. Elsewhere, Taizan and Zhongli Wang walked along a serene lakeside path. Zhongli Wang proudly showcased the area, revealing he had prepared it with care, clearly for a confrontation. Their discussion quickly shifted to deeper motives. Zhongli Wang boasted of his skill in inflicting pain and hinted that Taizhen would experience it soon. Calmly, Taizhen responded by asking Zhongli Wang to be honest about his intentions regarding Yan Harin. Zhongli Wang admitted that while she was beautiful, he had no interest in marrying her. His ambitions far exceeded the value of Yan Manor. He desired power on a larger scale. In a sudden move, Zhongli Wang lunged at Taizhen, aiming to strike, revealing his violent arrogance and setting the stage for the real battle he had long awaited. Taizhen swiftly struck Zhongli Wang, gripping him by the neck and whispering a challenge. It was a chilling moment. The once boastful noble now felt the crushing pressure of true power. Despite Wang's earlier insults, he was stunned that Taizhen, known for having severed meridians, could move so fluidly. Doubt flashed in his eyes, but he clung to denial, insisting it was a fluke. Back in the courtyard, Wang's scream echoed, drawing attention. Kyungwon and Soyeon looked on, wondering if Taizhen was taking things too far. Zhongli's guards mocked the situation, attempting to provoke them further. When Soyeon ordered a group assault, Kyungwon gave no hesitation. He was ready. The Zhongli elites launched their attack. Kyungwon met them head-on, parrying multiple blades with skill honed through brutal training. One by one, enemies fell, overwhelmed by his precision and strength. Soyeon soon joined the fight, cutting through attackers with sharp, calculated strikes. Together, they fought back-to-back, a wall of steel and discipline. They had once been hesitant, but now stood united with a single goal: to protect Taizhen. Fueled by loyalty and purpose, they unleashed the full extent of their abilities. This wasn't just defense. It was a declaration that their growth, pain, and training had not been in vain. Taizhen unleashed a surge of dark energy, gripping Zhongli Wang by the head. As power coursed violently, he declared he'd spare his life. This time, instead of killing, he extracted only half of Zhongli Wang's energy, making his dominance clear without delivering death. At Yan Manor, the air turned tense as conflict erupted. Intruders from the Zhongji clan launched a sudden attack, disrupting the silence of the compound. Soyeon, moving with unexpected precision and speed, struck first. In a flash, multiple assailants fell before they could react, overwhelmed by her clean practiced strikes. As the dust settled, Soyeon stood among the fallen, calm and unharmed. Kyungwon looked on, stunned by her quiet power. Soyeon admitted her doubts about their success, yet they had prevailed. She credited the second young master Taizhen for guiding them. Kyungwon expressed disbelief. They had defeated warriors of the Zhongji clan. He questioned Taizhen's true identity, still puzzled by his skill. Looking at the unconscious enemies, Kyungwon stated plainly, if it weren't for Taizhen, they would be the ones lying on the ground. Kyungwon recalled how Taizhen had explained the Zhongji clan's weaknesses in detail, as if he had studied them thoroughly beforehand. During the battle, every move by the Zhongji clan felt predictable. Taizhen's intelligence had turned the tide before blades clashed. Kyungwon realized he had been guided by more than just strategy. Taizhen's insight had shaped their victory completely. Elsewhere, the divine physician stood alone on a bridge. As Taizhen approached, he was greeted respectfully by another nobleman. The divine physician questioned why Taizhen stood aside during the fight. Taizhen replied that he had only done so to avoid interfering. However, the nobleman, clearly dissatisfied, asked why the battle had not ended yet. Hinting at deeper frustration, the divine physician defended the fallen warriors, calling them respectable. But the nobleman brushed that aside, focused only on results, declaring their training insufficient. Taizhen ordered his men to train twice as hard upon returning. With a cold expression, he muttered his final thought: he couldn't stand weakness, not from his people, not from anyone. The divine physician silently followed Taizhen across the bridge, responding with a polite "yes, sir." The young master led with measured steps. Eyes forward, inside the hall, a formal dinner had been prepared. Figures from the clan gathered around the table, each seated with deliberate caution. Taizhen entered with grace, flanked by a calm but tense woman. Her gaze flicked toward one seat, her thoughts unreadable but sharp. As the meal began, Yan Harin avoided eye contact, her hand hesitant. The air thickened with unspoken suspicion. The elder at the table watched her closely. His expression was unreadable, but his curiosity evident. He studied both her and the man beside her. When his chopsticks lightly tapped the table, all attention subtly shifted. His silent gesture signaled he had noticed something others hadn't. Breaking the silence, the elder questioned a private meeting earlier that day. Yan Harin grew stiff, eyes widening in surprise. Taizhen casually confirmed it. With deliberate calm, he described the meeting as a conversation about solace, letting the word linger. Put on the spot, Zhongli Wang hesitated before agreeing. His voice trembled, exposing his discomfort before the others. Taizhen's tone darkened. He called Zhongli Wang directly, commanding eye contact. The room fell silent as pressure radiated from him. Zhongli Wang avoided Taizhen's gaze, sweat forming at his brow. Taizhen's voice, though calm, was like a blade in the quiet. The tension grew unbearable. The accused could only stammer, pinned by the force of Taizhen's presence. In a terrifying shift, Taizhen's aura erupted. A sinister glow filled the room as he silently unleashed his energy. Zhongli Wang across him collapsed, his body reacting violently under the pressure. Panic spread among the others as his strength buckled. With food spilled and chairs overturned, the man screamed all around. They realized. This wasn't just intimidation. Taizhen had made a statement. The dining hall fell into chaos. As panic erupted, Sirian called out to Yan Haran to retreat from the area immediately. While the divine physician shocked, despite the commotion, Taizhen remained composed, folding his hands calmly while others scrambled. His presence alone unsettled the room. As servants rushed in under orders, Taizhen closed his eyes. Cries about the manor master's condition echoed into the night sky. In the Zhongji clan's council chamber, the patriarch slammed his fist in anger, demanding answers for the night's disgrace. With tense breath, he received news. 11 elite warriors had been taken down in a single encounter at Yan Manor. The administrator reported suspicions of internal support, hinting Yan Manor might have sided against them, directly or indirectly. Talk turned to a member, Wung, who had yet to leave his room since the incident. His condition remained unexplained. The administrator speculated that Wung's martial memory had been mysteriously damaged, as if forcibly erased. The patriarch's frustration turned into suspicion. He uttered one name, Byok Taizhen. Believing the situation wasn't as simple as defeat, determined, the patriarch ordered a full investigation to uncover anyone aiding Taizhen. No detail was to be overlooked. Furious, over past humiliation, he recalled how the heavenly demon nearly ended their clan once. History couldn't repeat itself. He vowed revenge. No one, no matter how strong, would escape judgment for embarrassing the Zhongji clan again. Fueled by rage, he swore retribution even against the heavenly demon himself. The clan's pride would not fall twice. Back at Yan Manor, unfamiliar figures arrived. Kyungwon noticed them, eyes narrowing as a formal procession entered. Their arrival brought unease. One step forward hinted at confrontation. Peace at the manor would not last. News reached Taizhen. The Zhongji clan had sent more men. Kyungwon relayed the report with concern, noting unfamiliar faces among them, though unsure of their purpose. Kyungwon sensed danger. He mentioned some carried the aura of trained martial masters. Taizhen, calm as ever, questioned how Kyungwon could tell, already analyzing the move as a show of force. One of the martial masters had deliberately revealed his presence, an act meant to provoke or intimidate. Taizhen dismissed such arrogance, confident they'd be humbled in time. He had no intention of greeting them directly. With another matter in mind, Taizhen turned away, stating he had somewhere more important to be. Kyungwon objected, citing the ongoing issues inside Yan Manor. Taizhen replied that they'd be too occupied with internal chaos. He instructed Kyungwon to follow him, the hint of a smirk revealing hidden intentions. As they walked, a flicker of excitement lit Taizhen's eyes. Things were finally becoming interesting. As the sun set over the headquarters of the Blood Axe sect, Taizhen and Kyungwon stood at the gate, observing the imposing stronghold. Taizhen analyzed the sect's scale and influence. It was a place of unorthodox power, notorious throughout Donghae. Though known for brutality, they held strategic value in his unfolding plan. Kyungwon expressed doubts. Though the sect was powerful, they were entangled with the Zhongli clan. Taizhen countered. He knew they weren't loyal by choice. Taizhen suggested the Blood Axe sect likely resented the Zhongli clan's control. Their allegiance was merely a survival tactic, not genuine loyalty. He theorized that weakness, not allegiance, kept them under Zhongli rule. Resistance in their eyes had become futile. Taizhen concluded they paid tributes not just from fear, but from knowing resistance was meaningless. This weakness was embedded in their very core. Taizhen questioned what fate awaited those who submitted so easily. Kyungwon hesitated, unsure how to respond to the quiet but intense interrogation. Taizhen answered coldly, they lose their will to act, surrendering control over their destiny. Kyungwon's eyes widened. A memory surged, a village engulfed in flames, screams echoing. Young Kyungwon fled with his father's command. His father stayed behind, sacrificing himself to buy time. Chaos raged, buildings collapsed, and fire consumed everything. His father's last hope was that Kyungwon would survive even if he couldn't protect the rest. As Kyungwon escaped, he encountered the Blood Axe attackers. One man pleaded with the assassin to spare the child. The enemy, the infamous Thunder Blood Phoenix, had already appeared without warning. Despite the father's desperate begging, the flames and fate showed no mercy. As flames engulfed the village, Thunderblood Phoenix stood calmly, predicting the child would one day return seeking vengeance. He acknowledged that when that day came, he might no longer honor his current restraint. The cycle of revenge was already set in motion. Amid the blazing ruins, young Kyungwon wept over his fallen father, the last image of his past seared into memory as he was taken away. The memory haunted Kyungwon, echoing a lesson: those too weak had no right to survive. The mantra repeated in his mind. He clenched his fists in pain, accepting the cruel truth. Weakness itself was a sin in this world of power. Tears in his eyes, he asked what the powerless were meant to do if simply being weak was a curse that invited destruction. Tazin stepped forward and silently reached for the gate, signaling his resolve in a powerful declaration. He vowed to give strength to those who lacked it. Shattering the silence with a radiant burst of energy, startled voices echoed around the Blood Axe compound. Tazin's presence had been discovered, and chaos erupted as guards panicked. Within the courtyard, Chief Chu Jogwang of the Blood Axe sect faced Tazin alongside his kneeling followers. Fear gripped them as they begged for mercy, admitting to grave sins without knowing what they were truly guilty of, promising total obedience. They pledged to serve him if spared, knowing their lives now rested in Tazin's hands. Tazin offered them a chance. He would teach them something valuable, a test of how useful they could become. However, his condition was absolute: pay no more tributes to the Zhongli clan or face his wrath. Instead, stunned, the sect chief hesitated. If they stopped paying, death by Zhongli forces was certain, but so was defying Tazin. A few days later, the Zhongli clan received news that the Blood Axe sect had refused to pay their usual tributes, a shocking first. Inside the Zhongli compound, elders debated the situation, confused and agitated by this sudden defiance. One elder noted that the collectors returned unusually quiet, implying that something or someone had given the sect newfound boldness. Speculation spread that a rogue martial master was helping the Blood Axe. The Zhongli clan considered deploying their warrior corps. Despite their strained finances, the elders agreed to send troops to punish the disobedience and re-establish dominance. The order was given: dispatch the warrior corps immediately to make the Blood Axe sect remember who held true authority. Meanwhile, one elder grumbled about weakness within their own ranks, but insisted the clan must crush rebellion swiftly. Outside, Tazin and Kyungwon continued walking through the city as Kyungwon cautiously questioned the wisdom of their interference. He worried about retaliation, but Tazin remained calm, claiming such moves would only matter if the Zhongli clan weren't already occupied. Tazin revealed that the clan's financial streams were already blocked, leaving them vulnerable and distracted. Kyungwon remained unconvinced, citing the Zhongli clan's strength and potential retaliation through the warrior corps. Tazin answered plainly they would find allies capable of countering such forces. That was their next move. Kyungwon remained silent. Their path led them to the Donggu Bodyguard Agency, known for transporting goods and offering protection services. Kyungwon was visibly confused by the choice, questioning what connection a bodyguard agency had to their plan. At the gate, Tazin requested to see the owner, but the guard hesitated, explaining the owner wasn't someone ordinary people could easily meet. Tazin confronted the guard firmly, demanding respect and leaving no doubt about his status. Intimidated, the guard quickly agreed and led the group forward without further resistance. As they moved through the halls, Kyungwon apologized politely, while the guard hesitantly obeyed. They arrived at an inner chamber where the guard asked them to wait while he sought permission from the owner. The guard began questioning Tazin's identity, unsure how to explain his presence. Tazin stopped him mid-sentence, stating cryptically that he hadn't remembered everything just yet. Everyone stood in silence. The guard seemed unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, Tazin's tone shifted. He remembered what to say and prepared to deliver a specific message. With a surge of dark aura, he instructed the guard to tell the owner he had something meant for the mystical moon. As Tazin and Kyungwon waited, a heavy silence fell over them. Kyungwon hesitated before nervously asking about the mystical moon, unsure what it meant. Before he could get an answer, the guard returned in a panic, stunned by the name Tazin had spoken. The owner of the Donggu agency appeared, shocked and respectful, immediately bowing before Tazin. Without hesitation, he ushered them inside, abandoning all formality and hesitation. Kyungwon followed in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Tazin had flipped the situation so quickly and completely. A quiet room filled with steam from a teacup sets the scene. Tazin, now head of a powerful house, evaluates the situation calmly. Seated confidently, Tazin asks his elder retainer how many fighters are currently available. The old man reports 5 head bodyguards and 60 regular guards. Tazin orders full mobilization, instructing that the head bodyguards be gathered separately. He intends to speak with them directly. Under the setting sun, Taizan stands before a group of masked warriors. Kyungwon, his loyal subordinate, watches from the side. The guards line up silently, their faces hidden, awaiting instruction. Their presence signals readiness, but uncertainty lingers. Kyungwon questions Taizan's plan inwardly. He doubts the group's strength, thinking they are too weak to face the Zhongli clan. Taizan confirms that the group has been briefed on enemy weaknesses. He announces they'll aid the unorthodox faction in combat. The guards respond affirmatively. Taizan states they'll move together, but the real fight will be theirs alone. Kyungwon asks for clarity. Taizan replies that only the group will engage in battle, hinting at deeper strategy. Kyungwon, concerned about facing the Zhongli clan, offers to assist if things go wrong. Taizan remains silent. A tense atmosphere grows. Kyungwon wonders aloud if he could match the enemy's agency owner. The elder replies cautiously, unsure of the outcome. He believes he is stronger than the head bodyguards, but a voice corrects him. He's mistaken. Kyungwon reacts in shock, believing he assessed their strength correctly. Taizan interrupts, saying there is more than what's visible. He explains that the agency owner far surpasses Kyungwon's current level, and the head bodyguards aren't to be underestimated. With a cold smile, Taizan reveals the hidden truth. All the bodyguards are members of the heavenly demon sacred cult. Taizan reflects on how he located scattered cult members using the Doohy physician's reports. Many had hidden themselves by posing as bodyguards within the city. Though unaware of his identity, the cult members are now bound to obedience after hearing the phrase mystical moon. A hidden signal of loyalty, Kyungwon comments on their concealed strength. He expresses surprise that Taizan had connections with a bodyguard agency, clearly unaware of the deeper ties. Taizan teases Kyungwon, claiming there are things the young don't understand. Kyungwon, older in age, doesn't challenge the remark but is puzzled. Without warning, Taizan orders Kyungwon to engage in a real fight for training. Kyungwon protests, unsure when plans change to fighting their leader. Their destination is revealed as the Blood Axe sect. A group confidently enters, uncertain of what awaits. Inside Zhongli Sungrak, a stern elder remains silent as tension rises. He observes the newcomers and prepares to address them. One of the Blood Axe men declares they will no longer cooperate with the Zhongli clan. Their defiance shocks the elder. Sungrak challenges their sanity, asking if they truly believe they can oppose the powerful Zhongli. But the group stands their ground. A man steps forward, loudly declaring their intent. He claims they would rather face humiliation than suffer another beating by the Zhongli. Sungrak questions who orchestrated their rebellion. A strange energy flashes, confusing him as it doesn't seem like ordinary strength. He commands his men to handle the situation, sparing the loud man for questioning. The soldiers prepare to move on his orders. Sungrak exits, but his instincts scream danger. Despite his battle experience, something feels uniquely threatening this time. In the shadows outside, he feels an overwhelming presence. His body reacts before he understands why. His survival instincts are in full alert. A calm voice complements his sharp senses. Sungrak turns suddenly startled as a hidden figure makes their presence known. Taizan calmly evaluates Sungrak, noting his strength despite the decline of the Zhongli clan. Kyungwon silently observes the tense exchange. Sungrak identifies Taizan by name, asking if he's responsible for recent disruptions. Taizan responds cryptically, offering no confirmation, annoyed by Taizan's attitude. Sungrak threatens to make him talk through force, showing clear disdain for the younger man's confidence. Kyungwon prepares to intervene, drawing his weapon. His body carries a silent but intimidating presence. Sungrak feels a strong energy and questions whether it came from Kyungwon, though he doubts the young man possesses such power. Still uncertain, Sungrak dismisses Kyungwon as the source. His focus remains fixed on Taizan, underestimating Kyungwon's capabilities. Sungrak unsheathes his blade, ready to confirm Kyungwon's strength through battle. The air becomes tense with impending conflict. Kyungwon draws his weapon without hesitation. Taizan watches silently as the duel begins, noting Kyungwon's hidden potential. Taizan questions how long Sungrak can endure. His confidence implies he trusts Kyungwon to push the elder beyond expectation. Despite feeling numb from Sungrak's energy, Kyungwon steadies himself. He's determined to give his all regardless of the power gap. Taizan encourages the challenge. The elder acknowledges Kyungwon's resolve, realizing the boy isn't backing down. Sungrak lunges with full force, attempting a deadly strike. But to his shock, Kyungwon successfully blocks the fierce attack. They exchange rapid strikes, moving swiftly across the battlefield. Kyungwon keeps pace, deflecting blow after blow. Sungrak admits Kyungwon's skill is better than expected. He escalates the fight, launching a powerful vertical slash. Kyungwon blocks the strike again, but the impact sends shockwaves across the ground, tearing through the stone beneath them. Kyungwon deflects another fierce attack, his sword straining under the pressure. He begins to anticipate Sungrak's moves with increasing clarity. Sungrak becomes enraged, insulted by Kyungwon's resistance. He lashes out, shouting that a mere bodyguard shouldn't be able to hold him off. Despite the verbal assault, Sungrak channels his energy into a large strike, preparing to end the duel with overwhelming force. The clash continues violently. Kyungwon feels the impact in his bones, barely able to withstand the elder's power. His sword chips under pressure, and his thoughts turn grim. Every blow feels like a brush with death, yet he endures. Sungrak, furious and unrelenting, continues his barrage. Kyungwon grits his teeth and focuses, refusing to collapse under fear. With a smirk, Sungrak gathers red energy in his palm. He unleashes it in a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Kyungwon. The attack hits with force, sending Kyungwon flying backward. Pain surges through his body, but he still clutches his sword. Struggling, Kyungwon rises again. Despite the injury, he steadies his stance, drawing strength from determination rather than physical might. Sungrak looks stunned as Kyungwon remains standing. A spark of doubt flickers in the elder's eyes. Dark energy begins to swirl around Kyungwon's blade. Something awakens in him. He enters a focused state where all becomes visible. In that moment of clarity, Kyungwon reaches a breakthrough. He calmly declares that he can now see all of Sungrak's attacks. From afar, Taesin observes with a faint smile, satisfied that Kyungwon's training has borne fruit. Sungrak, shaken, wonders aloud if anyone else in the Zhongli clan could have withstood this long against him. Admitting Kyungwon's talent, Sungrak offers him a place in the Zhongli clan, calling his skills wasted on a merchant guild. Zhongli Sungrak offers to personally train Kyungwon, calling his talents wasted under a mere merchant like Taesin. But Kyungwon's smirk holds a deeper truth. Mocking Sungrak's assumption, Kyungwon hints that he's not cleaning up after anyone. Sungrak is caught off guard by the strange confidence. Kyungwon declares that Sungrak's swordsmanship doesn't even compare to Master Bayok Taesin's. He grips his sword tightly, his aura rising once more. With sudden speed, Kyungwon lunges, shouting that he can see through all of Sungrak's attacks. The elder braces himself, enraged by Kyungwon's audacity. Sungrak calls him arrogant and retaliates with full strength, his fury boiling. The two clash again mid-air. Kyungwon's eyes widen. He detects a shift in Sungrak's movements. The real fight has just begun. Kyungwon, masked and focused, launched a rapid sword strike that collided violently with two armed attackers. His blades clashed fiercely against theirs, overpowering them in a flash of light and blood. Kyungwon collapsed to the ground, wounded and breathing heavily, as blood stained the cold floor, injured and crouched. Kyungwon gritted his teeth while clutching his bleeding shoulder. Sungrak observed him silently, puzzled that the wound wasn't fatal. Realizing his strike had missed, Sungrak questioned how Kyungwon had anticipated his sword's path so precisely. Sungrak declared the fight over, noting Kyungwon's obvious pain. Despite the pain, Kyungwon defied the judgment, determined to continue fighting. Suddenly, Taesin intervened with a firm command, halting the battle. But Kyungwon opposed his decision. As Kyungwon, wounded, got deeper, Taesin warned him about the risk of permanent damage to his injured arm. Kyungwon's grip on the sword weakened, and he collapsed beside Taesin. Despite everything, Taesin praised his efforts and acknowledged his potential. Kyungwon's eyes widened as he heard that blood drip from Kyungwon's blade as he stood weakly beside Taesin. Taesin instructed him to stay alert and observe everything carefully from now on. Sungrak expressed disbelief that someone with crippled meridians dared face him in battle. Taesin calmly rejected the need for a sword, claiming his strength was enough to defeat opponents like Sungrak without one. Sungrak, provoked by the remark, tightened his grip on his sword and promised brutal retaliation. Despite the threat, Taesin remained unshaken, telling Sungrak to begin whenever he was ready. Sungrak analyzed Taesin's presence, seeing no unique energy or overwhelming aura. Confused by the confidence Taesin exuded, Sungrak concluded it must be a bluff. Believing he had the upper hand, Sungrak launched a heavy sword strike with full force. Convinced it would land cleanly, Sungrak's blade came down violently, seemingly connecting with Taesin's body. Convinced of his victory, Sungrak celebrated, mocking Taesin's earlier claims. However, Taesin reappeared unharmed, and a strange purple energy surged from his clenched fist. Taesin appeared at close range, catching Sungrak off guard with terrifying speed. He declared once more that he didn't need a sword, channeling powerful energy into his strike. A devastating surge of force exploded from his palm, overwhelming Sungrak instantly. Sungrak collapsed backward as his sword clattered to the ground in defeat. He stared blankly, unable to process how he had been defeated so easily. As his consciousness faded, he questioned the true identity of the man standing before him. As Taesin turned away, his powerful display still echoed in the minds of those watching. Kyungwon, stunned by the grace he witnessed, was filled with awe rather than fear. Inspired, Kyungwon silently vowed to one day move as beautifully as Taesin did. Back at the Yang clan manor, the divine physician examined Kyungwon's wounded arm sternly. He criticized the damage, implying the injury would have cost Kyungwon his arm if he hadn't intervened. Kyungwon remained silent but clearly understood the severity of his situation. Accepting the lesson, Kyungwon bowed deeply and promised to remember the mercy shown. The divine physician observed the gesture, remarking how humans value kindness when remembered. The attending clan member thanked him sincerely for his treatment and repeated gratitude once more. Kyungwon and Seoryeon shouted their thanks, moved by the care they received. The divine physician turned to greet Taesin, mentioning a lucrative offer he had declined. He bragged about the rewards offered to him in herbs and money, showing no regret. Taesin's tone turned cold, suggesting the physician leave and accept the offer. Confused, the divine physician laughed nervously, unsure if Taesin was joking. Taesin clarified, pointing him to the Jonggu clan, causing surprise and confusion. As the divine physician tried to express loyalty, Taesin abruptly cut him off. He redirected the conversation, confirming that all remaining enemies had been eliminated. Kyungwon replied that the Donggi bodyguard agency handled the rest, but warned the threat wasn't over yet. Taesin acknowledged that more trouble would soon come as the Zhongli clan regrouped. He suspected that such bold actions from enemies hinted at someone powerful backing them. To prevent further attacks, Taesin insisted on uncovering those hidden supporters immediately. That night, inside the Zhongli clan residence, a mysterious figure entered silently. She moved gracefully through the corridors, her identity concealed by the shadows. A subordinate alerted the Zhongli patriarch that someone from the White Flower courtesan house had arrived. The Zhongli patriarch welcomed the woman, claiming he had been expecting her. She brought news about the recent death of one of the Zhongli elders. The patriarch confirmed the loss, hiding his unease. She pressed him on how the elder was killed by a mere merchant's son. Angrily, he insisted that powerful people surrounded Taesin and vowed retaliation. But the woman calmly stated that the White Flower courtesan house would handle Byok Taesin themselves. The courtesan assured the Zhongli patriarch that Taesin would soon walk into their trap. A rumor was spread linking them to the Golden Heavenly Alliance, with the Zhongli warriors' aid and attempting setup. She claimed it would be impossible for Taesin to escape. The next day, Taesin stood with Seoryeon, Kyungwon, and the divine physician under a quiet morning sky. The tension was clear, and despite the sunrise, everyone looked uneasy. Frustrated, Taesin warned them not to follow him if they weren't taking things seriously. His patience was wearing thin. Kyungwon mocked Taesin, prompting him to shout in desperation, trying to prove he could still be useful. The divine physician remained skeptical but amused. Concerned about detection, the divine physician suggested a solution using poison to numb facial expressions. The idea shocked Taesin. Despite hesitation, the divine physician explained the poison's mild side effect, still withholding full details. The group grew impatient. Pressured, Taesin agreed. The divine physician casually inserted a hardened poison needle, assuring it would melt inside the body. As the needle entered, the divine physician and Kyungwon fighting again. Seoryeon watched silently, unsure if the treatment was too much. Taesin tried to be patient in facing the two lunatics as their scream getting louder. Seoryeon observed Kyungwon, who spaced out. That night, they arrived at the White Flower courtesan house, a mysterious establishment hidden beneath elegance. Kyungwon still dazed off as Seoryeon questioned if this was truly their target location. Taesin remained skeptical. The divine physician clarified. It was no ordinary courtesan house, but one controlled by the Golden Heavenly Alliance. He revealed the alliance's sudden expansion, all centered around merchant guilds, raising suspicions. The divine physician explained that though disguised as civilians, the staff were skilled warriors, too powerful for a regular guild. Rumors confirmed the location's connection to the alliance, suggesting it was a trap. Smirking, the divine physician concluded. They were clearly planning something. As they prepared to enter the courtesan house, Seoryeon questioned the decision, worried they were walking into enemy territory. Seoryeon hesitated as well, uncertain if Taesin should go in alone. The divine physician teased her concern, but she dismissed it. Inside, Taesin entered with quiet determination. A hostess welcomed him as Wuhan's Night King, clearly expecting his arrival. Feigning confidence, the divine physician played along with the recognition, pretending the rumors had spread widely. He instructed the hostess to give Taesin the best service. Meanwhile, Taesin silently assessed his surroundings with sharp focus. He quickly observed the guards. They were disciplined and skilled. No ordinary staff, but warriors trained to match elite clans. Taesin realized the Golden Heavenly Alliance couldn't have gathered such fighters alone, indicating a larger force behind them. His suspicion deepened. What kind of group would disguise such strength under a courtesan house? The hostess offered him a private room. The divine physician, keeping up appearances, agreed, but Esioyan decided to stay close by. Outside the room, Kyungwon grumbled, annoyed at being dragged along and hungry from the wait. Seoyan noticed his discomfort and asked if he was okay. Kyungwon nervously brushed it off. Internally, he panicked. The poison's side effects had started creeping in. What was claimed to be minor now felt overwhelming. From Kyungwon's perspective, Seoyan looked overly concerned and close. Her kind gesture triggered an overreaction. Embarrassed and flustered, Kyungwon denied any issues and panicked when she offered a closer inspection. His bizarre behavior only confused Esoyeon more. She silently noted that something was definitely wrong with him. Kyungwon quietly blamed the divine physician for knowing the side effects in advance. Meanwhile, the poison's impact left him frustrated and unstable. Soyeon noticed something wrong. Kyungwon was bleeding slightly, and Master Byok Taesin was no longer in the same room. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, Won Moongwang, chief administrator of the Zhongli clan. His presence suggested this was more than just a courtesan house visit. Dozens of armed warriors entered, surrounding the group with precision. Tension surged in the room. The divine physician quickly recognized the warriors as part of the Zhongli clan, confirming they were enemies. Won Moongwang, with a chilling command, ordered his men to kill them. A battle was inevitable. Kyungwon welcomed the excuse to fight, claiming it helped him release his restrained energy. He charged into the enemy forces, cutting through with wild, intense movements. As Kyungwon fought ahead, Suyeon followed behind calmly, questioning what he had been holding back. As more enemies rushed in, Suyeon held her ground and fought swiftly with her blade. She cut down several attackers in one fluid motion, showing her efficiency in combat. Calm and focused, she declared it was her turn, joining the battle with deadly precision. Elsewhere, Taesin sat quietly across from a courtesan who tried to draw him into conversation. The woman invited him closer, but he remained seated, wary and alert, noticing distant noise. Taesin suspected something was wrong. He calmly stated it sounded like a fight had begun. Taesin calmly mentioned the noise outside, but the courtesan smiled, pretending not to hear anything unusual. Internally, she revealed her true intent. Tonight was the day they would eliminate him. Her expression darkened with malice. While thinking how unfortunate it was to kill someone so handsome, her thoughts were cut off by Taesin's chilling threat about her eyes. Taesin struck with force, catching her off guard and drawing blood. He rose, cloaked in violent aura, warning her never to look at him that way again. Frozen in terror, she realized she had underestimated him completely. Soya moved swiftly, slicing through an attacker with calm precision. Her sharp instincts and calculated strikes overwhelmed the enemy soldiers. She remained focused, scanning the battlefield while breathing steadily, prepared for more threats ahead. Kyungwon charged with force, cutting through enemies, but one of them leapt at him from behind, shouting and ready to strike. Kyungwon reacted just in time, evading a blade that narrowly missed his face, his expression showing rising urgency. Multiple enemies surrounded him. He stood his ground, but their numbers increased quickly. With Soyeon backing him up, the two unleashed a coordinated counterattack, breaking the enemy's formation with fierce momentum. Kyungwon cut down another opponent, his strikes quick and relentless. The enemy had little time to react. Together, he and Esoyeon neutralized the advancing warriors in synchronized moves. As the battle quieted, the floor was littered with unconscious bodies, and the two stood surrounded by defeated enemies. Won Moongwang stepped forward, calling his subordinates worthless. His calm demeanor masked dangerous intent. He reached inside his robe and pulled out a hidden dagger, ready to engage personally. Sayan and Kyungwon noticed the weapon and realized he intended to use it from a distance, which caught them by surprise. Moongwang threw the dagger with incredible speed, forcing Soyeon and Kyungwon to dodge immediately. Kyungwon recognized his opponent's movement and shouted in alarm at how fast the attack came. They rushed forward, preparing to counterattack, both shocked at their enemy's unexpectedly high speed. Moongwang identified a brief opening and lunged with his dagger, aiming directly at Kyungwon and Soyeon. They tried to defend, but his speed and timing allowed him to land a sharp strike between them. Both were wounded in the clash, blood was drawn, and they were pushed back by his precision. Kyungwon and Soyeon realized Moongwang's skill exceeded all previous enemies. They doubted if they could hold him off. Moongwang taunted them, acknowledging their coordination, but claiming they couldn't match an elder's strength. Before he could finish his attack, a loud disruption interrupted him. Dust and debris filled the hall. Surprised, Kyungwon and Soyeon looked toward the collapsed wall where someone had entered with overwhelming force. Taesin emerged through the smoke, unharmed and calm, walking with confidence through the wreckage. Moongwang recognized him instantly, This was Bayok Taizan, the one who had disrupted everything. Taizan confronted Mungguang directly. Unfazed, he denied ever hiding his power, stating others simply saw what they wanted. Mungguang, now cautious, admitted he originally intended to spare Taizan's life. But that decision had changed. With intent to kill, Mungguang drew multiple daggers and prepared to attack without restraint. He launched a deadly barrage of throwing knives aimed at Taizan's vital points. Taizan stood calmly, eyes focused. He questioned the elder's shifting motives with quiet contempt, Mungguang tense, sensing something wrong. Taizan remained still, expecting no answers, only action. Taizan suddenly appeared behind Mungguang and gripped his hair, catching him completely off guard. Using a mysterious energy, Taizan overwhelmed his opponent instantly. Mungguang realized too late the distance had vanished. As the energy surged through his head, Mungguang screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently. The divine physician reappeared, cheerful and untouched, joining the group after the battle had ended. Kyungguan acknowledged the physician's survival, and the divine physician casually explained he stayed safe to treat others. With no time to waste, Taizan, still pulsing with power, followed the physician deeper into the building to finish their mission. They walked past the bodies of fallen enemies, advancing with confidence through the dim halls. Outside, Suyin eliminated a remaining enemy with precision before the group regrouped. As they moved toward the top floor, Kyungwon asked who their next target was, suspicion rising again. The divine physician confirmed their goal, the one responsible for orchestrating everything from the shadows. They reached a dimly lit chamber where an older woman waited calmly in a formal seated posture. Taizan stepped into the room, and the woman opened her eyes, clearly expecting him. Taizan asked if she was the mastermind. She didn't deny it, stating she wouldn't risk her life over lies when asked why she remained calm. She replied with certainty. With quiet confidence, she claimed she was far more valuable alive than dead. Taizan began questioning the woman, seeking to uncover the true force behind the Kurdistan House's operations. He asked directly about the identities of those behind the Golden Heavenly Alliance, looking past surface affiliations. The woman responded that even she didn't know who was truly behind it all, only that they stayed hidden. She explained that the ones giving commands were highly secretive, passing orders indirectly through the alliance. She identified the one issuing instructions as Bong Mu. Okay, the divine physician reacted with visible shock recognizing the name. He confirmed that Bong Mu Ok was a legendary martial artist, powerful and dangerous. Despite Bong Mu Ok's fearsome reputation, the woman claimed he was supposed to be dead. She admitted she hadn't seen his death but said many others had witnessed it. Taizan pressed further. The woman insisted she believed Bong Mu Ok was still alive and behind current events. Taizan gave her a new role. She was to stay and gather information about the alliance and Bong Mu Ok. She doubted she'd uncover anything significant, but Taizan suspected her true identity. He revealed that she was part of the Hao faction, a spy network, and demanded her cooperation. The offer made her stunned. Taizan recognized her traits and exposed her, declaring she was too poor an actor to fool him. He began to leave, saying she could run if she wanted, but her luck would run out eventually. Surprised, she revealed critical information. She knew the location of the Shadow Stride manual, a powerful secret. The woman was stunned. Taizan knew about the Shadow Stride, a secret martial art of the Hao faction long thought lost. Realizing he wasn't ordinary, she hesitated, then bowed deeply and swore to follow his command elsewhere. In a snow-covered region, another story began to unfold under a quiet sky. At a remote pavilion, mysterious figures discussed the recent collapse of the Zhongli clan and Kurdistan House. They expressed frustration over failing to identify those responsible and how the situation had turned against them. Won mocked the others' incompetence, questioning his right to remain heir. A powerful figure reminded them Wuhan was vital, the foundation of their long-awaited plan. He stressed that centuries of preparation left no room for error. Soon, he declared, the unknowns would emerge and reveal themselves to the world. The Donggu bodyguard agency stood solemn under the sky, hiding a secret meeting within its fortified walls. Inside, a modest table was laid with tea and rice cakes. Two figures sat across one another, the divine physician and the manor. Despite the rules forbidding their contact, the physician insisted their unusual circumstances demanded urgent discussion. The elder questioned the situation, prompting the physician to reference the ancient mystical heaven enchantment. He explained that while the timing was uncertain, a new Supreme One was destined to appear. Suggesting caution, the physician emphasized the importance of preparing for the figure's emergence ahead of time. He shifted the topic to Master Taizan, curious about the elder's impression of the mysterious young man. The elder admitted confusion, noting Taizan's use of codes reserved for high-ranking cult members. The physician speculated that Tazin might be the hidden son of the previous Supreme One. The elder was visibly shaken, struggling to process the bold assumption. Fearing eavesdroppers, the physician hushed him and voiced his own uncertainty. Though unsure, he hinted the Supreme One's return might be far closer than anyone expected. Elsewhere, Tazin remained silent, watched by others who struggled to understand him. Soso mentioned an unexpected visitor. The needle-eccentric physician had decided to arrive. Startled, the physician demanded answers, wondering why such a feared healer was coming here. As Soso chatted with Tazin and the divine physician, she noted how the manor master had searched far and wide for skilled healers. Though Tazin's health had improved under the divine physician's care, Soso expressed curiosity about the rumored powers of the needle-eccentric. When she mentioned legendary tales of healing with a single needle, the divine physician cut her off sharply, dismissing the exaggerations. With a serious tone, Tazin clarified that the needle-eccentric was not famed for healing, but for a far more sinister talent. He explained that the man could kill using a single needle, an assassin masked as a physician. Soso was stunned to hear that this feared figure once wiped out an entire sect using only his needles. Tazin's tone turned cold, finding Soso's naivety almost amusing as he dismissed her disbelief. She protested loudly, insisting she wasn't a child, but her words were met with amused dismissal. Meanwhile, in the market district, unfamiliar figures stirred, walking silently among the busy stalls. At a merchant's booth, as Danyang was picking the apples, some thugs pointed at 3 hidden bowls, claiming deceit in the game. One thug accused the merchant of trickery, having switched the contents while pretending to run a fair game. A crowd gathered, growing tense as the merchant silently observed, unmoved by the public challenge. The merchant defended himself, swearing his reputation was built on fairness and honesty over years of business. Locking eyes with his accuser, the merchant paused before proposing a bold wager to settle the dispute. With tension in the air, he asked, "Want to make a bet with me?" Leaving the crowd in suspense, in the crowded gambling house, the merchant boldly offered a wager if the coin was found. He'd give up one of his eyes. But if the container was empty, he declared with dark amusement, he would claim the other man's hand in return. The merchant's grin widened as he intensified the tension, granting his opponent the grim privilege of choosing which hand would be lost. Whispers rippled through the onlookers, some expressing disbelief, while others watched with morbid curiosity. The accused gambler hesitated, confused by the merchant's sudden confidence, but the crowd demanded he follow through. Trembling, the gambler questioned his own decision, regretting ever agreeing to such a reckless challenge. The merchant mocked him further, claiming there was no risk if he had nothing to hide. As pressure mounted, Danyang observed silently, her presence calm yet commanding. The merchant's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the woman's presence, a flawless, pure physical form that defied explanation. Before the situation could escalate, Danyang made her move, delivering a swift blow that disabled the merchant. Dazed and humiliated, the merchant was told to take his winnings and leave quietly, mercy granted only this once. The bystander smirked as he watched the chaos fade, pleased to have witnessed something truly intriguing at last. Outside, the mysterious observer trailed behind someone into the Golden Wall Merchant Guild building. He confirmed his location, the very place where he was assigned to stay temporarily. Inside, a staff member welcomed him and quickly identified the person he followed as Danyang, maid to Master Bayok Tazin. Upon learning that Danyang was merely a maid, the visiting guest was taken aback, doubting her lowly status matched her rumored abilities. He was told the divine physician had already tried to recruit her as an apprentice, but she declined. The guest scoffed at the comparison, arrogantly claiming his offer would be irresistible to anyone. Meanwhile, Tazin and the divine physician sat in silence. As the man met Tazin and the divine physician, he quietly assessed them, surprised by Tazin's youthful energy. He praised Danyang's hidden talent and offered to shape her into a legendary figure, healer and warrior alike. Tazin mocked his boast, questioning his martial prowess and even his credibility as a physician. Irritated, the guest rose aggressively, unleashing a sudden pulse of energy. Tazin remained calm, extending his arm and challenging the man to read his pulse. With confidence, he wants to know how great that man is. The man approached Hassan's bedside to check his pulse. His expression shifted from indifference to shock as a sudden jolt of strength radiated from Tazin's hand, gripping his wrist tightly. Startled, the man realized that Tazin's reaction had caused his breath to catch. Though the young man's body had appeared frail moments ago, his sudden motion was unnervingly precise. Tazin stared coldly and told him to examine properly. The man internally acknowledged that if it had been a real attack, his head might have been lost. Despite the absence of inner energy, the precision left him unsettled. As the man sensed the powerful energy in Tazin's body, he was met with a heavy resistance. Dark energy surged around his hand, making him widen his eyes in disbelief. Analyzing the internal state, the man muttered that Tazen's body was severely damaged. The meridians were barely functioning beyond natural recovery. When asked how long it would take to heal, the man admitted it would take too long to fix even a portion. He advised Tazen to abandon recovery and accept his current condition. The divine physician mocked the man's judgment, implying that Tazen's condition wasn't beyond repair. The man denied the claim angrily, insisting otherwise. Tazen remarked that the man lacked martial ability and medical skill. He challenged him to demonstrate something worthwhile. Calmly, the man responded with interest. He asked Tazen to make a bet, shifting the dynamic of the encounter made Tazen asking. The man proposed a duel as a test of martial skill. If he lost, Tazen would win. But if he won, he demanded ownership of all Tazen's maids. Tazen considered the stakes and questioned what he would receive in return if victorious. He appeared confident and unshaken. The man smirked and claimed his value was higher than most. Even powerful factions like the Merm Alliance were eager to recruit him. Tazen dismissed the offer as insufficient. He demanded that the man stake not just a reward, but his entire body and soul on the outcome. Surprised, the man asked if this meant Tazen desired complete loyalty. After a moment's pause, he silently accepted the terms. With an amused smile, Tazen stood up. He told the man to follow him outside, the bet now fully sealed. The man asked confidently who Tazen had chosen to fight in his place, assuming he would pick someone else. Tazen answered calmly he would fight the battle himself. Alone shocked by the answer, the man questioned Tazen's sanity, hinting at his weak physical condition. Tazen, however, offered no explanation and simply told him to find out firsthand. The man silently studied Tazen's calm face. Suspicion brewed as he tried to understand why someone with broken meridians would challenge him directly. He questioned Tazen's motives, wondering if the young man had lost the will to live. Based on what he saw earlier, Tazen's internal state was dangerously unstable. Yet despite the concerns, Tazen stood poised. He urged the man to stop analyzing and act, pushing him to make the first move. Frustrated by Tazen's composure, the man complained about physicians being overly talkative. Tazen remained firm, silencing him again and demanding the attack. The man warned Tazen not to blame him if the fight turned deadly. Tazen remained confident, giving him full permission to attack however he wanted. Tazen's unwavering posture irritated the man. He believed Tazen's arrogance would finally end in defeat and moved to strike. Preparing his attack, the man gripped a set of acupuncture needles. He decided to rely on his precision to settle the duel quickly. He formulated a plan to use the needles as a distraction and then follow up with a precise inner energy strike to finish Tazen off. Launching forward with swift motion, he hurled 3 needles in rapid succession. Setting up for the vital blow, he powered the next set of needles with energy aimed at Tazen's weak points. This was a finishing move using his secret technique. The man activated his most powerful skill, the 1/6 needle art, channeling energy into the needles and locking onto Tazen's vital spots. He released all 6 needles in a burst of energy, believing the match would end in an instant. The attack moved with deadly precision. To his shock, every needle missed. Despite perfect aim, Tazen hadn't moved much. Yet the attack failed entirely. Confusion flooded the man's mind. After dodging every needle, Tazen mocked the man's efforts, asking if that was the extent of his skills. He stood unfazed, shrouded in dark energy, calm and composed. Tazen dismissed the earlier attacks as merely not bad. Energy surged around him as he prepared to counter. The man clenched his arms in disbelief. As Tazen rushed forward, the man's instincts screamed, but he couldn't react fast enough. With frightening speed, Tazen closed the distance, aiming directly for the man's chest. His movements were clean and sharp. The man raised his hand instinctively to block, but his eyes widened as Tazen's palm struck first, disorienting him. Caught off guard, the man was lifted clean off the ground. Tazen used sheer strength and speed to hurl him backward. The man's body crashed violently across the courtyard, tumbling and breaking tiles along the way as dust erupted from the impact. He lay in the rubble, coughing and struggling to rise. The damage was severe, and he barely managed to keep conscious. Clutching his side, he saw the broken needles. His ultimate technique had been completely nullified. His confidence wavered, struggling to understand. The man blamed Tazen's success on some unknown sorcery. Still, he vowed not to miss again. Tazen responded with calm confidence, saying the man would only accept defeat once dead. He disappeared in a flash of energy again. Despite enhancing his vision with inner energy, the man still couldn't follow Tazen's movement. He was overwhelmed and tense. Multiple images of Tazen emerged as he circled the man. His movements became unpredictable, surrounding his opponent. Tazen declared that the man was truly unskilled in martial arts. With that, he struck again with devastating precision. The final blow cracked the ground and sent the man into darkness. As night fell, only silence remained from the once confident challenger. The divine physician checked on the unconscious man, who slowly awakened. He explained that the man had briefly fainted from a blow to the head. The man was in disbelief. Shocked at losing to Taisen, he questioned whether it had really happened. The physician mentioned he applied some restrictions as a precaution. The man sat up, rubbing his head, realizing how helpless he had been. The divine physician reminded him that Taisen held complete control from the start. Acknowledging the shift in roles, the physician casually remarked that they would now be working together more closely. He even jokingly referred to the man as Needle Eccentric. The man protested at the nickname but quickly resigned to it. They headed out, now aligned under Taisen's authority later. Bayok Taesu, head of the Bayok merchant group, praised Taisen's condition and noted that both eccentric and divine physicians had proven their skills. Taesu revealed he had a favor to ask. The Yan Manor had reported an event being held by the River Martial Alliance to gather rising martial artists. Lady Yan Haran had already been invited. Though strange for a merchant to attend, even the eccentric physician had received the same invitation. It was also revealed that the physician had accepted. Taisen quickly understood he was being asked to accompany him. He agreed without resistance. Taesu was relieved by the agreement. Taesu explained, since the River Martial Alliance was the strongest group in Hubei, this opportunity was too important to miss. Taisen internally considered the value of attending. With few strong opponents lately, the alliance could offer decent sparring partners. Meanwhile, at the White Flower Kurtesan house, a masked woman led a meeting. She confirmed that no heroes from the Golden Heavenly Alliance had appeared. The subordinate explained that the group remained cautious due to the sudden rise of a mysterious figure that didn't meet expectations. The attention of powerful factions had begun to settle on Taisen's growing strength. The woman observed in disbelief, realizing even they had no intel on Taisen's capabilities. His power far exceeded expectation. Haunted by the question of his identity, she fixated on his use of the Shadow Stride technique, a skill known only to a select few. She ordered an investigation into the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, suspecting it might be tied to his origin. She instructed her agents to uncover any recent martial arts or elixirs bought by the guild, urging extreme caution. The agents exchanged glances to each other, warning them never to approach Bayok Taisen. She sensed that his involvement could alter the very fate of the Hao faction. At dawn, the Golden Wall Merchant Guild quietly bustled as Soso began her day. She stretched awake, whispering a morning greeting to her late mother, expressing hope that all was well though distant from home. Soso reassured herself that she was doing well. Her tone was calm, but there was an underlying weight in her voice. She reflected on her sudden departure from Wuhan and her current journey toward the River Martial Alliance. She explained that she may not be able to contact her mother for a while. While writing to her mother, Soso noted how even she was amazed by the prestige of the River Martial Alliance, speaking of Master Taisen with genuine admiration. She mentioned the arrival of two renowned physicians who surprisingly deferred to Master Taisen, despite their high status. As she drifted off to sleep again, footsteps approached her room and her body instinctively tensed in bed. Soso stirred restlessly, recalling how Master Taisen and the two physicians had been disappearing nightly for secretive activities. She peeked outside and saw mysterious purple energy cutting through the sky, glowing ominously. Startled, she watched in silence as the lights illuminated the sky, unsure of what kind of training was taking place. In the following days, Soso observed changes in Taisen. His physical health had improved significantly since their journey began. Even more curious, the physicians themselves appeared more youthful, as if their secret training had rejuvenated them. Soso giggled at Taisen's odd comments, noting that he often muttered strange things to himself. Deep in thought, despite everything, Soso felt safe. She now lived among trustworthy people and no longer faced daily struggles alone. Sharing meals and laughter, she realized how far she'd come. Once lonely, she now felt like she had gained a true family. She concluded her letter, promising to write again after returning to Wuhan, and gently asked her mother not to worry. Lying beneath the pale moonlight, Soso finished her letter with hope. She wished for her mother's good health, her thoughts heavy as she drifted to sleep beside the candle's dying flame. The night sky stretched vast over the town, stars forming a quiet canopy above the River Martial Alliance's shadowed rooftops. Elsewhere, in the heart of the Night District, a wealthy noble entered the renowned Kurtesan house, his face calm, his purpose veiled. Inside, Taisen asked the woman from the house directly about a secret investigation. His tone was polite, but his eyes held pressure. Caught off guard, the woman hesitated, confused by the shift in topic. Taisen clarified. He wasn't referring to the earlier assignment, but to his own background. Realizing the danger, the woman panicked, shocked, and sweating. She struggled to respond. Kneeling in fear, the woman begged forgiveness, admitting to past wrongdoing, but Taizan dismissed it with a cold expression. Taizan pressed further. Though the investigation targeted the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, he demanded details about himself. The woman stammered, denying knowledge, yet revealed that Taizan possessed a hidden truth unknown even to herself. Disappointed, Taizan shifted the conversation toward the River Marshal Alliance, requesting detailed information. The woman acknowledged the alliance's prominence and promised immediate preparation of the data. Taizan then gave his final orders: gather followers and bring writing materials. A plan was forming. With swift, practiced movements, Taizan wrote out a secret technique, then handed the scroll to the stunned informant. As the scroll unfurled mid-air, the woman caught it with shaky hands. Recognizing the advanced skill inscribed Shadow Stride, she trembled. Taizan's abilities were far deeper than she had assumed. After handing over the valuable technique scroll, Taizan reminded the woman that it wasn't everything. His tone was cool yet firm. The woman stammered with gratitude, but Taizan wasn't moved. He instructed her to prove his usefulness if he truly wanted to rise. Taizan hinted at a possible future, that the informant might even become the Hao faction leader. If he performed well, dark clouds began gathering overhead as several carriages rolled through the city gates under tight escort. The arrival caused a stir among the household. Curious eyes peered from balconies and doorways as the convoy stopped. Inside, elders of the family silently watched the procession, unsure of the purpose but sensing its weight. As the carriages halted, a group stepped out, drawing murmurs. One man was surprised to see the young master himself among them. Another elder recalled memories of the boy's earlier years and remarked on his rapid growth. While some elders admired Taizan's progress, others remained quietly concerned about his health and involvement in political matters. One elder reassured the others, reminding them that Taizan was under the care of the best physicians available. Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall without warning, soaking the surroundings and startling the guards. The convoy pressed onward, undeterred, while servants rushed to cover valuables from the downpour. As the elders sheltered under the eaves, one of them laughed off his concern, noting the irony of being the one who sent Taizan away. Despite his words, he looked back uneasily, sensing a deeper tension in the air. Beyond the rain and distant mountains, the carriages moved forward, unaware that great change was fast approaching. In the hidden mountain estate of Seo Dogun, preparations for a dark ritual neared completion. The elders' items stood ready. Orders were given to awaken a mysterious force once the ritual began. A loyal agent was assigned to oversee and control them. With no hesitation, the agent departed, determined to fulfill his grim role. Another figure lamented their crushing failure in Wuhan and feared the elders' wrath if they failed again. He muttered that eternal punishment awaited them should they fall. Gazing toward a sealed jar, he whispered a promise. He would release what lay inside soon. Taizan sits calmly in the luxurious carriage, his eyes closed as the journey begins through a well-guarded road. Around him sit key figures: Qingwan, Soso, Soyan, and other members, each absorbed in silent observation of the surroundings. A conversation starts about the comfort of the carriage, with mentions of Master Bayok's generosity, stirring light-hearted reactions among the group. A brief verbal exchange between two men hints at underlying tension, observed silently by Taizan. Others sense the possibility of conflict and silently brace themselves for future friction between those two. Discussion shifts to route choices, with concerns about pirates raised, but one member confidently declares land travel safer. The divine physician mentions Lady Yan Heron, realizing she too is headed toward the River Marshal Alliance. He explains she took a different route by boat and probably remains unaware of their land journey. Though surprised at the boat choice, another reassures that Yan Manor has capable warriors to protect her. He confirms Yan Manor's strength, with loyal and elite fighters at Lady Yan Heron's disposal. Yan Heron herself is highly trained, making her more capable than even her own guard who humbly serves her. Some within the group question whether she realizes her own strength given the monstrous talents surrounding her. Qingwan reflects quietly, stealing glances at Suryan, showing hints of concern or admiration. Memories arise of the moment Suryan was introduced to Lady Yan Heron as her attendant and martial arts companion. With a respectful bow, Soyan pledged loyalty, signaling the start of a bond through shared training and duty. In the training hall, Soyan silently observes a girl practicing martial strikes on a wooden dummy with focused intensity. She hesitates, unsure how to approach the stranger, though curiosity keeps her feet rooted. The girl, cheerful and warm, turns with a smile, introducing herself as Yan Heron and extending a hand in friendship. As twilight settles, the group camps outside the manor, preparing for an overnight stay during travel. Soyeon and Kyungwon begin a sparring session near the cliffs, watched by the others under the sunset sky. Soyeon steps forward with a calm breath, raising her sword into position before lunging swiftly. Their swords clash in a flurry of swift strikes, sparks flying from every meeting of steel. Kyungwon, watching closely, narrows his eyes as Soyeon's strength grows sharper with each move. The battle intensifies as both warriors exchange aggressive blows in close quarters, testing each other's limits. Kyungwon wonders why Soyeon is unusually aggressive, sensing something driving her fiercely today. With a loud shout, Soyeon surges forward, unleashing a powerful slash that forces Kyungwon back. The two move across the field at high speed, sword swings echoing through the dusk. Kyungwon stumbles slightly as his strike grazes Soyeon's shoulder, drawing blood and surprising him. Despite the injury, Soyeon brushes it off, insisting they continue without pause, though clearly straining. Before they can resume, the distant call for dinner breaks the tension, signaling the end of their match. As Kyungwon mentions dinner, his words trail off mid-sentence, distracted by the sight of someone walking off silently into the distance. He watches quietly, sensing a strange mix of unease and hesitation as the group settles by the fire. Around the campfire, the group begins their meal in relative peace, each person occupied with their own thoughts. The divine physician and others share light banter while Soso and Danyang giggle warmly beside the flames. Kyungwon, though present, sits with a furrowed brow, seemingly disconnected from the cheerful atmosphere. Noticing his distant look, the divine physician leans closer and asks if he is worried. Breaking Kyungwon's train of thought, Kyungwon is startled by the question and tries to deflect, unsure how to respond or admit what's bothering him. The divine physician, calm and insightful, urges him to act before regret sets in. Suggesting he search for answers. Staring into the fire, Kyungwon confesses his confusion, uncertain of what happened or how to confront the situation. With a gentle tone, the divine physician tells him not to overthink and just be sincere in showing concern. He hands Kyungwon a small wrapped bundle of food, teasing him about his lack of subtlety in serious conversations. Kyungwon accepts the bundle quietly, glancing towards Soso, who smiles as if wishing him luck. Under the moonlit mountains, Soyeon trains alone with deadly focus, her blades slicing through the air. Unbeknownst to Soyeon, a mysterious figure moves stealthily nearby, hidden in the shadows behind the trees. Suddenly, Soyeon senses danger and unleashes a powerful sword technique, her eyes sharp and instincts honed. Soyeon unleashes a high-speed technique, her blade forming arcs of energy as she trains in solitude under the night sky. Soyeon realizes something, her eyes widening with focus. Nearby, Kyungwon observes quietly, unsure whether to interrupt or simply witness the intensity unfolding. With sharp precision, Soyeon delivers a final slash that slices through air and lands cleanly on a large training boulder. Kyungwon remains speechless, stunned by the technique's power and control as silence settles over the field. Taesin suddenly appears, acknowledging the skill but criticizing Soyeon's mind as cluttered with distractions. Taesin explains that Soyeon's lack of awareness prevented him from noticing his approach, something that could have been fatal. Sereon begins to respond with hesitation, but is advised instead to clear her mind and remain fully alert. She questions how many people could truly do that, to which Taesin calmly replies that hundreds already can, and more exist beyond his knowledge. Taesin concedes that living within self-imposed limits isn't necessarily wrong, but still a choice one must recognize. This statement resonates with Soyeon, who listens in silence from behind a rock, her thoughts visibly stirred. In that moment, she realizes those limitations were her own creation, forged from fear rather than fact. As Soyeon steps forward, her body is engulfed in a calm, golden light, her consciousness slipping into an awakened state. Kyungwon observes silently. The universe seems to open before Soyeon's stars, droplets of light and limitless space filling her mind's eye. Standing still, she enters the legendary transcendent trance, a rare realm of ultimate focus and clarity. A lone martial artist stood under the vast sky, lost in thought. He reflected on the limitations he had placed upon himself throughout his life. Visions of his past emerged, moments of failure, self-doubt, and the people who once restrained his potential. He remembered the burden of expectations and the weight of others' opinions. As he let go of those mental chains, a surge of golden energy erupted from within. His body ascended as sparks and light swirled around him, breaking free from all inner constraints. Elsewhere, a figure meditating near a boulder began radiating golden light. Another observer stepped forward, sensing something extraordinary in the air. The man gasped as he identified the phenomenon as the transcendent trance, a legendary state that few martial artists ever achieved. He cautiously approached the glowing figure, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment and unsure whether to intervene or observe. Realization dawned. The trance user was aware of his presence. The observer halted, noting the other's calm awareness. Panic struck as he remembered warrior Yo, likely nearby and unprotected. His thoughts turned to her safety. Without delay, he sprinted toward her location, driven by urgency and concern. Hoping to reach in time, he arrived breathless, but relieved to see Yo unharmed. She remained deep in concentration, her body still surrounded by golden light. He recognized the importance of this ritual. She needed uninterrupted focus to complete the process without harm. The two stood quietly as night faded into dawn, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation and reverence. With the first light of day, a pillar of divine energy burst skyward. A spectator watched in awe, recognizing it as the true transcendent trance. Another warrior arrived on the scene, warrior Keshin. His presence was unexpected and raised immediate questions. Yu, still silent and focused, remained in place, her gaze locked forward, unaware or unfazed by the arrival. Byok Tai Su welcomed the girl as she awoke from her trance, congratulating her on reaching enlightenment. His calm presence offered reassurance. She asked how long he had been there. Tai Su explained that he stayed nearby the entire time, worried someone might interfere. Hearing this, the girl looked down, clearly touched by his quiet protection and concern. Curious, she noticed a cloth bag beside him and asked what it was. Tai Su opened it, revealing food. He admitted he brought it for her in case she got hungry, though it had grown cold over time. She picked up a rice ball and took a bite, her expression softening with warmth as she chewed slowly. Moved by the gesture and the taste, she smiled sincerely and thanked him. Calling the food delicious, Tai Su beamed at her words, his eyes lighting up with pride and quiet joy. Under the soft morning sky, the two stood in peaceful silence, sharing a rare moment of comfort. Still regaining strength, the girl asked for help standing. They soon traveled together through a serene bamboo forest. Inside a carriage, Tai Su sat with others. One elder asked about the trance, impressed by the girl's success. She humbly credited Tai Su for his guidance, expressing her gratitude as his student. Tai Su warned her of the risks of entering the transcendent trance without preparation, emphasizing its dangers. He explained that if it failed, the consequences could be irreversible, even fatal. He reminded her she was only safe because someone had stayed to protect her this time. Inside the carriage, a quiet glance was exchanged between Byok Tai Su and the girl. Both were visibly flustered, but said nothing. The others noticed the sudden silence and awkward tension. A younger companion trembled nervously, unsure what had just happened. A senior figure watched from the side, quietly acknowledging that despite her timid nature, the girl had achieved something remarkable this time. The caravan continued traveling through the bamboo forest, sunlight spilling between the trees as they neared their destination. The group arrived at Yikang, a key location in the Hubei province and home to the River Marshal Alliance. As they came to a stop, someone stepped down from the wagon, ready to re-enter the world beyond their long journey. A silver-haired companion joyfully announced their arrival at the River Marshal Alliance. Relief was clear in his voice. He expressed happiness at finally reaching a place with solid shelter, joking about poor sleep during travel. Behind him, Byok Tai Su listened silently, his sharp gaze already scanning the surroundings with caution. As they entered the city grounds, a local man greeted them respectfully and whispered something urgent into Tai Su's ear. Tai Su listened carefully, his expression unreadable. The mood around him shifted instantly. A girl nearby looked to him with concern as he processed the information, silently preparing for what came next. The girl asked Tai Su who the messenger was. He didn't reply immediately. Another companion guessed the visitor was from the Hao faction. Tai Su confirmed indirectly and shifted the topic. He informed them that the boat from Yan Manor would arrive within the hour and tasked the girl with guarding Lady Yan. The girl was stunned when Byok Tai Su assigned her to guard Lady Yan. She hesitated, unsure if she was truly ready. Another companion teased that Tai Su must have timed their arrival to meet Lady Yan. He coolly denied it, claiming coincidence. Still, he subtly acknowledged it had been quite some time since they last saw each other, and his steps grew faster. The girl remained silent, her expression reflecting quiet emotion as she watched Tai Su walk away. A companion noted how much Byok Tai Su had matured. The moment was sincere, her voice nearly cracking with sentiment. She respectfully bowed in his direction, acknowledging his growth not just in strength, but in character. At the harbor, Lady Yan stood at the bow of the ship with grace. She looked distant, lost in thought. She whispered to herself about Suyin, expressing how she longed to see her once more. Suddenly, a voice called her name. Her eyes, wide in recognition, lit her face. It was unmistakable. As Byok Tai Su called her name. Suyin gasped, the shock and joy overwhelming. She began to speak, unable to hold back the emotion, her voice soft and trembling. Tae-su stood calmly, smiling at her with quiet affection as their long-awaited reunion began. Soyeon rushed forward and embraced Tae-su with open arms, crying out his name in disbelief and joy. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected meeting, admitting she had missed him terribly. Despite the joy, Soyeon grew uneasy in the crowd. She whispered that there were too many eyes watching. It made her uncomfortable. As Lady Yan spoke, a hidden figure asked who she was talking to. The voice came from the deck of a grand ship. Descending with elegance was Seaman Jihak, eldest son of the Seaman clan, accompanied by formal guards. Lady Yan stood in surprise, clearly recognizing him. Tae-su observed silently, noting Jihak was likely the one she feared encountering. Lady Yan introduced her companion as both her bodyguard and closest friend. Trying to project confidence, Jihak responded mockingly. He chuckled behind his fan, questioning her judgment and calling her too casual. With a veiled warning, he implied that bodyguards who get too close often overstep boundaries. Jihak's insults continued, criticizing the idea of a bodyguard leaving her side and doubting the girl's strength. He claimed she looked too weak to be of use in a real fight. Lady Yan stood firm, stating she had ordered the separation herself. Tae-su watched the tension rise. The scene flashed back to a memory. Lady Yan had once defended her friend fiercely during childhood. Her bold actions had shocked those around her, particularly when she challenged unfair views about girls in martial arts. Even then, she faced opposition, but her determination to protect others never wavered. Back in the present, Lady Yan took charge. She told her friend to stay quiet to avoid worsening things. The emotional weight of the moment hit Tae-su gently asked if she was all right after the confrontation. Lady Yan smiled softly, assuring him it didn't hurt as much as it looked. Tae-su is surprised when someone hints at a reunion with Lady Yan. A nearby woman teases him about arriving early just to meet her. Tae-su denies the assumption, stating their arrival times merely aligned by chance, but his faint smile betrays his feelings. He silently walks away as someone notes how long it has been since the two last saw each other. The young woman standing beside him is speechless, staring at Tae-su as he walks off. A servant nearby sniffles, touched by how much Master Byok has matured. With a composed look, Tae-su offers a deep bow, showing both humility and intent. At the harbor, Lady Yan disembarks from a large ship followed by attendants. She quietly speaks about how long it has been since she met Suyin, wishing for her presence. Suddenly, someone calls out to her. Lady Yan's name echoes from the crowd. Byok Taesin was approached by a man who mockingly referred to him as Lady Yan's former fiancé. Taesin calmly questioned the term, former, pointing out that he hadn't heard of any broken engagement. The man, flustered, denied any change in their engagement, although his confidence was clearly shaken. Challenging the situation further, the man demanded to know why Taesin was traveling with his supposed fiancée. Lady Yan explained that their families arranged for the trip due to an important gathering of rising martial talents. Unbothered, Taesin casually invited her to join him at his accommodation. Leaving the man stunned by her acceptance, the group arrived at the port, preparing to move toward their lodging after disembarking from the ship. Watching Taesin, the man gritted his teeth, calling him arrogant and trying to hide his jealousy. Internally, he resented Lady Yan's coldness toward him throughout the journey, something that only deepened his bitterness. He reflected with disbelief on how she could show warm expressions around Taesin but never toward him. Clutching his fan, he reassured himself that no matter what, she would eventually marry him. He refused to accept that a man like Byok Taesin, a nobody, in his eyes could win her over. As the sun set, Taesin and Lady Yan walked together by the water in silence. They exchanged glances, sensing unspoken emotions between them. Though neither voiced them aloud, Taesin began to wonder why she seemed so drawn to him. Had something happened between them in the past? As the sun set behind them, Byok Taesin and Lady Yan quietly walked along the dock, lost in thought. Taesin watched her closely, slowly realizing she resembled someone from a fading memory. A voice from his past echoed in his mind, commanding him with a promise, "You will do it." He remembered her standing proudly in the past, encouraging him to rise to the level of a supreme being. But the memory turned dark, revealing her bloodied form in his arms. Moments before death, her final words had been filled with love and loss, leaving Taesin stunned and silent in the present. The sun glistened on the river as Taesin and his group approached a large martial arts sect. This was the River Martial Alliance, known for its strength and influence. Taesin and his companions observed its grand scale, noting it rivaled the Murim Alliance itself. One of the companions explained that the group was essentially a mini Murim Alliance. Despite the name, Hubei Taesin acknowledged its size with approval. impressed by the structure and order. They began moving toward the entrance hall, prepared for the welcome awaiting them inside. A cheerful young girl greeted them, excitedly remarking on the size of the place. An elder welcomed them, stating they were to be treated as important guests during their stay. Taezin's companion joked about his own fame, while another smugly claimed credit for their recognition. Two of Taezin's companions began arguing loudly, both claiming credit for their group's recent prestige. Their shouting escalated, drawing uncomfortable stares from others nearby. An elder finally approached, calling out to the two of you, interrupting their quarrel with authority. Later, Bayok Taezin calmly expressed his intention to seek skilled physicians in the area. A confused companion reminded him they already had two famous physicians with them. Taezin bluntly explained that he had overused their abilities, causing a decline in their effectiveness. One physician admitted he became healthier after each treatment, even though it was painful. However, they had no knowledge of local clinics, creating a problem. The white-haired man suggested going out to find and hire physicians directly, an idea that impressed even the elder. The dark-haired elder boasted that he was better at judging doctors and told the other to mind his own business. His rival challenged him to a bet, curious if he was willing to prove his confidence. With a sly smile, he asked what the stakes would be, showing real interest. After a moment of silence, the elder pointed directly at his opponent. He declared that what he wanted in return was to know his true identity. The white-haired man paused, clearly affected, but gave no immediate response. The white-haired man asked if the elder was ready to hear the truth, warning it might be difficult to handle. Without hesitation, the elder insisted he could handle it, dismissing any concern. In return, the white-haired man requested to learn the elder's exclusive acupuncture technique, one needle art, if he lost. The elder was shocked and furious, exclaiming that it was his most prized possession. Still, the other clarified he only needed the acupuncture part, not the full martial technique. Reluctantly, the elder accepted the bet, and they agreed whoever pleased Bayok Taezin the most would win. The white-haired man laughed confidently, certain he'd expose the secrets they were hiding. That night, eerie purple energy spread across the rooftops as treatments began. Observing the scene, he noticed some patients weren't reacting with as much pain as expected, raising suspicion. Bayok Taezin suddenly appeared silently, startling everyone with his presence. He commanded them to replace the patients and demanded they each bring one more person daily. Frightened by his aura, one of them nervously agreed to the task without question. A physician tried to casually ask Taezin which healer he preferred, hoping to win the bet. Taezin, aware of the bet, brushed it off and said he would decide after seeing all candidates. The white-haired man celebrated, convinced victory was near, while his rival muttered doubts below. Bayok Taezin stood in silence, reflecting on the recent souls he had absorbed. He noted that their effects were weaker than those from his two usual sources, questioning if it related to medical skill through experimentation. He had learned that each soul's spirit power carried unique attributes depending on its origin. He discovered that physicians' souls helped heal his body, while courtesans' souls gave off lustful energy. What his body now needed most, however, were untainted souls, pure and clean of corruption. Just then, the young girl Soso entered, cheerfully checking on his well-being. Soso bowed politely and asked if he had rested well, unaware of his thoughts. Taezin gave a cryptic smile, whispering that she arrived at the perfect moment. He reached toward her, assuring she wouldn't feel pain, his hand glowing with ominous energy. Elsewhere, two men trekked through a dark cavern, guided only by a lantern. One complained about the long walk, while the guide assured they were almost there. They had been walking for hours toward a hidden objective deep within the mountain. The guide explained that the creations they sought had matured for less than 10 years. Further inside were ones aging for 70 years, reserved for top elders only. Still, he claimed the nearer ones could defeat elite warriors and would serve them well. The elder paused, exhausted, while his companion looked on silently. Waiting suddenly, the old man shouted with excitement, having finally located the entrance. He laughed it off, explaining that he forgot the exact spot due to how long it had been since his last visit. They stepped into a hidden chamber as the elder asked confidently, "What do you think?" The man remained silent, assessing what he was seeing. Before them was a long chamber filled with dozens of sealed stone sarcophagi. The elder boasted that they would prove useful, confident in the power of his hidden creations. Inside one coffin, a figure's scarred face was revealed, hinting at the power that slept within. In the dead of night, deep within the mountains, a dark and isolated fortress stood silently as strange laughter echoed across the cliffs. Inside the eerie residence of Seo Dagoon, robed figures gathered in a ritual chamber centered around a circular altar with sealed statues and drums. At the front, a masked priest began a solemn ceremony. With each beat of the drum, the surroundings trembled and the ritual intensified. Ancient scrolls containing forbidden incantations floated in the air as the priest concentrated and formed seals with his fingers. Bound corpses twitched violently as the ritual took hold. Strange symbols glowed red on their arms, markings of possession. A sealed jar containing a captured soul was forced into the corpse's mouth, finalizing the unnatural fusion process. The air turned heavy as the ritual reached its peak. Nearby cult members watched the grotesque scene unfold. One cultist noted that the souls sealed in jars were successfully entering the bodies, indicating completion. Another speculated these beings might be half Jiangxi, but the leader clarified that they were something far more dangerous. He explained half. Jiangxis were poisoned humans with retained souls, but these creations had foreign souls forcibly infused. Because of this, they retained mobility, partial will, and even martial prowess, unlike traditional undead. Though technically revived, they were better off dead. Their rebirth was unnatural, driven by external control. A follower questioned how such beings could be controlled, fearing their strength and resistance. The leader mentioned that only the Ukraine clan knew the secret technique, likely a soul, restricting sorcery. Despite concerns, loyalty to the clan was reaffirmed. All present knew the price of betrayal was far worse than death. A giant drum echoed through the mountain temple as a crimson sky loomed above. The ritual had entered its final stage, and all participants moved with deadly precision. A robed elder performed incantations while surrounding talismans ignited, resonating with the drum beats. The atmosphere turned heavy with spiritual energy. From the shadows, a monstrous figure slowly stood upright, barefoot and ragged. The man's body trembled violently, overwhelmed by the ritual's power. This was Bayok-Tazen, the one chosen to bear its burden. Dark incense burned as a masked figure raised 2 fingers, triggering the energy seal binding the circle. 6 bodies were arranged on a ritual diagram, each serving a purpose in the transference. Smoke swirled ominously above them. Bayok-Tazen's body, still chained to the center, began emitting a faint glow as the circle activated. His consciousness slowly returned as the smoke cleared. A peaceful pagoda stood under clear blue skies, concealing the tension brewing inside. Inside the hall, 2 physicians respectfully greeted their host, marveling at the honor to meet him. Their attention was on the host Baik Liab, a leader with commanding presence, who welcomed them humbly. Baik Liab offered them a seat, clarifying that he was merely a worker, not a ruler. He was formally introduced as the River Martial Alliance leader, recognized across the Muram. The physicians internally noted his intense aura, realizing they were in the presence of a powerful force. Baik Liab questioned their unusual lodging choice, curious about their stay at the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. He acknowledged that both were renowned in their field and heavily sought after by multiple factions. They confirmed interest from major clans and alliances, including Namgung, Jaegal, and the Black Alliance, hinting at the complex politics surrounding Bayok-Tazen's fate. A figure is seen in deep contemplation, pondering the relationship between the Muram Alliance and the Black Alliance. The person seems impressed by their power and influence. He expresses curiosity about the role of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and questions what kind of place could attract such powerful forces to work together. The response is calm yet assertive. The figure explains that he had merely found someone who could recognize his true worth rather than being coerced by threats. The man adjusts his posture, revealing that his involvement with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild is more than just a bet. There's something deeper at play. His companion suggests that despite the initial reason for joining, the situation has evolved beyond the bet, implying that there are other motivations now. The figure acknowledges the truth of the statement, hinting that his true loyalties no longer lie with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, but with something far more significant. The man looks out, contemplating his next move as he reflects on the talents he has encountered, knowing they are worth cultivating and using to his advantage. His thoughts become more focused as he envisions the possibility of the River Martial Alliance rising to dominance with the right people in his corner. He resolves to meet the second son, Bayok-Tazen, convinced that this individual will play a key role in his ambitions. Meanwhile, a young woman awakens from a peaceful sleep, realizing she is in her own room. Confusion fills her as she tries to piece together her recent memories. She recalls a moment with Master Bayok and wonders if it was a dream or reality, feeling a sense of warmth and safety from the encounter. As the realization hits, she looks around, acknowledging the calm, peaceful dream she had, but quickly remembers she has overslept and needs to act fast. Flustered and in a hurry, she springs out of bed, panic setting in as she realizes she's late and needs to prepare quickly. Her thoughts race as she prepares to face the day, wondering what her next steps will be and whether the events with Master Bayok were merely a dream or something more. Despite the rush, a smile forms on her face as she remembers the warmth and comfort of her dream, reminding herself that it was a sign of hope as she rushes to get ready. The girl walks down the corridor, noticing a strange purple light emanating from Master Bayok's room. Her curiosity piqued. She wonders what could be happening. She stares at the glowing light coming from the room, concerned and confused. It's not something she's seen before and wonders what it might mean. She mumbles to herself, questioning if this light could be connected to Master Bayok. A sense of unease and curiosity fills her as she watches the mysterious phenomenon. Inside the room, Bayok Taisen meditates deeply, his body surrounded by the same glowing purple energy. His expression is intense, focused on something beyond the visible world. He reflects on the soul energy he extracted earlier, realizing just how pure and powerful it was. The energy he's working with feels extraordinary, unlike anything he's encountered before. He recalls how he had previously extracted someone's soul, and this time it felt different, more stable, almost like his body and soul were being reinforced by it. He feels a sense of power growing within him. As the energy continues to build, Bayok Taisen feels a sense of connection and growth, as if his body and soul are being strengthened with each passing moment. He reflects on the process, realizing that what he had been doing before was simply an attempt to reconnect his meridians, but now his entire being feels more solid and unified. With a sense of satisfaction, he acknowledges that this new technique, the soul-attaining demonic art, has opened up new possibilities for him. It's something he feels at peace with, knowing it's a crucial step towards his goals. Meanwhile, at a gathering for rising stars of the River Martial Alliance, people are discussing the latest rumors. The talk shifts to a woman's arrival, confirming that a certain rumor was true. The woman, who is visibly striking and beautiful, draws attention from those around her. She exudes confidence and strength, making an impression on everyone in the room. However, it's noted that Master Bayok Taisen isn't present. Some speculate that he's been locked away in his room for the past 2 days, leading to curiosity about what he's been doing. One of the women present in the gathering wonders aloud if Lady Yan has been thinking about Master Bayok, again expressing concern about him. Another woman reassures her, explaining that Bayok Taisen is probably focusing on his enlightenment process, suggesting that he doesn't need to be worried about. Lady Yan, with a knowing smile, confirms that she has experienced transcendence trance, a powerful spiritual state, and acknowledges that it was thanks to Bayok Taisen's guidance. Her newfound strength becomes a topic of admiration among the others. A new figure approaches Lady Yan, addressing her in a mocking tone. The man comments on her presence without her fiancé, implying something is amiss. Lady Yan recognizes him, thinking to herself that he's from the Golden Clan. Her expression remains composed as she prepares to deal with his insolence. With a sly grin, the man adds that this situation is turning out quite well. He's clearly enjoying the discomfort he's causing. The man invites Lady Yan to join him for a drink, hinting at a more personal engagement. He even suggests that she would be better off with someone like him than her fiancé. Lady Yan appears to hesitate for a moment before silently considering his offer. She's clearly not interested, but remains calm in the face of his audacity. The man continues to push, suggesting that merchants like her fiancé are beneath her. Lady Yan, however, remains unfazed and quietly declines, citing her unwell state. Unperturbed by her refusal, the man insists, playfully suggesting that a drink could cure any sickness she may have. Lady Yan reluctantly agrees to go along, though she clearly doesn't enjoy the idea of spending time with him as she begins to walk with him. Something unexpected happens. Suddenly, someone steps in between them, demanding that the man stop. There's a sense of authority in the interruption, and everyone looks towards the newcomer, the new figure. Clearly unafraid, addresses the man sharply. She warns him not to make advances towards someone who already has a fiancé. The man responds arrogantly, belittling the interrupter, calling her just a bodyguard. The newcomer remains unfazed, her calm demeanor not changing as she faces him. The man asks if the newcomer knows which clan he hails from, smirking as if to intimidate her, but she isn't intimidated in the slightest. The newcomer Soyin reveals that she is the successor of the Simon clan, a powerful and respected family. Her confidence fills the room as her status is made clear. Shocked, the man stammers, realizing that Soyin is someone of great power, but she continues, not backing down from her stance. Soyin challenges him, asking if he believes his own clan can handle her, her eyes locking with his in a defiant stare. Her tone is calm, but it's clear she's not afraid of him or his clan. As tension rises in the room, Soyin's sharp words catch the attention of everyone. The man she challenged hesitates, not knowing how to respond to her challenge. Others in the room begin to whisper, speculating about Soyin's identity. A voice wonders aloud if this is the same person from the Golden Wall Merchant Guild that everyone's been talking about recently. Lady Yan's eyes widen as she recognizes the voice. With a sudden rush of realization, she exclaims in shock, "Master Bayok." It seems she hadn't expected him to be in the room. The scene shifts to reveal the man who had been causing all the commotion. He looks smug as he announces that he's the one who's been talking non-stop and creating all this noise. He walks forward, the confidence in his step undeniable. His gaze sharpens, and he confronts the group, his eyes locking onto Sioyin. A glowing object is being activated as a strange energy begins to surge from it, creating a swirl of ominous smoke and light. A sense of danger is in the air as the energy intensifies. The energy continues to surge, and the glowing object begins to affect the surrounding environment. The reaction from the object causes a visible, powerful force that disrupts the atmosphere. The mysterious force erupts, and the character seems to be overwhelmed by it. His body begins to show signs of transformation, as he struggles against the immense power coursing through him. The character awakens in a strange place, confused and disoriented. He is unsure of his surroundings, but the impact of the energy surge has clearly altered his state. He inspects his body, sensing a dramatic change. His movements feel unfamiliar, and something about him is different. He is in disbelief over what has occurred. A voice calls out, addressing him as Guangdong Demon, confirming that he is awake. The stranger in the shadows speaks with a knowing tone, hinting at the consequences of the event that just occurred. The mysterious figure introduces himself as Seo Dugun. Explaining the situation, he mentions that the character has been saved and now serves the powerful being Haikrian Bigwang. The character, still in shock, listens as the gravity of his situation begins to settle in. He is now part of a larger plot he never intended to be a part of. The scene shifts, revealing the group's connection to a greater force. They have all been drawn into a conflict that will test their loyalties and lead them to confront the very power that has shaped their fates. A confrontation arises as the character faces a man accusing him of burdening Lady Yan. The speaker is enraged, calling out the character for his actions and involvement. The character, confused, questions the claim of burdening Lady Yan. His focus shifts to the heated accusation, wondering how he became involved in this conflict. A moment of realization sets in as he acknowledges the complex web of relationships he has become entangled in. He is confronted with his past actions and the consequences that follow. The accusation continues as the person challenges the character's intentions, questioning how long he plans to be a burden. Tension mounts as they lock eyes. Unwilling to back down, the character responds with a defiant look, subtly hinting at his true feelings about the situation. His calm demeanor masks the internal turmoil brewing within. The final exchange leaves the character caught in a complex web of power, duty, and the harsh realities of his past. He is left contemplating his future decisions, knowing that the path forward will not be easy. The tension escalates as the character is confronted with a challenge. The question is raised about the purpose of discussing his clan, which triggers an angry response. The character tightly grips a weapon, his expression revealing his frustration. He is done with the verbal exchanges and ready to take action. A determined smile appears on his face as he declares his intent to take the matter outside, signaling that the confrontation is about to turn physical. The scene shifts to a dark courtyard where the group has gathered. The challenge has been set, and the atmosphere is heavy with anticipation. One figure eagerly asks when the fight will begin. Clearly anticipating the clash, his excitement contrasts with the rest of the group's tense silence. Another individual questions the apparent madness of the challenger, asking if he's lost his sanity due to fear, which heightens the anticipation even further. The character, now fully prepared, announces that he has gained new insight and enlightenment in recent days. His confidence is clear as he prepares for the test ahead. His opponent scoffs, but the air is thick with the unspoken understanding that a serious fight is on the horizon. The challenge has been accepted. With a sharp laugh, both figures brace themselves for combat. The stage is set, and neither is backing down as the energy in the air crackles. The fight erupts in a flurry of motion. The challenger attacks with fierce speed, his weapons slicing through the air in a blur. The two fighters clash violently, each blow creating shockwaves and the sound of metal against metal. Both are locked in an intense struggle. The force of their movements causes the environment to shake, and the battle intensifies, leaving behind destruction in their wake. The challenger lets out a scream as he is sent flying backward by the overwhelming force of the clash. His opponent watches with an unreadable expression. The onlookers are shocked by the outcome, eyes wide as they witness the devastating result of the confrontation. The challenger crashes into the ground defeated, as his body slides across the floor. His opponent stands victorious, the battle drawing to a decisive close. The character is in disbelief, watching as his opponent recovers and stands up. He mutters in shock, "Impossible." As the unexpected turn in the fight causes a moment of pause, a boot steps down on the ground with force, the sound resonating through the still air. The character seems to sense something dangerous approaching. The boot crushes something, and the tension in the scene escalates. The focus is on the action as the opponent's next move seems imminent. The weapon whips through the air, creating a sharp, dangerous arc. The force behind it is palpable, and the opponent looks startled by the speed and power of the strike. The opponent is visibly terrified, realizing the gravity of the situation as the weapon nears. The expression shows fear, and he tries to react but is too late. The blade strikes with devastating precision, leaving the opponent screaming in pain. His body is overwhelmed by the force of the blow, and his fate is sealed. The fight continues with a sudden shift in focus. The opponent who has been struck is now in a vulnerable position, lying defeated and injured on the ground. The remaining fighters exchange tense words, with one accusing the other of attacking when their guard was down. The words are charged with anger and frustration. A quiet moment follows, as the victorious fighter responds with a calm expression, hinting at something much greater and more dangerous lurking beneath the surface. The challenge continues as the defeated fighter prepares for a final, desperate attempt to reclaim his honor. His resolve is shown in his posture, despite his weakened state. A counterattack is launched, filled with aggression and force. However, the victorious fighter remains composed, ready to meet the challenge head. On the scene is filled with raw energy as both combatants move with explosive power, the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. The action is fast and the tension palpable. The opponent's body is tossed aside by the overwhelming force of the attack, his struggle ending in a violent conclusion. The fight seems to be over. The victorious fighter stands tall, surveying the fallen, his expression calm but determined. He has proved his strength, but the battle has left its mark. The final words are spoken, hinting at a deeper, more complex web of conflict that is far from over. The defeated lie on the ground while the victor stands ready for whatever comes next. The defeated figure begins to stir. His voice is strained, and his eyes widen in shock as he starts to regain consciousness. Is his only audible reaction to the overwhelming sensation he's feeling. He reacts with confusion, his body seizing as he realizes something isn't right. The mysterious figure standing nearby observes his recovery and speaks in a calm, almost mocking tone. "Oh, you are awake!" His words only add to the tension in the air. The struggling man speaks in desperation. "I can't speak." His voice is weak, as if whatever is controlling him is forcing his body into submission. He gasps for air as the pressure intensifies. His expression shows a mixture of pain and confusion, as he struggles to understand what is happening to him. The antagonist reveals something sinister. "I've discovered something interesting thanks to you guys," signaling a twist in the plot. He seems to be gleeful about the newfound knowledge. The antagonist smiles as he makes his next move, clearly enjoying the torment. "Now then," he says, ready to take the next step in his dark plans. The once defiant man can do nothing but writhe in agony. "Gah! Aha!" His screams echo, but they are useless against the antagonist's power. The atmosphere shifts dramatically as the antagonist's voice echoes. Time to confirm it once more. His words are cryptic and suggest that this isn't the end, but only a part of something larger. The scene shifts to a more peaceful setting where a group of individuals is gathered. The shock of what transpired earlier is still fresh in their minds, and they whisper among themselves. A voice rises above the crowd as someone asks, "What is the Alliance leader doing here?" Their eyes are filled with curiosity and apprehension. The question is answered in a way that shifts the entire focus. The Alliance leader is here. The atmosphere thickens with intrigue as they realize the significance of the leader's presence. One of the characters, with a determined look, states, "I came here because I wanted to meet Taisen." The words carry weight, showing his intent and purpose. The crowd's attention is drawn to Taisen, who stands at a distance, seemingly unaware of the conversation around him. His presence is powerful, and the gathering is now focused on him. A voice echoes in the distance. "Oh, there he is," signaling the arrival of Taisen and the culmination of the intrigue surrounding his role in the unfolding events. A new figure speaks up, addressing Taisen directly. Do you know who I am?" The voice is filled with authority, and the intensity of the question hangs in the air. Taisen takes a moment to assess the situation. He then responds with a curious but indifferent expression. I think I've seen you somewhere before." His words confuse those around him. A bystander reacts with disbelief, questioning Taisen's ignorance. Is he seriously saying that to the Alliance leader? Their astonishment adds to the tension in the room. The Alliance leader is taken aback by Taisen's words and asks again, "You've seen me before?" His voice shakes slightly as he tries to process the situation. Taisen recalls the memory, a realization hitting him. "I remember now." His face shows a mix of understanding and recognition. The flashback begins to form as Tasin remembers their previous encounter. It was probably during a negotiation with the Muram Alliance decades ago. The tension shifts as the past catches up with them. The Alliance leader smiles to himself, seemingly proud of the recognition. Back then, he was just a young boy who could withstand my aura, he reflects, indicating his perception of Tazin's strength even then. The leader continues to reminisce, noting that despite Tazin's lack of skill at the time, he showed a strong will, which impressed him. He had quite a strong will despite lacking in skill then. The leader chuckles to himself, looks like I'll be nagged at by the administrator today, showing that his status hasn't prevented the usual problems of leadership. His casual tone masks the complexity of his thoughts. The leader's expression shifts as he looks at Tazin and the situation with a critical eye. I need to talk to you, he says, indicating that his motives go beyond casual pleasantries. A figure nearby responds to the leader's words, somewhat taken aback. Something like that. Their tone suggests uncertainty, adding to the weight of the leader's request. The leader continues with a firm response. You're first on the list. His focus is entirely on Tazin, signaling that he has other plans for him in the future. Tazin, standing his ground, is unshaken by the leader's words. He confidently states, I don't need to talk to you, you can move on to the next person. His voice is calm but carries authority. The leader reacts with surprise. Me. His confidence wavers slightly as he processes Tazin's refusal. Tazin's response is sharp and cutting. Yes, you have been chosen. The weight of his words creates a heavy silence, and the atmosphere becomes even more tense. The mysterious figure walks confidently, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the quiet night. His stride is purposeful, and his movements are deliberate. The figure reflects on the past, saying, if he was still just the young boy from the past, I would have beaten him up if he had tried to scold me, signaling that Tazin is no longer the same person he was years ago. The figure's expression changes as he acknowledges the complexity of the situation. But things would get complicated if I beat up the River Marshal Alliance leader. He understands the weight of his position. The scene shifts to a quiet village where the sounds of blacksmithing echo through the air. The clang of metal on metal fills the air as a weapon is forged. The blacksmith's workshop, labeled as the Black Iron Smithy, continues its work, creating powerful weapons with each strike. The hammer strikes the metal with precision and force. As the weapons are crafted, the sounds of the forge intensify. Sparks fly as the weapons are shaped into deadly instruments, symbolizing the preparation for what's to come. In the village, confusion begins to spread. A man at the forge looks up, sensing something wrong. Why is the fog so thick? He mutters, unable to understand the sudden change in the atmosphere. Another figure, a worker at the forge, responds with urgency. Hey, we need to work quickly if we want to deliver the order to the River Marshal Alliance in a few days. Their focus shifts to the task at hand, but the unease remains. The worker becomes more frustrated. Why is the person who went to ask for an extension not back yet? His frustration grows, adding to the tension in the scene. The workers in the forge feel the weight of the growing danger. One of them asks, what are you doing? As a mysterious presence is felt in the thickening fog. A figure emerges from the mist, shrouded in mystery. The workers freeze, unable to move. As the figure draws closer, the air is thick with tension and unease. The workers see something they cannot understand, an unsettling presence that shakes them to their core. They wonder, what is that? Their fear intensifies as they realize the danger approaching. The figure in the fog stands tall, their ominous silhouette cutting through the mist. Their presence is overwhelming, and their eyes glow with a haunting light. A dark and eerie atmosphere fills the air as an ominous presence looms in the background, with strange red markings flickering in the distance. A mysterious figure, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, stands in the mist. His glowing red eyes radiate a sense of danger and foreboding. Bystander, horrified by the figure, questions if these beings are even human, witnessing a terrifying transformation. The ominous figure takes a step forward, revealing his monstrous form as he moves swiftly through the fog. With a loud screech, the monstrous figure bares his fangs, charging towards the terrified crowd. Panic spreads among the group, with some attempting to flee as the horrific creatures close in. The monsters relentlessly pursue their targets, their red eyes piercing through the fog as they hunt down their prey. In the distance, the chaos intensifies as the figures grow in number, surrounding the survivors who try to escape. The atmosphere grows heavier with the impending doom. As the monstrous figures draw closer, one of the survivors, panicked and desperate, realizes there is no escape from the relentless pursuit. Despite the fear, he spots a nearby horse and sees a potential chance for survival. With a glimmer of hope, the survivor makes a mad dash toward the horse, believing it to be his only chance. Struggling to reach the horse, the survivor's steps quicken as the monsters grow closer. Sweat drips from his face as he pushes through the fog, his desperation mounting. With one final surge of effort, he reaches the horse, determined to escape the impending nightmare. With the horse now under control, the survivor rides it swiftly, feeling a surge of hope and relief as he manages to escape the advancing monsters. The horse gallops furiously through the mist, the sounds of pursuit growing quieter, but the fear still lingers in the air. The survivor, catching his breath, exclaims in relief, feeling like he has finally made it, but uncertainty still looms. The survivor now sees a structure in the distance, a doorway that symbolizes safety and an escape from the terror chasing him. As he urges the horse forward, his mind focuses on the doorway ahead, feeling the pressure build with each passing moment. The horrifying figures, glowing red, appear in the distance once more, just as he approaches the entrance, signaling his final challenge. The sound of footsteps grows louder as the survivor nears the gate, but his determination drives him forward despite the looming threat. The figures close in, their haunting presence palpable, but he is unwavering, knowing that survival depends on reaching that door. In the distance, the glowing red figures seem to pulse and intensify as they near their target. Blood begins to stain the ground as the survivors who couldn't escape fall prey to the relentless creatures, their struggles becoming futile. The trail of blood marks the path of destruction left in their wake, further emphasizing the danger the survivors face. The surviving figures appear to have no choice but to confront the unavoidable, each step leading to more devastation. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stands tall in the distance, surrounded by destruction. As others continue to fall, blood continues to pour from the fallen bodies, a stark contrast to the calm figure at the center. The figure, untouched by the devastation around him, looks on, silent, as the remnants of life spiral into darkness. The figure with glowing red eyes stands still, watching the surrounding chaos. His face is determined, almost knowing. With a faint smile, the figure's expression shows a glimpse of control over the situation as the bloodshed continues around him. The scene darkens, and the image shifts to reveal a large, imposing structure, the River Marshall Alliance. The story transitions to another setting where a person deep in thought stands as purple energy swirls around them. As the soul energies are extracted and purified, they begin to form into an ethereal shape representing the results of a powerful demonic technique. The figure reflects on the process, understanding the power they've unlocked within the souls, realizing that this is the key to unlocking further secrets. The person, now more confident, ponders the effects of the soul-augmenting demonic art they are exploring. A quiet conversation begins with a character asking about the progress of their experiment. The figure responds, explaining how each discovery feels more profound than the last. The conversation continues as others, also aware of the significance of the work, quietly observe and listen intently. Laughter fills the air as the figure compares two different physicians, clearly enjoying a playful rivalry. The figures surrounding him seem amused, one questioning the standards of the others, while Bayok-Taesin smiles smugly. A subtle tension rises as the figure hints at a more serious wager, challenging the others to step up their game. The atmosphere shifts, and the figure declares that the time has come for the two others to fulfill the terms of their bet. Shocked, the two figures argue, questioning the fairness of the challenge placed before them, but Bayok-Taesin's smile widens. A dark, almost menacing laugh escapes, hinting that the stakes may be higher than they had anticipated. Bayok-Taesin, with an air of authority, asserts that they'll continue to monitor the situation closely, making sure to hold others accountable. His words carry weight, and the others listen intently as he warns them about the consequences of acting without his knowledge. The tone shifts to a more serious note as the others begin to understand the full gravity of his command. A troubling report is delivered to the Alliance leader, revealing that the Black Iron Smithy has mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace behind. The Alliance leader, suspicious and focused, insists that something isn't right and demands a clear explanation. As the investigation deepens, the leader suspects external interference and even hints at a new plague spreading in the region, which could be linked to the strange disappearance. The Alliance leader contemplates the connection between the plague and the missing smithy, demanding a closer look at the two events. He orders further investigation and requests help from influential figures to understand the true nature of the threat. His mind shifts to a strategic focus, building alliances and ensuring that he gathers support, especially from notable figures. A conversation develops among the figures involved, debating the best approach for handling the situation and how to move forward. They seem to agree on involving a man named Bayok-Taesin, known for his powerful martial prowess and skills. The leader's gaze sharpens, and he orders his associates to reach out to Taesin, who might prove to be essential in the upcoming events. The conversation transitions to a more tactical focus. The Alliance leader, in a contemplative mood, reflects on Taesin's abilities and how he could influence the outcome of their troubles. His colleagues seem to acknowledge Taesin's potential, but there is a sense of caution mixed with intrigue. They prepare to see how Byok Taesin will react to their request for assistance, all while keeping a keen eye on his next move. Byok Taesin, with a quiet intensity, arrives on the scene, the air thick with anticipation. He stands tall, scanning the surroundings, his sharp senses immediately picking up on a subtle yet ominous presence. His thoughts linger on the faint but unmistakable scent of blood in the air, signaling that something much darker is at play. Byok Taesin inspects the scene and remarks that there is something unusual. While others can't detect it, his keen senses immediately pick up the faint scent of blood. His companions express confusion, not noticing anything, but Taesin calmly explains the gravity of the situation. Everyone in the area is dead. The severity of the situation starts to hit the group as they realize that more than 100 people have perished, leading to more questions. Taesin asks one of his companions if they know anything about poisons. The man responds confidently, revealing his knowledge of poisons, but warns that no one can surpass the poison demon in terms of skill with poison. They discuss how the poison in this case is eerily similar to the one often used by the poison demon, a notorious figure feared for their mastery of poisons. The group begins to focus on this new lead, as the mention of the poison demon raises concerns about their involvement in the deaths. Taesin continues his investigation, pondering the connection between the blood and poison scent, but he senses that something even darker may be at play. He orders the group to focus on investigating not just the poison, but also the disturbing energy that lingers in the air, hinting that there may be a deeper mystery to unravel. As they prepare to delve deeper into the mystery, Taesin's mind races with the possibility of encountering a dangerous and powerful force tied to this poison. Taesin's expression grows more intense as he prepares for what might be a new dangerous encounter related to the soul, augmenting demonic art. The scene opens in front of a blacksmith shop. A group of individuals gathers around, and one person mentions that the man in front of them is the River Martial Alliance leader, Baek Yob. His presence is commanding, and everyone reacts with awe and respect. Baek Yob greets the group, commenting on how even though he is extremely busy, he cannot ignore the requests made to him by the council members. He hints that there is an additional favor he needs to ask, but the tension builds as the other person wonders what it could be. The tension rises as Baek Yob's new request is revealed. The person he is speaking with begins to question whether it will involve investigating the people living in a nearby area, which Baek Yob confirms with an unsettling air of certainty. Baek Yob explains that while investigating the area under Byok's orders, traces of poison were discovered. The poison has already spread to the surrounding area, further heightening the urgency of the situation. His focus deepens as Baek Yob reflects on the gravity of the discovery. This is not a simple plague, something far more dangerous is afoot, as he seems to understand that this poison has a much deeper reach than initially believed. Baek Yob silently contemplates his next move, his mind racing through the possibilities as he prepares to take action. The weight of his responsibility is evident, and the looming question of what comes next hangs in the air. Baek Yob gazes into the distance, and his expression shifts into a serious one. He remarks that it has been a long time since he last practiced Heavenly Earth Stride, a technique that might now be necessary to deal with the emerging threat. A flash of memory seems to hit him as he recalls the power and precision that Heavenly Earth Stride can provide. This skill will likely be essential for navigating the growing complications in the area, signaling his readiness for action. Baek Yob begins to execute the Heavenly Earth Stride, his form twisting through the air with speed and control. The energy he releases manifests in a flurry of motion, a sign that he's preparing for something big. The scene shifts as Baek Yob lands after his intense movement. His expression is calm but focused, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. The figure of Baek Yob seems to be surrounded by an aura of power, emphasizing the force of his actions. The calm exterior contrasts with the internal focus, highlighting his mastery over the Heavenly Earth Stride. As Baek Yob stands poised, ready for his next move, a final look at the horizon shows his unyielding determination. The poisoned area awaits his intervention, and he is prepared to confront whatever comes next. Baek Yob pauses to gather his thoughts, his body still emanating power from the Heavenly Earth Stride. The situation is far from over, and his actions will determine how this conflict unfolds. As the scene fades out, his path is clear and the aura of the battle to come looms large. The poison, the power, and the unknown dangers ahead are now his primary focus. The air is thick with anticipation, as Baek Yob prepares for the next chapter of his journey, knowing full well that it will require all his strength and skill to navigate this perilous moment. A familiar scent fills the air, as Byok recalls a distinct smell, recognizing it as poison. The memory triggers a thought, and he reflects on his past encounter with the poison demon. His mind flashes back to the days when he was still the heavenly demon, remembering an arrogant foe who believed himself invincible. This encounter left a mark on his memory. He recalls the moment when his opponent tried to challenge him, unaware of the true power he wielded as the heavenly demon and the fierce battle that ensued. Byok reflects on how things could have been different had he crossed paths with the leader of the Martial Alliance instead of the poison demon. He knows he would have faced a different fate. However, he also acknowledges that every heavenly demon, including himself, is immune to poisons, which made him an unyielding opponent in his past battles. Byok's thoughts focus on the fact that no poison, no matter how strong, could withstand the demonic arts that augmented his soul arts so powerful that they could even destroy a soul. The poison demon, overwhelmed by the power of Byok, is punished. His punishment is a strange one. He must follow Byok around for eternity. The poison demon's daily struggle begins as he is forced to reveal a new poison recipe each day to survive. This strange punishment shows Byok's dominance over him. The poison demon's powerlessness becomes evident as Byok watches him, indifferent to his fate. Byok recalls the earlier times with some amusement, remembering how entertaining the situation was when the poison demon was forced to follow him around. Now, however, Byok wonders what the poison demon is up to, as he reflects on how things have changed since their last encounter. Byok's thoughts reveal a shift from entertainment to concern, as he wonders what kind of schemes the poison demon might be planning. In a calm conversation with his subordinates, Byok is informed that the investigation into the poison he had mentioned has been completed. They reassure him that the antidote to the poison is ready and can be administered at any time, showing the efficiency of Byok's network. Byok, satisfied with the news, orders that they prepare plenty of the antidote, anticipating that it will soon be needed in the future. Master Byok and a subordinate are engaged in a serious conversation about the investigation. The subordinate expresses his concern, stating that the more they investigate, the stranger the situation becomes. The subordinate points out that the poison involved doesn't seem to match the work of the notorious poison demon. There's doubt in his voice as he questions the nature of the situation. Master Byok's expression turns serious as he listens, his sharp eyes hinting that he's already analyzing the situation more deeply, contemplating the implications of this strange case. Master Byok reflects on the nature of the poison, acknowledging its deadly effects, but notes that it is made in a crude and unrefined manner. He continues to explain that if the poison had been properly prepared, the entire city would already be in ruins. The impact would have been catastrophic. Master Byok adds that, although it is a dangerous poison, it isn't designed to kill immediately. Instead, it weakens the body, draining one's vital energy slowly over time, causing a prolonged decline. The conversation turns darker as the subordinate warns that if the poison continues to be used, even survivors will become nothing more than walking corpses. Master Byok acknowledges this grim reality, confirming that continuous exposure would cause a slow death, leaving the poisoned individuals in a near-death state. In a more resolute tone, Master Byok orders that they continue treating the poisoned people in the area and focus on helping the River Martial Alliance leader, who may be at risk. Master Byok is deep in thought, suspecting that the source of this poison may be linked to the energy from the soul-augmenting demonic art, something he had sensed in the past. As the realization hits, Master Byok decides that more information is needed, leading him to make a decision about where to go next. With determination, he speaks his plan aloud. He will head to the Hao faction to uncover more about the mysterious source behind the poison. As Master Byok prepares to leave, he calls for Chen Hyungwan to join him. Chen is quick to respond. Acknowledging his master's call, they begin to walk together, and Master Byok's subordinate calls out to him, asking where he is headed. Master Byok does not slow his pace, his focus unwavering as he heads toward the Hao faction, ready to confront the mystery head on. Lady Yan informs the group that they were about to assist the divine physician and the needle eccentric. But now, they are headed somewhere else. A subordinate is taken aback, asking if they are really going to the Golden Jade House. He is surprised as it is a well-known brothel, and he expresses his shock. Lady Yan calmly confirms that it is the Golden Jade House, stating that it's the largest one in Yichang, further intriguing her companions about their destination. Another character inquires about Master Byok's association with Lady Yan. He is clearly uncomfortable with the situation, questioning how such an arrangement is possible. Master Byok, however, responds nonchalantly, offering to let the subordinate join them if he is bored. He doesn't seem concerned about the matter at hand. The subordinate hesitates, feeling the tension between Master Byok and Lady Yan, yet still uncertain about the situation. His nervousness is palpable, reflecting his confusion. Master Byok grows increasingly frustrated, as he has already asked this person multiple times and yet still receives no clear answer or response. In a voice filled with exasperation, Master Bayok tells him to just do whatever he wants, seemingly giving up on expecting a reasonable response. The subordinate, puzzled by this dismissal, watches as the tension between the two figures increases, but he remains silent, not sure what to make of it. Master Bayok, feeling defeated, declares he will help the divine physician and needle eccentric instead. The conversation turns back to a more serious matter. Lady Yan calls out to him, but he remains unmoved, walking away without turning back. He stops briefly, pausing to consider the earlier question from Lady Yan. He's now focused on the task ahead, though his mind still wanders to the earlier exchanges. As Master Bayok moves forward, he realizes he may have forgotten something important. He starts wondering about what Lady Yan had asked him to do earlier. Lady Yan, caught up in her own tasks, doesn't notice Master Bayok's distracted state as he mulls over what he might have missed. The scene shifts, showing Master Bayok and his companions continuing on their journey as they near the River Marshal Alliance's medical area, signaling the next stage of their mission. In a room filled with medical supplies, a physician is clearly frustrated. He wonders aloud why he is treating so many patients, a task he feels unprepared for. The physician reflects on his usual practice, noting that he has never treated more than one patient a day. This situation is beyond his usual scope. His companion questions how the physician could have gained such skills with so little experience, prompting the physician to recall his past struggles, where he treated 100 patients a day despite the challenges. The companion scoffs, saying treating 100 patients is nothing compared to his own record of treating 200 in a single day. The physician is skeptical of the claim, but is reassured that treating so many patients quickly is not necessarily beneficial for them. The companion admits he didn't want to do it, but his master forced him into this demanding task. The companion hints that his master is even scarier than the physician's master. The physician agrees that his master is terrifying, but the conversation takes a new turn when the companion asks if the physician knows Master Bayok's true identity. The physician hesitates, revealing that while he doesn't know the full truth, he has encountered someone similar to Master Bayok. The mystery surrounding Master Bayok deepens. The companion is frustrated by the vagueness and urges the physician to tell him everything. Now that they are allies, but the physician remains reluctant to share. The master becomes more insistent, asking directly about Master Bayok's identity. The physician tries to avoid answering. In a moment of tension, the master grows exasperated, feeling that the situation demands clarity. He presses the question again, but the physician dodges it once more. Before the conversation can continue, they are interrupted by an unexpected presence. The question of Master Bayok's identity remains in the air. The master, now alarmed, demands to know who this new figure is and what his connection to Master Bayok is. The figure drops a shocking revelation: Master Bayok is connected to the heavenly demon's sacred cult. This revelation stuns both characters. The master reacts in shock, realizing the magnitude of what he has just learned. The name Heavenly Demon brings everything into a new, dangerous light. The physician looks alarmed, turning to his companion in disbelief as he questions whether this new revelation about Master Bayok is true. The second character, equally stunned, stares at the physician, unable to believe the news. The tension is palpable as they both try to process the unexpected revelation. The scene shifts, and the two are left in silence as they come to grips with the gravity of the situation. The physician's shock lingers, but words fail him. In the dark of the evening, a shadowy figure watches from a rooftop. The figure's ominous eyes gleam in the fading light, suggesting something dangerous is afoot. The figure continues to watch over the area, clearly aware of the developing events. His presence suggests impending conflict, and the tension is thick in the air as the story takes a darker turn. A dark figure sits on the roof against the backdrop of a blood-red sunset. His glowing red eyes pierce through the scene, watching the gathered group below with a chilling intensity. The group of figures looks up in fear as the man stands. One person in the crowd whispers in confusion, questioning what these individuals truly are. The atmosphere grows tense, hinting at something dangerous about to unfold. A sense of urgency fills the air as the command is given: get everyone here into the medicine hall and to safety. The group quickly reacts, preparing for a looming threat that requires immediate attention. Lady Yan stands with a concerned expression, unsure of the situation. She asks for clarification, a look of unease forming on her face. In a hurried response, the man urges her to act quickly as there is no time to waste. He insists that martial artists from the River Marshal Alliance must come immediately. Lady Yan, now realizing the gravity of the situation, nods and agrees to follow the instructions, with determination to act swiftly and decisively. A sense of chaos unfolds as figures shout and move quickly. The tension grows as the reality of the threat becomes clearer, and the atmosphere becomes charged with urgency. As the scene shifts, the master's name, Master Bayok, echoes through the scene. A figure prepares for what seems like an impending confrontation or battle, signaling that the storm is about to break. The title of the manhwa, "The Heavenly Demon Wants a Quiet Life," is revealed, highlighting the series' central theme, a strong and powerful figure who longs for peace amidst escalating violence and danger. Inside a quiet room, the conversation continues as a figure inquires about a potential threat. The dialogue reveals an undercurrent of tension, hinting at conflict brewing beneath the surface. The tension between the characters intensifies. There's a mention of local thugs, and the figure demands that things be handled with greater care to avoid further disappointment. The conversation shifts towards recent suspicious activities. The urgency of the situation escalates as the characters prepare to address the growing threat, implying that this is just the beginning of something much larger. A messenger arrives with urgent news about the River Marshall Alliance. The situation becomes more dire as the characters prepare to meet the growing challenge head. The conversation reveals further stakes as they discuss an alliance with the Black Iron Clan and their ongoing investigation. Adding layers to the unfolding story, the scene builds suspense as they prepare for the confrontation ahead, setting the stage for action and deeper involvement in the unfolding drama. A conversation ensues as someone asks, "They asked for me." The figure is surprised by the news as he was unaware that he was being sought after. The reply confirms that the people asking for him have urgent matters to discuss. This revelation heightens the sense of importance in the situation, and the urgency of the message is clear. The man inquires where they are, and the response reveals that the individuals are staying at a nearby inn. This raises an immediate question. Why would they be at an inn instead of attending to their duties with the sick? A new tension arises as the man presses further, questioning how the individuals found out where he was. The response is evasive, with an implication of other means of tracking him. The man seems unsettled, but doesn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he orders his subordinate, Chan Kangwan, to subdue the person before him. The situation escalates quickly, turning hostile. The person being questioned reacts in shock and fear, asking what is happening as they are forcefully restrained. The once calm atmosphere now seems fraught with conflict. Lady Yan interrupts the tension, questioning what is going on. She points out that the man is actually a martial artist from the River Marshall Alliance, adding layers of suspicion to the situation. The dialogue reveals several troubling details. The most shocking is that the man claims the divine physician and needle eccentric personally asked for Master Byok, a claim that is hard to believe without a death wish. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lady Yan orders action. She directs someone to send a message to the River Marshall Alliance to check the inn, while also advising caution one of the people there might be a spy. As the scene intensifies, the subordinate looks panicked, unable to explain what is going on. There's a growing sense of distrust between all the characters involved. The uncertainty grows as the characters discuss the mysterious circumstances. It becomes evident that something far more dangerous is at play behind the scenes. Their next move will be crucial. In a sudden change of focus, the story shifts to a new plan. The main character will need to investigate further to uncover the truth behind these unexpected events. The final panels reveal a darker shift in the atmosphere. There are figures watching from afar, their intentions unclear. The visual of their silhouettes adds an eerie tone to the scene. An ominous feeling spreads as the characters wonder if this is all part of a larger trap. The danger is palpable, and the uncertainty grows as the shadows loom. As the situation reaches a critical point, the story takes a suspenseful turn. The question of what these figures are and what their connection is to the River Marshall Alliance becomes a central mystery to unravel. A figure in a dark cloak appears, speaking with an air of calm authority. He suggests putting down their weapons as he only came to have a conversation with the physicians inside the building. The individuals in front of him respond skeptically, questioning why he would want to talk to them. One of them points out the suspicious figures behind him, suggesting that the man should deal with them before expecting any conversation. The man responds, observing the strange energy within the figures. He speculates that they seem half alive, feeling the coexistence of both life and death energies within them. This observation heightens the sense of mystery and danger. The man now recognizes the figures as being from a cult, though he immediately dismisses his own deduction. He begins to focus on the weakness of these strange individuals, still unsure of their true nature. He continues explaining his thoughts, suggesting that the weak point in these creatures might lie where their two energies, life and death, intersect. However, he is not certain, adding an air of doubt to the situation. Another individual, having observed the strange energies, confirms that he can see it too. He acknowledges the man's knowledge, but decides to postpone asking further questions for now, understanding that time may not be on their side. The group shifts focus, and the leader grows impatient, questioning where the one who wanted to talk is. He demands that the man speak up, as tensions rise. The man responds nonchalantly, claiming that he had been waiting for a more opportune moment to speak, as the conversation had seemed to be growing more serious. His tone suggests that he is preparing for something significant. The leader's patience wears thin as he sarcastically invites the stranger to join their side if he's willing. This is a thinly veiled offer to ally with them, but the stranger is clearly not impressed, indicating that he has his own motives. The stranger dismisses the leader's offer, stating that such a suggestion is laughable. He mocks the rewards the group offers, suggesting they are far from enticing. The leader responds with anger, accusing the stranger of underestimating the offer. He warns that no one would be foolish enough to refuse such a tempting deal. The stranger's eyes narrow as he contemplates the words, and the air grows thick with tension. It seems like something is about to give, but the stranger's response is delayed, creating a sense of impending action. As the conversation nears its breaking point, the stranger finally speaks, revealing that he was not expecting anything from the offer. His focus shifts as he prepares for what seems to be an inevitable conflict. The situation escalates rapidly, and the stranger pulls out a small bell, a symbol of some impending doom. The bell rings ominously, signaling the start of something dangerous. As the bell sounds, the atmosphere shifts entirely. The figures surrounding them prepare for battle, their ominous presence indicating that this meeting will not end peacefully. The intense battle escalates as a piercing roar echoes through the air. The energy is palpable, and a violent clash occurs as the strange figures continue to charge forward, their eyes glowing ominously. One of the warriors shouts, acknowledging the overwhelming odds. They realize that they are unable to protect everyone in the area, and the situation is rapidly slipping out of control. The figure facing the enemy urges the others to try to survive on their own, preparing to fight back. This moment reveals the desperation and dire stakes as they fend off the relentless attackers. In the heat of battle, one of the warriors tries to find an escape route. They ask what should be done, but another figure responds with grim determination, acknowledging the necessity of fighting back. The warrior who had questioned the situation prepares to act, saying they will do their best to hold their ground and survive. The dynamic between the characters shifts as the group makes their last stand. Meanwhile, the enemy presses forward with relentless force. As the figures close in, the atmosphere grows tense, and the battle reaches its breaking point, intensifying the struggle for survival. One of the fighters swings their sword with determination, shouting out a challenge. "Take this," they declare as they unleash a powerful strike, cutting through the enemy's ranks. The battle is far from over as another enemy counterattacks with a fury of its own. The exchange of blows is brutal, with no signs of mercy on either side. The figure facing the enemy struggles against the relentless forces, but determination pushes them to fight on despite the overwhelming numbers. The enemy figure lets out a horrific scream as it is struck. Blood spills, and the battle turns even more brutal, with fighters realizing they are dealing with terrifying adversaries far stronger than anticipated. The intensity of the fight shocks the onlookers. One warrior exclaims in fear, "They are monsters." As the situation becomes clear, these attackers are no ordinary foes. The battle rages on, with the group struggling to hold their ground. The odds are not in their favor, and their only hope seems to lie in finding a way to escape or defeat these monsters. As the group realizes the dire nature of their situation, one of the warriors calls out to Doobie, demanding action. If things continue this way, everyone will die. The urgency of the situation takes over, and there's a desperate plea for a solution. One of the fighters urgently asks if there is anything that can be done to change the tide of the battle. Duvia responds, hesitating for a moment but eventually realizing they need to act. The tension is high as Duvia decides on the next course of action, preparing to face the overwhelming enemies with newfound resolve. The warriors prepare for another wave of enemies, as one of them shouts a warning to the others. "Another wave is coming, be careful." The group braces themselves, knowing that the battle is far from over. Frustration mounts as the group continues to face wave after wave of enemies. One of the warriors grumbles, there is no end to them. Despite their efforts to hit the weak spots of their attackers, the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. In a moment of desperation, one of them wishes that Master Bayok or Chan Kaingwan were present to help turn the tide. Their absence is keenly felt as the odds continue to stack against them. The enemy forces close in rapidly, and one of the warriors feels the terrifying presence of the approaching figures. When did they get so close? They wonder. Realizing that they're running out of time, fear takes over as the warrior desperately cries out, "No, I don't want to die." The weight of their situation becomes painfully clear with no escape in sight. In their final moments, the warrior pleads, "Please, save me, Master Bayok." The desperation in their voice is raw, but they know they are on the brink of losing everything. Just as the warrior faces certain death, the battle shifts, The sound of sword clashes fills the air as an unexpected savior intervenes, striking down the enemies with precision and force. Blood splatters as the sword slices through the enemies, cutting them down. The warrior who had been pleading for help is saved, but the cost of the battle remains high. In the aftermath, a voice gently asks, "Are you all right?" The savior, Lady Yan, stands in front of the warrior, her face filled with concern. The sight of her glowing with power offers a glimmer of hope in the midst of chaos. A man, clearly in distress, thanks a woman for her help, with a nervous expression on his face. The surrounding area is tense and chaotic, indicating they're in a dangerous situation. A concerned voice questions the well-being of the others. Specifically, Lady Yan. The man reveals that the situation is dire, as everyone has been evacuated to an inner chamber, but there is uncertainty about how long they can hold out. In the background, the tension escalates. The man's words convey a sense of urgency, urging everyone to prepare for the worst, as the fight is far from over. The group is now confronted with something mysterious, strange figures that do not appear human. The figure's unsettling appearance adds to the growing unease. The woman reveals her uncertainty, unsure of what these beings are. Her cautious observation suggests they could be half-living Jiangshi, adding a layer of mystery and danger to the situation. The man quickly acts, dismissing the need for further explanation. With urgency, he prepares them for the worst, as it becomes clear that these creatures are targeting them. A brief explanation follows on how to defeat the creatures. The man instructs the group to either behead them or pierce their gate of origin pressure point. The group, now armed with the knowledge of how to fight back, prepares for battle. They stand at the ready, understanding the severity of the fight ahead. The woman and man stand side by side, both ready for the coming conflict. The action is about to erupt as the monstrous creatures approach. Amidst the chaos, the man reflects on the past, remembering how Lady Yan has always been there to protect him. He now stands determined, prepared to protect her in return. Images of their shared past flash before him, moments of care and struggle, highlighting the deep bond they share. His resolve strengthens as he readies himself to fight. With a powerful declaration, the man is determined to shield Lady Yan from the threats before them. His resolve burns brightly as he steps into action. The battle intensifies, with monstrous creatures charging at them. The man releases a heavy sigh, commenting on the endless onslaught they're facing. The struggle seems unyielding, as the creatures continue to attack. The man, visibly exhausted, pushes forward, unwilling to give in. A powerful blow lands, and the man grits his teeth in pain, but he does not falter. Despite the overwhelming odds, he fights on, determined to survive and protect those he cares about. The man is struggling, sweat dripping from his face. He's clearly exhausted after using too much of his internal energy, questioning whether it was too much for him to handle. The woman advises him to focus on escaping, acknowledging their limited options given the enemies blocking their path. The urgency is evident in her tone. The man, despite his exhaustion, reveals that he has one hidden move left, though it's risky. He hesitates for a moment, weighing the gamble he is about to take. The woman suggests that he should take the chance to escape, but the man is reluctant. He questions whether she wants him to run away alone, knowing that they are in this together. The woman reassures him, pointing out that he is the fastest among them, and that it's the best option for survival. However, she adds with a smirk that Bayok always stays until the end. The man, now determined, smirks back. He knows that he cannot abandon his allies, especially with the dangers they're facing. The man turns away, ready to face the enemy. With a shout, he orders his ally to find Master Bayok while he stays behind to hold off the attackers. The enemy's forces charge toward him, and he shouts in anger, cursing them as he prepares to make his stand. His resolve is clear, even though he faces overwhelming odds. With a flash of speed and power, he launches an attack, striking out against the enemies with all his might. The action is fierce, indicating his determination to protect his allies and fight back. The fight intensifies, and the man is fighting fiercely. The enemies scream as they are overwhelmed by the man's ferocity and strength, but he remains focused. Amidst the battle, he briefly lets out a sigh of relief. He is pleased that his gamble has worked and that he is still alive. But there's no time to rest. With a determined look, he prepares to fight again. The enemies may have been momentarily pushed back, but there's no end to the battle in sight. In the chaos of battle, explosions erupt around him, lighting up the night sky. The man tells his ally that it's their chance to escape now, urging them to move quickly. The ally hesitates, but the man reassures him with a calm expression, emphasizing that he will hold off the enemies following them. With one last command, the man tells his ally to stay alive and not to worry about him. His dedication to protecting his comrades shines through as he makes his stand against the enemy. The fight continues as the man desperately urges his ally to run. He is clearly struggling, and the situation is growing more dire with each passing second. The man is determined not to back down, still standing firm as he faces the enemy. He calls out, trying to buy time for his companion to escape. A sense of urgency builds as the enemies close in. The ally, although hesitant, understands the gravity of the situation and makes a break for safety. The enemy charges toward the man, who braces himself for the oncoming attack. There's a burst of light from his hand, signaling the use of a powerful move. The light intensifies, and the man is using everything he has left. The enemies appear to be rattled, surprised by the power that the man is unleashing. Despite the overwhelming odds, the man presses on. He knows that this is his final stand, and he has no choice but to fight to the end. The man unleashes the full force of his energy, aiming for the enemies who stand in his way. The powerful attack cuts through them, leaving a trail of devastation. As the light flares, the enemies are pushed back. The man's final move is working, but he is drained, barely able to stand as he watches the result of his attack. Even as the enemies are injured, they continue to rise, showing no signs of stopping. The man struggles to maintain his composure as the battle rages on. The ally races forward, trying to escape with the others. The explosion of light in the background indicates the chaotic battle still ongoing behind him. He looks back one last time, urging the man to keep fighting. The tension is palpable as they realize this might be their last chance. The man fights on, determined to buy his ally enough time to escape. The battlefield is in flames as the enemies press forward relentlessly. The man continues to hold the line, using his strength to defeat the enemies around him. His breathing is labored, and his body shows signs of the toll this battle has taken. In the midst of the struggle, he looks up, noticing Lady Yan's injury. He rushes to her, visibly concerned as he realizes that she is bleeding. He calls out to her, urgently trying to stop the bleeding. The tension heightens as more enemies approach, and the stakes grow even higher. The situation grows more intense as the characters face an overwhelming number of enemies. One of them observes that there are still too many left, clearly frustrated by the sheer amount. The others, visibly exhausted, share the same sentiment. Their enemies are closing in, and the tension is building as they realize the fight isn't over yet. Amidst the chaos, they exchange silent looks, preparing for the next phase of their battle. They are pushed to their limits, but determined to keep fighting. Lady Yan, weakened from her injuries, suddenly speaks up about her earlier outburst toward Master Bayok. Her words seem to hint at unresolved emotions and a deeper personal conflict. The man by her side listens, his concern deepening as she expresses her desire to see Master Bayok once more. The weight of their conversation hangs heavy in the air. Her words convey a sense of finality and longing as she reaches out to him, her hand trembling slightly as she reflects on her feelings for Master Bayok. Lady Yan's expression shifts, revealing a bittersweet smile. She is grateful for her companion's presence despite the overwhelming circumstances they face. As her gaze turns inward, she is transported to a memory of happier times. The look in her eyes suggests that these memories are precious to her, even in the darkest of moments. The memories flood back vividly, and the weight of the past fills her thoughts. She's reminded of a time when everything felt different, when she was not so burdened by the present. The man's grip tightens around Lady Yan's hand, offering silent reassurance. She seems to find strength in this simple gesture, her earlier sadness giving way to resolve with newfound determination. She responds quietly, acknowledging that being with a friend makes the impossible feel possible. Her words reflect a deep bond of trust and understanding. The man looks at her with a mixture of concern and determination. They are ready to face whatever comes next, knowing that they have each other's backs. The enemies close in, but Lady Yan's strength rises once more. She and her companions stand ready to face the oncoming attack, prepared to fight until the very end. The air crackles with energy as both characters raise their weapons, their resolve steeled by the bond they share. They are ready to face the overwhelming odds together. The battle reaches its peak as the enemies charge forward. The final stand is about to begin, and Lady Yan and her companion are determined to see it through to the very end. The scene shifts to a dramatic moment as a character unleashes a powerful burst of purple energy. The air crackles with tension, and the force of the attack is palpable. The characters nearby react in shock and disbelief. They watch as the energy surges and spreads out, overwhelming everything in its path. One character exclaims, "No way!" In disbelief, unsure of how the situation escalated to such a level. The energy is overwhelming, and the danger is escalating. Lady Yan, still holding the powerful artifact, looks at the energy in awe and fear. The orb she holds pulses with the same purple energy, suggesting her connection to the mysterious force. She speaks softly, her face filled with realization and understanding. She seems to have come to a deeper understanding of what's going on, perhaps even relating it to something that happened earlier. Lady Yan clenches the orb in her hand, her eyes reflecting the intensity of the situation. The decision has been made and she's ready to act. The purple energy surges once again, this time much more intensely. The characters stand at the center of the chaos, observing the battle as it continues to intensify. Man, still surrounded by enemies, looks at the chaotic scene with a mix of confusion and concern. He wonders aloud why there are so many half-dead beings appearing everywhere. Amidst the confusion, the voice of Master Byok reaches them. There's a sense of relief as they realize that Master Byok has finally arrived to help them face the threat. Master Byok stands tall, watching the battle unfold. He observes the situation with a calm yet commanding presence, prepared to take control of the situation. One of the characters greets him, expressing relief and gratitude that he has finally arrived. There's a moment of hope, but it quickly turns to worry as the battle rages on. Master Byok, seeing the scale of the conflict, realizes the urgency. His eyes narrow and he prepares himself for the next phase of the battle. As the battle continues, Byok realizes the situation is much worse than he had anticipated. The magnitude of the enemy forces and the chaos around them grows even more overwhelming. Master Byok's expression hardens as he takes action. There's no turning back now. He must do everything in his power to protect his allies and defeat the enemies before them. Byok knows that this is their last chance. Master Byok's actions will determine their survival, but all hope rests on their ability to fight back together. The characters are observing someone who has just unleashed a powerful and unsettling force. One of them expresses confusion and fear, asking what this new power is. Another character provides an explanation, revealing that the person in question has unleashed their latent power, giving up their humanity in the process. This transformation marks a dangerous shift in the battle. As they discuss the transformation, the character in question is shown in the background, their appearance now distorted and far more menacing. Their power seems to be linked to something far darker and more sinister, leaving everyone around them concerned. The scene begins with a dark and eerie atmosphere. A powerful figure, shrouded in darkness, leaps from a building, creating a forceful explosion as they make their descent. The figure lands swiftly, revealing their monstrous, sinister appearance. Their glowing eyes add to the intensity of their presence, signaling an ominous threat with a loud, violent motion. The figure begins to charge forward, their movements swift and deadly, preparing for their next attack. As the figure charges forward, their monstrous form is fully revealed, casting a long shadow. A nearby figure watches in horror, sensing the impending danger. The figure begins to move, a vicious, unrelenting force. Their limbs stretch and morph, adding a grotesque element to their already terrifying appearance. The dark figure moves with frightening speed, leaving a trail of destruction as they strike. Blood spraying from the victim's body as they are struck. A bystander is caught off guard and is knocked back violently, gasping in pain from the impact. The surrounding area is filled with debris as the battle intensifies. The dark figure stands over their fallen opponent, eyes filled with rage. The monstrous figure's presence overwhelms the environment, as if nature itself is reacting to their fury. A sense of foreboding fills the air as the dark figure looms over, and the ground trembles with the force of their presence. A deep growl emerges from the figure as they prepare for their next move. Another figure emerges from the shadows, observing the carnage. Their voice echoes through the chaos, commenting on the violent noise caused by the rampaging creature. The figure steps forward, cautiously observing the situation. They appear calm and collected, though their gaze betrays a sense of unease at the twisted scene unfolding before them. The figure's eyes narrow in suspicion, sensing something even more unsettling beneath the surface. They are unsure what to do next, aware of the danger but seemingly unaffected by the chaos around them. The dark figure howls in rage, their monstrous form convulsing violently as they unleash a destructive force into the air. A series of sharp blood-red slashes cut through the air, signaling the height of the figure's wrath. The air crackles with energy as they continue their destructive rampage. With a final, thunderous roar, the figure's gaze pierces through the mist, their monstrous eyes locked onto their next target. While the sense of danger reaches its peak, a figure is seen running toward the scene, their movements hurried, indicating urgency. The air is thick with tension as the environment seems on the verge of chaos. The figure's face expresses concern as they look over their shoulder. The shadows surrounding them create an ominous atmosphere, suggesting danger is closing in fast. As the figure turns around, their call to Master Byok rings out, a clear sign that someone in the distance is in immediate need of attention. Aka character is seen gripping their sword tightly, their face filled with frustration. They observe Lady Yan, who is injured and struggling to keep up. The figure seems torn, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lady Yan is unable to move swiftly due to her injuries. The figure's internal struggle becomes evident as they mutter to themselves about being too weak to move. Contemplating their inability to act under such dire circumstances, the figure's thoughts shift to the immediate threat. The monstrous figure closes in with terrifying speed, its blood-curdling roar filling the air. The figure desperately urges the others to dodge, but they know it is too late. The monstrous force moves too fast, leaving little room to escape. As the beast reaches them, chaos ensues, the air is filled with the sound of destruction, and the sword-wielding figure braces for the oncoming attack. In the midst of the chaos, another character appears, moving with remarkable speed and confidence. Their face is stern, and they observe the mayhem with an unsettling calmness. They seem to be more concerned about the monstrous figure's twisted nature. As the beast continues its rampage, the character reflects on the strange, distorted nature of the creature's soul and body. They seem both fascinated and disturbed by the creature's presence. The scene becomes even more intense as the figure powers up, preparing for a confrontation with the monstrous creature. The figure's eyes widen in realization. Despite their best efforts, the beast's power is far stronger than anticipated. Their sword clashes with the dark force, sending shockwaves through the air. With an expression of determination, the figure continues to block the attack, but it becomes clear that the monster's power is overwhelming. The scene is filled with the destructive aftermath of a powerful attack. A figure standing amidst the destruction watches as the shockwaves from the blast ripple through the environment. The figure reflects on the surprising strength displayed by their opponent, commenting on how much their adversary still needs to train. The focus remains on the growing intensity of the battle. The dust clears as the figure looks around, preparing for the next phase of the conflict. Their stance suggests a readiness to face whatever is coming next. The ground trembles as the enemy vanishes. Without a trace, characters standing nearby are confused, wondering what has happened to their formidable foe. The uncertainty deepens as one character comments that they definitely felt the presence of the enemy moments ago, hinting at something even more dangerous approaching. Tension builds as the characters brace themselves for whatever is coming next. While a shadowy figure in the background begins to take shape, the monstrous figure reappears, its presence more menacing and powerful than before. The characters prepare for the worst, realizing they might not be able to handle this new threat. One character remarks on how much stronger the opponent has become. Their expression filled with dread, they understand that this battle is far from over. A dark, oppressive energy envelops the area, signaling that the situation is far more serious than anticipated. As the monstrous figure charges forward, a new enemy group appears on the scene, seemingly aligned with the previous beast. Their chilling expressions reveal their intent to continue the onslaught. The main character, Bayan Tasang, addresses them with a casual remark, as if to mock their timing, but his posture shows he is ready for battle. The enemies charge forward, and Tasang readies himself to engage in combat, the tension building as the enemies close in. Tasang unleashes a powerful energy wave with a swift hand gesture, sending a devastating shockwave through the area. The enemies seem to be caught off guard by the sudden display of strength. A chilling comment is made as Tasang observes the enemy's valuable items, hinting at his intention to take them. The enemies, unsettled by the power on display, prepare for the next move, knowing they are dealing with someone far more dangerous than they anticipated. The scene starts with a powerful burst of energy emanating from a figure's raised hand, crackling with purple light. The intense aura radiates as the figure seems to have unleashed a powerful force. As the energy dissipates, the figure stands tall, surrounded by the remnants of destruction. The ground is cracked and debris is scattered, suggesting that a great power was exerted here. The aftermath of the power is observed, and a character comments on the death of the individual who sacrificed his life force. Their expressions hint at disbelief as they examine the body's appearance, noting how the man seemed older than expected from his voice. The conversation continues as another character reflects on the person's choice to sacrifice his lifespan to gain power. The consequences of this decision are discussed, revealing that the price of power is steep. The second character looks suspiciously at the mysterious figures they encountered earlier. There's a sense that something more is hidden behind their strange appearance. The first character, eager to understand, demands answers about the figures. They seek clarity, asking directly about the half-living Jiangxi, hinting that these beings are connected to the events unfolding. The second character reveals the truth, explaining that these beings are the result of injecting corpse energy into living people. This dark process slowly turns them into Jiangxi, reanimated corpses. The scene shifts to a more eerie visual, where a person's lifeless body is shown undergoing the transformation process. It's clear that this technique is unnatural and terrifying. The character reveals further details, admitting that creating these half-living beings requires the extraction of life energy from individuals, adding an extra layer of horror to the ritual. The figure discusses the dangerous nature of the poison involved in the process, revealing that it was the catalyst for creating the half-living Jiangshi. This discovery adds a new level of complexity to their situation. The conversation shifts as the first character realizes that the poison they encountered earlier was the key ingredient in the creation of the monstrosities. A sense of regret fills the air as the situation becomes more critical. As the realization dawns, the first character laments their failure to detect the danger sooner. The poison and its link to the creations are clear now, adding urgency to the ongoing events. The tension builds as one character questions the extent of the knowledge being revealed. They seek clarity on how the second character knows so much about this dark process. The second character confesses that they were part of the group researching the creation of Jiangshi and the dangerous rituals involved. The revelation shocks the first character, amplifying the gravity of their situation. The first character reacts with surprise and fear, realizing the magnitude of the truth being revealed. They're left shaken, as they now understand the darker forces at play, with the sacred cult's involvement becoming more apparent. The scene unfolds with a tense discussion as the characters examine a strange figure. The question of why someone would create these dangerous beings who seem to have been turned into soldiers is raised. There is concern over the unnatural transformation. A closer look at the half-dead, aggressive figures reveals their monstrous transformation. A character wonders if these creatures were successfully manipulated into a more controlled form, but doubts linger about their full control. One character asks about the strange object in the mouth of one of the creatures, questioning its purpose. The object seems to hold the key to some hidden part of the transformation process, sparking curiosity about its role. The figure holding the object examines it carefully, identifying it as a catalyst for the energy at work in the creatures. The power within is extremely concentrated, much like the force used in the demonic art previously encountered. The character realizes that this object is linked to the latent force being extracted, hinting at more dark secrets hidden in these creatures' creation. The connection to the heavenly demon is now more evident. The situation grows darker as the character decides to report the findings to Master Bayok, indicating the urgency of dealing with this dangerous power and the unsettling implications of the creature's creation. The scene shifts as one character reflects on the power these creatures exhibited. They realize that the souls of the half-dead bodies, when augmented with this energy, triggered an explosive reaction causing their bodies to collapse. The soul-augmenting process used on these creatures becomes clearer. The loss of balance between life and death led to the catastrophic release of spirit energy, which is both unpredictable and dangerous. The character begins to speculate on who could be behind such a brutal and reckless process. The implications of this uncontrolled energy are profound, signaling the involvement of powerful, malevolent forces. The scene intensifies as the character ponders the nature of the energy they encountered. They speculate that this energy might be linked to the heavenly demon and that those with the power to control such spiritual forces are a rare breed. A monstrous figure, seemingly created by this same energy, looms in the background, hinting at the full scale of the power unleashed. The figure is a grotesque reminder of the price paid for experimenting with such forces. The character concludes that the energy they are dealing with is too dangerous to ignore. Their thoughts turn to finding those responsible for this horrific creation. As the pursuit of such power becomes an all-consuming goal, the character prepares to track down those responsible, their resolve solidifying. The mystery of the heavenly demon and the dangerous energy grows even more urgent as they prepare for the next phase of their investigation. The scene cuts to a new location, the River Marshall Alliance. Tension mounts as the figure moves swiftly through the halls, seeking to uncover more secrets hidden within the walls. The character rushes down a corridor, urgency in their steps, as they approach someone who might hold the key to understanding the connection between the heavenly demon and the strange phenomena they've encountered. A woman, with a surprised expression, asks Bayok Tazin if it's true that he is staying behind, questioning the reason behind his decision. Tazin, looking slightly annoyed, responds, revealing that he is the only one staying behind. The atmosphere is tense, as the reason for his choice remains unexplained. The woman seems puzzled by his answer, as she tries to understand his situation, but Tazin remains calm and composed without offering more details. The woman is now more concerned as she hears about the cancellation of the gathering of rising martial artists. She wonders why Tazin is staying behind. Despite the situation, Tazin, with a serious expression, explains that continuing the meeting under the current circumstances would be difficult due to what happened previously. His tone implies that there's more going on than it seems. The woman, still uncertain, begins to ask further questions, but her expression shows that she is also processing Tazin's serious demeanor and the weight of the situation. The woman, now a bit flustered, thanks Tazin for saving her in the past, her gratitude clear in her voice. Her eyes reflect the emotions she's feeling. Tazin, to her surprise, smiles gently in response. It's a rare moment for him, and his smile seems almost reassuring to the woman, who is taken aback by this gesture. The woman, unable to hide her shock, notices his smile, a rare and soft expression that she had not expected from him. Her face flushes as she realizes this moment is significant. Taesin, now lost in thought, reflects on how the woman has been by his side all this time. He notices her purity, contrasting it with another soul he's familiar with. He continues his contemplation, his thoughts focusing on the depth of the bond between them. His mind wanders as he recalls moments with her that stand out. The woman, still waiting for an answer, senses his focus shifting away. She watches him carefully, unsure of what he might say next, still waiting for an answer to her earlier question. Taesin's words carry a sense of finality as he casually invites her to his room that night. A sudden shift in the mood as he makes his intentions clear. The woman stands in shock, caught off guard by the request. A figure whispers to Lady Yan, requesting her to come to his room later that night. His expression is calm yet slightly suggestive, causing her to become flustered. Lady Yan, clearly surprised and embarrassed, stammers in response, asking for clarification. Her face turns red as she tries to process his request. The man, seemingly unfazed by her reaction, reassures her to come whenever she feels ready. The atmosphere is filled with an awkward yet intense tension. Lady Yan, now more composed, hesitantly agrees to the request, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. Her voice is unsure but determined. The man smiles, telling her it's fine whenever she decides to come. The door closes as Lady Yan remains frozen in thought, still processing the situation. As the door clicks shut, she walks away, her emotions conflicted, wondering about the implications of this unexpected invitation. Later that night, Lady Yan is seen inside her room, clearly disturbed by the encounter. Her mind races with conflicting thoughts, unsure of how to respond. She paces back and forth, and as she reflects, she becomes increasingly frustrated with her own feelings. She wonders if she should visit him as requested. Her thoughts are interrupted by a concerned voice asking if she is all right. Her inner turmoil becomes visible, as her health seems to be affected by the stress of the situation. She dismisses the concern, trying to put on a brave face. Though her discomfort is still evident, she quickly tries to brush off the situation. Lady Yan urges the person to leave, laughing nervously. Her strained expression suggests that the emotional weight of the evening is taking a toll on her. She closes her eyes, trying to calm her racing thoughts. Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, revealing her inner conflict. In a final moment of frustration, Lady Yan lashes out at her guard, telling him to leave her alone. Her anger is directed toward her own confusion and fear. She tries to calm herself, insisting that nothing would happen. After all, they are in the River Marshall Alliance, a place of safety. Despite her reassurances, the guard remains hesitant, his concern growing as the night continues. Lady Yan's mind remains unsettled, torn between her duty and the uncertainty ahead. Lady Yan, overwhelmed by her emotions, attempts to walk away from the situation. However, someone grabs her, urging her to rest and take care of herself. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Lady Yan hesitates. She finally acknowledges her feelings and the situation surrounding her, which is becoming too complicated to ignore. The person speaking to her laughs and seems pleased that she has finally recognized what is happening, hinting at a deeper connection. Lady Yan, now more determined, speaks up and expresses her dissatisfaction with some aspects of the situation, but is willing to face it head on. The other person encourages her to go through with it, reassuring her that she can handle it before it's too late. Lady Yan, although still nervous, gathers her resolve and agrees to proceed, knowing that she must face the unknown without backing out. Lady Yan sneaks out quietly, making her way through the shadows of the night, careful not to make a sound. She moves swiftly, her steps silent as she approaches her destination. Her eyes are focused, trying to maintain composure amidst the uncertainty of the situation. As she approaches the building, her heart races, feeling the tension of the night build. She steels herself for what's to come. Lady Yan arrives at the location, looking up at the building, now fully aware of the gravity of the choice she's made. Her inner thoughts seem troubled. She quietly reassures herself, telling herself to stay calm. The pressure of the moment seems overwhelming, but she remains focused on what she must do. As she walks through the door, the air feels heavier, and she realizes that there's no turning back now. She's made the decision, and the consequences are yet to be seen. Lady Yan, still anxious, takes a deep breath and prepares herself to knock. The moment is imminent. She hesitates for just a moment before opening the door. The unexpected meeting that awaits her makes her second guess herself. The door swings open, and she is confronted with the person she's come to see. Their eyes meet, and the air between them is thick with unspoken tension. Lady Yan hesitantly enters the room at the man's invitation. Her face is flushed with embarrassment as she wonders if she has done something wrong. The man notices her unease and asks her if she thinks something is strange. She nervously avoids the question, feeling unsure of herself. Lady Yan quickly brushes off her doubts, deciding to ignore her awkwardness. She tries to focus on the present moment, pushing her embarrassment aside. As they settle down, Lady Yan awkwardly asks if there's something he wants from her. The man appears serious, but there's a playful tone in his voice. He leans closer to her, suggesting a promise, something she must agree to. Lady Yan looks at him with curiosity, wondering what he means. Her face turns red when she realizes what he is asking. A promise to be exclusive without any other distractions. She nervously agrees, even though she's unsure of the full implications. With a look of determination, she declares the promise. Though her voice shakes slightly, she insists that he must keep his word as well. The man listens intently, but the moment feels more intense than she expected. Her heart races as she waits for his response. He smiles and nods, clearly pleased by her promise. His response seems sincere, but there's an undertone of mischief that makes Lady Yan even more nervous. Lady Yan, still anxious, watches the man walk away. His footsteps echo in the room as she reflects on the weight of the promise they've just made. She tries to calm herself, wondering if she made the right decision. Her heart is racing with uncertainty as she stares at the door. Despite her doubts, she reassures herself that everything will be okay. She clings to the hope that she can handle the situation, even though it feels overwhelming. The next morning, Lady Yan is lost in thought. She thinks about the events of the previous night, her mind spinning with emotions. She's unsure of how to process the promise she made, and her uncertainty grows. She wonders if she can live up to the expectations set by the man. Just then, she hears a voice calling her name, and she shakes off her anxious thoughts. She steels herself for what lies ahead, knowing she can't turn back now. Lady Yan wakes up in a start, confused and flustered. She calls out the name Master Bayuk, realizing that she may have been dreaming. Her head is foggy as she tries to gather her thoughts. She questions whether the events from the previous night were just a dream. Her body feels heavy as she moves the blanket aside to sit up. Still unsure, Lady Yan sits up in bed, berating herself for being so easily swept away by her emotions. She chides herself for being so distracted, wondering if she actually fell asleep. Lady Yan stands up and starts pacing, scolding herself aloud for being so foolish. Her thoughts are racing, still unsure of what really happened. In frustration, she wonders if she truly fell asleep without even realizing it. Her mind tries to make sense of the conflicting feelings she has. Lady Yan's internal turmoil is interrupted as she hears someone approach. The tension builds as she gets ready to face what's ahead. As she walks outside, a familiar figure catches her eye. The man greets her with a raised eyebrow, clearly noticing her slightly disheveled appearance. Lady Yan avoids his gaze, trying to hide her embarrassment. She wonders if he can tell something is off, but she quickly brushes it aside. Her voice falters slightly as she greets him. Trying to keep her composure inside, her anxiety is palpable as she recalls the events of the night. The man watches her carefully, sensing something is different. His eyes narrow as he asks her if everything is okay. Lady Yan, avoiding his gaze, wonders what he thinks of her behavior. She starts to feel the pressure mounting, but tries to keep herself calm. She reassures herself that she didn't do anything wrong, but the lingering uncertainty eats at her. She's unsure how to explain herself without revealing too much. As the conversation continues, Lady Yan tries to remain composed. She inwardly worries about how things might look and hopes that everything stays under control. The other person starts to probe, asking if something strange happened between her and Master Bayuk. Lady Yan tries to maintain her composure, though her nervousness is apparent. Lady Yan laughs it off, assuring them that everything is fine. She insists she just slept, brushing off any awkwardness. However, deep down, she's unsure if she's fooling herself. Lady Yan, still feeling unsure of herself, questions the man's intentions as he continues to smile. She feels a mix of embarrassment and confusion, but can't help but notice how much more charming he seems now. The man, in a teasing manner, asks if Lady Yan has someone she likes, hinting that her newfound charm may be related to a hidden affection. Her face flushes as she tries to deny it, not ready to admit her feelings. Lady Yan, still embarrassed, insists that it is nothing, though her thoughts are conflicted. She wonders if this encounter is somehow tied to her growing emotions. In a different location, a solitary figure stands against a blue sky shrouded in a mysterious aura. The scene shifts to an ethereal atmosphere as the leaves around him flutter in the wind. The figure moves with an air of purpose, his presence resonating with an intense energy that seems to swirl around him. There's an underlying tension in the environment, as if something is about to happen. The man's movements are deliberate, his footsteps creating ripples in the air. There's an undeniable power radiating from him, indicating that he is not just any ordinary person. The figure pauses and begins to perform a ritualistic gesture, his hands weaving through the air, guiding an invisible force around him. The power around him intensifies. The energy surrounding him becomes more concentrated, glowing with a purple hue. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to unleash something powerful. His expression is calm, almost detached as he contemplates his actions. He's not concerned with the power he wields, but with what he intends to achieve next. He mutters to himself, stating that the bridge has been crossed. There's a sense of finality in his voice, as though he is committed to something irreversible. With a flick of his wrist, the energy he's conjured begins to solidify, and his path becomes clearer. He's determined to use this power to heal himself. But there's an underlying plan behind his actions. The man acknowledges that if he encounters the right soul, he may be able to extract it, adding another layer of intrigue to his goal. The figure reflects on the soul he's been dealing with, realizing that the soul's energy is purer than anything he has encountered before. He's certain that a different soul is embedded within it. His mind races as he considers the possibilities. This could be a coincidence, or it could be something far more significant. He's beginning to suspect that there's more at play than meets the eye. He finally concludes that the soul he's encountered belongs to someone destined to be with him. This revelation leaves him pondering the deeper meaning behind it all, intrigued yet calm in his resolve. Byok, enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy, stands tall, a confident smile crossing his face. He seems to be in a moment of power, enjoying the overwhelming energy that surrounds him. However, his confidence falters as an unexpected feeling strikes. His eyes widen as he senses a terrifying surge of energy, something he did not anticipate. The energy around him shifts unnervingly. He wonders aloud what is happening as the strange force intensifies. The aura seems to be coming from within himself, sending waves of unease through him as he tries to understand this newfound sensation. Byok Taizun sat composedly in his chamber, exuding a calm authority. A report was delivered that the mistresses from the White Flower Courtesan House and the Golden Jade House had arrived. Without hesitation, Taizun ordered them to be brought in. His voice was calm, yet decisive, reflecting his control over the situation. Two veiled women entered the room gracefully, their steps light but filled with tension as they approached. The women stood quietly before him, heads lowered. Their presence conveyed respect, but an underlying anxiety lingered. They removed their head coverings in unison and respectfully lowered themselves to the ground, showing formal obedience. One of the women introduced herself as Hwok, stating their relief that Taizun was safe. Emphasizing the weight of the recent incident, Taizun remained silent, studying their behavior. His gaze sharpened as he noticed something uncharacteristic in Hwok's demeanor. Despite her cold and calculating reputation, she now trembled on the floor. Her reaction puzzled him deeply. Regaining focus, Taizun asked for the results of their investigation, his tone firm and expectant. Hwok explained that most culprits involved in the incident had been identified, but all were now dead. She reminded him that one man had been captured alive, but tragically took his own life soon after. Taizun's expression darkened. The chain of mysterious deaths implied a deeper and more dangerous force at play. Hwok further revealed that even the inn mentioned in the reports never existed. It was all part of a deception. Despite strict surveillance, the captured man managed to end his life undetected, raising more concerns about the enemy's reach. She presented a list of suspicious movements before the incident. The Golden Jade House's mistress aided greatly in compiling it. Byok Taizun silently examined the scroll presented before him, analyzing the compiled information with sharp eyes. He gave a quiet nod of approval toward the kneeling informant, acknowledging her efforts with calm authority. Recognizing the strategic value, he noted the mention of a hidden water route uncovered through their investigation, surprised by his rare compliment. The women reacted with visible shock. Such praise from Taizun was unprecedented. Hwok explained that the water route was optimal for discreetly transporting half Jiangxi. A detail now confirmed. She admitted their involvement was coincidental. They had already begun observing strange activity from water bandits beforehand. Taizun acknowledged their usefulness, deducing that the half Jiangxi were likely now under the bandits' control. Hwok confirmed the suspicion. All evidence suggested the water bandits were holding the targets they sought. Expressing no hesitation, Taizun declared he would confront the criminals himself and demanded to be taken immediately. Shocked by his urgency, the women hesitated briefly before agreeing to his order without resistance. As they moved to obey, Taizun rose from his seat, his presence dominating the room completely. Without turning back, he warned them to hurry. His patience was short, and delay was unacceptable. One of the women, startled by recent events, took a moment to calm herself. When asked if she was all right, she reassured her companion she had regained composure. Her companion, however, pressed further, insisting she had sensed something earlier and should not dismiss it so easily. One of the women turned to her companion, still bewildered, and asked who Bayok Tazen truly was. The elder calmly reminded her that Tazen was the second master of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, their commanding figure. She assured her companion that with someone like Tazen on their side, there was no need to worry excessively. The woman recalled when she first received the Shadow Stride technique from Tazen, recognizing his unmatched power. Back then, he was strong enough to silence those who plotted to kidnap or torture him, asserting dominance with ease. She admitted she hadn't understood his strength or presence at the time, but now it was clear how dangerous things could have become. They agreed that Tazen was someone who saw things others didn't. One suggested it was time to visit the water bandits, knowing his temper. They reminded themselves he wasn't one to tolerate delays or excuses from subordinates. With that, the two women began moving purposefully. Understanding the urgency Tazen demanded, still, unease lingered. One woman remembered the shadowed vision she had earlier. Something unnatural had surfaced briefly. Her thoughts remained disturbed as she tried to make sense of the dark image tied to Tazen's presence. A large ship with red sails appeared at the harbor, ready to take them toward the enemy's stronghold. The vessel docked as the team prepared for departure. A young woman stood watching over the group from the deck. On the ground below, several figures gathered, including Lady Yan and her team, organizing for the mission ahead. A concerned young man questioned Lady Yan, unsure if she would be safe without his protection on this dangerous journey. The woman reassured her companion that all her wounds had been treated by a divine physician. She emphasized that she wouldn't be alone. Elite warriors from the River Martial Alliance would accompany her. Despite those reassurances, the young man remained hesitant. She advised him to support Bayok Tazen instead. It would serve them all better. Standing before Tisan, the woman paused and addressed him directly, her voice filled with hidden emotion. With her back to him, she expressed a quiet wish next time they met, he should embrace her. Tazen remained composed, but her words carried weight, leaving him silently reflective as they locked eyes briefly. Her bold statement stunned the others present. The group could only react with wide eyes and silence. Meanwhile, another friend acknowledged Tazen's growing strength, surprised at how far he had advanced without notice still. The moment was Soo-yeon's. Her comrade chose to step aside. Respecting her decision as a fellow warrior, Soo-yeon's thoughts drifted as she walked the ship's deck. Compared to the past, she was stronger now. She smiled at her own determination, imagining a future where she would stay closer to Tazen's side, blushing. She silently vowed that next time, she wouldn't miss her chance to be with him. Suddenly, she sensed someone nearby. An elder stood quietly, observing her from the other side of the deck. His presence was unexpected. Still deep in her thoughts, Soo-yeon hadn't noticed him approach until then. Snapping back to reality, she turned quickly, her expression shifting from dreamy joy to startled confusion. As the ship moved steadily across the water, Soo-yeon stood on deck, uneasy despite the calm breeze. Her eyes shifted toward the distance, sensing something unnatural. A chilling awareness crept over her. Though nothing appeared unusual, she was certain someone or something had just been watching her. The ship continued its journey through a narrow passage, gliding past hills and marsh-covered shores. Hidden from view, shadowy boats lay in wait manned by figures with glowing red eyes and twisted grins. Dozens of sinister-looking enemies, resembling undead or cursed warriors, began quietly rowing toward their target. As dawn broke over anchored ships, the alarm suddenly rang out from the deck of the lead vessel. A scout's shout pierced the morning air, alerting everyone to the presence of water bandits. Panic erupted. Crew members scrambled to respond, gripped by the sudden appearance of hostile forces. Fear spread among the soldiers and passengers. Some questioned if they could withstand an attack mid-journey. Soo-yeon stood still, puzzled by the audacity of the ambush. A River Martial Alliance ship was no easy target, but a deeper concern flickered in her thoughts. Could these really be ordinary bandits, or something worse? A masked enemy stood atop the enemy deck, weapon raised, commanding attention with silent menace. The enemy ships began closing in, their sails looming like shadows against the sunrise. From afar, Bayok Tazen observed the approaching chaos, his expression unreadable as seabirds scattered from the growing tension. Bayok Tazen stood in silence, lost in thought as the sea breeze brushed past him at dawn. His mind circled around the strange truth. Yeon Heron carried the soul of Seon Haryong, a name burdened with mystery. Though he kept calm outwardly, something about her situation had unsettled him ever since he discovered the connection. Even as his companion tried to check on him, noting his discomfort, Tazen remained distant and distracted. Pushing his thoughts aside, he urged the group to move faster, masking his doubt with forward momentum. Yet the unease clung to him. An ominous vision of a red-eyed, masked enemy flashed in his mind, amplifying his dread. At dawn, a fleet of warships loomed across the sea, cutting off any chance of escape. Young woman surveyed the horizon, concern rising as she realized how outnumbered they were. Suddenly, her eyes locked on a distant figure standing firmly on the opposing deck. An elder asked her if she knew the best route to escape toward the mainland. After a moment's thought, she concluded the left side was the most promising but dangerous path. She pointed out two large ships blocking the route someone would need to create a diversion. The old man agreed to take the left, fully prepared to draw the enemy's attention. She offered to handle the right side, brushing off concern with quiet determination. For her, success wasn't the concern, it was a duty someone had to shoulder. With resolve, the old man gave orders for the troops to split into two strike teams. He instructed a group to follow the woman, while others prepared for direct confrontation. As the sun set over the sea, the crew braced for an intense and risky battle. Meanwhile, a mysterious young man approached a woman on board and called out to her. He hinted she already knew who he was, his smirk betraying a hidden identity. She denied it, but her hesitation revealed suspicion, something he immediately picked up on. Beoktazin narrows his eyes, sensing something strange in the atmosphere as silence surrounds the river. His companion speaks with concern, noting that they've long passed the usual ambush point for water bandits. Despite traveling deep into dangerous territory, they haven't encountered a single enemy, sparking unease and disbelief. News reaches them the younger generation of martial artists may be under threat elsewhere, realizing the ambush was meant for another location. Beoktazin immediately gives the order to move. He commands the ship to speed down the river, heading straight toward the suspected danger zone. Tazin decides they'll rely on mobility arts instead of brute force to reach the target quickly. He instructs the crew to bring the boat closer to shore to begin a precise operation. Without hesitation, a subordinate leaps into motion, racing off to deliver the message. The golden fields stretch far under the setting sun, as figures run with urgency through the landscape. Two warriors sprint at full speed, knowing time is running out to intervene in the ambush. One whispers a silent prayer for their lady's safety. Eyes filled with determination and concern, regret sinks in. The male warrior questions his earlier decision to stay behind rather than go. The female warrior, referred to as Warrior Yu, runs with a tense expression, deep in troubled thoughts. Suddenly, something unexpected cuts across their path, halting their dash as both react with shock. As they ran, the two warriors were startled by Beoktazin suddenly passing them without effort. He warned them not to fall behind, threatening extra training if they couldn't keep pace. Horrified by the idea, both instantly reacted, determined to avoid that punishment at any cost. Footsteps echoed on the wooden deck as one figure approached, a massive weapon slung over his shoulder. He taunted the young martial artists, confirming they were aware of the threat to their comrades. With confidence, the masked enemy demanded surrender, claiming he wouldn't kill everyone if they obeyed. From another ship, the elder barked a command to reposition, sensing the urgency of the moment. Multiple vessels shifted formation on the river, heading to intercept or support the threatened group. The masked leader's eyes widened as he realized something unexpected was unfolding in real time. He shouted for the others to close ranks and stop the advancing forces from breaching the gap. Clashing steel filled the deck as defenders met the masked assailants in a fierce and violent exchange. Blades cut through the enemy ranks with brutal precision. As resistance erupted on multiple fronts, a woman leaped into action, declaring her refusal to remain passive any longer in this battle. She ordered the others to follow her lead, charging directly into the chaos without hesitation. While the ship advanced, she shouted instructions to prevent the enemy from boarding during the assault. With steady hands, the woman steered the ship forward, carefully navigating the narrow path between vessels. She smiled with relief. Seeing progress, if they held out a little longer, escape was possible. Suddenly, a strange and heavy sound broke her focus, drawing her eyes in alarm toward danger. A powerful enemy landed violently on the deck, killing his own with the force of his impact. The woman flinched at the loud crash and piercing screams, realizing something terrifying had arrived. Before she could act, the enemy already slashed another soldier down in a bloody surprise attack. A soldier handed her an important item, urging her to protect it until all ships passed. Grasping it tightly, she launched herself into the air, ready to defend with her life. With a scream, she descended in a powerful arc, striking directly at the masked attacker. The masked enemy smirked, impressed by her unexpected strength and agility in close combat. Undeterred, she unleashed a precise attack, mid-air, driving her blade deep into the advancing enemy. Landing, she ordered others to evacuate the injured while she held off the most dangerous threat. The enemy mocked her, declaring he'd enslave her even if the others were allowed to escape. Just as he moved to strike, a new voice shouted to catch his attention mid. Assault in an instant, he was struck violently from behind, blood splattering as his body fell to the ground. Beoktazin calmly gathered energy, his presence commanding attention amidst the chaos. Lady Yan called out joyfully upon seeing him arrive on the scene. Meanwhile, another enemy stealthily approached from the ship's side, preparing to attack. Yan's allies rushed to her side, concerned for her safety after the intense battle. She was relieved, but puzzled, wondering how they had known where to find her. Suddenly, a wounded enemy staggered forward, rage burning in his eyes as he clenched his side. Lady Yan realized he was preparing to take an illusion pill to awaken hidden power. Her companions also recognized the pill and shouted in alarm, knowing its effects could be deadly. The man, now deranged, vowed to kill everyone as he pushed the pill into his mouth. Before he could swallow, he was struck down with lethal precision by a sudden sword slash. The pill rolled across the floor, unused, as blood splattered across the deck. Byeok-taesan approached, warning not to use such power carelessly, and crushed the pill underfoot. Bathed in energy, Taesan declared there were no healers aboard to save the wounded man. The enemy howled in agony, suffering from both physical pain and the collapse of his hopes. Taesan looked down with cold eyes, silencing the screams with a sharp remark. The man was too noisy. Byeok-taesan slowly approached the fallen enemy, his steps calm, deliberate, and filled with dominance. He declared that from this moment on, even death would require his permission to occur. With a chilling smile, he looked down at the trembling man and stated coldly he wasn't allowed to die. Bayan Tazang stands with a commanding presence, issuing a clear directive to subdue an individual. His expression is firm, showing his readiness for action. One of his allies acknowledges the command, nodding in agreement. The urgency of the situation is felt in the air as they prepare for what is to come. A thought crosses Tazang's mind, reflecting on the location of the elixirs. This hint of strategy adds another layer of importance to the mission at hand. Tazang instructs his team to handle things on the ground while he takes care of a separate task. His calm leadership contrasts with the tense situation. The view shifts to the rooftop where Tazang's subordinates stand ready. Their eyes focus on the unfolding events below, awaiting the next move. A decisive action occurs as Tazang's foot crashes down, signaling the shift to the next phase of their plan. Tazang leaps from a great height, landing gracefully in front of the enemy. His arrival causes the group to freeze, confusion and surprise filling the air. The enemies are left stunned, unsure of who this powerful figure is or what he intends. The tension increases as they try to assess the situation. The atmosphere grows heavy as the onlookers question what is happening, trying to make sense of Tazang's sudden appearance. A burst of dark energy erupts around Tazang, signaling his immense power. His control over the situation is evident as his abilities begin to manifest. The enemies watch in shock, their fear evident as they realize they are facing someone far more dangerous than anticipated. Destruction ensues as Tazang's power overwhelms the surroundings, leaving the enemies scrambling in confusion and fear. The intense energy dissipates, leaving a still and eerie silence. The enemies, dazed and shaken, are left wondering what just happened. Tazang remains composed, his demeanor unchanged despite the chaos he just unleashed. His calm contrasts sharply with the devastation. With a flick of his fingers, Tazang signals that more is to come, leaving the others in a state of nervous anticipation for his next move. A powerful, dark energy surges around Tazang as his enemies scramble in fear. The air is filled with tension as they realize they are up against someone with overwhelming power. One of the enemies, horrified, recognizes the restriction seal, realizing the consequences of trying to escape. They know that if they move, they will be destroyed. Tazang speaks calmly, his voice cold and commanding. He warns them not to attempt to run, as the consequences would be dire. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the chaos he's causing. Tazang's tone remains unyielding as he demands proper answers from his enemies. His patience is running thin, and he warns them that further disobedience will result in their destruction. The enemy forces react quickly, moving to comply with his orders in fear of what might happen if they don't. Their reluctance is evident, but they understand the consequences. Tazang, with an air of control, instructs them to gather by the riverside, signaling a shift in the situation. His calmness only adds to the unease among those who are forced to comply. As the atmosphere shifts, Tazang begins to focus, his energy building once again. The surroundings crackle with dark power as he prepares to unleash his next move. Tazang's expression hardens as he steps forward, releasing his power in a controlled yet destructive manner. The scene is bathed in a purple haze, indicating the intensity of his abilities. His power surges through the air, and the enemies below are overwhelmed by the sheer force of his energy. The destructive power is palpable, and there is no escape from his wrath. With his power fully unleashed, Tazang stands tall and composed. The destructive force subsides, and the tension in the air begins to settle. The enemies, now subdued, are left in stunned silence as Tazang surveys the scene. The destruction he caused lingers, but he remains unfazed by the chaos around him. Taizang's power continues to simmer beneath the surface, and his calm smile signals that he's in full control. The enemies can only watch as he maintains dominance over the situation. The situation is mostly under control, but Taizang reflects on the fact that he wanted to handle it alone. His calm exterior hides the burden of having to rely on others. A figure appears behind him, causing a shift in his demeanor. Taizang can't help but feel a sense of relief, realizing the strength of those around him. As the figure speaks, Taizang acknowledges them with a slight smile, showing that despite his desire to handle things alone, he appreciates the help. The final words express his gratitude, marking a quiet yet powerful end to the scene. Lady Yan begins to speak hesitantly, unsure of what to say. Taizang, sensing her discomfort, responds firmly, expressing his dislike for emotional displays like crying. Taizang instructs her to take action, telling her to prepare the ship and take care of important matters. His tone is direct, highlighting his pragmatic nature. With a nod, Lady Yan accepts his command, though her expression shows a mix of determination and uncertainty. As they move through the area, Lady Yan hesitates, calling out to Taizang. He turns, sensing something is amiss. She expresses her gratitude to him once more, acknowledging that she has been saved by him once again. There's an air of sincerity in her words. Taizang, while walking away, responds casually, showing that he doesn't expect any thanks but appreciates her acknowledgement. Taizang pauses for a moment, his words laced with an air of finality as he states that he will return to his previous life once everything is over. Lady Yan seems surprised by this, but she's quickly caught up in his determination, still processing his words. Taizang then suggests that she wait for him and return with him, hinting at a potential change in their future relationship, though the tone remains matter of fact. Lady Yan, now with a soft smile, agrees to Taizang's suggestion, her face showing a mix of hope and curiosity. Taizang, maintaining his calm and collected expression, assures her that there's no reason why it wouldn't be possible. The conversation ends with a quiet agreement, the possibility of their shared future lingering in the air as they both continue on their path. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, an elder of the Bakley clan watches the situation unfold. He reflects on Taizang's immense power, impressed by how his mere presence has subdued enemies. The elder ponders whether it's Taizang's innate abilities that make him so formidable, realizing that the enemies are now targeting the River Marshal Alliance. Acknowledging Taizang's potential, the elder considers how he could become an invaluable asset to their alliance. Plans are set in motion to bring him into their fold. As Taizang and Lady Yan walk along the river, a thought crosses Taizang's mind. He wonders if Lady Yan is his fiancée and reflects on how extraordinary she seems. Taizang observes her carefully, noting her capabilities and strength. He begins to consider the possibility of approaching her through other means to achieve his goals. He then reflects that she would have matched well with their powerful clan, the Bakley clan, but dismisses the idea, knowing it's a bit of a shame that she's already involved with someone else. The scene shifts to the elder of the Bakley clan who watches Taizang and Lady Yan from a distance. The elder is intrigued by Taizang's presence and power, recognizing the potential danger and opportunity. The elder thinks about how he could use Taizang to his advantage if the situation progresses smoothly, seeing a chance to capture two goals at once. His eyes narrow as he considers his options. He realizes that Taizang is more than just a powerful fighter. There are deeper elements at play that could be useful for the Bakley clan. Taizang suddenly notices the elder's gaze, his senses heightened. His reaction is swift, with an aura of dark power radiating from him as he turns to face the elder. The elder's expression shifts, panic creeping in as Taizang's aura presses in on him. He realizes that Taizang's power is far beyond what he had anticipated. Taizang stands confidently, a smirk on his face, while the elder is left reeling from the unexpected force that Taizang has unleashed. The elder stumbles back, struggling to maintain his composure. The elder, feeling Taizang's immense power, is visibly shaken, gasping for air. He's forced to kneel, his body unable to handle the overwhelming pressure. Taizang watches silently, his cold demeanor unwavering. The elder struggles with each breath, unable to escape the suffocating presence that Taizang exudes. Taizang's power intensifies slightly, but he holds back, deciding not to fully release his energy. The elder is left helpless on the ground, fearing what might happen if Taizang truly unleashed his full force. After the overwhelming display of power, Taizang stands tall, gazing down at the fallen elder. He reflects on the ease with which he dominated the elder's strength. The elder, now panting heavily, begins to realize that Taizang is far more dangerous than anyone in the Bakley clan had anticipated. Taizang's expression is one of satisfaction. His confidence growing, he declares in a quiet, firm voice that everything around him is his, and that no one can stand in his way, an unspoken warning to anyone who dares challenge him. As the group gathers, one individual steps forward and offers a greeting. The moment they hear the news, they immediately arrive to assess the situation. One of the individuals asks about the whereabouts of Master Bayok. The tension grows as they search for him, aware that his presence is crucial to the unfolding events. Another person spots Master Bayok in the distance, and the group quickly focuses their attention on him, ready to proceed with the plan. The group approaches Master Bayok, and one individual asks if he is all right. There's clear concern for his well-being after the recent events. Master Bayok responds with a cool demeanor, ordering one of the subordinates to wake up a restrained individual, indicating the severity of the situation. The subordinate promptly agrees and begins to execute Master Bayok's order, displaying the hierarchy and control he holds over the situation. The restrained individual suddenly stirs, coughing violently as they regain consciousness. Their body is tense, showing the pain from being restrained. As they cough and gasp for air, Master Bayok remains impassive, watching the scene unfold with a calm, almost amused expression. The restrained individual begins to struggle against their binds, but Master Bayok is unbothered, casually commenting on how he might be better suited for acupuncture at this rate. The restrained individual continues to fight for breath, unable to free themselves. Their desperation grows as they try to break free from the tight restraints. One of the onlookers comments on the restrained individual's situation, questioning their defiance in the face of Master Bayok's power. Master Bayok cuts the conversation short, dismissing any further discussion. His tone is sharp, showing his disdain for the weaker individuals around him. Master Bayok focuses on the restrained individual, his eyes sharp and calculating. He demands information about the elixirs, sensing their importance to the situation. The restrained individual, still struggling, stammers in response, acknowledging their knowledge of the elixirs, though their fear is palpable. Master Bayok shrugs, deciding to find the information on his own. His confidence is unwavering as he prepares to continue with his plans, knowing no one will stop him. The restrained individual struggles in pain, letting out a loud groan as they fall to the ground. The intensity of Master Bayok's power has taken a toll on them. Master Bayok, unfazed by the individual's suffering, casually raises his hand. His aura radiates from his body, signaling his complete control over the situation. Master Bayok speaks with quiet authority, commanding the group to move forward. His focus shifts as he declares that it's time to retrieve the remaining elixirs, a step that seems critical to his plan. The group gathers on a large boat floating in the calm water. They have just finished interrogating the captured enemies, who are part of a dangerous group known as the Guangdong Four Fiends. 2 members have already been apprehended, but there are still 2 more to deal with. The leader of the group explains the situation in detail, pointing out that the remaining 2 members are likely to be at the next location they're heading to. The team is on high alert, knowing that their mission is far from over. The scene shifts to show one of the enemy captives, his hands bound tightly, sitting on the floor of the boat. His expression shows no fear, only the resolve of a man who knows his fate. A woman in the group comments on the unusual nature of their enemies. These individuals, the Guangdong Four Fiends, were active around 50 years ago but mysteriously disappeared from the martial world. Their return is raising suspicions and concern. Her words cause the others to fall silent, all pondering the implications of the enemy's sudden reappearance. The group knows that they're up against something far more dangerous than expected. The atmosphere grows tense as everyone contemplates the long-forgotten threats and the unknowns they now face. As the boat continues its course, Lady Yan seems distracted. She looks out at the vast horizon, her mind racing. A member of the group notices her unease and asks if she is all right. Yan is lost in thought, realizing that the current journey isn't just about the mission anymore. It's about survival. Yan turns to one of her companions, questioning their next destination. She had thought they were heading back to the River Martial Alliance. The response reveals the truth. They are on their way to eliminate the remaining enemies, without any backup, just the members present. Yan is taken aback. This revelation highlights the dangerous nature of their mission and the lack of support. As the journey continues, the group remains oddly calm despite the situation. They are used to such high-stakes missions, but the quiet confidence of Master Bayok, their leader, seems to be soothing the crew. Lady Yan wonders aloud whether their composed demeanor is due to Bayok's presence. She looks at him, intrigued by his calmness amidst the chaos. The others glance at Bayok too, realizing how much they trust in his leadership. Though the task ahead is uncertain, they all seem unusually relaxed, ready to face whatever comes their way. As the group advanced, one of the women noticed unfamiliar individuals aboard the ship and asked who they were. Her eyes glowed intensely, indicating suspicion or perhaps hidden power sensing danger. A startled response followed. Those strangers were actually leaders of the Hao faction's regional branches, disguised as courtesans from the White Flower and Golden Jade houses. The woman was surprised to hear that these powerful figures were working directly under Master Bayuk, showing the extent of his influence and trust network. Lady Yan quietly observed Master Bayuk, clearly impressed. His actions and the calm aura he projected reassured everyone around him. The journey continued across the river under the darkening sky, the ships carrying the group approaching their next destination. By nightfall, they arrived at a remote forest clearing. The group disembarked and gathered for final instructions before heading into unknown terrain. Scouts explained that the destination was identified based on Master Bayok's intelligence. It was believed to be the last known location of the remaining enemies. Some members hesitated, worried about entering the forest at night, but were reassured by the escorts who offered their guidance and protection. Without further delay, the group moved into the forest cautiously but decisively, led by those most confident in their tracking skills. As they pushed deeper into the woods, complaints emerged from the elders about the pace and lack of consideration for their age. The Hao faction leader urged patience, explaining they were almost at the target location and had to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, it was revealed that Baikley Jiangshan had been following them discreetly, raising concern about his intentions and whether he could be trusted. Master Bayok, without concern, ordered them to ignore Jiangshan, suspecting he was waiting for a chance to steal credit. His subordinate accepted the decision calmly, placing full trust in Bayok's judgment as the journey stretched on. Yet again, the elders voiced their frustration, questioning how much farther they had to go and if the group was even heading the right way at all. The group ventures deeper into the forest, confident they are on the right path. A member asks how Master Bayok is so certain, to which another explains that the Golden Jade House Madam has an extraordinary ability to sense the enemy's aura. Lady Yan, clearly impressed, comments on how unusual this ability is. The others also seem intrigued as they realize the true depth of their allies' powers. The group continues forward, with everyone now more aware of the unique talents that can tip the scales in their favor. As they move, Lady Yan suddenly pauses, sensing something. A strange, familiar feeling arises and she reacts with growing alarm. It becomes clear that she has sensed something nearby. The others, sensing her unease, wonder what she has noticed. Her suspicions are confirmed as she focuses intently on the path ahead. Someone in the group wonders whether they should ask her about the feeling, but the situation grows more tense. Master Bayok, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, orders the group to prepare. He confirms they are nearing the enemy's base, a place he had suspected all along. The trees clear, revealing a fortified structure in the distance. The group knows the battle is near, but their faces remain resolute. Bayok gives a calm order to Qian Kyungwon to clear a path, signaling that they are about to engage the enemy. As they approach the base, chaos erupts. The enemy has set an ambush for the intruders, and they immediately spring into action. The ambush is revealed to be well coordinated, with enemies attacking from multiple directions. The group prepares for an intense confrontation. A shout rings out from one of the soldiers, alerting the team to the danger. The clash begins, with blades drawn and blood spilling as the fight ensues. The fighting escalates, with combatants engaging in brutal exchanges. The atmosphere is thick with tension as both sides clash fiercely. The battle continues with a ferocious intensity. Steel meets steel, and enemies fall as the group presses forward. Master Bayok's calm demeanor and strategy guide the team, showing that despite the ambush, they remain in control of the situation. After the intense clash, some of the team members stand in awe. They had witnessed a remarkable feat as Seoyeon moved with such speed. It was as though she had disappeared from sight. One member exclaims how fast Seoyeon was, unable to even see her move during the battle. Her growth is evident, leaving a question in the air. Is this really the Seoyeon I knew? Her change is so striking that even the other members begin to question her rapid progress, realizing how much stronger she has become since their last encounter. As Seoyeon leaps into the next attack, another character ponders how much she has improved since their fight against the Half. Jiangxi, they can't help but compare her past performance to her present abilities, which have noticeably advanced in such a short period. The rapid improvement leaves them questioning their own progress. With a smirk, Master Bayok remarks on how the others have gotten slow in comparison, teasing them that it is time for some special training to catch up. Seoyeon, intrigued, asks what special training Master Bayok is referring to. She looks puzzled by his comment, wondering what kind of brutal training would lead to such reactions from the others. Her curiosity grows, but before she can ask further, the situation escalates. The group is confronted by more enemies who appear to be ready for another confrontation. Anani leader steps forward, demanding to know who they are and what they are doing in the area, with an intense look in his eyes. He questions their right to barge in like this, The confrontation grows tense as the group stares down the enemy who seems to have their own intentions. One of them remarks that they didn't expect to be chased all the way here. The enemy, a masked figure with a cold smile, reveals that their hands are stained with the elixir they had been after, further heightening the stakes. Master Bio calmly assesses the situation, realizing that these enemies had been preparing for this moment all along. He stays composed, knowing there is more at play than just an ambush. The tension rises as the enemies reveal more about their plans. One of the figures, realizing they are outmatched, becomes agitated, making the situation even more dangerous. Master Bayok, showing no sign of fear, asks the enemy leader if he has something hidden nearby. Sensing there's more to the story than just this ambush, the masked enemy seems taken aback, but his reaction confirms that Bayok has struck a nerve as the truth about the hidden threat slowly begins to unravel. As the enemies prepare to engage, one of the soldiers instructs his team to hold the line, warning them that this might be too much to handle. Despite the concern, the soldiers respond confidently, stating that they will hold their position no matter what. There's a determined look on their faces. The leader, unfazed by their declaration, remarks that he'll see how well they perform under pressure, indicating that the test is far from over. In the blink of an eye, the leader disappears from view, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded as they try to comprehend what just happened. One of the soldiers exclaims in shock, "He disappeared," indicating that the leader has moved faster than they could even track. A strange, glowing aura follows the leader's movement, confirming that he's using some form of supernatural speed to make himself nearly invisible. One of the soldiers, noticing the strange aura, reacts, stating that they can feel the presence of the elixir nearby. The revelation excites the team as the elixir, the item they've been after, is within their grasp, heightening the intensity of the mission. With a grim expression, they realize that they are now directly in the heart of the enemy's stronghold, and they must be ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The leader, cloaked in a dark aura, bursts forward, unleashing a powerful attack that sends a shockwave through the surroundings. The ground shatters as energy pulses through the air, causing the enemies to retreat momentarily, startled by the overwhelming force. The leader, reveling in his power, smiles sinisterly. "This is amazing," he remarks, relishing the control he now holds over the battlefield. A character, visibly alarmed, looks around in confusion. He can't find his opponent. A sense of urgency fills the air. His question echoes, wondering where the adversary has disappeared to. Another figure, dressed in armor, appears suddenly, attacking swiftly. The sound of a weapon slashing cuts through the air, highlighting the sudden shift in action. A violent clash occurs as the two figures meet in battle, their weapons colliding with force, signifying the intense nature of the confrontation. One of the combatants yells at the other, demanding his attention. He warns his opponent not to turn away from the fight, his tone heavy with authority. The aggressor charges forward, weapon drawn, aiming to strike. The air is charged with the tension of a swift attack about to land. The opponent braces himself for the attack, focusing intently as his adversary closes in with deadly intent. Prepared for the next clash, frustration spreads across the face of the character as he sighs in irritation, cursing under his breath. The tension of the ongoing battle is taking its toll on him. He is struck by an attack, his body recoiling from the impact. His stance falters and pain is evident on his face, though he remains determined. Despite the setback, he grits his teeth, his resolve hardening as he prepares for the next move, knowing he must fight through the pain. Byeoktaesan, now seemingly enraged, expresses his anger with a chilling outburst, calling his attackers arrogant fools as he readies himself for a counterattack. The clash of weapons resounds once again as his sword meets that of his enemies. The impact creates a loud, violent sound, signaling the intensity of the struggle. He looks prepared for a brutal fight, fully embracing the conflict ahead, determined to wipe out his opponents with relentless force. As the battle rages on, a sudden shift occurs. The atmosphere around the character changes, signaling a rise in power. His demeanor transforms into something far more formidable. A character, witnessing the shift in his demeanor, questions why he was wasting his time on these lesser opponents. His surprise is evident as the air thickens with the tension of an impending storm. Byeoktaesan responds calmly, explaining he was just about to handle the situation. His attitude shifts from frustration to cold focus, ready to clean up the mess created by the fight. A masked figure, eyes glowing red, holds a mysterious vial in his hand, urging the person beside him to hurry. The atmosphere is tense as the countdown to the next phase begins. The person receiving the vial responds quickly, signaling understanding before tipping it back and swallowing its contents. The urgency is clear. The next phase is imminent. The transformation begins. The person's body reacts violently to the substance, eyes now glowing, their strength rapidly increasing as they prepare to carry out their orders. The person feels a surge of power coursing through their veins. The sensation is overwhelming, as their muscles begin to bulge with newfound strength. They smile maniacally, ready to unleash their power. The figure, now fully empowered, is told to go and eliminate the targets. The order is clear, and there is no hesitation in the person's next move. As the person charges forward, the sheer force of their energy creates a shockwave, their body moving at an incredible speed toward the unsuspecting victims. The enemy forces appear, armed and ready to face the oncoming assault. They brace themselves, but the sight of the person's overwhelming speed and power fills them with fear. The empowered individual swings a weapon, causing it to slice through the air with tremendous force, cutting down the enemies in their path with ease. The battle intensifies as the figure continues their rampage, their speed and strength impossible to match, leaving nothing but chaos in their wake. Amid the fighting, a few survivors gasp in shock as they struggle to keep up with the figure's movements. The power gap is evident as their strikes fail to land. One of the survivors, realizing the magnitude of their opponent's strength, curses under their breath. The figure is too fast and too strong to defeat in this state. The survivors, now filled with dread, are left with only one thought: how could they have miscalculated the figure's abilities? The figure continues to cut down enemies left and right, the sounds of battle growing louder as the air is filled with tension. In the midst of the carnage, one of the survivors, barely able to breathe, wonders aloud if they will even survive long enough for help to arrive. The group is surrounded, their hope lying solely on the hope that reinforcement will arrive in time to save them. In a sudden clash of swords, the battle escalates as a determined figure faces off against a group of enemies. The sound of blades ringing fills the air as they fight for dominance. One enemy, grinning, seems confident in their victory as they corner their target, taunting them with cruel words. Their eyes gleam with malicious intent, confident that the fight is under control. However, the individual they've cornered is prepared in a sudden move. They skillfully break free, countering with a precise strike that sends the enemy reeling backward. A loud cry echoes as one of the fighters is struck by the opponent's swift and powerful blow. Blood splashes as the enemy's sword meets its mark. The injured fighter collapses, crying out in pain as their ally watches in horror. The situation is desperate, and their chances of survival are slim. The figure who delivered the devastating blow moves toward the remaining enemy forces, preparing for the next phase of the fight. A mysterious figure watches from a distance, poised and ready to intervene. The air is thick with tension, but the figure remains calm, waiting for the right moment. As the battle rages on, the mysterious figure steps forward, revealing themselves. Their entrance is commanding, drawing the attention of all those present. The figure speaks, suggesting that they might be able to handle a particularly troublesome opponent, offering their assistance to the struggling group. The group, in desperate need of help, eagerly accepts the figure's offer. Gratitude is evident in their eyes as they thank the newcomer for intervening. The figure, however, doesn't appear to be moved by the thanks. Instead, they calmly assess the situation and reveal their true intentions, suggesting a more strategic approach with confidence. The figure prepares to deal with the most formidable threat, indicating that their involvement might turn the tide of the battle. As the figure prepares for their next move, a burst of soul energy radiates from their hand, creating a swirling aura of power. The energy is overwhelming, drawing attention from all who witness it. The onlookers are stunned by the immense energy the figure commands. Their astonishment grows as the power in the air seems to pulse with a life of its own. The figure smiles knowingly, reflecting on their journey and the power they've gained. They are satisfied, feeling that their efforts were worth the risk. A group of individuals rushes in, their expressions filled with panic and urgency. One of them, noticing the situation, curses loudly, realizing they are too late to stop the events already unfolding. The figure in the foreground, glowing with intense soul energy, reflects on the power they've just encountered. The energy is unlike anything they've ever experienced, and the realization hits them hard. The individual knows that such overwhelming power had been deliberately hidden, and this discovery brings with it a sense of awe and fear, acknowledging the true strength of their opponent. The group, now facing a mysterious opponent, demands answers. In the midst of their confusion, they shout questions about the figure's identity, disbelief evident in their voices. The figure remains calm, seemingly unaffected by their questions. With an air of indifference, they unleash a blast of powerful energy toward their adversaries. The energy ripples outward, forcing the group to fall back in fear. The attacker's identity remains shrouded in mystery, but the sheer power they exude is undeniable. As the battle intensifies, the powerful figure stands amidst the swirling purple energy, smiling knowingly. The onlookers, stunned, now realize who they are facing. The figure, now fully revealed, utters the name of the heavenly demon with a knowing smirk. The recognition sends a shockwave through the group, their eyes wide in terror. They know now that they're not dealing with an ordinary opponent. This is a legendary figure, one whose reputation precedes them, and their presence alone is enough to crush their hopes. The onlookers' shock grows as the figure reveals their true identity, no longer hiding their power. The name Beoktazin is spoken, a declaration that further unsettles the group. The figure stands tall, their power radiating in every direction. The sight is overwhelming, and even those who thought they could handle the battle now realize the odds are stacked against them. The group, exhausted and disoriented, begins to understand the gravity of the situation. They are facing someone with an unimaginable level of power, and their survival is uncertain. The battle rages on as the figure stands unyielding, unscathed. A seasoned warrior, witnessing the ongoing fight, realizes the incredible strength of their opponent. Despite their own skill and experience, the warrior feels the weight of the battle on their body, blood dripping from their wounds. The toll is evident, and they question how much longer they can continue. The internal struggle intensifies as the warrior acknowledges the truth. Their opponent is far beyond anything they've faced before. The question lingers in their mind: how will they survive this encounter? One of the young warriors charges forward with determination, refusing to lose after enduring intense special training. His expression shows resolve as he launches into the fight. The opponent, overwhelmed and frustrated by the unrelenting assault, yells in anger, questioning how his enemies still have strength left. With a loud shout, the enemy prepares a finishing blow, leaping high and swinging his weapon with full force, aiming to end the fight in a single strike. The attack crashes into the ground with explosive power, launching debris and shockwaves in every direction. The ground shatters under the pressure. The two warriors, standing together, realize they are unable to dodge the incoming strike in time. The power is too great and too fast. The impact hits with devastating force, creating a crater as the shockwave expands, sending everyone flying back with violent intensity. The smoke clears and two figures stand frozen. In disbelief, they stare ahead, shocked by what just occurred, unable to comprehend the result. From within the dust, a voice speaks to himself, acknowledging that he still lacks sufficient training to properly control his power. The speaker, walking calmly through the battlefield, reflects on how he let his emotions affect his strength and vows to manage it better in the future. The battlefield is quiet, and the dust continues to settle as the lone figure emerges unscathed. The observers remain silent, stunned by the outcome. With controlled breathing, the warrior lowers his hand, his face calm. He has realized the danger of his own power when used without restraint. The others watch in silence, unsure whether to feel relieved or fearful. The difference in strength between them and the man in front of them is now undeniable. The man walks slowly forward, his hands relaxed, and his energy now under control. His footsteps echo in the silence that follows the destruction. He passes by the others, who remain too shocked to speak. None of them dare to stop him as he leaves the area. The battle has ended, but the memory of this power lingers. Everyone present now knows the gap between them and Beoktazin is far greater than they imagined. After a fierce battle, one of the figures laughs grimly, remarking on how they might have made a mistake by not staying back. Blood stains their face as they struggle to stay upright. The other figure, watching with a calm expression, clicks their tongue, disapproving of the situation. They don't seem overly concerned, indicating their superior strength. The two figures, despite the chaos around them, exchange a brief, wordless moment of understanding. The silence speaks volumes as they both prepare to move on. One of the figures reflects on the difficulty they are having against an opponent who is far stronger than they anticipated. There is a sense of frustration building. The speaker's eyes narrow as they comment on the failure of the River Marshal Alliance member, noting that their strength was overestimated. They begin to walk away, uninterested in continuing the conversation. The other figures react in disbelief, questioning the timing of their companion's departure. The situation is still uncertain, and leaving now seems reckless, but the figure is unbothered. The mood shifts as the other character stares at their departing companion, a slow realization dawning. They can't believe what they just saw. A smile creeps across the figure's face, clearly impressed with the audacity and nonchalance of the departing figure. Beoktazin is locked in a fierce battle with a skilled adversary. As their weapons clash, he contemplates retreat, realizing that victory is impossible if the enemy continues to step in. His opponent, an older warrior, curses Tasang as the intensity of the fight increases. The older man attempts to land a decisive blow, his anger and frustration evident. Despite his doubt, Tasang resolves to find a way out of the deadly confrontation, focusing on the next moment to regain control of the situation. The scene shifts to show Master Beoktazing's companion standing aloof in the distance, seemingly unconcerned with the fight. His hesitation to intervene is clear. A woman standing behind him questions whether Master Bayok should step in to assist, her voice tinged with concern as she watches the battle unfold. Master Bayok responds with a calm demeanor, revealing that he will not intervene, though his eyes reveal that he fully understands the gravity of the situation. Taezang, feeling the pressure mounting, calls out for help, realizing that something beyond his control is affecting the battle. A powerful force suddenly interrupts the tension. In his panic, Taezang wonders if the noise he heard was a lion's roar or some hidden weapon. The immense force overwhelms him, and he desperately pleads for help. The woman behind Master Bayok reassures Taezang, urging him to stay calm as she prepares to act, knowing that he must rely on others to survive this moment. The energy in the air shifts, and the fight reaches a new level of intensity. Taezang's opponent is taken aback by the change in momentum and stumbles backward in surprise. The surrounding warriors watch in awe as the battle takes a sudden turn, with Taezang seeming to gain the upper hand. The power dynamic has shifted unexpectedly. Seizing this chance, Taezang moves forward with a renewed sense of determination, pushing his advantage and preparing to end the fight once and for all. The older warrior, now recovering, acknowledges the intensity of the battle, admitting that he has never faced someone as relentless as Taezang. The tension builds to its peak as the two warriors face off, each knowing this will be the final decisive moment of the fight. With a final clash of swords, Taezang delivers the blow that ends the battle. The fight concludes, and the outcome is clear. Taezang emerges victorious. A green needle-like object cuts through the air, creating a sharp, violent sound. The attack is swift and lethal, its purpose clear. The expression of the person being attacked shows surprise, eyes wide in disbelief as they try to react. A second attack follows immediately, a blue arc of energy slashing through the air, intensifying the battle. The old man, looking relieved, says that he has survived the worst part of the ordeal, a sense of calm washing over him. A needle-like object is pointed out, catching everyone's attention. The old man seems confused and suspicious. A different figure, seemingly disinterested in the situation, mocks the situation, hinting that it's all just a waste of time. One of the individuals speaks with concern, apologizing for the delay and explaining that the one in question is troublesome. Another person questions why no help was given earlier, indicating a missed opportunity to deal with the problem. The individual responds nonchalantly, stating, "It's just because of a personal dislike for that particular person's face." The situation grows tense as the group realizes the dire consequences ahead. A younger character trembles with fear, visibly intimidated by the older figures and the looming threat. Another character watches the scene unfold, quietly acknowledging the need to take action, though uncertain about what will happen next. The last panel presents a reflective character, realizing their need to be more independent and stop being a burden. The figure stands alone, making a vow to stand confidently from this point onward, ready for the future. As this moment of introspection occurs, the background reveals an older figure reminding the character of the consequences that await if they continue down their current path. The woman, eager to grow stronger, excitedly announces her desire to join the training session. Her determination is clear as she walks beside the others. The man beside her, surprised by her sudden declaration, asks for clarification on what she just said. She repeats her wish to join the special training, determined to improve herself and ready for the challenge ahead. The man, after a brief pause, reluctantly agrees to her request, saying, "Fine." His facial expression shows slight hesitation. He continues, explaining that upon their return, he will teach her the infinite stride technique. He cautions her that the technique requires intense physical endurance and internal energy, making it painful to learn, but insists she must brace herself for the experience. The woman eagerly agrees, her face lighting up with determination as she exclaims, "Okay." A nearby observer warns her that she will likely regret it later due to the immense pain the training entails. The woman, however, is unbothered as the narrator reflects that she has always been willing to endure pain to get stronger. A figure among the group questions what's so great about becoming stronger, clearly unimpressed by the conversation. The speaker, who appears more lighthearted, comments that they are lucky they don't have to endure the infinite stride training. Another person retorts with a warning not to jinx it, humorously implying that the instructor might make everyone do the training as well. A new, ominous presence approaches the group. One of them notes, "Simone's approaching." The others exchange confused glances, not sure who it might be. The approaching figure becomes clearer, and a man sarcastically comments that it's probably that old man again, bracing himself for more hassle. The atmosphere is tense as the characters exchange light banter. One individual grumbles about how old people should age gracefully, while the other seems offended, asking why they were looked at when the comment was made. The one who made the comment protests, explaining that they were merely looking at their friend's face and had just missed them. Despite the light-hearted argument, the focus shifts to another older man who insists that he looks much younger than the one previously mentioned. Humorously defending his youthfulness, the group moves forward, one character commenting on the impressive appearance of another man, assuming he must have eaten well to look younger than his age. Another character chimes in suggesting that they've always looked youthful, their tone suggesting playful boasting. As the conversation lightens, the group suddenly notices something in the distance. An urgent realization strikes, and one of the characters shouts, pointing to a figure in the distance, signaling the arrival of an enemy. The enemy is quickly identified, and the group prepares for action. One individual vows to chase after the person, swearing to catch them. Another person sarcastically remarks, asking if the vow will be helpful, almost as if they don't believe the threat is as significant as it seems. The group begins to move, with the enemy now clearly in their sights. The pursuit is on, and the tension rises. The chase intensifies as the older character sprints toward the enemy, shouting in frustration, but his efforts seem futile as the enemy manages to evade him. The older character grows more determined, stating that they will eventually catch the target. However, the scene shifts to show a sudden interruption. Something unexpected catches the older man's attention. In the background, the tension between the characters mounts. A subtle exchange occurs, with one of the characters mentioning they owe the other their life, signaling a shift in dynamics. The group finally regroups after the commotion. The older man expresses gratitude, bowing in acknowledgement of the help he received during the chaos. The character who helped humbly responds, stating that it was nothing more than a physician's duty to help. The tone lightens once more as the characters prepare to unwind, with one of them suggesting a drink to celebrate the resolution of the situation, suggesting they should move past the earlier tensions. A dark figure stands, issuing a command as the room's atmosphere becomes tense. The figure instructs the guards to let someone in, their tone leaving no room for refusal. The door opens slowly, revealing the figure's stern demeanor as the person in question enters the room. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation, signaling a significant moment. The scene cuts to the character entering, with a solemn look on their face. The command has been obeyed, and the figure is now ready to meet whoever awaits inside. The door creaks as it opens, revealing an unsettling presence. A creature, seemingly monstrous, growls with glowing eyes, radiating danger. One of the characters inside the room remarks, casually mentioning the late arrival. They seem unfazed, almost as if used to the tension. The scene begins with a woman sitting among several others, seemingly in a tense moment. She asks someone to explain exactly what went wrong during the mission in Yichang. A man, appearing worn and exhausted, sits nearby. He reveals that while they successfully took over the Black Iron clan, everything else that followed failed terribly. Ha's demeanor reflects the weight of their failure as he shares the loss of their half. Jiangxi hinting at a grave situation. The leader's response is sharp and filled with disbelief, as he questions the severity of the situation. His eyes glint with frustration, demanding to know if they lost everything. The man kneels before the leader, admitting the catastrophic failure. He pleads for the leader to kill him, his voice trembling with regret for committing such a grave mistake. The tension builds as the room falls silent, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Everyone waits for the leader's response. The leader gives a cold command, telling the man to get up. He orders the man to find out the root cause of their failure and review the entire plan from the beginning. The man's reaction is quick, filled with urgency and fear. He promises to carry out the leader's command immediately. The atmosphere is heavy as the leader's cold stare lingers, showing no mercy as the situation becomes more dire. The leader, with a stern expression, gives a final warning. He tells the man that this is his last chance, a statement filled with pressure. The man, desperate to redeem himself, swears that he will not disappoint the leader. His words are filled with determination and fear. The leader's gaze remains intense, watching as the man prepares to act. The tension in the room escalates as the stakes grow higher. The leader stands among a group, his eyes narrowed as they all watch him. He exudes an aura of power and dominance. A woman approaches the leader with a soft smile, trying to get his attention. The scene is interrupted by a sudden shock as blood spills from the woman's mouth. The other women in the room react with horror as one of them begins to collapse. The chaos ensues as the situation spirals further out of control, signaling that things have taken a deadly turn. The leader of the group stands filled with rage. His scream echoes through the room, a mixture of frustration and fury as he is surrounded by bloodshed and chaos. His presence alone seems to instill fear in those nearby. The surrounding figures react with horror as the leader's anger explodes. Blood stains the floor as the leader remains unmoved, his expression cold as he processes the gruesome turn of events. The The scene shifts to the outside world, showing a vast sky and the river martial alliance in the distance. A figure stands in the foreground, his expression filled with pain. The man clenches his teeth, struggling with a great physical burden. His exhaustion is clear, but he pushes through, his body dripping with sweat as he continues on. The pain of the physical training is overwhelming, yet his determination forces him to keep going, symbolizing the hardship of martial arts training. The man, now feeling the weight of his efforts, expresses his frustration. He is practicing the infinite stride technique, which requires slow and deliberate steps that are more difficult than they appear. His body aches, and his face contorts with discomfort as he forces himself to continue. His steps are carefully measured, but each movement intensifies the pain. Onlookers react with concern, watching as he struggles, while others continue on, seemingly unaffected by the grueling challenge. The instructor stands calmly, urging the man to continue despite his complaints. He commands that the man not stop, warning him that his body could explode if he does. The instructor's unwavering discipline contrasts with the discomfort of the trainees, who beg for relief after hours of continuous effort. Tension builds as the trainees face the harsh reality of their training, but the instructor's firm stance leaves no room for hesitation. The instructor gives a philosophical explanation to the group, explaining that this training is for their benefit. The more they endure, the stronger and more flexible their bodies will become. He compares this to developing resistance to poison, likening it to the technique they are learning. The more they practice, the more it will strengthen them. One trainee, realizing the intensity of the training, comments on how the others have been enduring similar hardships. The realization hits her hard. She was once ignorant of such rigorous discipline. The scene begins with a character standing in a storm. Determined, they declare they will endure, no matter what, and cannot afford to fall behind. Their resolve is clear, but the physical toll of the intense training is evident. A deep breath escapes as they brace themselves for the next challenge. The character grits their teeth in pain, a feeling of exhaustion overcoming them, but their determination remains unshaken. A group of individuals walks through a building, groaning and complaining about their physical pain. One of them wonders how someone could be so strong, hinting at their admiration for an older figure. Their conversation continues as they discuss the intense physical toll they've been enduring. The weight of their training is becoming too much for them to bear. Suddenly, an alarming cry breaks the air as the group witnesses something shocking, leading to panic and confusion. The panel shifts to show a fiery explosion in the distance. The group is caught off guard, and their expressions show a mix of surprise and fear. The intense blaze contrasts with the shock on their faces. The heat of the flames seems to rush towards them, signaling an urgent danger. They scream for help as the fire spreads rapidly, the stakes now higher as they are thrust into a perilous situation. A figure, presumably the leader, stands in front of the chaos. Their appearance is calm, but the weight of the situation presses down on them. They are questioned by their allies, but the leader remains silent, staring into the distance, processing the situation. A feeling of pressure builds as the moment becomes more critical, the realization that immediate action is needed. In a more peaceful setting, two figures discuss the matter at hand. One mentions how Byakugan is going back today, revealing the uncertainty of the situation. They speak of the challenges they face, especially with the ongoing issues surrounding the half. Jiangxi, the conversation becomes grim as they acknowledge their lack of a solution. The elder expresses concern, noting that even Taisen doesn't know the reasons behind their problems, leaving them at a loss for what to do next. In a dark, shadowed room, two figures stand in conversation. One suggests that those two people be assigned to Byakugan on his way back. The other figure responds, acknowledging that even Byakugan would not refuse such an assignment, hinting at the significant value of those two individuals. The first figure mutters in frustration, cursing Byakugan, showing irritation and disbelief that things have come to this. The scene transitions to a room where an older man awakens. His eyes slowly open as he hears the voice of someone calling out to him, "You are awake." The man groggily responds, his head still heavy as he barely manages to mutter. His memory seems foggy as he tries to piece together what's going on. He acknowledges the presence of the alliance leader, commenting that he seems to have made quite a scene, suggesting something chaotic happened while he was unconscious. The alliance leader questions what exactly happened the night before, puzzled at how the situation escalated so much. The elderly man, in a weak and sheepish tone, tries to brush it off, claiming it was nothing major and that he had simply drunk a bit too much. The alliance leader seems unconvinced, noting how bizarre it is that his condition came from drinking. But the elderly man continues with a vague explanation, deflecting further questioning. As the elderly man recalls more details, he mentions that after dealing with the remaining forces, He had finished off the stragglers from an ambush. The conversation shifts as the elderly man finally recalls that the divine physician and eccentric physician arrived after he had completed his task, hinting at the involvement of these key figures. The mysterious forces behind the scenes begin to reveal themselves, but the confusion is not yet cleared up, and further questions arise about the strange happenings. The elderly man laughs sheepishly, admitting that he and the Alliance leader drank together that night, causing the confusion to deepen. A flashback occurs, showing the two of them enjoying their drinks, the atmosphere lighthearted and carefree. But then, the scene shifts to a much darker tone, as the elderly man seems to have been affected more than he initially realized, leaving him feeling unwell and disoriented. The room is filled with screams of agony. A figure is writhing in pain, screaming, "New!" as their body reacts violently to something. Another figure watches in horror, unable to do anything as the screams intensify. The man's body is reacting as if something inside him is fighting to get out. The situation grows more chaotic as the figure's face contorts in agony, leaving everyone stunned and uncertain about what's happening. A loud cry breaks the tension. Alliance leader. The distressed cry comes from a group of individuals nearby who are witnessing the situation unfold. The person in charge, the Alliance leader, steps forward, acknowledging the state of the person in pain. There's a visible concern as they consider the consequences of the situation. The figure in charge remarks that it seems the person is still suffering greatly from the battle's aftermath, adding more urgency to the problem at hand. One of the figures in the scene agrees, stating that the person in distress should be carefully attended to. The situation has escalated to a point where immediate attention is necessary. The leader nods in agreement, confirming that he will follow through on the orders, showing that this matter is of high priority. Meanwhile, another individual in the group tries to explain that this is not the same situation as before, possibly hinting at deeper complexities in their mission. The scene transitions to a wide shot outside, with a figure walking through a city, the wind blowing strongly around them. The Alliance leader walks, speaking to another individual about their next course of action. The leader is deep in thought, clearly focused on something important. They mention how the Golden Jade House has requested 2 physicians to accompany them. The leader's expression is one of determination as they discuss the next move, hinting at the critical importance of their mission regarding the captured Guangdong fiends and their strange behavior. The conversation turns to the interrogation of the captured Guangdong fiend. The person being interrogated, oddly, knows very little about the organization they worked for, which raises suspicions. The figure continues to explain that the captive doesn't even know why they became younger or who gave them their orders, leaving more questions than answers. The dialogue continues, with the leader expressing their interest in the situation, clearly intrigued by the mysterious behavior of the fiend. The intrigue grows deeper as they try to connect the dots. A woman seated in a dimly lit room reveals her unusual ability to briefly glimpse a person's true nature. She explains that she can catch glimpses of someone's true essence in fleeting moments. The figure across from her, intrigued, asks what she saw in him. His curiosity is palpable as he leans in closer. The woman hesitates but then begins to explain what she saw, her eyes shifting as she struggles to put her thoughts into words. She speaks of seeing a black, monstrous figure lurking within, something dark and unsettling. The vision seems to be a shadow of a deeper nature hiding inside him. The man listens, intrigued and seemingly unaffected by the negative description. A slight smile forms on his lips, clearly pleased by her observations. The woman adds that this figure, this monster, seemed almost like it wanted to break free from the confines of its prison, its power threatening to overwhelm. The woman's expression falters, confusion and uncertainty washing over her. She looks at him, unsure how to respond, realizing that this isn't just a casual conversation but a dangerous shift in her life. A woman with a slightly troubled expression reflects on her situation. She acknowledges that she has no choice but to serve under Master Bayok, despite her uncertainty about the future. Her gaze hints at her inner conflict about the path she is now following. She pauses, her thoughts heavy with doubt as she wonders about the direction her life is taking. The quiet moment emphasizes her inner turmoil and confusion about what lies ahead. In the background, 2 figures are seen, perhaps significant to the woman's journey. The sense of mystery surrounding these individuals hints at the challenges she may face moving forward. A new character speaks to Master Bayok, informing him about 2 individuals from the Thousand Medicine Hall, piquing Master Bayok's interest. The person explains that these individuals are skilled in both medicine and martial arts, making them valuable allies. Their dual expertise in these areas sets them apart, and Master Bayok considers this carefully. The conversation shifts to a larger question about whether the Thousand Medicine Hall has joined the Muram Alliance. The uncertainty about this development hints at underlying political tensions and possible future conflicts. The woman, in the midst of conversation, is praised by Master Bayok for her usefulness, a compliment that takes her by surprise. She listens attentively, still unsure of what her role will be. Master Bayok points out that her associates are unusually skilled, drawing attention to their talents and abilities. He acknowledges their unique capabilities, subtly hinting at their importance in the grand scheme of things. A series of images flash through the woman's mind, showing the different people associated with her and their potential significance. Their faces are filled with enigmatic expressions, adding layers of intrigue to the narrative. The woman's thoughts deepen as she recalls the smiles of the individuals around her. The fact that they all shared this characteristic raises further questions about their intentions and connection to her. Master Bayok's response is detached, though his interest is piqued. His brief acknowledgement of the situation indicates that he is becoming more involved in understanding the complexities around the woman's associates. The woman, now reflecting on the situation, feels a sense of unease mixed with curiosity, realizing there may be much more to these individuals than she initially thought. A shift occurs as Master Bayok interrupts the conversation, bringing attention to an important matter. The tension in the air suggests that the stakes are higher than previously realized. Master Bayok informs the woman that they are approaching a location where more members of a group, possibly pirates, are stationed. The hint of danger grows stronger, and the woman's sense of urgency increases. She responds with a quiet assertion, revealing that she is no longer the house mistress. This change in status is significant, marking a transition in her role and what is expected of her moving forward. A man with a rugged past reveals that he was once a pirate. He shares this information as he reflects on his former life, hinting at the fact that many of his old comrades managed to escape their former life. The other characters in the scene react to this revelation, surprised by the escape of the pirates, especially given the tight surveillance in place. The escape seems suspicious to them. They continue discussing the details of the event, the man mentioning that it wasn't just luck, but something more may have occurred to let the pirates slip away. A woman challenges the man's explanation, suggesting that perhaps the surveillance wasn't as tight as he thinks, and that it could have been more of a slip-up than luck. She casts doubt on the ease with which the pirates escaped. Her comment stirs a reaction from the man, who quickly defends his statement, insisting that the surveillance was indeed tight. He also asserts that the escaped pirates were definitely half Jiangxi, adding an eerie element to the situation. Despite his insistence, the woman is still not entirely convinced and appears troubled by the inconsistencies in the story, indicating that something feels off about the entire situation. The woman is confronted with the man's suspicion that she might have seen the escape firsthand. He points out that she speaks as though she was an eyewitness, challenging her credibility. The woman gets flustered and tries to explain herself, claiming she only heard the details, but the tension in her response only increases doubts about her involvement or knowledge of the escape. The interaction ends with a moment of silence, as the man keeps his sharp gaze on her, and the situation grows more tense as the true nature of what happened remains unclear. The woman, clearly anxious, starts to worry about her standing. She fears that she might have made a mistake in not thoroughly investigating the situation herself. In her panic, she wonders if the man is suspecting her of hiding something or if he's growing suspicious of her actions. As her anxiety mounts, she tries to explain her innocence, but her nervousness only heightens the tension between her and the man. The scene takes a dark turn as one of the men is seen being attacked. His sudden outcry of betrayal adds to the growing sense of danger surrounding the group. The man who is being confronted denies the accusation of betrayal, insisting that he would never turn on them. His body language, however, seems to suggest otherwise. The situation escalates as the confrontation intensifies, leading to an explosive physical moment that further deepens the conflict and uncertainty surrounding the group. The group is shocked to discover that spies have infiltrated their camp. One of the members expresses disbelief at how far the enemy's influence has spread, indicating that the situation is more dire than expected. The spy is revealed to have been with the Hao faction for over 5 years. This long-term infiltration raises serious concerns about the extent of the enemy's preparations and their ability to strike without detection. As the spy continues to deny his involvement, the group begins to suspect that a trap is being set to capture Master Bayok. Tension rises as the implications of this betrayal become clearer. Master Bayok dismisses the spy's defense, stating that he doesn't care whether the man is a spy or not. His focus is on the bigger threat capturing him with a trap. The spy, terrified and confused, questions what Master Bayok means by trap, struggling to understand the true nature of the situation. Master Bayok's cold and calculating expression intensifies the gravity of the moment, implying that he is already preparing for whatever danger is headed their way. A mysterious figure in the distance watches with interest as events unfold. The figure seems intrigued by the developments, suggesting that there's a deeper layer of complexity to the plot. The figure's words reveal that the enemy has prepared a trap with the intention of capturing Master Bayok. The trap is clearly part of a larger plan, and it appears that the enemy is ready to escalate things. Master Bayok reflects on the scale of the enemy's operation, recognizing that the situation is far more serious than he anticipated. His experience as the heavenly demon has made him accustomed to threats, but this time feels different. Master Bayok, standing resolute, evaluates the trap they are facing. His sharp awareness shows that he has encountered many traps in the past, and he's determined to find a way to counter this one. His thoughts flash back to his days as the heavenly demon, where major clans would set up countless traps to capture him. These experiences have made him highly cautious, but also more prepared. Master Bayok's reflection reveals that despite all the traps set against him in the past, not a single one succeeded. His confidence grows as he plans his next move. Master Bayok smirks, intrigued by the developing situation. He's curious to see how the enemies will handle this challenge, knowing full well that they might underestimate him. The focus shifts to a mysterious energy emanating from the distant building. Master Bayok senses something unusual, signaling a new layer of danger. The tension heightens as the energy grows stronger and Master Bayok begins to prepare himself for the next phase, his instincts telling him that something formidable is on the way. Master Bayok declares that he will charge into battle head, on alone, instructing his companions to handle the rear. His bold approach shows confidence, but his allies immediately express concern, worried about the danger this presents. His companion, hesitant and worried, insists that such a move is too risky. Master Bayok counters, asking who would be in danger if not his allies, and clearly shows that he is fully prepared to take on the risk himself. The team stands divided, with some unsure, but ultimately acknowledging that if Master Bayok is determined, they will have to follow his plan. Master Bayok, in a calm but firm tone, explains that if he's in danger, it's up to his team to work harder and protect themselves. His confidence in their abilities is clear, though his words also carry the weight of the reality they're facing. His companion accepts his command, though the unease remains. There is an understanding that their roles have been set. Master Bayok will face the bulk of the danger head on, while the rest must safeguard his back. Master Bayok, after issuing his orders, looks ahead with determination, his gaze unwavering. He prepares for the challenges ahead, knowing well that what lies in front will test both him and his team. A figure in the shadows watches the scene unfold, assessing the situation. The tension builds as the enemy makes its presence known, but Master Bayok is aware that they're nearing their target. Master Bayok's thoughts shift to the battle ahead, preparing himself mentally for the fight. His expression reflects his readiness, acknowledging the looming danger that's about to explode. The enemy forces are closing in and the moment of confrontation is near. Master Bayok takes a deep breath, his resolve clear as he moves to engage. Master Bayok suddenly spots the enemy and yells, alerting his team of the immediate threat. His voice cuts through the tension, giving his team the signal they need to act. As he warns the group, his focus sharpens. The enemies, caught off guard, start to react, but confusion lingers in their ranks as they scramble to regroup. Master Bayok's voice rises with authority as he continues directing his team, urging them to act swiftly. His experience and leadership skills are apparent in the way he commands the situation. The atmosphere grows darker, and the team prepares for battle. Master Bayok, focused on the task ahead, takes a moment to analyze the situation and the danger that looms over them. The enemy, now fully visible, begins to advance. The team steels themselves, knowing that a quick and decisive battle is their only chance for survival. Master Bayok stands tall, fully aware of the magnitude of the challenge, and he leads the charge, his every move determined to overwhelm the enemy. Master Bayok steps into a darkened room, his eyes narrowing as he senses a presence. The room feels charged with tension as a mysterious figure seems to be waiting for him. The figure speaks, revealing that they were expecting Master Bayok's arrival. This sets the stage for the inevitable confrontation between them, as the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. Master Bayok's cold demeanor suggests he's not intimidated. His calm and confident stance hints at the power he holds and his readiness for the fight ahead. Master Bayok reflects on the opponents he is facing, disdainfully noting their inability to fully unleash their potential. Due to their shortened lifespans, his tone reveals his growing impatience with their limitations. He dismisses the enemy's weaknesses, expressing that had he known the situation would be this simple, he would have sent them to their end earlier. His gaze hardens as he surveys the opposition. He shows no mercy in his thoughts, reflecting on how easy the upcoming battle will be despite the enemy's struggles. A new figure is introduced, someone seemingly impressed by the skill of Master Bayok's companions. This figure compares them to wolves diving into a flock of sheep, signaling their overwhelming power. The figure remarks that Master Byok must have trained them personally, acknowledging the strength and coordination of his companions in combat. Master Byok's eyes sharpen as he contemplates his next move. His calm demeanor contrasts with the tension of the situation, hinting at his preparedness to overcome whatever challenge lies ahead. The mysterious figure continues to speak, suggesting that Master Byok must be a formidable opponent if his companions are this capable. A certain respect seems to be developing in the figure's tone, though it's unclear if they are allies or enemies. As Master Byok stands tall, his expression shows that he's not fazed. He simply waits, seemingly content with letting the enemy make the first move. The mysterious figure's smirk fades as they reveal themselves fully, introducing their true identity, Gok Yangdu. The announcement leaves a chilling air as Master Byok's eyes narrow in recognition. Master Byok's expression hardens as he silently contemplates the significance of this new adversary. Gok Yangdu is no ordinary foe, and the battle ahead will be anything but easy. A confident figure, standing tall, addresses the room. He proclaims that he is not a renowned martial master, nor a leader of a major sect, but something different. His words carry an air of mystery as he speaks of his past. The other figure stands silently, his eyes betraying confusion as he processes the strange statement. A thought crosses his mind. This person thinks he is better than most martial masters. The man who spoke previously is unfazed. He dismisses the idea of being ordinary, hinting at his own unique position in the world, all while continuing to be shrouded in a veil of intrigue. The figure smiling confidently reveals that they call themselves the Unknowns. His smile exudes both mystery and self-assurance, further deepening the air of intrigue. The other person, intrigued, questions their name, admitting he hasn't heard of the Unknowns before. This sparks a further moment of curiosity. With a touch of amusement, the person from the Unknowns comments that despite their name, he does not seem like an ordinary follower or lapdog, emphasizing the peculiar nature of their group. The person from the Unknowns grins, pointing out that despite being a lapdog, this figure seems to possess a vast amount of knowledge and information, making him an asset rather than just a lackey. A subtle shift in the atmosphere occurs as the tension rises. The person steps forward, their hand beginning to glow with energy. The air crackles with energy as the glowing aura intensifies, marking the beginning of a dangerous exchange between the two figures. As the battle intensifies, the figure unleashes a massive amount of energy, sending waves of force towards the opponent. The other figure, seemingly unfazed, assesses the situation with caution. The energy manifests into a powerful blast, causing a trail of light and destruction in the air. The figure's opponent looks tense, unsure of how to handle this powerful force. As the battle progresses, the figure confidently states that there is something more pressing on his mind. Despite the conflict, his thoughts are consumed with the desire to eat, giving a chilling yet casual twist to the situation. The figure lets out a light-hearted remark. As if unconcerned with the chaos surrounding him, he motions forward, sending another destructive blast in the process. The opponent, assessing the energy around him, realizes that while the figure is strong, his movements and behavior are unpredictable, adding to the complexity of the battle. With another wave of energy, the opponent reacts, but his thoughts are clear. What a weirdo, as he struggles to keep up with the figure's erratic and powerful style. The two combatants are still engaged in a fierce battle. The first one remarks that his opponent is definitely the weird one based on his unpredictable movements. Byok Tasang, who is still evading his attacks, effortlessly dodges with a graceful but unorthodox stance. His opponent is in disbelief, taunting him for thinking he can dodge so easily. The first figure unleashes another strike, his eyes narrowing in anger as he prepares for another attack, thinking he can finish it quickly with his refined technique. The scene shifts as the first combatant's energy grows more violent, sending a powerful surge forward. Byok Tasang's face hardens with determination. Bracing for what's next, their powers collide as Byok Tasang counters with an equally powerful move. A clash of forces that shakes the surroundings. Tension builds as each opponent realizes the other's strength. Byok Tasang smirks, his confidence rising as he prepares for a decisive move. His opponent, however, seems more serious, his gaze intensifying as he realizes this is no ordinary battle. The fight escalates with Byok Tasang launching another attack, this time using a different, more dangerous energy. The first figure realizes he has been outmaneuvered. The first figure struggles to adjust, finding himself pushed back by Byok Tasang's overwhelming force. His previous confidence starts to fade. Both fighters lock eyes for a brief moment, and the first figure curses under his breath, realizing that his opponent's moves have exceeded his expectations. The first figure thinks he has the upper hand, but a slight shift in Byok Tasang's movements shows he's set a trap. The first figure unknowingly steps right into it. With a swift, calculated movement, Bayok Taezang sets his trap in motion, his opponent's next move falling right into the hands of fate. This is the end, Bayok Taezang mutters as he prepares to deliver a final blow, his energy intensifying. The final moments approach. With both fighters locked in a deadly clash, Bayok Taezang releases a devastating surge and the first figure can't react in time. The final moment of the battle sees the first figure realizing the trap was set the moment he stepped in. He's caught and the outcome is inevitable. The first figure's face shows shock and realization as the overwhelming energy of his opponent consumes him, marking the end of the fight with a powerful explosion of force. Bayok Taezang grins as he watches his opponent struggle. The glow from his energy fades and the first figure recognizes the move Phantom Shift. The first figure looks around in panic, trying to locate where his opponent has disappeared to. The confusion is palpable as he shouts, "Where are you?" His frustration grows as he desperately tries to track down the elusive opponent. "Did you flee?" he mutters. Realizing how skilled and elusive Bayok Taezang truly is, Bayok Taezang, having reappeared with a smug look, launches another attack. He seems to relish the challenge and taunts his opponent, believing he's finally found someone strong enough to shed some blood. The attack is swift and precise, with a surge of dark energy following Bayok Taezang's hand. The opponent is caught off guard, not expecting such a sudden strike. The first figure, now enraged, is forced to brace himself. Realizing that this battle is far from over, with a flash of purple energy, Bayok Taezang strikes. The first figure is thrown back, his body being ripped apart by the force. A smug look appears on Bayok Taezang's face as he relishes the power in his strike. His opponent is unable to react in time, suffering from the blow. "At the very least, I thought there was a chance you could quench my thirst a little," Bayok Taezang sneers as he watches his opponent struggle. Blood drips from the first figure as he curses, "Bastard." The intense pain seems to fuel his anger as he readies himself for the next phase of the battle. With a fierce determination, the first figure forces himself to his feet, his gaze filled with hatred. He charges, vowing to end this fight once and for all. Both figures meet in an explosive clash, their energies colliding with devastating force, each fighter pushing their limits. Bayok Taezang, seemingly enjoying the intense fight, grins as he continues to battle, feeling the adrenaline rushing through him. He steps back slightly, catching his breath before saying, "Now I'm finally warmed up. It's been a while since I've had some fun." With the tension at its peak, Bayok Taezang glances at the defeated opponent. "Now then, shall we go check out those half Jiangshi?" he adds, ready to move on to the next stage of his plan. Master Bayok walks in, and his subordinates rush to greet him. They anxiously ask if he's all right, concerned about his condition after the battle. With a calm demeanor, Master Bayok glances around and asks if any of his subordinates are seriously injured. His eyes scan over their faces, noticing no major injuries. The subordinates all nod, reassured by Master Bayok's question, though there is a slight sense of unease. Everyone feels the tension in the air, but for now, they remain standing, waiting for his next command. Master Bayok's thoughts drift as he wonders, "What is this?" He finds himself questioning his new behaviors, which seem strange to him. The image shows flashes of his past as the heavenly demon, reflecting on the countless dangerous battles he has fought. However, there's a disconnect. Why is he now checking on his subordinates in a way he never did before? He continues to reflect, his face showing confusion as he realizes this strange feeling. This is a strange feeling, he acknowledges, silently questioning the shift in his own attitude. Master Bayok addresses his subordinates, calling them over to give them a compliment. "Good job," he says, his voice laced with an uncharacteristic warmth. His subordinates are stunned at the praise, a bit shocked but also pleased by his words. "He gave us a compliment." One whispers in disbelief. The group erupts in laughter and joy, feeling a rare sense of pride. They had never expected such positive recognition from their master. Master Bayok quickly turns back to more serious matters. He commands them to take care of themselves before focusing on the next task. One of his subordinates enthusiastically agrees. "Leave it to us." Their eagerness is evident as they begin preparing for the next phase of their mission. The group continues to act with utmost sincerity, their focus now on ensuring their master's will is carried out properly. As the task moves forward, Master Bayok discusses the next steps with a fellow leader, noting their plan to search for the half Jiangshi. The conversation moves quickly as they discuss the strategy, with Master Bayok asserting that there's no need to split up. "I already know where they are," he states confidently. His fellow leader nods, acknowledging Master Bayok's expertise and knowledge. They prepare to move forward with the search, trusting his judgment. Master Bayok's eyes narrow, detecting a distinct aura. His attention shifts to the source as he feels the faint trace of energy. The aura becomes more pronounced, glowing in a purple haze, clearly marking the target's presence. He notes that their distinct energy is easy to track. Master Bayok smirks slightly, knowing he is on the right track as he moves forward to investigate further, the energy guiding his path. With a decisive command, Master Bayok instructs his subordinates, "Cut it open." His voice is firm as he prepares for the next move. One of his subordinates, equipped with a sword, steps forward. He readies himself to carry out the command, his focus sharp. As the sword is drawn, a wave of tension fills the air. Master Bayok watches intently, knowing that this next action will uncover the truth. With a swift and clean motion, the floor is sliced open, revealing a hidden passage beneath. The sharp blade effortlessly cuts through. The dust settles and light begins to pour into the newly revealed basement, illuminating the dark depths. A shocked realization fills the air as they discover an entire hidden space below the building filled with unknown secrets. Master Bayok's voice echoes, "Oh, so there's a basement." As they explore further, the group is startled by a sudden movement in the shadows. A terrifying presence emerges from the depths. The figures, with glowing red eyes and ominous expressions, step forward. The sense of danger becomes palpable as they reveal their terrifying appearance. One of the subordinates gasps in fear, "Ah shit, that scared me." The tension rises as they face the unexpected enemies. Master Bayok surveys the situation and assesses the new threat. "There are a lot of them down here," he notes, his eyes scanning the growing number of half-Jiangshi. A group of figures with glowing red eyes appear in the shadows, their presence ominous as they surround the scene. The air is thick with tension as the enemies close in. A woman, clearly frightened, calls out to Master Bayok in desperation, her voice trembling with fear. The sense of danger is palpable as she looks toward him for help. The figure's threatening steps are marked by a disturbing sound, signaling the start of a deadly confrontation. The group remains on edge, aware of the looming battle. A surge of powerful energy erupts as Master Bayok unleashes a burst of mystical force. The air crackles as his energy overwhelms the surroundings. His aura radiates intensely, sending shockwaves through the enemies. The ground beneath him shakes as his power gathers strength. The figures around him recoil, some unable to bear the overwhelming force. Master Bayok stands undeterred, exuding confidence in his ability to defeat them. Master Bayok rises to a new level of power, his form enveloped in a blinding light. The sheer intensity of his energy has reached an unimaginable peak. The scene becomes chaotic as his energy unleashes a destructive force, sending enemies scattering in all directions. The power is overwhelming, unmatched by anything they faced. As the dust settles, Master Bayok stands tall, reflecting on the enormous energy he just wielded. His thoughts reveal a deeper understanding of the power he commands. Master Bayok laughs, his voice resonating with a sense of triumph. His expression reveals a mix of pride and amusement, as if relishing the sheer scale of his own strength. His laughter echoes, spreading through the air as he takes a moment to savor the feeling of dominance. The enemies lie defeated around him. Others in the group, still shocked by the display of power, question what exactly Master Bayok has done. They struggle to comprehend the magnitude of his abilities. The scene shifts to a peaceful setting as a ship sails smoothly through calm waters. The group appears to be returning home after the intense battle. One of the characters reflects on the events they've just endured, acknowledging the many challenges faced along the way. The character wonders aloud about their future path and their inevitable parting from Master Bayok, hinting at the uncertainty and complexities ahead. The group is in conversation, with one person questioning whether staying with Master Bayok at Wuhan is a wise decision. There is a lighthearted tone as they discuss the difficulty of the training. Another character tries to avoid the responsibility of training, expressing reluctance. However, they humorously suggest that the training is inevitable, especially after returning to Master Bayok's side. The conversation continues with playful teasing about the hard training ahead, as the group becomes more casual about the situation, making light of the intensity of their past experiences. The conversation shifts to a more serious tone, with one person asking why another is looking at them. With such intensity, there is a playful challenge in their words as they try to make light of the situation. The playful banter continues, but one character, now slightly annoyed, remarks on the persistent behavior of another. The atmosphere remains casual, but there is a hint of tension in the air. The scene shifts to a more somber moment with a figure standing alone, looking out into the distance. The mood changes as they reflect on past events, and their thoughts become heavy with contemplation. The character stands in deep thought, reflecting on their past actions and decisions. There is a sense of solitude as they prepare for whatever lies ahead. The scene flashes back to a past event involving Gokyang-do at the pirate fortress, hinting at a significant encounter and the potential dangers that await. The character's internal monologue reveals their growing understanding of the situation, with a shift in tone indicating the seriousness of the matters at hand. The group faces an unexpected encounter with a new enemy, a man wielding a sword. His martial arts skills aren't impressive, but something about him feels threatening. The characters' battle intensifies as they realize the true danger lies not in the man's martial arts but in the strange energy emanating from him. A sense of unease settles over the group. The group faces a dangerous twist, as the energy extracted from the enemy begins to warp and twist. The group grows more cautious, realizing this foe is unlike any they've faced before. The mysterious energy continues to wreak havoc, intensifying as the character tries to investigate the cause of the strange power. The realization strikes. The enemy's energy is a twisted combination of soul and flesh, far more dangerous than anticipated. The discovery shakes the group. The group, now more prepared, prepares for a confrontation as they prepare to deal with the consequences of the mysterious soul energy. The investigation continues, but the threat remains ominous. Master Bayok reveals that a specific pill, one that triggers latent power, is crafted from rare ingredients. The high value of the pill is evident, with each one costing a significant amount of gold. The discussion turns to the loss of such valuable pills, speculating how furious those who lost them must be. The pill's rarity adds to the mystery of the situation. The group now ponders the greater implications of such wealth being hidden inside the pirate fortress. The mystery deepens as they realize the immense value at stake. The conversation continues with Master Bayok proposing a way to counter the effects of the pill, even though recreating the exact formula might be impossible. Master Bayok reveals that the key to unlocking the pill's latent power lies in a specific herb, the blood drop flower. Its unique properties make it a crucial ingredient in unlocking the pill's true potential. The blood drop flower is explained further. Its appearance resembles a drop of blood, hence the name. The group now realizes that this herb could be the key to creating a countermeasure against the pill's power. Master Bayok explains that the other ingredients likely serve to slow down a person's reaction speed. The combination of these elements makes the pill both dangerous and complex. The group discusses potential solutions, trying to find a way to accelerate the release of the pill's power before the user gains full control. Master Bayok formulates a plan. If they can trigger the latent power faster, the pill's effects will wear off more quickly, exhausting the user before they even reach the battle. The plan is finalized. If they can accelerate the effects, they will neutralize the pill's power long before the user can use it effectively in combat. Master Bayok and the group strategize, ensuring they have the right method to implement this countermeasure before they face the dangers ahead. One of the characters promises to work on the formula as soon as they arrive, aiming to improve the method if possible. A new piece of information emerges as Master Bayok explains the stolen research that was uncovered. The group's success relies on understanding the source of the mysterious methods. The stolen knowledge about the pill's composition brings the group closer to finding a solution, but the method remains incredibly cheap, using only common herbs. The simplicity of the method causes some frustration, as Master Bayok realizes the ease with which this method could be replicated, posing new threats. The group must act quickly to prevent further complications. As the group nears Wuhan, one of them reflects on how, despite the journey nearing its end, the place still doesn't feel like home. There is a sense of internal conflict. The focus shifts to a report revealing that the Yichang pirate fortress has been completely emptied, leaving the group with more questions than answers. The unknown figure Seo Dugun seems to be involved, indicating that the situation is more complex than initially thought. The group discusses the aftermath of the battle, mentioning that most of the enemy forces have either been killed or captured. Despite this, there is still no sign of Gokyang-do. Frustration builds as the group realizes that Gokyang-do is not someone who would fall easily. His disappearance adds a new layer of urgency. They conclude that the half-Jiangshi creatures who are partially human and partially undead are likely lost as well. The mystery surrounding Gokyang-do deepens. The conversation turns to Master Bayok Tazan, who is implicated in the disruption of the enemy's plans. There's a recognition that he has made significant strides against their forces. A grim realization follows. The enemy's trap to capture or kill Bayok Tazan has failed miserably. Adding to their mounting problems, the unknown figure reflects on the failure of their trap, indicating that things are slipping out of their control. The discussion grows more tense as they reveal the loss of the blood, boosting pills stored at their base. The theft of such a valuable resource adds a significant blow to their position. The frustration intensifies as the speaker explains how their plans to recover from previous failures have only worsened the situation. The focus shifts to the strategy of destroying evidence to cover their tracks. They agree to leave only the part where Bayok Tazan was lured into the trap, fabricating the story. The figure reflects on the need to destroy all evidence except for the part implicating Biotazen. There's a sense of urgency in ensuring they aren't fully exposed. The tension is palpable as the group realizes that they have to make the plan work, despite the complexity and high stakes. The plan is put into motion. A leader makes the decision, acknowledging that this course of action is necessary. Despite the risks involved, they know this will have serious consequences. The group is greeted with much enthusiasm as they arrive, with a character humorously welcoming Master Bayok and the eccentric physician. The playful tone contrasts with the serious atmosphere of their journey. A character sarcastically comments on the shamelessness of the welcome, and it's clear that the situation is more relaxed, with tensions briefly easing. The group's attitudes remain unchanged, despite the lighthearted greeting, reinforcing the unflappable nature of the characters despite the chaos around them. The character in charge invites everyone inside, offering them a warm bath, restorative food, and rare liquor, showcasing the luxury and comfort prepared for the group one of the group members. Jokes about the lavish welcome, teasing the host about showing off with their hospitality. The mood shifts as Master Bayok is asked if he would like to visit the manor, an offer that brings attention to his personal matters. Master Bayok appears surprised when the topic shifts to visiting his brother. This revelation catches him off guard as it seems to have slipped out of his mouth naturally. He contemplates the idea of calling someone a brother, and it feels oddly natural. This sparks the question of whether it's a reflex from the body or a lingering effect of Biotazen's soul. Master Bayok is left wondering about this mysterious bond, feeling a sense of confusion about the sudden connection to the word brother. In relation to his past, Master Bayok agrees to visit his brother, but his attention shifts to meeting with his people first, suggesting that his duty to them takes precedence. The group begins to follow the guide toward the meeting area, with a leader calling out directions. There's a slight misunderstanding about the path, but the group adjusts. The group continues their journey, with Master Bayok leading them, signaling that reconnecting with his people comes before personal matters. The host is eager to make sure Master Bayok is comfortable, but there's a subtle hint that the group may have expected something more from him. Master Bayok's thoughts linger on the strange shift. In the atmosphere, it's a welcome but with underlying tension. The group's members, clearly feeling the heat of the moment, focus on the next steps. It becomes clear that Master Bayok's responsibilities come first, but a looming sense of something important remains. As Master Bayok returns, a flurry of excitement erupts. The newcomers are amazed by his presence and the people are clearly in awe of his power. Some of the group members whisper in admiration, commenting on Master Bayok's extraordinary abilities. Their awe only intensifies at the sight of him. A commanding voice interrupts the excitement, ordering everyone to return to their tasks. The sudden shift in tone brings a silence to the crowd, but there's still an underlying sense of respect. Master Bayok, now with his usual calm demeanor, orders the group to return to their duties, reinforcing his authority. A comment is made about how Master Bayok has become even more charismatic since his time away. His change is noticed by those around him. The conversation shifts to a quieter note where someone reflects on Master Bayok's transformation, noting that he might be gradually returning to his true self after recovering from his illness. Meanwhile, a figure reflects on the changes in Master Bayok. Noting the growing interest in him, they realize that things are starting to get more complicated and interesting. A brief conversation reveals that the Manor Master has summoned Biotazen, confirming that his presence is indeed necessary. As the scene closes, a woman named Che Miriong, who is revealed as the wife of Biotazen, watches the situation unfold. There's a sly expression on her face as she senses the tension and intrigue in the air. Che Miriong, the wife of Biotazen, stands confidently, speaking to someone in the shadows. She reveals that the Manor Master has called for Biotazen, an indication of something significant happening. The individual responds affirmatively, confirming that the Manor Master indeed summoned Biotazen immediately. This hints at something important unfolding within the manor. Che Miriong, with a sly smile, reflects on the situation. She recognizes that things are starting to get interesting, and that there may be a larger game at play in the coming events. Che Miriong, once again speaking, reveals her disbelief at the River Marshal Alliance's sudden business proposal. She expresses doubts about the sincerity and seriousness of such an unexpected move. The scene shifts to the inside of the manor where several men sit around a table, discussing the proposal. They explain that the River Marshal Alliance is offering to establish a branch in Wyam, and they want exclusive rights to supply the alliance with paper and alcohol. Che Miriong, her expression full of fury, asks aloud, "Who do they think Biotazen is?" She finds the demands absurd and beyond her expectations, showing her growing frustration. In a dimly lit room, the plan to investigate Bayok-Tazen intensifies. A man suggests that they need to dig deeper into Bayok-Tazen's connection with the River Marshal Alliance. Che Marayong insists that the investigation isn't enough. She demands that they uncover everything about Bayok-Tazen, including his ties, weaknesses, and even his enemies. Miriong concludes that once they gather all the necessary information, they will formulate a plan to handle Bayok-Tazen and ensure their position in the coming events. Che Miriong makes it clear that their goal is to become the true head of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. She says this is the only way to ensure Bayok-Sang, Il and Bayok-Wuhyung are pushed aside. The man standing next to her agrees with the plan, acknowledging the importance of their next steps. His nod of agreement confirms the deepening alliance between them. Miriong adds that their ultimate goal is to seize control of the Joseo Pavilion, further solidifying her ambition to take control of the larger operations at play. The scene shifts as a group of men discusses the growth of Bayok-Tazen's power. His seemingly weak demeanor was once overlooked, but now it is becoming clear that he is a rising threat. One of the men expresses concern that they can no longer leave him alone. With Tazen's increasing power, they can no longer afford to ignore him, or it may be too late. The group cheers as they finally see Bayok-Tazen emerge. One of the men calls out to him, and despite the chaotic mood, there's a sense of urgency and anticipation for what lies ahead. Bayok-Tazen, sensing the true purpose behind his warm reception, reflects on the situation. He acknowledges that the River Marshal Alliance has requested something from the Golden Wall Merchant Guild before they depart for Yekyang-Tazen. Still calm, continues to consider the business dealings between the guild and the River Marshal Alliance. He realizes that once they return to YM, the workload and challenges will become much more intense. As he ponders, his serious expression hints at his awareness of the trouble brewing in the shadows. The growing sense of urgency begins to weigh on him. Tazen is interrupted by a sudden disturbance. He clicks his tongue in frustration, clearly annoyed by the bothersome situation. He turns his attention to an approaching administrator. The administrator, slightly flustered, tries to maintain composure as he offers a response. He sincerely hopes that Tazen will meet the Manor Master first, possibly to resolve some immediate issue. With a faint smirk, Tazen agrees, but his expression hints at his growing impatience. He knows there's more at play here than just simple business. With an indifferent expression, Tazen dismisses the administrator's request with a single word, "Fine then." He begins to move away, his footsteps echoing with purpose. One of the men, clearly hesitant, tries to stop him, but Tazen's cold demeanor shuts him down immediately. A flash of tension runs through the crowd, the moment charged with palpable energy. As Tazen walks away, he glances over his shoulder and orders, "Go to the White Flower House." His words, commanding and final, leave the group with little room for further objection. In a dimly lit room, a conversation ensues. Tazen discusses the upcoming plans with his men, mentioning the need to search for certain individuals, and even ransack the entire Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Tazen's voice, calm but determined, emphasizes that no matter how large an organization grows, it will always accumulate dead weight. He declares that this weight must be trimmed, and even the Manor Master is not exempt from this necessity. The group around Tazen listens intently, acknowledging his authority. They understand that nothing and no one is safe from his meticulous plans. The door opens as Bayok-Tazen enters the room. The leader, sitting calmly, acknowledges his arrival with a glance. He points out the significant offers they've received from the River Marshal Alliance, hinting at the magnitude of the situation. The leader, as if relieved to see Tazen in better shape, remarks that it's good to see him well. He expresses that the situation has been hectic, further indicating the pressures they are under. Tazen, his expression neutral, listens carefully. The leader then asks if Tazen has been well, a simple question that feels loaded with more meaning as the conversation progresses. Tazen, while processing the leader's words, begins to feel a strange emotion. He wonders if he's actually happy to see the leader again, an unusual thought for someone usually so controlled. Tazen continues to reflect on the feeling bubbling up inside him. Is it familiarity, or perhaps concern? He can't quite pinpoint the emotion as he touches his chest, sensing an odd sensation stirring deep within. He quickly dismisses his thoughts and asks himself if he was truly concerned about the leader before his death. This lingering feeling troubles him, but he doesn't dwell on it for too long. The leader, in a more casual tone, begins discussing the guild's plans. He mentions a deal that is being finalized, one that is made possible thanks to Tazen's performance with the River Marshal Alliance. The leader emphasizes that everyone in the guild agrees it's time for Tazen to formally take charge of the guild. This marks a significant shift in the power structure, signaling a new chapter for both Tazen and the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Tazen, however, isn't as enthusiastic about the idea. He finds it bothersome and expresses his disinterest. Despite his vast wealth from the pirate fortress, The responsibility of leading the guild doesn't appeal to him. Taezin's indifferent reaction doesn't surprise the leader. With a knowing look, he questions whether Taezin truly understands the value of what is being offered. Despite Taezin's reluctance, the leader presses on. The leader suggests a compromise. He will handle the work while Taezin takes a share of the profits from the River Marshal Alliance's business dealings. This offer is meant to entice Taezin into accepting his new role in the guild. Though Taezin remains nonchalant, Taezin agrees with an indifferent attitude. "Fine, do as you please," he says. Clearly detached from the stakes, showing little interest in the immense profits at hand. The leader chuckles at Taezin's calm demeanor, teasing him about his lack of ambition. He points out that Taezin's only flaw is his disinterest in anything that doesn't directly serve him. The leader, with a slightly mocking tone, suggests that Taezin's lack of ambition might be his biggest weakness. He wonders how Taezin can remain so unfazed by the opportunity that others would kill for. Taezin, however, remains unaffected by the criticism. His lack of response indicates that he's already made up his mind. His disinterest in his position and the business only strengthens his resolve to focus on other matters. The leader, growing frustrated, presses further, asking Taezin if he plans to continue living without any drive. He tries to provoke Taezin into showing some ambition, but Taezin's response is the same, dispassionate and detached. Taezin, however, reveals a deeper thought. He considers independence, thinking that if he had the freedom to act without needing approval from anyone, he could consume souls and heal himself freely, an idea that excites him. This revelation marks a turning point for Taezin. He realizes that being independent, untethered by obligations, would give him the most valuable freedom to act as he pleases without restriction or concern. The scene unfolds in a dark, ominous hall covered in blood, the Supreme Demon Hall. The eerie atmosphere makes the place feel deadly, where one wrong move could lead to a swift execution. A figure steps forward, fully aware of the dangers in this cursed space. The figure, calm yet vigilant, recognizes that someone has summoned him to this deadly place. Despite the ominous surroundings, he feels a cold sense of curiosity and cautious determination. With a voice dripping with disdain, the figure asks, "Did you summon me?" His eyes gleam with an unsettling confidence, fully aware of the danger yet unbothered by it. A voice responds from the darkness, urging him to come closer. The figure, however, remains distant, his sharp eyes scanning for any signs of an ambush or trickery. The voice repeats the command more forcefully this time, while the figure remains unmoving, saying that he can hear just fine from where he stands. His nonchalant response adds to the tension in the hall. The figure's reluctance to move closer is palpable as blood-red energy swirls around him. He braces himself, knowing that stepping into the unknown could be dangerous, but there's no retreating now. The figure finally takes a step closer, but the response he receives is far from welcoming. The air thickens with malevolent energy as the voice laughs, mocking his hesitation. The figure, still calm, remarks sarcastically, "So you do know how to joke." A moment of darkness and tension lingers before something far more sinister happens. Suddenly, blood-red energy spirals around him. The figure's composure falters slightly, showing that even someone as formidable as him isn't immune to the power coursing through the hall. A new sight is revealed: vessels containing the essence of powerful demons. The figure asks if the one before him sees this collection, showcasing the dark energy and demons sealed away. With chilling certainty, he explains that these vessels once held the crazy blood demon, a monstrous entity. But despite the vessels, the crazy blood demon hasn't returned. The figure, now fully alert, begins to feel the weight of the situation. The air becomes thicker with the power emanating from the vessels, signaling that something far darker than he anticipated is unfolding. The figure now sees something even more disturbing. The color of the energy from one of the vessels has changed. Something is wrong. The balance has shifted. A realization strikes. The crazy blood demon may indeed be dead, but the changes happening around him suggest that something has been disturbed or awakened. As the energy begins to surge violently, the figure prepares for what's to come. The shift in power hints at an impending crisis, and the figure knows the chaos is only just beginning. The battle grows more intense as the figure is engulfed by the blood-red energy swirling around him. He struggles, but his body contorts with the force of it, causing him to grimace in pain. The voice in the shadows orders the figure to find a more useful body, one capable of withstanding an even more powerful soul. The figure, realizing he's not the one being sought for power, vows to find such a vessel immediately. The desperate figure tries to plead, his voice filled with fear as he begs for the energy to be undone. He is met with cold indifference as the response suggests that his fate is sealed. The air crackles with tension as the figure's body strains against the unyielding forces. He tries to explain himself, but his words are drowned out by the escalating power around him. The voice, cold and dismissive, comments that the figure still needs to be punished for attempting to deceive him. There's no room for mercy in this place, and the figure's fate seems sealed. The figure realizes his deception has been exposed, cursing himself for thinking he could escape. As the blood-red energy tightens its grip, the figure's cries echo through the hall, signaling his impending doom. The scene shifts, showing a calm and serene setting, with a view of a temple-like structure. Inside, the conversation takes a strategic turn. One man asks about the preparations, clearly focused on the next move. The other man responds confidently, revealing that they've already absorbed all the surrounding black market forces near the Donggu bodyguard agency. But doubt lingers as he asks about moving forward without permission from their superiors. Despite the potential risk of expulsion from the cult, the first man remains unfazed. He gives his full support to moving ahead, knowing that their plans must continue, even if it means stepping outside the boundaries. The man, confident in his judgment, assures the other that he has become indispensable to the one they serve. His loyalty is unwavering, and he sees no reason to hesitate now. The other man nods, understanding that the plan is in motion. Their goal is clear, to take over the cult, and they will stop at nothing to achieve it. With a sinister smile, the first man reveals their next target. Bayok Tassin, the second son of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. He's the key to their success, and his involvement in their plans is inevitable. They aim to use him to further their ambitions. Bayan Taizang stands before a glowing energy source, contemplating the power of condensed soul energy. His expression reflects a calm yet focused demeanor as he realizes the potential this energy has for his recovery. His thoughts grow more intense as he imagines how this energy will help him restore his body to a perfect state, faster than he had anticipated. The power is greater than he initially expected. A faint smile crosses his face as he plans his next move, confident in the newfound strength that will soon be his. After his rest, Bian Tassang wakes up to find a servant entering the room. The servant informs him that many visitors had come to see him while he was recovering. The servant goes on to explain that following Tazang's previous instructions, they turned away the guests politely. Tazang, while reading a document, reacts with curiosity and mild confusion, wondering who these visitors were. The servant continues, listing the guests that had come by. The first, Jimin Diok, the patrol hall captain of the River Marshal Alliance, was the most notable. Tazang recognizes the name and recalls that he had been with Seaman Diok recently. The servant also mentions that 2 physicians from Thousand Medicine Hall visited multiple times a day, and more guests are expected today. Tazang's thoughts turn toward the Donggo bodyguard agency. As the servant reports that someone from this organization had also come by, Tazang, intrigued, wonders why the bodyguard agency is involved and what their intentions might be. The servant further clarifies that the Donggo bodyguard agency is connected to the Heavenly Demon's sacred cult, and Tasang recalls using their services during a past mission. Tasang's mind races as he realizes that someone with knowledge of his ties to the Donggo bodyguard agency is likely behind these recent visits. A look of determination appears on Tasang's face as he contemplates the situation. He knows only 3 people are aware of his past actions, leading to a feeling of unease. As the scene shifts, Tazang acknowledges the weight of the situation. He must uncover who is pulling the strings and why they have resurfaced now. Bian Tasang, deep in thought, begins to narrow down his suspicions. He dismisses the possibility of certain individuals being behind the strange occurrences, including Yo Xiuyan, ruling out the obvious suspects. Realization dawns on him as he mutters to himself, figuring out that only one person remains in the equation. He feels the growing tension, knowing something is coming. With a heavy sigh, he reflects on why everything has been so quiet lately, as if waiting for something to stir. He now knows who is most likely behind the recent disturbances. Tazang orders that the preparations be made. He plans to confront the individual responsible for the trouble, directing his actions with unwavering determination. He commands that the necessary people be gathered, including the one he suspects to be behind these recent events. Tasang is already set on his course, prepared for the next move. With a slight smirk, Tasang requests the divine physician, indicating that he expects something to go wrong or be revealed in the near future. A servant quickly rushes off to carry out Tazang's orders, hurrying to relay the message to the divine physician. The atmosphere is tense, suggesting that something significant is about to unfold. Tazang, standing still, is deep in thought. He senses the aura of something amiss. His mind begins to focus on what could have triggered these events. He watches the servant hurry away, knowing that soon everything will come to light. His gaze is sharp, and his mind is set on the mysteries ahead. As Tasang arrives at the inn, he notices his surroundings with a critical eye. He observes the people with him, noting that even simple actions are handled well in his absence. They stop in front of the inn, and Taesang turns to his companions, instructing them to enter. His demeanor remains calm and composed, but there's a sharpness to his eyes. The group stands before the inn, ready to proceed. Taesang, with a subtle smile, gives the order to go inside, signaling that things are about to take a decisive turn. Inside the inn, the situation grows even more intriguing. Taesang's attention shifts to his surroundings, his thoughts clearly focused on the unfolding events. A subordinate questions if Taesang still remembers his earlier orders, confirming that everything is in place. Taesang, however, shows little concern for such details, his mind focused on the larger picture. Taesang, with a knowing look, dismisses the conversation. What matters now, he realizes, is the fact that the Dongo bodyguard agency made an appearance without his intervention. This marks a crucial turning point in the story, signaling that everything is about to change. As the group enters the room, Taesang's thoughts take a sharper turn. His confidence grows as he realizes this might go smoother than expected. His plan appears to be falling into place. A greeting is heard from inside the room. The head of the Dongo bodyguard agency, Ma Chun-sim, steps forward to meet Taesang, addressing him with respect. Taesang, still calm and composed, observes Ma Chun-sim with a critical eye, noting the presence of others. The situation continues to unfold smoothly, with more players in motion. Ma Chun-sim orders the others to bow and properly greet Taesang. Some of them seem a bit reluctant but comply, offering their respect. A few men in the room smirk and speak in an almost mocking tone, showing their allegiance to Taesang. They express their confidence, clearly anticipating his leadership. Taesang, unfazed by the mixed reactions, questions whether these are the individuals he is now expected to work with. His face reveals slight dissatisfaction, sensing something off about the group. As the conversation continues, Taesang's demeanor shifts. He notices something concerning about the group, realizing they come from the underworld, which explains their sloppiness. The divine physician, sensing the rising tension, continues to speak in support of their commitment to Taesang. He emphasizes their loyalty, although his words appear to have a hidden meaning. Taesang, watching everything unfold, responds calmly. He acknowledges the physician's words but is already mentally preparing for what's to come next, unsure of whether to trust the gathered group entirely. Taesang grows increasingly impatient with the distractions. He directs the group to take the matter to a quieter room, but his tone hints at a more direct course of action. The divine physician, nervous but compliant, agrees to the suggestion, asking to speak in private. There's an underlying sense of urgency in his voice. Taesang, ignoring the physician's concerns, declares they should begin immediately, ready to move forward with his plan. His mind is already set, and he doesn't need any more delay. In a sudden, swift move, Taesang unleashes his power. The room erupts in chaos as his forceful strike lands, shocking everyone. The crowd reacts with panic as Taesang takes control. His expression is grim, indicating that he has planned this all along, and the time for games is over. With the action escalating, Taesang turns to his companion, who looks bewildered. He asks if they still don't understand why he brought them here, revealing the true purpose of the gathering. As the group nervously watches the situation unfold, the divine physician starts to sweat nervously, forced to laugh uncomfortably. His mind races, wondering why he's even here. One of the men, equally as anxious, demands an explanation, unable to hide his confusion. Taesang, standing unwaveringly, calmly acknowledges the situation. With a sly smile, Taesang mocks the situation, noting that he expected them to have prepared more in advance, but their lack of preparation only makes things more interesting. Taesang's words cut through the air as he sarcastically criticizes their lack of effort, demanding they stop holding back. His voice commands authority, creating tension in the room. The people in the room freeze, shocked and unsure of how to react to Taesang's harsh words. A man speaks out, his voice trembling, fearing that further resistance might lead to destruction. Taesang's expression hardens. He expects more from them and orders them to put their all into the task, clearly unimpressed by their half-hearted attempts. The group struggles under Taesang's intense gaze. His power and presence are overwhelming, and one man, in particular, begins to question if they've bitten off more than they can chew. He trembles, realizing that they are out of their depth. The situation grows desperate, and they begin to question whether they will survive Taesang's training. Despite the fear, Taesang remains unfazed. He continues to push them relentlessly, prepared to break them down until they meet his expectations. Taesang strikes down swiftly, sending one of the men flying. His cold expression shows that there is no mercy, only the harshest of lessons for those who don't measure up. Another man attempts to fight back, but his efforts are futile. Taesang's power is overwhelming, and the men are left helpless as they realize the depth of their mistake. Tazing smiles, almost enjoying the spectacle. The man who tried to fight back is crumpled on the ground, and Tazing's expression is one of quiet satisfaction. A moment of realization dawns on one of the men. As he lies on the ground, he comes to understand the severity of their actions. He begs for Tazing's mercy, pleading for his life. Tazing responds with a cruel smirk, acknowledging the man's fear, but offering no reprieve. The time for mercy has long passed. With cold eyes, Tazing delivers his final command, telling them to understand why they are being punished. The fear among the group deepens as they realize their fate is sealed. The scene shifts to a calmer moment where a figure stands amidst the wreckage. Surviving the brutal training, the atmosphere is thick with the weight of the situation. A slight smile appears on the survivor's face, recognizing their victory. The tension in the room starts to lift as they realize they have survived the ordeal. The survivor looks forward, acknowledging the end of the brutal experience with a quiet but determined expression, reflecting on what's to come next. Tazing turns to face the one who has been following him, his expression as cold as ever. He calmly remarks that he needs to have a private conversation with the person. The command is clear. The person is taken to a specially prepared room. Tazing's eyes hold an unreadable intensity as he prepares for whatever is to come. The conversation begins, and Tazing's voice is sharp and direct, questioning the assumptions about his identity. The person in front of him is forced to reconsider their thoughts. Tazing presses the question further, prompting the individual to confirm that they believe he is the son of the heavenly demon. The response is almost instant as the person acknowledges their belief, unsure of how else to view Tazing. Tazing lets out a slight, almost sarcastic laugh. He dismisses the assumption, making it clear that the connection to the heavenly demon is not what it seems. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as Tazing challenges the individual's perception, asking them why they thought he resembled the heavenly demon. The person hesitates, considering Tazing's question. Their mind races to piece together the reason for the confusion. With a steady gaze, Tazing explains the situation, revealing the surprising connection between his appearance and the heavenly demon, and how this confusion could be a tool for his own advantage. The conversation shifts once more, and Tazing's eyes harden as he questions just how much the person has truly planned. The individual responds with uncertainty, mentioning the covert operatives and their ongoing mission. Their words falter under Tazing's piercing gaze. Tazing cuts them off abruptly, ordering the person to stop speaking. His tone is final and commanding, showing that he has already made his decision about the course of action to follow. Tazing stands in the dimly lit room, his aura heavy with intensity. His thoughts are filled with the memories of his past life, a life filled with violence and chaos. He declares that he no longer wants to live loudly but only desires a quiet life now. His expression hardens as he speaks the words, directing them at the one who dares to disrupt his plans. His frustration is palpable as he warns them not to escalate the situation further. A dark energy surrounds Tazing as he releases his full presence. His eyes glow with an intense power, a silent threat to the one who has dared to challenge his desire for peace. He speaks with chilling calmness, addressing the person directly, preparing for what comes next. The tension in the room grows as the threat becomes clear. The person in front of Tazing starts to panic, feeling the full weight of Tazing's power bearing down on them. Tazing's voice cuts through the air, cold and menacing. His expression remains unreadable as he warns the person once again to stop. The energy surrounding Tazing pulses with a dangerous force. His words are final, and there is no room for negotiation. The person's fate is sealed, and they are left trembling, understanding the depth of their mistake. Meanwhile, on the Yangtze River near Wuhan, a boat glides through the waters. A lone figure stands on the deck, contemplating the journey ahead. The figure, dressed in simple clothing, looks out at the horizon and speaks, noting that they are almost at Wuhan. Their voice carries determination, a quiet resolve to face what lies ahead. Tazing stands alone, staring ahead with a focused expression, contemplating his next move. His eyes reveal the tension in the air as the surrounding environment is dark and filled with an ominous presence. The shadows seem to echo with the sounds of the wind. Tazing's thoughts are filled with turmoil, hinting at the challenges he faces ahead. He walks away, seemingly disturbed by the situation. With determination, Tazing realizes the scale of the problem. His expression tightens as he reflects on the schemes that have disrupted his life and the looming figures in the underworld that are now involved. The scene shifts to a tense discussion in a room filled with books and flickering light. Tazing's counterpart, who is visibly shaken, exclaims about the chaos that is unfolding. He mentions the disturbance in Wuhan and the involvement of a rogue faction. The tension rises as Tazing's ally comments on how unusual it is to see the normally composed Go Junkwang in such an agitated state. The ally reflects on the urgency of the situation and how they may need to adjust their plans. Despite their past rivalry, the two decide to join forces in order to face the growing threat. They recognize that working together may be their only option, though a price will be required for such an alliance. Taizan continues to strategize, his eyes narrowing with focus. He ponders the need for a body strong enough to contain the powerful soul stored in his gourd. Taizan's thoughts shift to Wuhan. He knows that the forces causing chaos there cannot be ordinary, and the solution lies within the city. He contemplates finding someone suitable for the soul infusion. His decision is made. Taizan will begin his search by targeting one of the powerful merchant guilds in the area, setting his sights on the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Arriving at the Golden Wall Manor, Taizan surveys the estate with a sharp eye. The place seems ordinary on the outside, but he knows there's more lurking beneath the surface. Inside the manor, a strange individual presents an intriguing object, a glowing orb. Taizan inspects it closely, questioning its potential. The man explains that the orb is a special creation, the Dubi Divine Elixir, which he claims is a powerful concoction he's been perfecting. Taizan's face remains impassive, intrigued yet skeptical about its true nature. Taizan dismisses the name of the elixir with a wry remark, clearly unimpressed by its flashy title. The scene then transitions to a flashback of 2 days prior. In the flashback, Taizan reflects on his ambitions and previous attempts to expand his influence, which were thwarted when his scheme to work with the Dongo bodyguard agency fell apart. Taizan watches as the agency's downfall plays out. The once promising alliance is shattered, and he contemplates how everything has returned to its original state, leaving him with no choice but to move forward with new plans. Simone appears, standing confidently as he recalls being dragged back to the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. He has been tasked with creating a new elixir as punishment, his face etched with frustration and determination. As he holds up the glowing orb, he expresses his displeasure about the tight deadline. He was given only 2 days to complete the task, and now he must face the consequences of his work. He's confronted by a skeptical figure who questions whether the elixir was hastily thrown together. The man quickly defends his work, claiming the creation was done with the utmost care and dedication. Despite the time constraints, the tension rises as the elixir is used, and the reaction is immediate. The process begins, with an eerie glow surrounding the scene as the creation unfolds. The man watches with a mix of anticipation and worry. Sweat beading on his forehead, he anxiously asks if the elixir has worked, his voice full of uncertainty. The figure watching closely remains silent for a moment before responding with a smug expression. The outcome of the elixir's effect is yet to be fully revealed, and the atmosphere is tense with unanswered questions. The creator of the elixir reflects on the supreme authority of Master Bayok, acknowledging the overwhelming aura and the deep connection that ties him to the mysterious past of the Supreme One. He's fully aware that he must remain in the Master's good graces. The creator expresses a sense of reverence mixed with fear. He knows that his soul is now poured into this creation, his life's work and devotion reflected in the ultimate elixir. As the scene intensifies, he resolves to never fall out of favor with Master Bayok. His obsession with gaining the Master's approval only grows stronger as he watches the effects of his work unfold. With a sense of accomplishment, the figure observes the results of his elixir. He mutters to himself, finding that the elixir's energy has triggered a powerful surge within him, though he acknowledges that it's not suitable for someone like him, who practices the soul-augmenting demonic art. Despite his acknowledgement of the elixir's power, he remains confident that it will be highly beneficial for those he is training. His satisfaction grows as he realizes the elixir is indeed effective, even if not for his own use. He finally breathes a sigh of relief, convinced that his work is of great value. The satisfaction is evident on his face as he evaluates the elixir's true potential for others. Master Bayok's commanding presence looms, and he demands more of the creator's work. The expectation is clear: 700 more elixirs are needed. The creator stands frozen in disbelief at the magnitude of the order, shocked and overwhelmed. The creator exclaims his astonishment, questioning how such a large number of elixirs could be produced. The demand seems impossible to meet. With a dark grin, Master Bayok asks why the creator is so speechless, implying that the task is a simple one. The creator, now panicked, nervously agrees, ready to pour even more of his soul into the creation to fulfill the order. The tension is palpable as Taizan feels a sudden ominous chill. He remembers a similar feeling from the past, a sign of impending danger. His expression tightens as he senses something stirring. He orders the staff at the Thousand Medicine Hall to work harder, giving specific instructions to either get the job done or summon the Needle Eccentric, a person known for their eccentric ways. The assistant responds with shock at the mention of the Needle Eccentric. His expression tense, the assistant, knowing how difficult the eccentric is both relieved and anxious at the thought of bringing them in. He feels both a sense of fear and excitement at the challenge ahead. As Taizin ponders his actions, he reflects on how much more lenient he's become lately. In his mind, the old version of himself would have crushed anyone who dared to question him without hesitation. A subtle change in his demeanor occurs as he senses the difference between his past self and who he is now. He seems to have softened, but he's still calculating, wary of the present danger. The assistant continues with his tasks, unaware of the looming consequences. Meanwhile, Taizen's eyes narrow as he watches the unfolding situation, his mind working on the next steps. A new figure enters, drawing Taizen's attention. This woman speaks with confidence, addressing Taizen and reminding him of a previous commitment, subtly hinting at a deeper connection between them. Taizen's tone shifts slightly, almost as if he had forgotten about her presence until now. The woman seems pleased, her smile revealing a sense of familiarity with him, as if they have a history. Taizen responds, surprised yet calm, acknowledging her appearance. The scene is filled with a quiet understanding between the two, leaving others in the room to wonder about their relationship. The atmosphere grows tense as Taizen looks at the woman, his thoughts running deep. She is alluring, but Taizen maintains his composure. He proposes a private meeting later that night. The woman reacts with a smile, intrigued by his request. Her gaze lingers on him as the tension between them becomes palpable, their exchange leaving others in the room anxious. The other women in the room exchange glances, whispering to each other, clearly noticing the underlying tension between Taizen and the newcomer. Their reactions hint at jealousy or curiosity. The scene transitions to the morning after the intense night. A calm dawn breaks over the manor, and Taizen sits by the window, his thoughts clearly preoccupied with the events of the previous night. The woman from last night now finds herself deep in thought, recalling the moments shared with Taizen. Her expression reveals a mix of excitement and confusion, unsure of the future. A flashback is shown, indicating the passage of time. The woman looks back at the door with a faint smile, remembering the quiet tension that lingered between her and Taizen the night before, hinting at something deeper. The woman is lost in thought, recalling the strange yet gentle feeling from the previous night. She can't seem to remember why it felt so familiar, but is certain there's something significant about it. Her mind clears as she recalls the sensation of being treasured, a feeling that she has not experienced in a long time. The memory stirs emotions within her that she can't quite grasp. She looks up, eyes filled with clarity and realization. Her connection to Master Bayok begins to take shape in her mind. The feeling of being cared for by someone with such power slowly comes back to her, leaving her more determined. Her thoughts continue to race as she reflects on the emotion she felt last night. The feeling was undeniable, and now she realizes the depth of it. Something inside her has changed since then. She looks upward with a serene expression, a sense of inner peace washing over her. Her mind reflects on the power she has hidden for so long, a secret part of herself she's kept concealed from the world. Now, with the weight of these secrets lifted, she wonders aloud if she's finally begun to embrace the new day. The refreshing morning seems to symbolize her newfound clarity, pushing her to move forward with her decisions. She rises from her bed, stretching with determination. Even though the warmth of the morning is inviting, she knows there is no time to waste. From this moment forward, she must fulfill her duties. She walks to the door, looking back one last time. There's a hint of regret in her expression, but it's replaced with resolve. She's committed to her path now, unwilling to look back. With a soft exhale, she opens the door, ready to face the challenges ahead. It's time to work for Master Bayok, she tells herself, stepping forward into her new role with unwavering focus. Taizen, deep in thought, begins to focus his energy. His hand glows with a faint aura as he contemplates the soul energy within his grasp. The strange sensation he feels confirms his suspicion. The energy in his palm intensifies as he concentrates. He marvels at how the soul housed in this new body exudes a strange aura, one that feels different from his previous experiences. Taizen smiles to himself, intrigued by the unusual energy. He's aware that this new body has an unexplainable connection to his power. The realization fuels his curiosity about his current form and its potential. Taizen steps forward with an air of confidence, still pondering the strange change he sensed. The soul he now holds within feels different, more potent, almost as though it has its own secrets. As he walks, he reflects on the last night's events. Something has shifted within him, and he is certain. It's due to the unusual aura surrounding him. This power seems to hold the answers to more than just his own mystery. Approaching the White Flower House, Taizen smirks. The time to uncover more about these powers and the mysterious forces at play has arrived. The former Yichang branch manager who abandoned us and jumped ship. He muses, ready to confront whatever awaits. The woman is caught off guard by the arrival of a familiar figure, Zhou Teheo. His smile is sly and taunting as he comments on her appearance. implying that she's grown close to Taizin. Her expression shifts to one of discomfort. She recognizes Zhou Taihao as the son of the Hao faction leader. He's the one person she wanted to avoid meeting, and now fate has led them to this moment despite her attempts to remain calm. She can't help but inwardly curse her luck. She never expected to run into him, especially now that he seems to be aware of her connection with Taizin. Zhou Taihao continues to tease her, questioning why she, no longer a part of the Hao faction, would be here. His mocking tone adds to the tension in the air. The narrator reflects on Taiho's position as the likely successor to his father's leadership. He's a man who hides his ambition behind a facade of lightheartedness, but his words carry weight. The woman clenches her fists, anger building as Zhou Taihao disrespects Master Bayok's name. Her eyes narrow, silently seething with contempt. She knows she must stay composed despite his insolence. Zhou Taihao, now seemingly in a more playful mood, reveals his next move with a malicious grin. He has a plan to dismantle the arrogance of his opponents, including the woman in front of him. She remains silent, her gaze cold as she watches him, waiting for him to elaborate. Taiho's confidence grows as he senses her unease, but she refuses to show any weakness. Taihao continues, his words dripping with malice. He mocks her, suggesting that if she's turning her back on them completely, she must have an ulterior motive. He implies that she is not being entirely truthful. The woman stands firm, her voice cutting through the tension as she reveals her purpose for being there. She's come to retrieve information on Wuhan, as requested by Master Bayok. Zhou Taihao, with a slight chuckle, casually dismisses her answer. He reaches for something on the table, revealing a stack of documents. He claims he already has the intel she needs. However, Taishu hints that the documents might not be what she expects. His playful grin suggests that he has something more to hide, leaving the woman suspicious of his true intentions. The woman reads the documents, her expression shifting from curiosity to disbelief. The information provided is inadequate, and she immediately senses that it's nothing more than garbage. Her frustration grows as she confronts Zhou Taihao, demanding the truth. Her eyes narrow, and her voice becomes colder as she realizes that she's being deceived. Zhou Taihao, unfazed, responds with a grin, enjoying her reaction. He suggests that if she wants real information, she'll have to pay the price. His cryptic words hint that there's much more at play than what appears on the surface. Zhou Taihao smirks as he explains his true intentions. He's not here for pleasantries. Instead, he's picking a fight with the woman to get closer to Taizin. His tone is cold and calculated, showing his ruthless nature. The woman's eyes widen as she realizes what he's trying to do. Taishu is using emotional manipulation to sway others, including Taizin. His words are crafted to create division, especially between her and Master Bayok. Taihao grins, enjoying the chaos he's causing. His ability to persuade others is a dangerous weapon, and he's determined to drive a wedge between the woman and Master Bayok. His intentions are clear now. He wants to isolate Taizin. Zhou Taihao begins to leave, his confidence unshaken. He informs the woman that he's headed to the Golden Wall Manor to meet Master Bayok, a calculated move to get closer to him. The woman is frantic, realizing the danger of Taihao meeting Master Bayok. She knows that he's a manipulative force, and the thought of him gaining favor with Bayok Taizin fills her with dread. With a burst of urgency, she runs toward the exit, determined to stop him. She cannot let him get any closer to Master Bayok, not with his dangerous intentions. The woman races through the halls, her footsteps echoing as she hurries to stop Taihao. The sense of urgency is palpable as she runs toward her destination. She reaches the village street only to find it crowded with people. Her heart sinks as she realizes that Taiho's plan to block her path has worked. He surrounded the area with agents. Taiho's laughter rings out from the distance. He anticipated her actions and deployed agents to ensure her delay. His voice echoes as he casually remarks that she will have a difficult time getting back now. Despite the crowded streets and obstacles in her way, the woman remains resolute. She can't afford to waste any more time. Taihao watches with amusement, revealing that he's orchestrated the entire situation. His agents are everywhere, and he's confident that the woman won't be able to return without difficulty. A man with a wicked grin on his face watches from a distance, confident in his plans. He comments that he had expected things to unfold this way and had deployed agents from his faction everywhere. He smirks, believing that anyone trying to return will face difficulty. The scene shifts to a woman dressed in dark attire. Running through a narrow alley, her expression shows that she is in a rush and alarmed. It is clear that she is being pursued by something or someone dangerous. Suddenly, a stampede of pigs charges down the alley, causing the woman to panic even more. Her eyes widen as she tries to avoid the unexpected and chaotic scene. Questioning what's happening with the pigs, the woman continues to flee. now fully aware of the pigs charging toward her. Her feet slide on the slick ground as she struggles to escape the growing danger behind her. Her face reflects pure confusion and fear. As the pigs rapidly close in on her, the woman's desperation grows. She pushes herself harder, sprinting through the streets with her heart racing. She can see people watching, but they don't intervene. The street is becoming crowded as the chaos unfolds, still running. She glances over her shoulder, now realizing that she is not just being chased by pigs, but something more sinister. Her breath comes quickly as she tries to escape this strange pursuit. The woman leaps into the air to avoid the swarming pigs, narrowly dodging the chaos. The pigs charge forward, knocking over carts and people along the way. The woman remains calm, knowing that her escape is not over. As she runs, she reflects on her past experiences. Her thoughts reveal her confidence, having been trained in the ways of the Hao faction. She's no stranger to danger. Despite the chaos, she remains poised, determined to navigate this perilous situation. The woman darts toward a nearby building, hoping to evade the pigs and find shelter. Her skill and agility allow her to slip into the shadows just as the pigs charge past her position, missing her by inches. Inside the building, she stops to catch her breath, glancing out from behind the door to make sure she's safe. The pigs continue to wreak havoc outside, but she knows the danger is far from over. A voice from behind her startles her, and she turns to see a figure emerging from the darkness of the room. A man stands, his presence commanding attention. His words are sharp, questioning who was behind the pigs and how they had managed to orchestrate such chaos. The woman stands tall, unfazed by the man's words. She seems to know who he is and responds in a calm voice, revealing that this was just a small part of a larger game at play. Her confidence is evident as she prepares for the next move. Outside, a man dressed in formal attire watches the mayhem unfold. His expression one of displeasure. He sighs deeply, mentioning how a man named Zhou Taiho has gone too far with these tactics. He is clearly frustrated, yet prepared to deal with the situation at hand. Inside the building, a messenger approaches the man, informing him of a visitor. The visitor is from the Hao faction, a name that brings a certain level of concern to the leader. The leader acknowledges the message and gives a calm order to let the visitor in. He remains composed, though the weight of the situation is clearly on his mind. As the visitor enters, the atmosphere grows tense, signaling that negotiations or decisions are about to unfold. A man standing tall with an imposing expression speaks confidently. He is revealed to be the son of the leader of the Hao faction, introducing himself and confirming that he's here to deliver information that was previously requested. He reveals his position as the next leader of the Hao faction. The man continues speaking, mentioning that he not only came to deliver the requested information, but also has something important to say regarding the Yikan branch leader. His tone is serious, and his words carry weight, suggesting there is much more at play here. Behind him, a woman stands, listening to the conversation unfold. She shows a hint of concern as the man continues, but she refrains from interrupting. The man's words seem to cause her some unease, and she appears to be calculating the implications. The scene shifts to the woman, who expresses frustration over the situation. She's clearly upset, letting out a sigh, and she curses Zhou Taiho under her breath. She's realizing that the man's presence and his actions have been part of a larger plan that's now affecting her. Her eyes narrow as she contemplates the situation. The weight of the past hour of interactions has left her feeling betrayed and frustrated. She's conflicted about the situation and the man's true intentions. Considering how everything has played out, the woman clenches her fists, her anger building as she resolves to face this head-on. She is not going to let this manipulation slide without repercussions. Her determination is clear, and the stakes are now higher than ever. The scene transitions to a more intimate setting where the woman and the man are in conversation. The man is holding a scroll and discussing the details of what transpired. His explanation focuses on how someone tried to impede his progress, causing delays. It is evident that he's maneuvering in this delicate situation to come out on top. The man advises the woman to use the stolen intel to gain favor and turn the situation to their advantage. His smirk implies that he is confident in their ability to manipulate the ongoing events to their benefit. The woman pauses, contemplating the next move. She's aware that the intel she holds could change the game in their favor, but she's also wary of the risks. She knows she must tread carefully, as this power play could have significant consequences later. A man approaches, appearing to have just arrived. His arrival seems timely, and he is greeted with a smile. He is welcomed back by one of the characters, who seems pleased to see him again. The atmosphere suggests that this person is important, and his return is seen as a positive turn of events. The man who has just entered exchanges pleasantries, expressing happiness to meet the other person again. The scene gives off the impression of familiarity, as though they have a history together. However, there is an underlying tension in the air, suggesting that all is not as simple as it seems. The woman watches the exchange with a subtle sense of unease. She is clearly calculating the intentions of the man who has just returned. She can tell that he is trying to act natural, but she is aware that things are not as they appear. The scene shifts again, and the woman now looks slightly distressed. Her thoughts race, and she wonders if she's been drawn into something bigger than she initially thought. Her expression reflects uncertainty, as she tries to make sense of the situation she's been thrust into. Suddenly, she is approached by another person, a new character who calls her attention. This person's arrival seems timely, and the woman is both relieved and anxious. Her thoughts remain focused on the larger plan at play. She reacts to the man's question with a sense of concern. She's now realizing the depth of the situation and how everything is starting to unfold. The woman seems to have mixed emotions about her involvement, but she's determined to see it through. A conversation unfolds between two characters, one pressing the other to be honest about their actions. The man with a smug smile suggests that while the other was busy wandering the marketplace, he had more important matters to deal with. He asserts that the one who truly belongs by Byok-tae's side is himself, not the other person. The woman is silent for a moment. Absorbing the man's words, her reaction is unreadable as she processes the insinuation, not letting her emotions show. However, her thoughts betray her as she begins to question the motives behind his words. The tension in the room grows, the man's confidence grows, feeling that he has outmaneuvered the woman. Yet, she remains composed, unsure of how to respond, knowing that every move must be carefully calculated. The woman, deep in thought, reflects on how she would have reacted in the past. If she were her old self, she would have desperately tried to cover up her failures. She admits to herself that she would have tried to hide her inability to accomplish something so simple, but now things have changed. After the events of the previous night, she realizes that she is no longer the same person. She has evolved, and now, despite the uncertainty of the situation, she knows she must trust her instincts. Even though the path ahead is unclear, she chooses to trust the man she has come to know. A determined look crosses her face as she faces the uncertainty of what lies ahead. Even though she feels she is in the dark, both figuratively and literally, she chooses to believe that Byok-tae will stand by her even in the face of the unknown. Back in the tense atmosphere, the woman's frustration peaks. She calls out the man for his arrogance, asserting that he cannot be trusted. She challenges him, confronting his behavior head-on, not willing to let him control the situation any longer. The man lets out a mocking laugh, brushing off the woman's remarks. His arrogance is clear as he tries to diminish the seriousness of her accusation. Questioning her judgment, he dismisses the woman's frustration as though her concerns hold no weight. The conversation continues with the woman's words intensifying. She begins to reveal the truth of her experiences at the White Flower House, where she faced harassment and returned with nothing but worthless information. The confession stings, but it also serves as a reminder of her strength to face adversity. The man's eyes widen in shock as he listens to her recount the events. He can hardly believe the audacity of the person responsible for harassing her. His expression shifts, showing both disbelief and concern as the details unfold before him. The woman's words hang in the air as the tension rises. She is firm in her stance, no longer hiding the truth. While the man's mind begins to race, he struggles to comprehend the extent of the situation. The man finally speaks, questioning the woman on the timing of her story. He tries to turn the conversation to his advantage, suggesting that the timing of her accusations is off. However, his attempt to deflect only adds to the growing tension between them. The conversation takes a sudden turn as the man, now frustrated, claims he had no involvement in the incident. He vehemently denies any wrongdoing, trying to shift the blame away from himself. His attempt to distance himself from the issue is transparent and unconvincing. The woman, clearly seeing through his deception, calls him out for his evasiveness. She is no longer playing the game of politeness, recognizing the truth behind his actions. Her distrust is evident as she addresses the man directly, questioning his integrity. As the tension escalates, the man tries to maintain a composed facade, but his eyes flicker with doubt. The woman, standing her ground, forces him to confront the truth, leaving him little room to maneuver. Their confrontation marks a turning point in the escalating drama. The man, now visibly agitated, challenges the woman with a question, asking her what she truly sees in Byok-tae. He describes Tae as a stranger who has barged in and begun to insult his people. His frustration is clear, and he's trying to incite doubt in the woman's mind about Tae's character. The woman, caught off guard by the man's words, stumbles in her response. She hesitates, unsure of how to deal with his sudden onslaught. His threatening tone intensifies, and she finds herself backing down. the situation escalating beyond her control. The man's expression shifts to one of pure disdain as he contemplates how fearless Taizan must be. He wonders what's running through Taizan's mind, curious to see how such a person can remain so confident in the face of confrontation. The woman's thoughts take a more contemplative turn. She recalls a conversation with Bio Taizan, where he spoke about seeing other things. She begins to focus her thoughts and looks deeper, revealing the hidden truths behind the man's intentions. What she discovers causes her to pause. Through her unique ability to see beyond the surface, she glimpses Zhou Taihu's true thoughts. The image of his mind reveals a grandiose belief. Zhou Taihu is driven by an ambition to conquer the world, all while believing he can manipulate others to his will. His thoughts are twisted with arrogance. The woman, now fully aware of the dark intentions hidden behind Zhou Taihu's words, reacts with disbelief. His thoughts reflect a vile lust and a complete disregard for those around him. She is repulsed by the vision of his mind, now fully understanding the depth of his malice. As the tension builds, Zhou Taihu begins to lose his composure. He denies the accusations with fervor, shouting that what the woman claims is impossible. He tries to deflect, but his body language betrays his growing fear and desperation. He challenges the woman, asking how she could believe such absurd lies. His words grow louder as he desperately tries to convince her that his intentions are pure. The growing tension in the room is palpable, and the woman stands firm, not swayed by his protestations. The woman, knowing the danger of the situation, leans in closer. She demands to know if he truly expects her to believe him after everything that's transpired. Her voice is cold and unwavering, exposing the man's lies for all to see. Zhou Taihu, now clearly enraged, reaches for something hidden within his robes, intending to strike back. His anger boils over as he declares his intentions. His hand trembles, but his eyes are set with a malicious determination. In a moment of pure rage, Zhou Taihu swings at the woman, unleashing a deadly attack. The force of his blow sends shockwaves through the air. His intentions clear. He will stop at nothing. To silence those who stand in his way, the woman, aware of the incoming threat, raises her hand in defense. The air between them crackles with tension as Zhou Taihu's attack closes in. Her calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the fury in his eyes. The woman watches as Zhou Taihu's assault is blocked effortlessly. She maintains a cold composure, unfazed by the violence around her. Her gaze sharpens as she evaluates the man before her, recognizing that his rage is a reflection of his own insecurities. Zhou Taihu, realizing the power imbalance, grits his teeth in frustration. He gasps for air, his chest heaving as he attempts to regain control of the situation. His arrogance falters for a moment as he realizes how easily he has been outmatched. With a calculating smile, the woman steps closer, her words dripping with intent. She warns Zhou Taihu of the consequences of his actions, letting him know that while she won't kill him immediately, the pain he'll endure will be far worse than death. Zhou Taihu's eyes widen in realization of his grave misstep. Zhou Taihu is on his knees, his body racked with pain as Master Biok exerts control over him. A powerful energy crackles around Zhou Taihu's form, causing his screams to echo through the room. His helplessness is evident as he desperately tries to resist. The woman watches the scene with a mix of fascination and concern. She stands quietly by Master Biok, unsure of the true nature of the power he wields. Her gaze remains fixed on Zhou Taihu, who continues to struggle in agony. Zhou Taihu's expression contorts with fear and frustration. As he tries to understand what's happening, his mind races and his thoughts are filled with confusion as he realizes he's completely at the mercy of Biok and his overwhelming power. Master Biok, sensing the woman's curiosity, addresses her directly. He asks her what she sees from Zhou Taihu, urging her to analyze him. He seems almost amused by the situation, as though he's fully aware of the hidden truths at play. The woman, using her powers, begins to focus on Zhou Taihu's thoughts. Her eyes narrow as she taps into his mind, revealing the twisted ambitions and pride that consume him. Zhou Taihu's thoughts are arrogant and filled with a sense of superiority, believing that he is above everyone else. She reveals that Zhou Taihu's thoughts betray him, showing his desire to manipulate and control others. She shares what she sees, a deep belief that he can conquer the world, but also an underlying lustful and vile intent toward her. The scene shifts to the woman's conflicted expression as she processes this dark truth. Zhou Taihu's anger peaks as he's forced to confront his own thoughts. He screams, in disbelief, questioning the truth of the woman's observations. His frustration grows as he realizes that his attempt to deceive them has failed, and his true intentions have been laid bare. Master Biok remains unfazed by Zhou Taihu's denial. Instead, he calmly retorts, asking if Zhou Taihu expects them to believe him. His voice is steady, reflecting his complete control over the situation. He is clearly not interested in hearing further excuses. Jo Taeho's face contorts with rage as he tries to justify himself, but his words falter. The tension in the room is palpable as Master Byok prepares to take the next step. It's clear that Jo Taeho's fate is sealed, and he can do nothing to prevent it. Jo Taeho, unable to contain his anger any longer, unleashes an attack, hoping to break free from Byok's hold. His body trembles with frustration as he tries to summon every ounce of strength to fight back. However, his power is no match for Master Byok's dominance. With a sharp movement, Master Byok's energy intensifies, pushing Jo Taeho back. The room vibrates with the force of the attack, and Jo Taeho lets out a scream of terror. He now realizes the full extent of Master Byok's strength, feeling the futility of his resistance. Master Byok's calm demeanor contrasts with Jo Taeho's panic. The power dynamics have shifted completely, and Jo Taeho's struggles only deepen his desperation. The woman watches intently, observing how easily Byok controls the situation. Master Byok and the woman leave the scene, Jo Taeho in tow, his body weak and broken. They step into the evening light, the sky painted with the warm hues of sunset. Jo Taeho is barely able to stand, dragged along by Master Byok as they walk through the compound. Master Byok, deep in thought, glances at Jo Taeho and comments on the incompetence of the man who now leads the Hao faction. He expresses his disdain for Jo Taeho, muttering that it's hard to believe someone like him could rise to such a position. The woman listens closely, considering Master Byok's words. Her thoughts mirror his. She, too, finds it hard to believe that Jo Taeho is in charge of the Hao faction. The conversation hints at the greater plan at play, one that may soon lead to a change in leadership within the faction. In a tense atmosphere, Byok Taesin walks through a grand courtyard as the setting sun casts long shadows. Behind him, figures on the ground seem to suffer from the consequences of his actions. His expression is stoic, and his stance shows that he's not one to back down, no matter the cost. As Byok Taesin strides forward, his mind is set on what lies ahead. He knows the road will be difficult, but the fate of the Hao faction rests on his decisions. His thoughts turn to the internal struggles within the faction, and how the leadership needs to be addressed for its survival. A deep rumble of discontent fills the air. Some of the figures in the background mutter about the current state of the Hao faction, lamenting that the path they are on will lead to ruin. The leader's absence is seen as a major problem, and the need for change is urgent. In a dimly lit room, a woman listens carefully, her eyes widening as she hears a suggestion that could shake the foundation of the faction. A shift in leadership is proposed, and the idea catches her off guard. Her thoughts race as the man speaking reveals that there is a perfect candidate to replace the current leader. He smiles darkly, suggesting that the time is ripe for such a change. The woman, intrigued and cautious, tries to process what this would mean for their future. The woman stands silently, her expression tense. She wonders who the man is referring to and what the implications would be for the faction. She's left in suspense, her mind swirling with possibilities. The air turns sharp with the mention of someone familiar. The speaker reveals that the new leader is someone who is already known to the faction. This revelation adds another layer of mystery to the situation. The woman, now visibly more curious, asks in disbelief who this person could be. The answer is yet to come, but she senses that this is a critical turning point for the faction. 2 days later, a ship docks at the harbor, the crew busy unloading its cargo. The woman is seen walking toward the docks, her focus sharp as she approaches the unknown future that awaits her. The woman is dressed in a fine robe, her face partially concealed by a veil. She steps off the ship, a sense of purpose radiating from her. Her eyes scan the surroundings, ready to face whatever challenge comes next. A servant approaches her, bowing respectfully. He mentions that the housemaster has returned and inquires if she should be escorted to the White Flower House. The woman nods curtly, her mind clearly elsewhere, focused on her next move. As the servant speaks, she internally reflects on her return. She knows there are obstacles ahead, particularly dealing with Jo Taeho, and she vows to prepare herself better for what is to come. Back at the house, a tense conversation takes place as the woman asks for an update on the situation. The man informs her that the intelligence on the Hao faction's activities has been gathered and summarized. He mentions the expanding influence of various factions, including the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance. Byok Taesin listens intently, his eyes narrowing as he absorbs the information. He realizes the growing danger that lies ahead. The factions are preparing to make their move, and his faction must be ready for the upcoming challenges. In the quiet of the room, Byok Taesin speaks firmly. He dismisses any concerns about the threat posed by Jo Taeho, believing that no amount of preparation would have made a difference. He's confident that the faction's plans will falter in the face of his determination. The conversation grows tense as a man speaks about the challenges within the Hao faction. There's a sense of urgency in his voice, mentioning how the faction's higher-ups are proving difficult to manage. The situation has escalated quickly, and it seems like there's no time to waste. The man then cuts to the chase, asking a pointed question. He wonders if the woman, clearly ambitious and driven, would be interested in becoming the new leader of the Hao faction. His words are direct, laying the path before her if she's willing to take the plunge. The woman's reaction is immediate. She looks intrigued and yet unfazed, as if she has been waiting for this moment. Her smile hints at her inner thoughts, contemplating the power she could seize. She's already considering the consequences of such a bold move. With a grin, the woman speaks without hesitation, eager to take the position of the Hao faction's leader. She knows what she wants, and now it seems like nothing can stop her. There's a certain pleasure in her expression, as if she's already anticipating the power she will soon wield. The woman's audacity is met with a calm but calculating response. She's made her intentions clear, but the person opposite her can sense that this is no mere impulsive decision. She has her eyes set on a larger goal. Her words hang in the air, and the man takes a moment to assess her carefully. He's beginning to understand her ambition, but the path to the Hao faction's leadership is fraught with challenges. It's clear she won't back down, but the question remains whether she can succeed. There's a shift in the room's atmosphere. The man's mind races as he processes the woman's request. He knows that merely becoming the leader won't be enough. The power struggle within the faction is ruthless, and only those who can command enough strength will thrive. The man looks thoughtful, weighing the power dynamics carefully. He considers the need for more support if she intends to overcome the other contenders for the leader's position. She needs more than ambition. She needs strategic alliances and resources to solidify her claim. The woman, however, appears undeterred. Her confidence suggests that she's willing to take whatever steps necessary to secure her leadership. Her eyes gleam with determination, and she knows that whatever it takes, she's prepared to do it. The man's demeanor hardens as he speaks directly to her, asking how much she's willing to invest in this power struggle. He lays out the harsh reality of the situation, knowing that taking control of the faction won't be easy. As he speaks, the woman's smile only widens, showing that she's not only prepared for the battle but relishing the challenge. Her confidence is unwavering, and she doesn't flinch at the prospect of the difficulties ahead. The man watches her closely, noticing that she's already started making plans. He begins to see her as a formidable opponent, and his respect for her grows. The question now is whether she can live up to the expectations she's set for herself. Despite the challenges ahead, the man remains vigilant, ensuring that the woman is fully aware of the magnitude of what she's attempting to achieve. He senses the power she is capable of wielding, but there's a level of caution in his tone. As the faction's leadership can be both a gift and a curse, his thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door. Someone seeks an audience with the man, and the moment of reflection is broken. The woman remains calm, but there's a flicker of something in her expression. Perhaps this is the calm before the storm, and her plans are about to take shape. The man turns his attention to the door as the interruption arrives. He knows that nothing in the faction is as simple as it seems. Yet, for now, he must address the immediate concerns, even if the larger picture remains in flux. The man smiles, a sly expression crossing his face as he notices the woman's anticipation. He casually mentions that he will write her a letter with further instructions. His tone suggests that he has already devised a plan and is ready to set things in motion. The woman listens closely, her interest piqued. As the man explains the details, she realizes that he's offering her the means to solidify her position. His words resonate with her ambitions, making her feel closer to the power she craves. She responds eagerly, her eyes gleaming with determination. The opportunity is within her reach, and she's ready to seize it. There's no turning back now. Her efforts are about to bear fruit, and she's poised for action. The scene shifts as the woman ponders the possibilities that lie ahead. She's been waiting for the right moment to make her move, and now with Master Bayok's influence behind her, she's more confident than ever. Her path to the leadership she desires seems almost certain. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden, unexpected intrusion. A man enters the scene, carrying a large crate. The woman watches as he apologizes for the disturbance, his hands trembling slightly as he carries his burden. Despite the interruption, the woman remains focused. The man begins discussing the task at hand, mentioning the Dubi divine pills that have finally been completed. The significance of these pills adds weight to their plan, as they could play a critical role in achieving their goals. The conversation turns to the quality of the pills. The woman is impressed by the skill involved in crafting them, but her expression remains sharp as she listens carefully to every word. She's not here for half measures. The pills must be the best. The man responds confidently, insisting that the pills are of the highest quality. He proudly proclaims that he has poured his very soul into crafting them, and they are the finest he's ever made. His tone suggests that the pills are as much a product of his dedication as they are of his ability. The woman's face remains unreadable, her curiosity piqued but her skepticism intact. She asks a question that cuts to the heart of the matter: what exactly are these duvi divine pills? Her inquiry reveals her deeper interest in their potential, and she's ready for answers. The man's face flushes slightly at the question. He tries to hide his discomfort as he stammers an answer, but the woman's sharp gaze doesn't let him off the hook. She's not asking out of simple curiosity. She's testing his claims. He quickly recovers, eager to provide an explanation. He reassures her that the pills are of the finest quality, dismissing any concerns about their craftsmanship. The woman's calculating expression doesn't change, but she seems satisfied with his response. Despite his attempt to smooth things over, attention hangs in the air. The woman remains composed, but she's clearly contemplating the implications of the pills and the power they might give her. The stakes are rising, and she's beginning to realize that this plan might be more dangerous than she thought. The scene becomes more intense as the woman presses further, questioning the true value of these pills. She wonders aloud if they are truly what they're cracked up to be, noting the sheer quantity of them. Her gaze is unwavering, testing the man's resolve. The man's response is quick, almost defensive. He insists that the pills are not only of the highest quality, but also unique in their creation. He claims that no other pills could match their potency, emphasizing their importance in the upcoming power struggle. The woman smiles, her confidence growing. She knows she's dealing with someone who values results. However, she's not entirely convinced, and her thoughts shift as she contemplates what her next move will be in this increasingly complex game. She knows there's more to this than meets the eye. Byeok-taesan grows weary of the ongoing disruptions, sighing as he dismisses the group. He raises his hand in a commanding gesture, signaling for everyone to leave. His patience is running thin as his thoughts are focused elsewhere. As the group begins to exit, one of the men gasps in surprise, realizing that Taesan has used a powerful technique. He quickly identifies the move as the Phantom Grasp, a highly advanced skill that is not easy to master. His shock is evident as he struggles to comprehend the extent of Taesan's abilities. With a grin, the woman watches the display and offers her congratulations to Taesan. She admires the mastery of the Phantom Grasp, remarking that with such power he could rank among the top martial artists in the world. Despite the praise, Taesan remains uninterested and dismisses her with a sharp order. Taesan's irritation mounts as the woman continues to speak. He tells her to close the door and leave as he waves them off. His patience is wearing thin, and his focus is now on his own plans as he seeks a moment of peace away from the distractions. The group begins to depart, but one of them struggles as the Phantom Grasp seems to still hold them in place. The woman watches, a grin on her face as the scene unfolds. She can see that Taesan's power is far beyond what she had expected, and she marvels at it. As the man is lifted off the ground by the Phantom Grasp, his panic sets in. He is tossed through the air, screaming as he collides with the door. The impact is brutal, and the sound of the door breaking fills the room, leaving a chaotic moment in Taesan's wake. The man is left in a heap on the ground, disoriented and hurt. His thoughts race in fear and confusion, realizing just how powerful Taesan truly is. He mutters a stunned apology, groaning from the pain. Taesan, unfazed, observes the chaos he's caused, his expression calm as if this is all part of his routine. He brushes aside the scene with little concern, turning his focus to more important matters that require his attention. Meanwhile, the woman reflects on the consequences of this power. It's clear that Taesan is more than just a leader in waiting. He's a force to be reckoned with, and anyone who stands against him will face harsh retribution. She admires his control but knows that there is more to come. The mood shifts as Taesan sighs again, noting the noise from earlier. He mutters that with this display, he might finally have the peace he's been seeking. The tension in the room seems to lift slightly as he considers the possibility of living quietly for a while. However, his companion interrupts his thoughts, bringing up an issue that still lingers. There's concern over the intelligence they've received about the White Flower House and its activities. Taesan listens carefully, his expression shifting to one of calculation. Taesan's attention is fully drawn to the matter at hand. He listens intently to the report, now realizing the deeper implications of what's happening around him. His mind is already working on how to handle the situation, but he knows it will require careful planning. As the conversation continues, the man mentions the lack of information on the true power behind the Golden Heavenly Alliance. He suspects that a large, unseen organization is backing them. This revelation deepens the mystery surrounding their adversaries. Taesan listens closely, his mind calculating the potential risks. He knows that these kinds of power shifts cannot be ignored. He asks why the alliance is so dangerous and what makes them stand out from other factions. The man's answer is grim, revealing that they have far-reaching influence. The man explains that rumors of powerful figures have resurfaced, some of whom were thought to be dead. Taesan frowns, understanding the weight of the situation. As they speak, the image of a mysterious swordsman in Wuhan, along with other reappearing figures, adds more tension to their mission. A shadowy figure enters the room, and the tension heightens as he walks toward the leaders of the faction. His presence is imposing, and the sound of his footsteps echoes ominously through the hall, the men in the room visibly tense at his arrival. The leader, clearly startled, looks up and recognizes the man. The shock is evident as the words leave his mouth. Bong Mu. The room falls silent, and the atmosphere grows heavier as the notorious black lunar swordsman has finally arrived. Bong Mu steps forward with a confident smile, but there's no joy in his expression. The leader, now apprehensive, asks if he's here to finish what was started. He wonders if this is the end for them, the weight of his words sinking in. Bong Mook, however, dismisses the question with a laugh, brushing it aside. He hints at a more complicated reason for his appearance, one that doesn't involve immediate violence. His words hang in the air, suggesting that his actions are part of a larger plan. He leans forward, his smile widening as he addresses the Golden Heavenly Alliance leader by name. Seo Dogun, he says, his voice cold yet mocking. The recognition from the leader's reaction shows that these two have crossed paths before. The tension grows thicker as the stakes rise. The leader swallows hard and asks if Bong Mook is here to wipe them out completely. His fear is palpable as he tries to gauge the swordsman's intentions. The room holds its breath, waiting for Bong Mook's response. Bong Mook's eyes glint with amusement as he responds in a calm, almost nonchalant tone. He reveals that he is not here to spill blood but to negotiate. His words take the room by surprise as everyone expected something far more violent. He suggests that he might even make an offer the leader cannot refuse, adding an unsettling air to his words. The leader's face twists in confusion and apprehension. Bong Mook's calm demeanor makes the proposition all the more chilling. As the leader reacts with disbelief, the room's tension peaks. Bong Mook leans in, making it clear that this is not a negotiation based on kindness. He's here with a purpose, and the leader knows that refusing is not an option. The conversation takes another turn as the black lunar swordsman speaks with a dangerous precision. His voice is cold as he lays out his terms. He will not act rashly, but his demands must be met. His eyes fixate on the leader, who now realizes the depth of the situation. Bong Mu mentions the collapse of the Golden Heavenly Alliance. His tone is accusatory, but it's also calculated. He knows exactly how weak the faction has become, and he's positioning himself to capitalize on their vulnerability. The leader, now visibly shaken, asks what he must do to save the faction. He's on the edge, unsure of the consequences of this conversation. Bong Mu, however, offers no immediate answers, only the suggestion that a deal must be made to survive the coming storm. Bong Mu continues to manipulate the situation with his measured words. He hints at the need for alliances and talks about the shifting power structures. He suggests that if they are to survive, they will need to align themselves with powerful figures. The leader listens intently, realizing that Bong Mu is not just a swordsman, but a tactician. He speaks of alliances with the Muram Alliance, Black Alliance, and others, implying that the survival of their faction depends on these moves. The leader's expression hardens as the weight of this truth sinks in. With a sinister smile, Bong Mu's words leave no room for doubt. The Golden Heavenly Alliance must act quickly. There are no guarantees, only choices to be made. He hints that this is just the beginning of a much larger game and the leader must play his part or face destruction. As he lays out his plan, he details how they will use the Golden Wall Merchant Guild to their advantage. The intention is clear. By targeting this powerful guild, they can destabilize their enemies and further their own ambitions. The man's expression grows more calculating as he envisions the fallout from this strategy. In a dimly lit room, a tense conversation takes place. The man dressed in dark robes questions the hopelessness of the Golden Heavenly Alliance. Recognizing that its future is grim, his expression shows his understanding of the dire situation. The person seated before him responds, urging the man to take action. He suggests that they rebrand the Golden Heavenly Alliance as the Black Alliance and align with the powerful Muram Alliance to attempt a comeback. Despite the odds, a calculated plan forms in the air. The man in dark robes agrees to the idea, and together they agree to join forces with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Both are determined to turn the situation to their advantage regardless of the risks. A quiet yet serious discussion unfolds as the plan starts to take shape. One of the men, with a grin on his face, speaks about the chaos that will arise. He explains that when the battlefield becomes disorderly, the Golden Heavenly Alliance can profit from the confusion. The other man listens intently, accepting the dangerous proposition. He acknowledges that, despite the risk, their fate is already sealed, so they may as well move forward with the plan. With a firm resolve, the second man asserts that he will succeed in their mission. The first man approves, noting that they have made the right choice, and emphasizes that their alliance with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and Byeok-taesan will ensure their success. At the Golden Wall Manor, Byeok-taesan, the main character, stands in a room, visibly puzzled by a new development. His eyes widen as he hears something unexpected. A woman, standing confidently before him, offers an unexpected announcement. She is smiling, seemingly pleased with herself, as she declares that she has made a decision. In a playful tone, she reveals her choice. She has moved all her belongings and intends to stay at the Golden Wall Manor. Next to Byeok-taesan, her bright eyes and cheerful expression make her determination clear. The scene shifts to a more intimate moment. The woman, in a softer mood, explains that her decision was not made lightly. She reflects on the choice she had to make, but now she is certain it was the right one. Byeok-taesan listens carefully, his expression serious. The woman, however, seems more carefree and happy about her decision, as if nothing could shake her resolve now. With a thoughtful look, the woman asks how things would have turned out if she had simply followed her father's advice. She wonders aloud if she would regret the decision she made, but remains confident that it was the best choice for her. The conversation continues, though now the mood is lighter. The woman teases Byeok-taesan, saying that she doesn't plan to just sit around. She intends to work too, rather than be a burden. Byeok-taesan responds with curiosity, wondering what kind of work she has in mind. The woman smirks, suggesting that whatever task he gives her, she will be able to handle it. With a playful flourish, she adds that she can do anything, a statement dripping with confidence. She emphasizes that her skills and abilities are at his disposal, making it clear that she's committed to her new life at the manor. Byeok-taesan observes the woman's posture as she practices. He points out that her posture is crooked, which could hinder her progress in martial arts training. His stern look contrasts with the woman's more playful expression as she tries to adjust. He explains the importance of maintaining a straight posture, urging her that without it, her martial arts training will be affected. She quickly tries to correct herself, slightly embarrassed but determined to improve. The woman, still adjusting, makes a light-hearted comment about how she should be training with him. She teases about how warrior Chan and Seo-yeon also underwent intense training, hinting at her desire to push herself just as hard. Byeok-taesan narrows his eyes, recognizing what she is referring to. He asks if she is suggesting the infinite stride training, a rigorous training regimen known for its intensity and difficulty. The woman confidently responds that she's ready to take on the challenge. She expresses her intention to become much stronger than her current self, motivated by the idea of protecting him in the future. Byeok-taesan looks at her with surprise. He hadn't expected such a direct and emotional declaration, thinking about her intentions more deeply as he realizes she wants to protect him, a sentiment that resonates with him on a personal level. A flashback overtakes Byeok-taesan's mind. He recalls his past days as the Heavenly Demon, where strength alone was never enough to protect those who mattered. He remembers the Heaven-protecting squad, who were far weaker but sacrificed their lives to protect him. As he contemplates his past, he reflects on the harsh lessons learned. Protecting someone is not just about overwhelming strength, it involves something more meaningful, something he now starts to understand as he looks at the woman. His gaze softens, and he finally understands why the woman feels so familiar. There's something about her presence that resonates with his past, a sense of loyalty and determination he hasn't felt in years. By now, Byeok-taesan has connected the dots. He remembers Seon Haryong, a person who once risked her life to protect him. The realization hits him he has seen this kind of loyalty before, in Seon Haryong and now in the woman before him, with a somber yet resolute expression. He agrees to her decision very well. "Do as you wish," he says, acknowledging her determination. His tone remains calm, but there is a sense of approval in his words. The woman's face lights up with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with joy. She thanks him profusely, clearly moved by his approval. Her excitement is palpable as she feels validated in her decision. Suddenly, the mood shifts as the woman lets out a surprised exclamation. She mutters to herself, expressing a sudden wish in the moment, if only Byeok-taesan would hug her, just once, in this emotional situation. In the midst of her internal thoughts, the woman suddenly gasps as Byeok-taesan unexpectedly lunges forward with incredible speed, grabbing her and pulling her into his embrace. Her eyes widen in shock and she is left stunned. "Oh my!" she exclaims. Caught completely off guard by the unexpected turn of events, her mind races as she processes the sudden closeness, her heart racing faster than ever. The woman, determined to follow through with her training, is seen running on a swaying rope bridge weighted down by iron weights. Her face is filled with intense concentration and strain as she struggles to maintain her balance. Her every movement is accompanied by intense pain as the pressure from the weights and the unstable bridge causes her body to scream in agony. Despite this, she continues. Her resolve unbroken. Byuk watches from a distance, quietly observing her progress. His mind races as he questions her persistence in going through such a brutal training, a hint of concern flashing across his face. Sisan, Haryong, who is watching the woman struggle, comments on the severity of the training, asking if the woman truly intends to continue with such a grueling process. She speaks about the immense pain it causes considering the weight pressing on her blood vessels. Despite the harsh conditions, the woman remains resolute, her determination shining through. She affirms that she intends to continue with the infinite stride training, no matter the pain or difficulty. Byuk, hearing this, is stunned. His eyes widen and he questions, "Lady Haryong, you really intend to go through with this hellish training?" His tone is a mix of surprise and disbelief at her unwavering commitment. The woman, however, remains unfazed by his doubts. She assures him with a confident smile that, of course, she will continue. She emphasizes that she is a martial artist too, and her spirit won't falter. Both Saeson Haryong and Byuk stand there, shocked by her resilience. They exchange a glance, seeing her determination in a new light. There is no turning back now for her. The woman, her expression softening with pride, beams as she confidently declares that she will succeed. "I will surpass those two." She asserts her resolve, strengthened by the challenge ahead. A few days later, the woman continues her intense training, running with the iron weights attached to her body. Each step is a challenge, yet her face is filled with determination and grit, refusing to give in to the pain. She reflects on how she has just begun, and despite the excruciating pain, she's committed to succeeding. With each movement, she grows stronger, pushing herself closer to her goal. From afar, Byuk observes her progress, a thoughtful expression on his face. He notices how everyone is training differently, appreciating the diversity in their approaches. It reassures him that they are all growing in their own way. Byuk, still deep in thought, decides it's time to take action. His attention shifts as he recalls the existence of the Soaring Squad, a group he had nearly forgotten about. His expression grows serious as the memory resurfaces. As he stands in the courtyard, lost in thought, a figure approaches him. It is a member of the Soaring Squad, bowing in respect as they greet him. The squad member speaks up, greeting Byuk with reverence, signaling the beginning of a new development, his mind now turning to the future. Byuk prepares to act on the responsibilities ahead. The woman, determined to follow through with her training, is seen running on a swaying rope bridge, weighted down by iron weights. Her face is filled with intense concentration and strain as she struggles to maintain her balance. Her every movement is accompanied by intense pain, as the pressure from the weights and the unstable bridge causes her body to scream in agony. Despite this, she continues, her resolve unbroken. Byuk watches from a distance, quietly observing her progress. His mind races as he questions her persistence in going through such a brutal training, a hint of concern flashing across his face. Saeson Haryong, who is watching the woman struggle, comments on the severity of the training, asking if the woman truly intends to continue with such a grueling process. She speaks about the immense pain it causes, considering the weight pressing on her blood vessels. Despite the harsh conditions, the woman remains resolute, her determination shining through. She affirms that she intends to continue with the infinite stride training, no matter the pain or difficulty. Byuk, hearing this, is stunned. His eyes widen and he questions, "Lady Haryong, you really intend to go through with this hellish training?" His tone is a mix of surprise and disbelief at her unwavering commitment. The woman, however, remains unfazed by his doubts. She assures him with a confident smile that, of course, she will continue. She emphasizes that she is a martial artist too, and her spirit won't falter. Both Saeson Haryong and Byuk stand there, shocked by her resilience. They exchange a glance, seeing her determination in a new light. There is no turning back now for her. The woman, her expression softening with pride, beams as she confidently declares that she will succeed. "I will surpass those two." She asserts, her resolve strengthened by the challenge ahead. A few days later, the woman continues her intense training, running with the iron weights attached to her body. Each step is a challenge, yet her face is filled with determination and grit, refusing to give in to the pain. She reflects on how she has just begun, and despite the excruciating pain, she's committed to succeeding. With each movement, she grows stronger, pushing herself closer to her goal. From afar, Byuk observes her progress, a thoughtful expression on his face. He notices how everyone is training differently, appreciating the diversity in their approaches. It reassures him that they are all growing in their own way. Byok-Tazin, still deep in thought, decides it's time to take action. His attention shifts as he recalls the existence of the Soaring Squad, a group he had nearly forgotten about. His expression grows serious as the memory resurfaces. As he stands in the courtyard, lost in thought, a figure approaches him. It is a member of the Soaring Squad, bowing in respect as they greet him. The squad member speaks up, greeting Byok-Tazin with reverence, signaling the beginning of a new development. His mind now turning to the future, Byok-Tazin prepares to act on the responsibilities ahead. Byok-Tazin and his subordinate have just completed a task, and while the progress was minimal, Byok-Tazin acknowledges the help his subordinate provided. He gives a nonchalant response, though it is clear he appreciates the assistance, even if it wasn't much. The subordinate, eager to please, thanks him profusely for the recognition. The tone is respectful, though slightly anxious, as he follows the orders without hesitation. Byok-Tazin, however, seems less impressed. His eyes narrow in thought as he considers the situation. He mutters to himself that while the subordinate may have been useful, he will have to extract more from him in the near future. As Byok-Tazin and his subordinate approach Zone 6, one of the guards seems alarmed at the mention of Zone 6. His expression shifts from confident to anxious, realizing that something significant may be happening. The guard, feeling uneasy, whispers to himself, wondering if he just overheard something that might be terrifying. He's unsure whether he should be worried about the news. Byok-Tazin's sharp tone cuts through the moment as he confirms that there are about 30 vagabonds in Zone 6. The information is matter of fact, and he seems prepared for what lies ahead. The scene shifts as a gruff voice interrupts the tension. "Boss, we've got guests?" One of the men exclaims with enthusiasm, alerting the others to the presence of visitors. Byok-Tazin, unfazed by the interruption, asks about the situation. His expression remains calm, but his mind is already turning, ready for any development that may arise. The man responds that they should bring the zone leader forward. Byok-Tazin's expression remains cool, and he prepares to address the incoming visitors. He has important matters to discuss regarding the mysterious moon. As the group enters the scene, Byok-Tazin's voice cuts through the noise. He gives orders with a certain coldness. "Bring me the zone leader." His tone suggests he has much to discuss. A shift occurs as one of the members of the group looks confused at Byok-Tazin's demand. "Pardon?" he asks, clearly caught off guard by the request. Elsewhere in Wuhan, another plot is unfolding. A familiar face appears, and the man reflects on the passage of time. He looks out the window, a sense of recognition and curiosity in his gaze, hinting at a deeper connection to the events at hand. The man in Wuhan, now identified as Deung Jaeub, recalls a past defeat. He reflects on how he was humiliated at Yichang, blaming his loss on his subordinate Go Junkwang, who had immense talent. Deung Jaeub contemplates the situation, wondering how different things might have been if Go Junkwang had been under his command. He thinks to himself that his fate would have been different, and he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Suddenly, the door opens and a man enters carrying a package. With a bow of respect, the man explains that he has brought something Deung Jaeub will find pleasing. It is a gift from Elder Go Junkwang, personally sent to aid him. In a dimly lit room, a box filled with blood-boosting pills catches the attention of one of the characters. He reacts with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, the blood-boosting pills." His tone is filled with appreciation for the valuable item. The man, smiling with satisfaction, acknowledges that now Wuhan is practically within their grasp. The excitement in his voice is clear as he realizes their plans are progressing smoothly and success is within reach. He continues, explaining that all plans are moving forward without major hindrances. He mentions that the leader of the Golden Heavenly Alliance is currently in contact with both the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance, indicating the alliances are working as intended. Furthermore, they are also preparing to move soon, signaling that their plans are entering the next phase. Another figure in the room speaks up, confirming their efforts. He expresses that he, too, is making connections inside the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, building alliances that will help further their agenda. With a sinister grin, he reveals his next move, to reclaim the underworld groups that were taken from him. This shows his desire to strengthen his position by retaking lost power. The two men share a tense moment before one asks, "Which side do you plan to dig into first?" Their next move is crucial, and the question implies they are preparing to confront their enemy's head. The plan progresses smoothly, with the leaders of the Golden Heavenly Alliance feeling confident in the ongoing strategy. One of them, a man in dark robes, discusses the current success of their operations and the Alliance's plans to secure their future. An older figure seated on the ground adds his thoughts, mentioning that the Golden Heavenly Alliance is preparing to take action soon. He also highlights their communication with the Miram Alliance, a powerful group that will help their cause. The man in dark robes agrees, confirming his own preparations with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. He hints at their intentions to reclaim power by building stronger alliances, and they both discuss their next moves. The scene shifts to a more intense discussion. The dark-robed man, now more focused, explains to his allies that the first step in their plan is to target Wuhan's vagabond market. They plan to disrupt the region, gaining control of it to further their interests. As the dark-robed man speaks, his expression reveals a determined yet calculating nature. His ally nods, agreeing to the strategy, preparing for the chaos that will unfold in the market. The path to success is set, but it is filled with risk. The title, "The Heavenly Demon Wants a Quiet Life," appears as the story progresses. The vagabond market becomes the central point of their operation, setting the stage for further conflict and power struggles. After some time, a new threat is revealed. A soaring squad from the Dongo bodyguard agency is now outside their reach. This unexpected development brings an unforeseen opportunity. The leaders discuss how this squad could potentially work in their favor. The dark-robed man, still focused on the goal, is informed about the situation and contemplates his next steps. The mention of the Dongo bodyguard agency's new squad raises questions on how they could benefit from this unexpected gain. The conversation turns to the next phase of their plans, but the atmosphere shifts as the situation becomes increasingly unpredictable. There's a sense of uncertainty about how to approach this new development. Back at the vagabond market, tensions rise as a man who has acted independently, ignoring the bigger picture, is now facing consequences. His actions, influenced by outside schemes, have led him into trouble. One of the characters questions the man's thinking, asking why he believed he could avoid punishment. The man begins to understand the weight of his decisions as the group around him prepares for action. The man is reminded that his independent actions have led to this moment, and his attempt to escape consequences is futile. The leaders are now preparing to bring swift judgment. The final panel reveals the man's desperation. The dark-robed figure warns him that he should not blame others for his fate, as his actions led him here. The punishment for his misdeeds is imminent. The man, sweating in fear, begs for mercy, unable to escape the consequences of his actions. He pleads for his life, knowing the end is near. As the tension peaks, the man falls to his knees, overwhelmed by fear. His fate is sealed, and the dark-robed figure looks on, knowing that the price of his actions will soon be paid. Bien Tasang stands quietly, his expression unreadable. The silence is thick, with a sense of tension that lingers in the air as he watches those around him. His lack of words speaks volumes about the storm brewing within him. He clicks his tongue in irritation, visibly frustrated by the situation unfolding. His gaze sharpens as he assesses the situation, the weight of his thoughts heavy on his shoulders. He finally breaks the silence, expressing his displeasure at the careless words spoken by another. The words that anger him most are carelessly thrown out, and he warns the person not to make such mistakes again. Tazing's eyes glow ominously as his hand extends, crackling with dark energy. He begins to channel his power, creating a swirling aura that fills the space around him. His anger fuels the growing intensity. The atmosphere around Tazang becomes charged with dark energy. His power, guided by his focus and anger, radiates outward as he prepares to deliver a punishment that matches the severity of the offense. He recalls the sacred doctrine of the heavenly demon cult, a strict rule that no member may ever utter the word death. The consequences for violating this sacred principle are severe, and Tasang's power only increases as he prepares to act. As the energy around him intensifies, Tazang calmly explains the doctrine of his cult: anyone who dares to utter the word death will be swiftly punished without question. His demeanor is cold and resolute. His thoughts focus on the fundamental rules of the cult. There is no room for weakness or failure, and any disobedience will be met with swift retribution. The man who violated the rule now faces the consequences. Tazang's power surges as he reflects on the sacred way of the heavenly demon cult, a path that demands unwavering obedience. He remains unyielding, ready to carry out the punishment without hesitation. Tazang speaks coldly to the man before him, telling him that if he truly wishes to die, he should die fighting his enemies. He makes it clear that he is not the one to end his life if he chooses the wrong path. The man, understanding the gravity of the situation, reluctantly agrees. His will to fight back is evident, but his fear is palpable as he responds to Tazang, accepting the fate that awaits him. Tazang gives a curt command to the man, "Get up." His tone is unwavering, and the man hesitates but slowly rises to his feet, fully aware that his fate is in Tazang's hands. Tazang, now calmer, turns the conversation to more practical matters. He suggests they inspect the underworld faction troops they have gathered, acknowledging the trouble they've already caused. The man, listening to Tazang, now visibly more anxious, recalls a strange rumor he had heard while uniting the underworld factions. His tone suggests uncertainty, but Tazing's interest is immediately piqued. Tazing's sharp gaze focuses on the man as he asks for more details about the rumor. The man now feels the pressure as Tazing's interest grows, signaling that something significant is about to unfold. The scene takes place at an inn near the Dongo Bodyguard Agency. A group of individuals approaches the inn, their footsteps deliberate and cautious. The focus is on the imposing figure of the inn, with a sense of foreboding. One of the figures asks if this is the inn mentioned earlier, seeking confirmation. The others nod, acknowledging that this is indeed the place where Wuhan's underworld faction is currently being managed after its unification. The view shifts to the building's exterior, emphasizing the significance of this location. The atmosphere grows tense as the characters realize the importance of what they are about to do. The group enters the inn and the leader, Chung-sam, is asked by one of his companions about the identity of the individuals present. There is an air of uncertainty surrounding these new figures. Chung-sam, with an air of experience, evaluates the situation and calmly remarks that, judging by their decent chi, they must be in the right place. The tension is palpable as they realize they are about to confront something significant. The leader smiles darkly, a cruel plan forming in his mind. He sees an opportunity to seize the inn, which would allow them to control the unified underworld faction. The excitement of the moment is evident as he plots his next move. One of the subordinates, eager for action, urges the leader to hurry up and take the blood-boosting pills, an essential part of their plan. The moment is charged with urgency. The subordinates quickly take the pills, their expressions shifting as they prepare for the chaos that will soon unfold. Their power begins to surge, the influence of the pills evident in their transformed demeanor. The moment of reckoning arrives. With the blood-boosting pills coursing through their bodies, the subordinates prepare to strike, their heightened strength giving them an edge in the coming conflict. A tense silence fills the air before a sudden eruption of violence. The air crackles with power as one of the figures coughs violently. Unable to control the surge of energy, the intensity peaks as a battle unfolds. The figures who have consumed the blood-boosting pills go wild, their bodies convulsing with newfound strength. Their eyes glow with unnatural energy, a sign of their transformation. The chaos reaches its climax. The figures, now fully under the influence of the pills, begin to attack with brutal force, unleashing a devastating wave of destruction on their enemies. In the aftermath of the violent outburst, Chung-sam issues a command, his tone cold and decisive. "Go," he says. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, his orders are clear: eliminate the threat. The figures under his command spring into action, moving with lethal precision. They swiftly charge into the fray, their heightened abilities making them formidable opponents. The battle escalates as they fight with a single-minded purpose. The fight rages on, the sound of clashing weapons and battle cries filling the air. Chung-sam stands back, his cold gaze taking in the carnage as his subordinates execute his will with ruthless efficiency. Amid the chaos, a figure on the upper level of the inn looks down, confused and alarmed by the sudden assault. He demands to know who these attackers are, his voice laced with fear. The figure's eyes widen in realization as he recognizes the leader of the attackers. "That man is," he mutters, panic creeping into his voice. The identity of the assailant becomes clear. The leader of the attack, standing confidently below, smiles grimly as he surveys the scene. His identity is now revealed, and the confrontation takes a darker turn as the conflict escalates into a battle for dominance. The scene intensifies as Chung-sam orders his subordinates to go and check on Master Bayok Tazin. They realize that the situation is far more dire than they initially expected. One of the subordinates is shocked to hear that the person they're up against is stronger than anticipated. They begin to understand the gravity of their situation, with their enemy's strength being far beyond what they could have predicted. Chung-sam decides to hold off the attackers for now, urging his team to escape while they still have a chance. The situation has escalated, and now the stakes are higher than ever as the team prepares to face the consequences of their encounter. A surge of powerful energy explodes, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The attack is brutal and sudden as the subordinates of Chung-sam rush into battle with the enhanced power given by the blood-boosting pills. The scene grows even more chaotic as the group fights with intensity. The figures who consume the blood-boosting pills are now wreaking havoc, their powers overwhelming the area. Chung-sam looks on in disbelief, realizing that something is wrong. He notices a strange powder in the air, causing him to question its effects. He can't help but wonder about the mysterious substance. As the strange powder fills the air, Chung-sam begins to grow concerned. He realizes that the unexpected powder might be the key to the drastic changes in the fighter's behavior. His suspicions grow as he watches the figures around him grow more uncontrollable, their power surging with violent unpredictability. He questions the identity of the powder and whether it has anything to do with their enhanced strength. The realization hits Chung-sam, he is horrified by the thought that the powder is part of a countermeasure, a tactic employed by the enemy to neutralize their advantage. His worry increases as he watches the effects unfold. The enemy's plan begins to make sense. Chung-sam mutters in frustration, realizing that the situation has turned against them. He curses their previous actions, now seeing the cost of losing their base. The atmosphere grows tense as Chung-sam faces the reality of his situation. He questions the identity of his foes, realizing that they are no ordinary underworld thugs. Their actions and strength suggest they are far more than simple criminals. The truth emerges as Chung-sam's opponent reveals himself. The enemy's leader proudly declares that they are bodyguards, a statement that only deepens the mystery. The revelation sets the stage for the final confrontation. The enemy leader taunts Chung-sam, claiming that they are more than just underworld thugs. Their true identity becomes clearer, and Chung-sam realizes just how dangerous they are. The enemy mocks the notion that they are mere bodyguards. Their leader sneers, raising the stakes of the battle. The situation has escalated, and the realization hits that they're up against far more than they initially believed. The leader's words and actions become increasingly threatening, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Chung-sam's team struggles to understand the full scope of the danger they're in, but the enemy is already one step ahead. The battle rages on as one of the attackers curses, realizing that the men they brought along are no match for their opponents. The chaos around them intensifies, and they are forced to fight with everything they have. The leader of the attackers, Chung-sam, acknowledges the strength of their enemy. Despite their powerful pills, they are no match for the one they are facing. With a sharp breath, he prepares for the inevitable. Chung-sam gives the command to retreat. He urges the men to flee, buying them some time to escape while the rest of the group holds the attackers back. His resolve is clear: survival is the top priority. The intensity of the fight grows as a dark figure steps into the scene, laughing sinisterly. The sound of blood, pumping energy fills the air as the enemy leader unleashes a flurry of attacks, his sword moving with deadly precision. With a taunting smile, the enemy leader charges, shouting out Bayan Tasen's name with an arrogant sneer. It's clear that this confrontation has become personal. The mention of Tasen's name sparks a fierce response from the group. The leader of the attackers curses loudly, vowing to eliminate Bayan Tasen first. The tension builds as the two sides face off, and the fight takes on a new intensity. The battle has become a struggle to defeat Tasen at all costs. In the heat of battle, the leader's frustration mounts. He realizes that the situation is spiraling out of control. He swings his sword wildly, his movements fueled by rage as he tries to overpower Tasen's forces. The leader's anger grows as the fight progresses. His sword clashes against the resistance and his eyes burn with fury. In his mind, he should have killed Tasen first, and now his rage pushes him further into madness. The opponent's blade swings wide, but Tasen stands unmoved, almost mocking him. With one final swing, the enemy's sword misses and the leader's frustration reaches its peak. This only fuels the battle's growing tension. The fight continues as the leader roars in fury, desperate to take down Tasen. He continues his attack, moving swiftly, but his fury is blinding him, and his strike lacks precision. Tasen, with a calm and confident smile, observes the leader's efforts. His enemies are predictable, and he knows exactly what they are capable of. With effortless grace, he avoids the attack, drawing closer to his goal. Tasen, now face to face with the enemy leader, mocks him. The leader's lack of control and desperation are evident. Tasen's cold gaze cuts through the tension, signaling that the time to end this is near. A surprising moment occurs as Tasen's subordinates enter the scene. They appear from the shadows, their presence overwhelming. The leader's confidence falters as he realizes he's surrounded. Tasen's voice cuts through the chaos, addressing the leader directly. He speaks with a chilling calmness, questioning the leader's belief that he could defeat him. The arrogance of the enemy leader begins to crack under the pressure. The enemy leader's expression shifts, realizing that he has underestimated his opponent. A moment of silence passes before Tasen's subordinates step forward, ready to carry out his orders. The fight is now in Tasen's hands, and the leader's fate is sealed. The scene takes a tense turn as the enemy leader, now clearly outmatched, questions why he is the only one left standing. His voice trembles with frustration as he realizes his forces have been decimated. Tasen, with a cold smile, casually dismisses his opponent's concerns, remarking that his misfortune was simply a matter of bad luck. He takes pleasure in the leader's discomfort, knowing that the tables have turned. The focus shifts as Tasen, now confident in his victory, speaks directly to the people of the Wuhan vagabond market. His voice is smooth, almost too calm for the current chaos. Tasen addresses the crowd, apologizing for what they are about to face, but making it clear that their cooperation is now required. His words are both a threat and an invitation to join him. With his usual smug confidence, Tasen smirks and asks who would like to be the first to fight him. His words are both a challenge and a taunt, showcasing his complete control of the situation. The scene opens with a tense atmosphere. The protagonist, Bayan Tasang, stands tall and confident among a group of enemies. The intense focus in his eyes reflects the seriousness of the moment. He is clearly not backing down, ready for whatever challenge comes next. A man from the opposing side, recognizing Tasang, seems both surprised and fearful. The man exclaims that it's really Bayan Tasang. There is an unmistakable hint of dread in his voice, realizing the danger that the situation now holds. Tasang, unfazed, cracks a slight smile, acknowledging the situation with a calm demeanor. He remarks with a chilling sense of confidence, hinting that the place they are in will soon fall apart as if it's inevitable. The atmosphere turns heavier as the tension builds. The enemies around Tasang seem unnerved by his calmness. A man questions the validity of his words, not yet believing that something catastrophic could happen. The uncertainty among the group is growing. Tasang's calm smile shifts to a more menacing one. He hints at a darker plan unfolding and suggests that the situation will spiral even further out of control. The energy in the scene grows as Tasang prepares for the next move. The man in question now holds a mysterious pill explaining its power. This strength-boosting divine pill is claimed to be the key to gaining the upper hand in this situation. His words suggest that this might be their only hope, and yet it's unclear how much they can rely on it. The group of people is skeptical and not easily convinced. One of them expresses doubt, calling the entire plan nonsense. The distrust is palpable as the tension in the room rises. Despite the skepticism, the man in the front remains unwavering. He dismisses the doubts, calling the situation a joke. His confidence is unshaken, though there's an underlying arrogance in his tone. The group laughs, seemingly unconcerned with the potential dangers ahead. However, the leader warns them that the guests, those who have come seeking trouble, are about to leave. The mood turns dark as the laughter turns into a deeper, more sinister plotting. Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically as one of the men acknowledges the situation. Realizing something has gone terribly wrong, the group now looks concerned as a realization settles over them. The leader, still grinning, reveals that the very rejects they had mocked earlier are now far more powerful than they could have ever anticipated. The previously dismissed figures are now poised to show their might. With a chilling laugh, the leader warns the group that they will witness these rejects wreak havoc on all of them. The air grows thick with anticipation as the situation escalates quickly toward a violent confrontation. The battle begins. The group of enemies is swiftly overwhelmed as the so-called rejects prove to be far stronger than anticipated. The once confident figures are now scattered trying to defend themselves. A man among the attackers steps forward with a mocking expression, proudly displaying the strength of the divine pill's effects. He smirks, proclaiming that they will rule over Wuhan, and urges the others to join them in their conquest. As the chaos unfolds, the remaining opponents struggle, unable to stop the overwhelming power of the divine pill. Empowered attackers. The leader's laughter echoes, signaling the imminent defeat of the opposing forces. The scene starts with a confident figure greeting the people of Wuhan's vagabond market. He introduces himself with a hint of sarcasm, stating that he will need their cooperation. The group watches him, sensing something ominous in his words. He continues, revealing his identity as Deling Jaob, making it clear that his arrival is not a mere coincidence. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the uneasy reactions of the people around him. His purpose here is beginning to take shape. One of the market leaders, still skeptical, questions Deling's name and intentions. The leader asks what they stand to gain from cooperating with him. Deling's response is calm but calculated, as he hints at the urgency of the situation and the importance of their decision. The leader's expression shifts to one of concern as he realizes something is off. He mentions that he couldn't sense Tasang's presence until now, hinting that the situation is more dangerous than he had initially understood. The air grows tense and the stakes are now clear. Another figure steps forward, acknowledging the hidden presence of Tasang and explaining that they had been warned of his arrival. The preparation for this confrontation has already begun, and the tension thickens as they prepare for whatever Tasang might bring. Deling seems amused by the growing unease. He asks them to come out, signaling that the moment of confrontation has arrived. The energy shifts to one of impending conflict as everyone prepares for the consequences of this encounter. A man in the back prepares to take action. With a swift movement, he signals for the others to make their move. The tension in the air becomes almost tangible as the group positions themselves, ready to execute their plan. Deling's expression twists into a sly grin as he watches his enemy's every move at his command. Strange, glowing orbs appear in the air, signaling the start of the next phase of their scheme. The atmosphere is charged with energy as the forces collide. The scene cuts to a wider view as the orbs pulse with dangerous energy. The group surrounding Deling begins to prepare for the chaos that is about to unfold. the enemies are caught off guard, and the true nature of this encounter begins to reveal itself. A figure in the group begins to speak out, clearly alarmed. They notice that the orb isn't ordinary and that something far more dangerous is at play. The gravity of the situation begins to sink in as the energy from the orb starts to affect them. One of the leaders reacts quickly, realizing the severity of their mistake. The orb's power is overwhelming, and it is clear that their plan to control the energy has failed. The energy around them is now spiraling out of control. Delling, ever confident, responds with a chilling smile, knowing that his plan is working perfectly. He explains that once the will of the people is broken and they consume the blood, boosting pills, their suppressed energy will surge, making them far more powerful than before. A deep sense of dread fills the room as Delling's words sink in. His smile grows even wider, fully aware of the devastation that will follow. His voice rings out, commanding the others to prepare themselves for the next phase of the plan. The energy around them intensifies. The people begin to feel the weight of the pressure as if the very air is squeezing them. Some of them start to panic, realizing that they are caught in something much larger than they anticipated. Delling grins again and tells them to line up and take the pills one by one. His words are final and the consequences of disobedience are clear. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the room braces for the unfolding chaos. The group of men in dark robes discuss their plans, smirking as they predict that their enemies will never dare to resist again. The atmosphere is tense, with an air of arrogance as they prepare to enforce their will. One man, annoyed by the delay, expresses frustration, asking if they gathered everyone just to eliminate them. Now his impatience is evident as he taps his fingers, awaiting the next move. A man with a twisted grin calmly instructs his companions to swallow the pills that he hands out. The deadly plan begins as they prepare for the consequences of their actions, their faces full of anticipation and malevolent intent. As the pill begins to take effect, a man who has swallowed it experiences immediate agony. His body starts reacting violently, the impact of the poison or drug taking hold of him, forcing him to scream in pain. The dark-robed man watches with a cruel smile, satisfied with the results. He taunts his enemies, boasting that they should have obeyed when they had the chance, mocking their resistance. The chaos escalates as more people fall victim to the drug's effects, their bodies jerking and convulsing in agony. The situation grows uncontrollable as the men in dark robes begin to take control. The air crackles with tension as the combatants draw their weapons, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Sparks fly as blades clash, and the dark-robed men fight back against those attempting to resist. One of the attackers is struck down, blood splattering in all directions. The dark-robed men move with deadly precision, overpowering their opponents. The battle intensifies, with swords and strikes flying as the violence escalates. The dark-robed figures maintain their dominance, clearly prepared to go to any lengths to achieve their goal. A figure in the distance watches the battle unfold with a calm demeanor. Despite the chaos around him, he seems unaffected by the violence, perhaps waiting for the right moment to intervene. In a sudden burst of action, a fighter launches a powerful strike, breaking through the defenses of the dark-robed men. The situation becomes even more chaotic as the tides of battle shift. The figure watching the battle finally reacts, confirming that the strategy has worked. He acknowledges that the pills have been swallowed, marking the beginning of the next phase of their plan. A brutal clash occurs as an individual strikes one of the dark-robed men. The impact is violent, sending shockwaves through the air as both fighters seem determined to end this battle. The man in dark robes reacts angrily, his frustration and surprise clear as he faces the consequences of underestimating his opponents. In a final, desperate act, the dark-robed men prepare for another strike, their weapons drawn and their resolve strengthened. Despite the chaos, they remain focused on achieving their goal. Determined to see the battle through, one of the fighters realizes that something is wrong and exclaims in shock. He recognizes the poison's effects, seeing that the others are still unaffected, which deepens his confusion and fear. He starts to wonder if the place has been covered with smoke to obscure their movements, possibly allowing their enemies to escape unnoticed. His thoughts are interrupted as his body starts to react. In the midst of this chaos, he struggles to remain standing as his body trembles. The once confident fighter is now overtaken by the poison's effects, his expression filled with disbelief. A horrified man begins to scream in pain, his face contorting in agony. He realizes that something far more sinister than poison is at work, something that takes control of his mind and body. As his surroundings darken, his body begins to twist uncontrollably, his eyes glowing an eerie red. The transformation is not just physical, it's as if a deep darkness is consuming him from the inside. Other figures nearby are also affected, their bodies spasming and their screams filling the air. They fall to their knees, struggling to resist the overwhelming force controlling them. They realize too late that this was no ordinary poison. One man, gasping for air, realizes his fate. He tries to flee, but the pain is overwhelming. His mind is clouded with fear as he faces the inevitable end. Desperate, he attempts to protect his energy core, realizing the darkness creeping toward him. The tension is palpable as his body reacts instinctively to the threat. He makes one final attempt to break free from the overwhelming force, but it's too late. His body collapses, unable to resist the powerful manipulation taking over him. As the battle rages on, a figure in the distance watches calmly. Knowing that his scheme has worked, he observes the chaos with satisfaction, certain that the situation is under control. Amidst the confusion, one of the remaining warriors struggles to stay alive. The air is thick with tension as enemies fall one by one, their resistance futile against the overwhelming forces at play. The figure's eyes gleam with malevolent intent, knowing that the battle will soon be over. With a single motion, the leader seals his victory, ensuring that no one can escape the fate he has planned for them. Another figure, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, confronts the remaining enemy with a confident smirk. He taunts the fighter, clearly enjoying the moment of dominance. He reveals his plans, boasting that those who know too much never die quickly. The atmosphere is ominous as he explains how the remaining enemy will suffer, piece by piece until they beg for death. The enemy's fate is sealed as the figure's smile widens. He savors the impending agony that will unfold, enjoying the psychological torment before the physical one. A figure clad in dark robes decides to take action. Acknowledging the inevitable, he prepares to engage, his eyes narrowing with determination. He draws his weapon, ready to face the remaining opponents. The group of enemies, sensing his intentions, start to draw their own weapons. The air becomes charged with tension as the impending clash looms. In a sudden burst of speed, the dark-robed man leaps forward, determined to claim at least one victory. His movement is swift, aimed at a specific target among the group, who is now caught off guard. The sudden movement shocks those around him, with one of the opponents exclaiming in fear. The dark-robed man's strength is evident as he cuts through their defenses effortlessly. As the battle intensifies, more opponents rush to engage him. The dark-robed man moves with deadly precision, his blades striking faster than they can react. The ground is soon stained with blood. Another attack lands, and the man with dark robes seems unstoppable. His eyes glow with an eerie intensity as he continues to overwhelm those who challenge him, sending his foes into retreat. The enemies try to regroup, but they find themselves unprepared for the dark-robed man's ferocity. They gasp, realizing just how fast he has become, unable to keep up with his speed. One fighter, attempting to block, fails to react in time. His face contorts in horror as he sees the dark-robed man's sword coming toward him with incredible speed. In a split second, the dark-robed man strikes again, leaving the opponent no time to defend. The blade cuts cleanly through, and the combatant collapses, blood spilling as the others hesitate in fear. The remaining fighters, now realizing the difference in skill, hesitate. One warrior struggles to gather his thoughts, trying to figure out a way to overcome the overwhelming power before them. As the dark-robed figure prepares to strike once more, one of the enemies musters enough courage to charge at him. Their weapons clash in a desperate attempt to halt the inevitable. With a single fluid movement, the dark-robed man deflects the incoming strike and delivers a counterattack. The power behind his blow is too much, and the opponent is sent flying, defeated. The dark-robed man looks around at the survivors who are now retreating in fear. He sneers, knowing he has gained the upper hand in this battle. The remaining few look utterly defeated. As the last fighter attempts a final stand, the dark-robed man grins wickedly, enjoying the terror in his opponent's eyes. It is clear that the battle is near its end, and victory is his. With a final swift blow, the dark-robed man ends the fight. The area around him is filled with fallen enemies, and silence falls over the scene as he stands victorious. The dark-robed man stands still, eyes widening in shock as a strange energy begins to swirl around the fallen body. A glowing light emerges from the dead figure's body, and the man realizes something is terribly wrong. He stares at the glowing soul-like figure rising from the body, astonished. The figure appears to be more than just a corpse. It is the soul of the person leaving the body. Something he didn't anticipate. The dark-robed man speaks in disbelief, asking himself, his soul. He's caught off guard by this powerful and unsettling phenomenon, and the mysterious force leaves him in awe. As the man looks on, the body of the fallen warrior twitches slightly, still holding on to some remaining vitality. The tension rises as a strange feeling fills the air. In that moment, the figure's eyes open, their body now moving with an unnatural force. The dark-robed man steps back, sensing the shift in power. The fallen warrior, now fully animated by dark energy, rises up with intense hatred in his eyes. He shouts in fury, his voice full of rage as he faces the dark-robed man. The battle has just taken an unexpected turn. The once dead warrior launches himself at the dark-robed figure in a burst of speed. The force behind the strike is overwhelming, and the dark-robed man struggles to respond in time. The dark-robed man grits his teeth, realizing that this is not the same opponent. The force of the attack is so fast and powerful that it's difficult to react. The battle rages on, each strike a blur of energy and movement. The dark-robed figure finds himself at a disadvantage, barely able to keep up with the now empowered warrior. In the midst of the fierce struggle, the dark-robed man's eyes flicker with recognition. Something clicks in his mind, and he realizes exactly who this opponent is. Breathing heavily, he mutters under his breath, "It's you." The man's face contorts with both disbelief and recognition. As the truth becomes clear, this is the one who's been sabotaging him all along. The two figures lock eyes, and the air grows colder with the tension between them. The dark-robed man steps forward, determined now more than ever to put an end to this confrontation. The dark-robed man's anger flares as he remembers the suffering caused by this enemy. The pain and destruction this man has caused have not been forgotten, and the dark-robed man is now intent on seeking revenge. The dark-robed figure charges forward with unmatched fury, his sword raised high. He will not allow his enemy to escape this time. The warrior, now fully aware of the dark-robed man's intent, faces him with defiance. Their blades clash in an explosion of power, and the battle becomes even more intense. In the heat of the moment, the dark-robed man reflects on everything that has led him to this point. The figure who has caused him so much pain and suffering is now in front of him, and he feels an intense need to end it all. The scene opens with a group of people laughing loudly, with one person in the foreground feeling amused by the reactions around him. The main character, Bayan Ta-sang, watches the scene coldly. He comments internally, remarking how the group is overly emotional over a simple compliment. Ta-sang, still unfazed, turns away, a sense of indifference in his expression. He moves away from the group, already bored by their reactions. Ta-sang is seen calmly contemplating the situation. His thoughts are focused on how he could handle the individuals in front of him without erasing their memories completely. He turns his attention to a figure named Yuk Taigu, whom he gives a task. Ta-sang instructs him to extract every bit of information from their enemies without harming them severely. Yuk responds eagerly, revealing his readiness to do whatever it takes, including going as far as pulling memories from the moment of birth if necessary. The captured enemies are in pain, one of them cursing Bayan Ta-sang. They are bound and helpless. The figure continues to insult Ta-sang, clearly enraged and struggling against his restraints. His curses echo through the air. Suddenly, the scene intensifies with a violent, almost explosive sound. The bound enemy is visibly in agony, screaming as his body is struck. Ta-sang walks into the room, showing his calm and collected demeanor. His expression remains stoic, despite the chaos around him. He instructs the people in the room, ordering them not to kill the prisoners, as he still needs them for future purposes. As the enemies are dealt with swiftly, one of his subordinates acknowledges his orders, preparing to follow them without hesitation. The scene shifts to Ta-sang's internal reflection. He comments to himself about how the nuisances that had been bothering him have finally been dealt with. Ta-sang's tone shifts to one of deeper contemplation. He wonders about the lingering discomfort he feels from the men he has just dealt with. His expression becomes serious as he questions the strange unease that the enemies left behind, signaling that something is off despite everything appearing resolved. A dark, ominous atmosphere fills the scene. Ta-sang reflects on the numerous troublesome people he's encountered from the Guangdong Four to those he faces now, feeling a sense of discomfort from them. Asura nearby, seemingly calm, listens to Ta-sang's thoughts as Ta-sang expresses his displeasure with how people keep causing him trouble despite his efforts for peace. Ta-sang shifts his attention, commenting with a cold tone. He then asks about the strange attack from earlier, curious about how it was handled. A nervous subordinate stammers, trying to explain that the earlier attack was more intense than expected. He hesitates, unsure of how to respond to Ta-sang's question. Another character, not as affected by the attack, attempts to assure Ta-sang, brushing off the concern as nothing more than minor injuries, revealing their resilience. Ta-sang listens closely to their words and then states somewhat coldly that he will personally oversee their martial arts training from now on, emphasizing the need to cultivate true strength and harmony. The scene shifts to a group of Ta-sang's subordinates, exhausted and disheveled, as they struggle through intense training. They are visibly worn out, yet under Ta-sang's direction, they push forward. One of the trainees complains about the difficulty of the training. They voice disbelief at the harshness of the task, questioning if they can continue. Ta-sang, calm and collected, reminds them that their training is essential for developing real power. He warns that such struggles are part of the process, as he observes them from a distance. A few days later, the scene transitions to the Golden Wall Manor, where Taesang's followers are still undergoing rigorous training. The atmosphere is tense, with the training area bustling with activity. A figure, likely a senior member, is seen shouting out commands to the others, ensuring no one slacks off. Their tone is demanding, encouraging the others to keep moving forward without rest. Taesang reflects on how his trainees are progressing, but there's a lingering concern in his mind that the intensity of the training may have caused some to falter. A humorous scene plays out with some of the trainees panting and struggling under the load they are carrying. Despite the hardships, one of them tries to lighten the mood, laughing off the difficulty as the trainees continue their work. One complains about the seemingly endless tasks they are given, frustrated by the relentless pace set by Taesang. The senior trainer retorts, blaming the other for the current situation, insisting that it's all because of the decision to engage in complicated tasks. Their frustration builds as they continue to work. One of the trainees, looking exhausted, complains about the grueling physical training. He's being scolded by a fellow trainer, who is pushing him to work harder. A louder command echoes through the training area, urging the trainee to keep moving forward. The focus is on the intensity of the training as the trainer strikes the ground. The trainer's voice then softens as he comments that they need to hurry. The urgency grows as more medicines are needed to continue their intense work. In a separate scene, Taesang is sitting, looking calm and composed. Someone approaches with a book and mentions that Taesang has been nowhere to be found lately, expressing concern. The person then presents the book to Taesang. As he opens it, the title reveals itself as Shadow Lunar Demonic Arts, which draws Taesang's attention. Taesang, intrigued by the book's contents, smiles faintly as he holds it, aware of its implications. The conversation about the book begins. The person showing Taesang the book looks worried and asks if the arts mentioned in the book are truly demonic. The atmosphere is tense as the question hangs in the air. Taesang reassures them with a calm smile, explaining that the book does not involve blood, drinking rituals, or anything sinister like that. It only requires training under moonlight. Taesang elaborates, telling them that while it's a difficult art to master, they should not worry. He mentions that sensory perception plays a major role in mastering this art, which adds complexity. Taesang gives a reassuring smile, telling the person that they are capable of mastering the art. His confidence in their abilities is evident. The person, now feeling more confident, agrees eagerly. Vowing not to disappoint Taesang, their determination and resolve shine through. Taesang reflects on the trainee, recognizing that they are beginning to unlock their potential. He believes that this person will reach the greatest heights, surpassing all others who have practiced the lunar shadow arts. Taesang's quiet reflection is interrupted by a knock on the door. A voice from outside calls out, announcing Yuk Taegu, who has come to report. Taesang invites the person inside, still looking composed. He knows that more important matters are waiting to be discussed. As Yuk enters, he conveys the discovery of the location of the hidden half Jiangxi. The revelation piques Taesang's interest as he prepares for the next step. The scene is set near Wuhan's forest, with the landscape bathed in a cold, eerie light. The figures of Taesang and his companions move cautiously through the forest, the atmosphere heavy with tension. A companion comments on the remarkable nature of the situation, referring to the mysterious energy surrounding them. Taesang remains calm but thoughtful, sensing something unusual. A woman, noticing the strange energy, inquires about Taesang's thoughts on the situation. She wonders what he means by describing the scene as remarkable. Taesang, in response, explains that even after pushing their efforts to the limit, they were unable to extract useful information. The group had failed to gain any new insights despite their efforts. The older man who had been working with them reveals that there's a technique involved in these matters, a technique so elusive that it makes the task seem almost impossible. He goes on to describe this technique, one that can scatter a person's spirit like mist, undermining their mental defenses and making them vulnerable. As the conversation unfolds, the older man explains that this technique is not just a standard skill, it is actually a demonic art known as the soulless demonic art. The air around them grows darker as he speaks, and the energy of the forest intensifies. The mention of this demonic art sends a chill down their spines, making the situation even more dire. The older man goes further, revealing that this art is associated with hidden places where secrets are buried and knowledge is often concealed in the shadows. Suddenly, Taesang feels something shift in the air. He halts, his eyes narrowing as he senses something nearby. The woman, confused, asks Taesang what is wrong. She is unable to sense anything, but Taesang's demeanor signals something significant. Taesang reveals that remnants of this technique are lingering in the area, remnants that are too subtle for others to detect. They are cloaked in such a way that only someone with heightened awareness could perceive them. As the group reacts with surprise, Taesang's calm voice cuts through the tension. He notes that there is someone close by, but their presence is far too well concealed for others to notice. The older man, realizing the severity of the situation, acknowledges Tazang's extraordinary perception, but wonders exactly how strong the individual cloaking themselves might be. Tazang, unfazed, walks toward the hidden presence, indicating that he will soon confront whatever lies ahead. With a final remark, he assures the group that he'll be back shortly. A group of figures is seen gathered around a mysterious fire. The flames flicker ominously, casting eerie shadows. A voice whispers in the background, expressing doubt about the course of action. Another figure, more confident, urges the group to remain silent and observe. The person reassures everyone, claiming that the situation is under control despite the uncertainties surrounding Lord Seo and Lord Deyoung. The tension grows as another person expresses fear, stating that if they do not act now, they will surely face severe punishment. The fire crackles ominously in the background. The scene shifts to a more hopeful mood as one of the figures proudly announces that their plan has succeeded. They've captured the half, Jiangxi, a key part of their mission. Another figure congratulates the person for their success, pointing out that at the very least, by returning the captured half, Jiangxi, they can avoid the worst of the consequences. However, the atmosphere quickly shifts as the figures begin to notice something unexpected. A chilling presence suddenly appears in the area. One of the figures gasps in disbelief as a man suddenly appears before them. The chilling realization hits. The figure is none other than Byok Taesan. The group, now in shock, scrambles to figure out how Taesang managed to appear so suddenly undetected. The fear is palpable as they prepare for the worst. In response to the sudden threat, the half Jiangxi are commanded to attack. Their eyes glow menacingly as they charge at Taesang, ready to engage in a battle that will determine the outcome of this encounter. A group of men, having successfully captured some half-zombies, celebrate their small victory. One of the men proudly exclaims that the plan has worked. He believes that bringing these creatures back will spare them from the worst punishment. Another man standing nearby smiles in satisfaction, acknowledging that their efforts have at least ensured they won't face severe consequences. However, an uneasy feeling starts to creep in, as they sense something ominous. Suddenly, one of the men's expressions turns to shock as he spots a figure. He recognizes the man standing before them and realizes, with dread, that it might be the infamous Byok Taesan, a legendary figure they had heard of in whispers. The group quickly reacts, realizing that they're dealing with a half, Jiangxi, a dangerous undead. Panic ensues as one of them screams to attack Taesan and kill him before he does more damage. Taesan, unfazed by the threats and chaos, stands calmly, his posture filled with confidence. He's ready for the fight, knowing well the power he holds within himself. In a chilling response, Taesan tells them that he will show them a performance just as impressive as theirs. He's prepared to meet their challenge head. On Taesan's calm demeanor shifts into something more fearsome as the surrounding undead begin to move. His energy surges as he readies himself for the impending battle. The half Jiangxi rush toward Taesan, their glowing red eyes filled with hunger. But Taesan, with a powerful leap, moves faster than they can react, his every move decisive and precise. The scene turns chaotic as Taesan effortlessly slices through the undead, each strike cleaving through the enemy with ease. The men watch in disbelief, unable to comprehend how swiftly the situation has turned in Taesan's favor. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, the remaining men watch in horror as the half Jiangxi are effortlessly defeated. Panic grips them as they scream in terror, witnessing the unstoppable force that Taesan has become. The leader of the group struggles to understand how Taesan could be so powerful. His voice shakes with disbelief as he questions the reality of the situation. Taesan stands among the fallen enemies, his expression cold and composed. He taunts the leader, enjoying the spectacle of the overwhelming destruction he's unleashed. As the fight ends, Taesan looks at the remaining survivors with a calculating gaze. He warns them not to kill anyone recklessly, hinting that he still has important things to discover about this situation. The surviving men, fearing for their lives, hesitate as they hear Taesan's chilling words. They are unsure whether to trust him or act on their own. The leader of the group, trembling, agrees to follow Taesan's instructions. But as he moves forward, a sudden confrontation erupts, filled with swift strikes and brutal exchanges between Taesan and the remaining enemies. Taesan watches with quiet amusement as the remaining enemies fall. He effortlessly dodges their attacks while dealing swift counter-strikes. His confidence in his abilities is evident as he moves through the battle with ease. His grin widens, satisfied with the performance he has put on for the attackers. It is clear that Taesan's mastery of combat and control over the situation only adds to his growing reputation. With a calm demeanor, Taesan continues to face the attackers, ensuring they understand the difference between their power and his own. His actions are deliberate and the battle continues with him in complete control. Elsewhere, an individual reacts with horror upon hearing the news of the devastation caused by Tazen's sudden and overwhelming power. The message spreads that their plans are now in jeopardy, and the attackers are clearly frightened. The man exclaims in disbelief, asking how this is possible. His mind races as he tries to comprehend the situation. This is no ordinary opponent they are dealing with. Their plans seem to be falling apart. Tazen's presence in the battle has disrupted their underground operations, and it becomes clear that the forces he's up against underestimated his strength. The scene builds tension as they scramble to find a solution. The remaining group of enemies, now in a state of panic, speaks of the chaos Tazen has wrought. They discuss how their operations to seize Wuhan were exposed and how their plans were thoroughly disrupted by Tazen's intervention. The conversation reveals that Tazen's intervention was not a random event. His actions were decisive and destructive, and the alliances of the Miram and Black Alliance now know about their hidden schemes. This could lead to even greater consequences for them. As they piece together the events, the leader of the group realizes the gravity of the situation. His face tightens in concern as the scope of their failure becomes apparent, and they can no longer move forward with their original plans. The tension mounts as the leader of the group orders their next course of action. His plan is to abandon their base immediately, fearing the arrival of their enemies. The Miram and Black Alliance forces are closing in, and time is running out. As the realization hits, the group is thrown into disarray. Their once secret base is no longer safe, and the pressure mounts as they prepare for a swift departure. But the enemy is already making its move. In the distance, the armies of the Miram and Black Alliance are seen moving toward the base. The final blow is about to be struck as the once hidden operations face exposure to their enemies. The situation becomes dire as more clans join the pursuit of the attackers. The Namgun clan and Jashegel clan are seen joining forces, adding to the overwhelming pressure on the leaders of the underground group. The alliance of these powerful clans is now on the move. The leader is left with no choice but to act quickly as the enemy forces approach. The time for escaping is over. The remaining forces prepare to relocate their base, knowing that the battle they've been avoiding has now caught up with them, and the consequences will be severe. In the midst of the chaos, a leader shouts in frustration, blaming Bayok Tazen for the failure of their plans. He's clearly agitated as he struggles to find a way to recover from the tremendous losses they've suffered. He reflects on the situation, desperate to come up with a new strategy. The pressure mounts as he contemplates how to make up for their defeat, but all he can think about is Tazen's involvement in their downfall. The ground shakes as another explosion rips through the area, emphasizing the urgency and chaos surrounding them. The enemy forces continue to close in, and the leader knows they must act quickly. The scene shifts to the powerful forces advancing toward Wuhan with Tazen's disruption. The martial world's most influential factions see an opportunity to take control. Among them are the Miram Alliance, who are now preparing to formally enter the city. The powerful factions Miram Alliance, Black Alliance are determined to take advantage of the chaos caused by the underground group's failure. Their flags wave as they march toward Wuhan, signaling their readiness to dominate the region. Among these factions, one particular location stands out. The Golden Wall Merchant Guild becomes the center of focus as the different forces have their sights set on it, waiting for their next move. At the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, a calm and collected figure stands before the grand building, awaiting his moment. His eyes scan the area, seemingly ready for what's to come. Today marks the day when the master Bayok Tazen himself is supposed to provide one-on-one guidance. A disciple, possibly his most trusted, prepares himself, though he seems unsure about the impending lesson. The disciple remembers Tazen's words from a previous encounter, where Tazen humorously implied that death itself might be a more pleasant option than facing him in training. A look of concern crosses his face as he wonders if he'll survive the day's lesson. Tazen finally enters the scene, his expression serious as he prepares to begin the training session. The disciple remains on edge, unsure of what to expect, but knowing full well the intensity of Tazen's abilities. The disciple watches as Tazen steps forward with a spear, a weapon he doesn't typically wield. His curiosity deepens, wondering why Taizan is using a spear today rather than his usual weapon. The sword? Tazen's presence is commanding as he moves with the spear, and the disciple notices something unexpected. It seems that Tazen's cultivation of his body and energy has reached new heights, and the disciple wonders just how much more powerful Tazen has become. As the training begins, Tazen's movements with the spear are fluid and powerful. The disciple is stunned, realizing that even though Tazen doesn't regularly use this weapon, he has mastered it to an extraordinary level. The disciple starts to question whether the weapon choice indicates something more significant, Could it be that Taizan is preparing to impart a new skill or technique that will change their future? The disciple's thoughts are interrupted as Taizan suddenly launches into a rapid series of strikes, his mastery over the spear becoming undeniable. The disciple stands frozen, watching in awe as Taizan's precision and control leave him speechless. Taizan, with a calm and commanding presence, instructs his disciple to split the spear shaft vertically. His voice carries the weight of authority, and the disciple's mind races as he tries to figure out the task at hand. The disciple is surprised by the simplicity of the task and wonders if this is truly all he has to do. He even questions whether he should use the infinite stride, but Taizan assures him that splitting the shaft cleanly will be enough to end the day's training. Feeling a mixture of relief and doubt, the disciple immediately sets to work, preparing to split the spear. The task seems simple, but something tells him that Taizan has something more in mind. As the disciple swings the spear, he reflects on the calmness of Taizan's guidance, realizing that Taizan may have used this moment as an excuse to give him some rest. The disciple can't help but feel a little amused by his master's cleverness. Without hesitation, the disciple strikes, aiming to split the spear cleanly. His actions are swift and precise, but he begins to feel the weight of the task. Questioning if this is as simple as it appears, with a loud crack, the disciple successfully splits the shaft vertically, surprising himself. However, his satisfaction is short-lived as Taizan remains silent, seemingly unimpressed, leaving the disciple to wonder what will come next. The scene shifts dramatically as the disciple is caught off guard by a sudden, violent shockwave. He is thrown back into the air with tremendous force as the environment around him is disrupted by an unseen attack. As he crashes into the ground, his mind struggles to process what happened. The shockwave left him stunned, and as he tries to recover, the full realization of Taizan's abilities begins to sink in. Dazed, the disciple looks around, wondering what just happened. His body aches from the force of the strike, but he soon notices Taizan standing nearby, his gaze cold and unyielding as he watches his disciple struggle to comprehend the situation. The disciple, now lying on the ground, is unable to fathom how Taizan moved with such speed. He didn't even see him move. Taizan's attack was so fast it felt like an illusion. Taizan, unfazed by his disciple's confusion, steps forward, casually explaining that the lesson was about more than splitting the spear. He reminds his disciple to open his senses, not just rely on his sight. The disciple, still groaning from the impact, reflects on Taizan's words. He now realizes that Taizan's actions were not just to demonstrate power, but to teach him the importance of perception and awareness. With a satisfied grin, Taizan asks his disciple, who told him to lie down and rest. It's clear that Taizan is using the disciple's discomfort to further teach him a valuable lesson about discipline and focus. The disciple, still struggling, wonders if this is the true meaning behind Taizan's earlier comment about death being preferable. His body aches from the impact, but he's beginning to understand that Taizan's lessons are far more than mere physical exercises. As the disciple gathers himself, a voice calls out, asking if he is all right. A figure appears, offering assistance, but the disciple is still processing the intense experience. His mind races as he realizes that Taizan's lessons might be far more difficult than he ever imagined. A woman informs Taizan that envoys from the Miram Alliance, Black Alliance, Namgung Clan, and Jaegal Clan have arrived, all seeking an audience with him. The news clearly indicates the rising interest in Taizan's power and influence, and he listens attentively. Taizan, unfazed, glances at the messenger. His expression remains cool as he processes the information. With no immediate response or apparent concern, the shifting dynamics in the martial world seem to intrigue him, but he remains detached. Taizan asks, "Guests?" His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the gravity of the situation, as he begins to mentally prepare for what's to come. Though he doesn't seem particularly eager to meet with them just yet, the envoys begin arriving at the Golden Wall Manor, each from their respective factions. First, Namgung John of the Namgung Clan, a formidable figure, introduces himself with formal greetings. Jaegal Guan from the Jaegal Clan also steps forward, delivering a polite and respectful greeting acknowledging Taizan's esteemed position. Each envoy's face is serious, indicating the importance of their visit. Finally, Jin Sahong from the Black Alliance introduces himself as well, stating that he was dispatched to establish a foothold in Wuhan. The envoys from all three factions clearly come bearing both respect and a sense of urgency. Taizan introduces himself, simply stating, "I'm Taizan." As he looks at the envoys, his calm and measured tone contrasts with the weight of the situation, but his presence commands authority nonetheless. As the envoys stand before him, Taizan's inner thoughts reveal that he finds them somewhat useful. Though he remains indifferent to their initial pleasantries, he doesn't show any sign of interest in their personal motives, only in how they might serve his own purposes. Despite his initial dismissive attitude, Tazen's sharp eyes subtly assess the envoys, noting their posture and expressions. His demeanor shows that he is not one to be easily impressed, yet he acknowledges their potential utility. The envoys bid Tazen farewell, with one of them expressing gratitude for his time. They leave the reception hall, their expressions showing signs of both respect and apprehension after meeting the powerful figure. One of the envoys wonders aloud who will be invited to the gathering tonight, clearly intrigued by the presence of the beautiful women who serve at the manor. This prompts a glance among the group, some of whom seem to appreciate the idea of spending more time in the Golden Wall Manor. A comment about the servant girl's beauty leads to a humorous moment, with the envoys commenting on how extraordinary they look, likening them to celestial beings. The envoys are intrigued by the level of talent and allure displayed by the women, showing that they are already starting to feel the allure of the manor. One of the envoys expresses an intense desire to take the women into their service, intending to request permission from Tazen to bring them along. His eyes gleam with ambition, clearly eager to gain these women as disciples, as he believes they hold immense potential. The envoys laugh amongst themselves, discussing the women's remarkable beauty and talents. The mood lightens, as they begin to see Tazen's manor not just as a center of power, but also a place where exquisite, extraordinary individuals are found. However, the female servant smiles subtly as she overhears their comments, clearly aware of the envoy's interest. She doesn't appear fazed, but gives off a knowing, slightly amused expression, as if she anticipates what might come next. Tazen smiles with an almost sinister glint in his eyes as he observes the unfolding situation. His expression suggests that he has come to a realization, and it's clear he's thoroughly enjoying the moment. With a hint of amusement, Tazen remarks, "Ha, so that's how it is?" His voice carries a sense of superiority, as he seems to grasp the intentions behind the events that have unfolded, drawing a conclusion based on his sharp intuition. Tazen, the Night King, once feared throughout the land, is now at the center of attention. His name echoes through the rooms of the gathering, and a sense of awe fills the air. A group of people surrounding him is still in shock, murmuring among themselves. They have confirmed the rumors about his identity, and whispers of his legendary past spread like wildfire. Despite the overwhelming recognition, Tazen seems unfazed. He stands confidently, with a nonchalant expression on his face, seemingly indifferent to the adoration and fear surrounding him. Two older men are seen standing in the background, panting heavily, sweat dripping down their faces. Their eyes flicker nervously, sensing something ominous in the atmosphere. They look at one another, their expressions betraying a sense of unease. The sight of Tazen seems to be both an honor and a threat. His presence brings tension to the room. Tazen's face contorts into a smirk, his cold gaze cutting through the air. He is aware of the unease he is causing, and it amuses him. A deep, calculating thought crosses his mind. Tazen's eyes darken as he begins to speak, his tone ominous. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, and the room feels charged with an unsettling energy. A strange revelation slips from Tazen's lips. He had suspected they had another purpose for coming, but they were just about to leave. His words cut through the tension like a sharp blade. The guests seem disoriented by his abrupt statement. They look around, confused and unsure of what to do next. As Tazen's voice echoes in the silence, demanding answers. Without missing a beat, Tazen stands up, exuding authority. He orders that the guests leave immediately, an unexpected demand that catches everyone off guard. The guests, already unsettled, murmur in disbelief as they try to process his command. Some question his intentions, but they know better than to defy the Night King. Tazen watches them closely as they scramble to make sense of the situation. His expression remains unyielding, like a ruler who has made his decree. As the guests prepare to leave, Tazen's cold voice fills the air once more. He inquires if they understand the seriousness of his command. The women accompanying the guests offer to guide them out, but Tazen's demeanor remains sharp and commanding. He watches every movement, ensuring no one dares to defy him. As the group exits, a sense of finality settles in the room. Tazen watches them leave without a word, his mind already shifting to what comes next. The men who were previously bewildered by Tazen's behavior begin to analyze the situation. One of them comments on the odd pressure they felt in the room, unable to identify its source. Another man theorizes that it might have been an enchantment or a similar force at play. However, they all agree that if such a technique had been used, they would have detected it. A third person, clearly frustrated, wonders if it could have been Tazen's sheer presence alone that caused such an overwhelming pressure, a thought that unnerves everyone in the room. As they continue discussing the strange occurrence, they are interrupted by Tazen's voice. Now full of confidence, he announces that he alone is responsible for the oppressive atmosphere without the need for any external enchantment. Despite his words, the group remains unconvinced. They still feel there might be something more to the situation than meets the eye, but they are left with no answer. The conversation shifts towards speculation. Perhaps there was another powerful figure present, hidden away nearby, whose aura had contributed to the pressure they felt. Meanwhile, the situation takes a lighter turn as an unseen voice chuckles from behind a door. It belongs to a mysterious figure who finds the group's confusion amusing. With a smirk, the figure reveals that, judging by their expressions, they were likely more interested in the romantic dynamics surrounding Tazan rather than the power struggles. The group is taken aback by the unexpected interruption. The figure then teases them, questioning whether they want to know some useful information about Tazan, his likes and preferences, all while enjoying their flustered reactions. The mysterious figure continues to toy with the group, hinting at knowledge about how to win Tazan's favor, specifically through his choice of maidservants. The men are caught off guard by the mention of Tazan's preferences, which were something they had not anticipated. The tension in the room is replaced with a sense of awkward curiosity. As the group questions how the figure knows this, the response is delivered with a knowing smile. The mystery is in their own faces, which had betrayed their true intentions upon their arrival back to Tazan. He appears lost in thought, his mind preoccupied with something troubling. His gaze is distant, and his expression shows signs of unease. Simona notices his sigh and inquires, genuinely concerned. Tazan mutters that he has a nagging feeling something frustrating is about to happen, though he can't quite place why. Despite the unease, the scene grows more chaotic as the group moves forward, their actions hurried, and their attention shifting with the growing anticipation of what's yet to come. The scene shifts to a dark underground chamber. A man is seen kneeling before a series of glowing objects which seem to contain some sort of power. He is filled with shame as he looks at the scene before him. His hands tremble as he reflects on his failure, begging for another chance. He promises that this time he will succeed without fail, no matter what it takes. Determined, he clenches his fists tightly, swearing that he will clean up the mess left behind by Seo Dagoon. His thoughts are filled with a single goal: survival at any cost. A figure in white interrupts his thoughts. Standing silently behind him, the air grows tense, and the atmosphere becomes thick with anticipation. The voice of the figure in white calmly announces that this is his last chance. There is no more room for failure. The message is clear, and the man can only nod in agreement, realizing the gravity of the moment. Without hesitation, the figure in white makes a decisive move. A powerful action takes place, and the scene is filled with ominous energy. The man is forced to confront his fate. The scene escalates as the figure in white throws something, releasing a surge of energy that pierces the air. The man tries to react, but he is caught off guard by the sudden intensity of the attack. The object flies with precision, and the man stares at it in disbelief. It seems to hold a deeper significance, as if the very essence of his fate is tied to this moment. A voice in his head warns him that this attack might be the end. His mind races as he wonders if he can escape or if he has already sealed his fate. The man's expression turns to one of horror as the energy begins to manifest. He realizes too late that the fragments surrounding him are no ordinary objects. The realization hits him hard. These are soul fragments, the very same fragments that could lead to his destruction if mishandled. Desperately, the man tries to regain control, but it's clear that the outcome is already in motion. The scene intensifies as the fragments move with unstoppable force. Outside, a large building is shown, the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, a place of power and influence. The atmosphere shifts once more as the scene transitions to the interior, where a woman is seen reading a document. She reflects on the events that have led to this moment, her thoughts heavy with the implications. The woman, a key figure in this ongoing story, glances at the document with a sense of determination. She mutters to herself that it has been a long time since they last crossed paths, a subtle acknowledgement of the greater forces at play. A commanding figure gives orders, explaining how the Dongo bodyguard agency played a crucial role in securing their success. The smug expression on his face reveals a sense of satisfaction. His words are full of pride as he thanks the agency for their assistance, but his mood shifts to one of impatience. He eagerly anticipates the moment when he will be in full control. A figure standing beside him looks confused, questioning the urgency. Why wait any longer? They ask, clearly baffled by the hasty decisions being made. A stern figure interrupts, revealing his true intent. With cold eyes, he declares that he intends to personally deal with the useless man. Showing his unyielding resolve, he begins to take action, moving swiftly and determinedly toward his target. His footsteps echo with intensity, signaling his confidence in executing the task. The enemy seems helpless as the powerful figure charges forward. The ground shakes beneath his feet, the tension palpable as the moment of confrontation draws near. A sense of triumph fills the air as the task is completed. A silent acknowledgement of success. The figure looks satisfied with the outcome, but the satisfaction is short. Lived. A voice from behind offers congratulations. The words are simple but heavy with meaning. Well done. The praise feels like a validation of the completed mission. However, as the praise lingers in the air, a subtle tension emerges. The figure receiving the praise seems uncertain, unsure of how to proceed with the next step. In the next moment, the figure finally seems to understand what's required. He acknowledges his success with a look of recognition and gratefulness. However, a change occurs as the figure swears eternal loyalty, reaffirming his commitment to the leader. His words are filled with conviction, binding him to his newfound allegiance. With a sense of finality, the scene shifts as the figure kneels, pledging himself to the cause. The weight of his words and actions lingers in the room, marking a pivotal moment. The leader, who had observed the gesture, responds with a calm tone. His approval is evident, but there is a subtle reminder of the responsibility that comes with the pledge. A conversation continues where the topic shifts to a request. The figure asks for something in return, requesting the delivery of the 300 Dayuvi divine pills to the White Flower House. The leader remains unfazed by the request, and with a dismissive wave he grants it. "Well, I won't stop you," he replies, his tone suggesting that the figure's actions are already anticipated. The scene shifts to a conversation between two figures. One warns the other with a serious tone, reminding them not to cause any more trouble. The other responds nervously, laughing it off, clearly trying to downplay the situation. The figure being addressed nervously questions, "When have I ever caused trouble?" trying to feign innocence. However, the serious tone in the first figure's voice makes it clear that they're not amused by the situation. With a decisive expression, the first figure responds with a firm indicating that the conversation is over. They state that a physician is needed, adding urgency to the situation. A woman is shown in intense focus, her gaze sharp as she practices her skills. The narration remarks on her recent dedication to her training, hinting at her growing power. She performs a swift movement, showcasing her martial prowess. Her skill is evident as she wields a weapon with precision. A flash of power surges around her, hinting at the depth of her abilities. Suddenly, her focus shifts as she senses a presence, a sign that she is not alone. The atmosphere becomes tense as the training turns into a more serious engagement, signaling an approaching challenge. A swift figure emerges in the frame. Moving quickly to meet the woman's challenge, the figure's movements are fluid, precise, and fast as they react to the incoming attack. The woman's weapon clashes with the approaching figure's defenses. The strike is deflected, but there's no hesitation in her movements. She prepares for the next assault with intensity. The battle escalates as the woman focuses even more, pushing her abilities to their limits. The figure on the receiving end of her strike is pushed back but quickly regains their stance, preparing for the next move. After a series of attacks, the scene shows the figures pausing for a moment. The woman, though clearly exhausted, shows no sign of backing down. The man watching her notices her fierce spirit, impressed by her resolve. He acknowledges her strength with a quiet thought. What a fierce spirit she has. As the woman continues her assault, it's clear that she won't stop easily. Her face hardens with determination, and the battle intensifies once more. The man braces himself, preparing for the next exchange. The tension builds as the woman prepares her final attack, her eyes locked on her target with fierce focus. The speed and force of her strikes push her to the limit. The man is pushed to the edge by her relentless attack. He wonders briefly if he's been too harsh, but then quickly suppresses the thought, knowing he must see this through. Finally, with a deep breath, the man asks, "Shall I stop here?" The woman, panting but resolute, responds, "Number, I'm fine." Her determination is unshaken, despite the fierce training. The battle continues to escalate as the woman launches a powerful strike. Her movements are swift and precise, pushing herself to the limit. The man, who has been sparring with her, watches intently. His expression remains calm, but the intensity of the battle is clear in his eyes. There is a moment of silence as both combatants pause, realizing the seriousness of their respective stances. The air is thick with the tension of their battle, neither willing to back down. As the tension continues to build, the man begins to reflect on the intensity of the fight. He notices something strange about the woman's movements, something beyond her skill. The narrator reveals that her power is no longer just a semblance. It feels as though she has completely taken on the soul of someone else. The very essence of Seizan Haryong seems to have transferred to her, amplifying her strength. The realization strikes the man, his eyes widening with the sudden understanding. Could it be possible that Yan Haran has been reborn with Seon Haryong's soul? The man wonders if this connection could be the key to understanding her power. The man's curiosity turns into action as he steps forward, his hand glowing with a strange power. He directs the energy toward the woman, as if seeking the truth with his magic. He confronts her with a direct question, asking if she has recently come into contact with death, sensing something unusual in her energy. Taizan stands, holding a glowing sword deep in thought. The mysterious aura surrounding him reflects his sharp focus as he ponders the strange situation he finds himself in. His thoughts are disturbed by the question, could someone like Yan Haran be reborn with another soul, just as he was? Taizan's mind races with the possibility that the soul of Yan Haran may have transferred to her current body. He begins to doubt everything he had thought he knew. His concern grows, but he quickly dismisses it as overthinking. There's no time to waste on this. Yan Haran, standing before him, seems entirely oblivious to his musings. She shows no signs of recognition or understanding. Taizan decides not to dwell on the matter and motions for her to continue, as his suspicions fade into the background. Meanwhile, the situation in the world outside grows more complicated. The factions, such as the Nurm Alliance, the Black Alliance, and the Mangdong clan, are in disarray. Tensions rise as power struggles become more evident. The scene shifts to Taizan, his presence known and felt across the land. However, the outside world is becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. The power dynamics in the kingdom shift constantly, and Taizan, despite his legendary status, has to manage these challenges. Taizan looks away from the chaos outside, recognizing that there is little he can do about the warring factions. His mind stays on the present, focusing on his quiet life that he so desperately desires, but he knows that peace will remain elusive for the time being. The Davji divine physician, who had been working in the shadows, is seen scheming. His actions, unknown to Taizan, are causing ripples that will affect the future. As Taizan's past experiences collide with the present, hidden forces work against him. The physician had already been plotting for a long time, knowing that Taizan was recovering from his near-death experience. He had underestimated Taizan's situation, but now he seeks to manipulate those around him to control the future. The conversation turns to the physician's actions and how others around Taizan are being drawn into the web of intrigue. Though Taizan is unaware, these factions are growing more powerful with each passing day, pushing the limits of what he can control. The conspirators now begin to take action. Their plans continue to unfold, with eyes set on Taizan's eventual fall. Their strategy is one of patience, but with every passing moment, their desire for control grows stronger. Though their ambitions remain hidden, they begin to shape the course of events, deciding who will hold the power and influence over Taizan's future. There's a constant shift in who will be the next to challenge his dominance. One of the conspirators, known for his quiet demeanor, sees an opportunity to use Taizan's quiet nature against him. The plot thickens as he plans to take advantage of Taizan's unassuming approach to life, hoping to manipulate him into a corner. The conspirators discuss their options. They acknowledge that the powerful forces at play are shifting in Taizan's favor. However, there's still uncertainty in how it will unfold. They have been playing a dangerous game. One of them expresses doubt, wondering whether Taizan is truly as weak as they think. This uncertainty stirs unease as the path ahead is unclear. The men contemplate whether they have misjudged their opponent. Despite their doubts, they stand firm in their resolve. They believe that they hold the upper hand. But the future is unpredictable. They can only wait for the perfect moment to strike. The group of conspirators watches Taizan as he stands before them. One man, with a skeptical expression, discusses the rumors of Taizan's growing power. However, he is unimpressed by Taizan's appearance, deeming him to be nothing more than an ordinary figure. This only fuels the growing doubts among the men. Another conspirator adds to the conversation, suggesting that the rumors about Taizan might have been exaggerated. Despite hearing of his feats, they still view him with skepticism. Not seeing the true depth of his abilities, they're unaware of his past as the heavenly demon, making their underestimation dangerous. The man speaking seems to think he's caught the truth. He smirks, feeling confident in his assessment. Taizan, though, is unbothered, knowing that these individuals do not yet understand who he truly is. Their underestimation of him will soon be their downfall. Elsewhere, someone in the shadows smiles as they watch the ongoing conversation. The person feels amused by how the conspirators misjudge Taizan. It is easy to underestimate someone who appears calm and composed on the surface, but appearances can be deceiving. The individual watching from a distance realizes that even those who are eccentric or difficult to understand are often underestimated. This was true for Taizan as well, but deep down she knew he was far more capable than what anyone could see. With a soft chuckle, the person reflects on the truth. They know that Taizan's hidden power is far beyond anything these men could imagine. Despite their thoughts, the observer is confident that nothing would succeed unless they were personally involved, as they have their own role to play. One of the men now expresses a different opinion, stating that there's potential in the individual who guided them to this place. He wonders if it would be possible to recruit this person as his disciple. His eyes fixate on someone eager to make a valuable acquisition for his own ambitions. The speaker reflects on how much of a waste it is to let such potential go unnoticed. A talent like this should not be confined to a place like the Merchant Guild. He believes that the person guiding them is too valuable to remain in such a position and should be nurtured to grow stronger. One of the conspirators, angry at the thought of disrespect, feels that this is an offense to their pride. They react violently to the suggestion, not willing to tolerate someone undermining their influence. A shift occurs in their demeanor as the situation becomes tense. A major decision looms over the conversation. The speaker's suggestion to recruit someone from the Merchant Guild is met with a strong reaction. Tensions rise as one of the men seems to cross a line, his remarks threatening the carefully laid plans of the others. The conspirators now face a dilemma. The discussion escalates, with words becoming sharper as the group's unity begins to crumble. The once calm and calculated conversation spirals into a heated debate, as the focus shifts to whether they are willing to compromise their goals for the sake of this new recruit. The situation grows more complicated as one of the conspirators walks away, unwilling to accept the direction things are going. The others are left to grapple with the choices they must make. The decision now hangs in the air with the consequences yet to unfold. With the argument unresolved, the tensions continue to build. One conspirator insists that if the young recruit's abilities are truly that valuable, they must proceed cautiously. His mind races with the possibilities of how this new player could either aid them or hinder their plans. The other conspirators, now wary of their choices, begin to consider the options more carefully. The young recruit may indeed possess the qualities they need, but the question of whether to bring them into the fold becomes a matter of trust. What happens next depends on the actions of the key individuals involved. A decision is finally made. The conspirators, now resolved, will ask the young recruit where their true loyalties lie. But the choice is not simple. A tense silence fills the air as they await a response. The next move still uncertain but inevitable. Tazen's frustration boils over as he stares at one of his subordinates, his temper flaring. The servant's clumsy actions have caused a disruption, and Tazen is visibly annoyed. His exasperation grows, clearly irritated by the lack of competence in those around him. He clenches his fist, ready to lash out at the one who caused the disturbance. His anger boils as he yells, questioning who this person thinks they are, forcing him to clean up the mess. The tension in the room is palpable, and the servant stands awkwardly, clearly fearing the wrath about to descend on them. The room goes silent as Tazen releases a heavy sigh, his anger subsiding. It's clear that this is just another one of the many troubles he has to deal with. The subordinate begins to apologize, but it's evident that Tazen's patience is wearing thin. Later, the situation remains tense, with one of the subordinates questioning the plan they've set in motion. They are nervous, now second-guessing their involvement in the upcoming confrontation. The upcoming opponent, Jak Gyeong-mayong from the Black Alliance, causes them concern. The nervousness is clear on their face. They wonder aloud if they've gone too far, questioning if they should have interfered at all. The realization sets in that their actions might have consequences they didn't anticipate. Despite the growing doubts, one of the group tries to remain confident. The tension remains high, and the stakes of their actions loom large. The weight of the situation is heavier than any of them had expected, and the decision to engage with Jak Gyeong-mayong now feels even more daunting. Tazen, however, is unfazed by the situation and reflects on his current state. He acknowledges that his inner energy flow has been blocked lately, making him feel vulnerable. The challenge ahead feels more difficult, as his body doesn't feel as strong as it once did. He contemplates whether he should take a trusted warrior, Khan, along with him for the upcoming confrontation. His usual self-assurance is shaken by his weakened state, but he remains determined to proceed, knowing he cannot back down. Tazen decides he may need to recruit additional help, as the task at hand is more daunting than he initially realized. The thought of facing someone as powerful as Jak Gyeong-mayong without full strength weighs heavily on him, and he begins to consider his options carefully. Tazen's subordinate approaches him with an idea, offering to go along with him to handle the situation. The subordinate's eagerness is evident, but Tazen responds with stern disapproval. He's already given specific instructions to avoid unnecessary interference, and this action seems rash. Despite Tazen's clear reluctance, the subordinate persists, eager to prove their usefulness. They try to push their way into the conversation, even as Tazen warns them against doing anything that could complicate matters further. With a frustrated sigh, Tazen concedes. He sees no way to stop the subordinate, though he's aware this might only lead to more trouble. The tension builds as they prepare to move forward, uncertain of what's to come. In a final moment of decision, Tazen reflects on his next steps. He begins to think that maybe the issue at hand requires more direct action. His focus shifts to a more aggressive approach, suggesting the extraction of information through force. The idea of extracting information from their opponents is a dark thought, but one Tazin is willing to entertain if it means getting what they need. The situation is dire and the stakes are high enough that he feels no other options remain. As the final moments approach, Tazin prepares for whatever comes next. He looks at his subordinate with a mix of expectation and resignation. The plan may take a dangerous turn, but it's clear they are committed to their course of action. Tazin's subordinate reassures him, stating that nothing will go wrong and that they have everything under control. There's a slight air of confidence in his voice as he assures Tazin that Needle Eccentric will also be present to handle things. Tazin, however, grows suspicious as he feels an unusual shift in the air. His eyes narrow in concern as he starts to question whether something is wrong. He senses something out of place, a feeling he cannot ignore. The subordinate, slightly startled, tries to downplay it. He brushes it off nervously, explaining that the sensation he felt might be nothing but a minor disturbance. But his unease is evident, and Tazin remains silent, sensing that something deeper might be at play. Tazin, with his ever-sharp instincts, looks directly at his subordinate. His demeanor is calm, but there's a hint of something deeper beneath his composed exterior. He confirms that his subordinate's senses were correct, hinting that he indeed felt something unusual, too. The subordinate, now wide-eyed, reacts in disbelief. He had no idea that Tazin had been hiding such immense power. He stumbles over his words, expressing shock at the revelation that Tazin hadn't been using his full strength until now. Tazin's expression darkens as he casually explains that he had been holding back, observing his own limitations. His recent struggles have been due to his inability to access his true power. It seems that a part of him has been suppressed, but now things are about to change. As Tazin continues to explain, he demonstrates his power, creating an overwhelming aura that shocks everyone around him. The light radiating from his body intensifies as he taps into his latent strength. The atmosphere grows heavy with the energy he unleashes. The group watches in stunned silence as Tazin manipulates his power. His control over his energy is so precise that it feels as though the very air around them bends to his will. The realization dawns on everyone: Tazin is far more formidable than they could have ever imagined. The subordinate, still in awe, stumbles to speak. He is shaken by the immense power that Tazin has revealed. The suppressed inner energy that had been blocked is now flowing freely, and the consequences of this revelation are far-reaching. Tazin smirks, clearly enjoying the moment. He casually remarks that if this level of energy was unperceived by the others, it simply means he was working under unnecessary restrictions. With his power now fully unleashed, there are no more barriers holding him back. The subordinate reacts with disbelief, processing the full extent of Tazin's potential. The realization sets in that Tazin had kept his true strength hidden, manipulating the situation in ways they couldn't have anticipated. The sheer weight of his cultivation is staggering. Tazin's smirk widens, and he continues to unleash even more power. The force grows stronger, and the room begins to tremble. His confidence is clear, and it's evident that nothing is going to stop him now. Tazin, now in complete control, takes a deep breath as he prepares for the next phase. His power is overwhelming, and he knows that this is the only way forward. The energy he commands now is at a level that no one can match. His subordinate, now visibly sweating, tries to comprehend the situation. He watches as Tazin manipulates the flow of energy with ease. The realization that this level of mastery has been hidden all along stuns him into silence. With a final decisive gesture, Tazin seals the energy he has released and addresses his subordinate. His voice is calm but filled with authority. He warns them that the true battle is just beginning, and that they will be ready to face whatever comes next. Tazin's subordinate lets out a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that he hasn't been extracted again. There's a sense of amusement in his voice as he casually expresses his relief. However, just as he speaks, his eyes widen in realization. He turns to see someone approaching, his expression shifting as he recognizes who it is. The name Needle Eccentric comes to mind, and confusion fills the air as the figure steps closer. Tazin's subordinate knows that this individual could bring more trouble than he expected. The tension thickens as the atmosphere grows charged. The appearance of Needle Eccentric has created uncertainty, and even Tazin himself pauses, sensing the presence of someone with great power. The moment feels heavy, and no one speaks as the situation takes a turn. As the mysterious figure approaches, Tazin's senses awaken to a new level of awareness. His inner energy begins to flow once again, and the surrounding area seems to vibrate with power. Tazin realizes that his connection to this energy is more profound than he initially understood. In the distance, he envisions the energy swirling like a vast sea. The realization dawns on him: this is the sea of energy he has been seeking to control. It's no longer just a concept, but a force he can manipulate. He begins to focus, feeling the power around him shifting. As he concentrates, the energy within him begins to surge. The sea of energy is both powerful and overwhelming, and Taisen feels the wave building inside him. He knows that the only way forward is to harness this power, to create something greater from this growing force. The energy grows even stronger, intensifying to the point where it feels like a vast ocean crashing around him. Taisen lets out a powerful cry, feeling the raw potential of his inner power awakening. His energy finally breaks through the wall that had held him back, and he surges forward, more powerful than ever. The display of Taisen's power shakes the room, and his subordinate is left speechless. The transformation is remarkable. The wave of energy that Taisen commands is unlike anything they've witnessed before. It's clear that this is the true extent of his strength. As Taisen unleashes the full force of his energy, a look of satisfaction spreads across his face. The barrier that had once limited his growth has shattered, and he stands at the peak of his power. He now knows that he is ready for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, his subordinate sits in the background, yawning as if unimpressed. Despite the overwhelming display of power, he remains indifferent, almost sarcastic in his lack of reaction. He brushes off the moment, teasing Taisen for being so dramatic. Taisen, somewhat taken aback by the nonchalance, questions the subordinate's behavior. How could they be so relaxed after such a monumental shift in his power? The tone shifts as Taisen grows more serious, demanding an explanation. The subordinate nonchalantly explains that he's been guarding Taisen for the past 2 days while he meditated and awakened his power. He had no idea how much time had passed, but now he realizes that today is the day of the duel against Jokgyal Myeong. The tension builds as the reality of the situation sinks in. Taisen's expression hardens as he understands the gravity of the situation. He had been so absorbed in his cultivation that he had lost track of time. The duel against Jokgyal Myeong is finally upon them, and he feels both the pressure and the excitement mounting. As his subordinate asks how the cultivation went, Taisen responds with confidence. He's ready. The energy he has unlocked is more than enough to face Jokgyal Myeong. Now there's a fire in his eyes as he prepares for the duel ahead. With a determined grin, Taisen gives the order, it's time to go. The duel is a significant moment, and he's more than ready to face his opponent. His subordinate, now fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, prepares to follow Taisen into the fray. Yan Haran, standing among the group, looks up thoughtfully, her expression conflicted. Her silence lingers as the weight of the situation starts to hit her. She hesitates, not sure how to process what is unfolding around her. Despite her hesitation, the others in the group continue their discussions, urging Yan Haran to understand the seriousness of their predicament. The tension is palpable as the urgency of the situation grows. The Black Alliance is a formidable force, and they must be prepared for anything. The group's leader, though calm, cannot hide his concern. He turns to Yan Haran and emphasizes the gravity of the upcoming duel, urging everyone to stay focused. The group seems divided on how to handle the pressure, and the stakes are high. Meanwhile, inside the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, a lone figure sits in deep thought. The setting sun casts an orange glow over the room, enhancing the atmosphere of quiet tension. The figure, cloaked in shadows, seems to have been waiting for this moment. The figure's lips curl into a faint smile, his thoughts clearly set on something significant. He reflects on how long it has been since things have been this peaceful, and yet an unsettling sense of calm fills the air. It is a brief respite before the storm, and he knows it's time to act. He stands up, his movements deliberate as he prepares to carry out his plan. The quiet is over, and he's ready to break the stillness. The calm before the storm is now ending, and everything will change once he sets his plan in motion. The figure has clearly made up his mind, and as he gathers his strength, he feels the flow of energy inside him. It's been a long road to this point, but now, with the right amount of elixirs consumed, he's ready for the next phase. His resolve strengthens as he begins the final preparations. He focuses on the energy within him, feeling it surge as he channels it into his technique. The energy swirls around him like a dark storm, rising higher as he prepares to treat the severe meridian points that have been blocked for so long. Finally, the time had come. The intense aura around the figure intensified as he sat, preparing for a crucial moment. The atmosphere was charged with energy as his focus sharpened, indicating the importance of what he was about to do. As the energy began to swirl around him, it became clear that he was about to perform the final treatment. His deep concentration revealed the severity of the task at hand, one that required all his strength to heal and correct his own severed meridian points. The action in the scene was tangible, the energy around him flickering and expanding as he engaged in the final steps. Every movement was crucial as he channeled his powers into the meridian points to restore them, signaling that this was a turning point in his journey. His mind flashed back to a few days prior, recalling the intense training he had undergone. As the memories resurfaced, it became clear that his recent experiences had been tied to a much larger process, one that involved more than just physical healing. The essence of the memory began to shape itself. His soul had been reincarnated into the body of Jan Haren. He felt the sensation deeply, a realization that something far greater than ordinary reincarnation was at play. The connection to his past life had begun to resonate within the current vessel. As his thoughts began to stir, a new question emerged in his mind. Could it be possible that he too had been reborn into this new body? He questioned the nature of his existence now, wondering about the mysterious and powerful force he had become part of. As his thoughts spiraled, a more disturbing idea surfaced. What if the entity now occupying his body was the heavenly demon, a being of immense power and destruction? The question lingered in his mind, unsettling him as he continued to ponder the consequences of this revelation. The image of the heavenly demon began to take form in his mind, a chaotic and fearsome figure. It was a being that had once burned through souls without mercy. His past self had known the destruction of this force, and now he feared the consequences of awakening such a force within him once again. The darkness of his past, the burning of souls, and the unimaginable power he had once wielded all resurfaced. His actions as the heavenly demon had left scars on the world, and now, as the energy within him grew stronger, he feared what might happen if that power was fully unleashed again. He could feel the immense soul energy swirling within him, collecting and growing stronger. This power, once dormant, was now being awakened in full force. It was a sensation that overwhelmed him, as if the very essence of life itself was being funneled into his body. As the energy continued to build, it became clear that the power within him was beyond comprehension. He had reached a level where no one else could follow, a realm that surpassed anything that had been seen before. His body began to manifest this power, crackling with uncontainable energy. The figure stood, fully embodying the overwhelming strength that had accumulated inside him. His form glowed with the power that now resided within him, and he knew that he had transcended to a level where others could never hope to reach. However, with this power came a crushing weight. His body, despite its strength, was beginning to falter under the immense pressure. The forces inside him strained his form, threatening to break him down under the weight of the power he had gathered. The overwhelming nature of the energy began to tear at his body, pulling at the very seams of his existence. It was clear that while this power was extraordinary, it came with a price he was starting to pay in the form of his collapsing body. In this moment of dire realization, the figure, now identified as Byeoktaesan, understood the true meaning of the soul, augmenting demonic art. After being reborn into this new life, he comprehended the magnitude of the power he had inherited and the dangerous path it would lead him down. Now, with the strength of his body, he could finally correct the mistakes he had made in his past life as the heavenly demon. This time, he was determined to perfect his abilities and heal completely, using the body that now contained the power of both past and present. He acknowledged the importance of this body, the vessel that allowed him to grow beyond his previous limitations. The journey of healing and perfecting himself had come full circle. His success in this endeavor was all thanks to this new chance. With a deep breath, he prepared himself for the final step. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He would finish the treatment and restore himself once and for all, bringing an end to the lingering struggles that had haunted him. Now, the time had come. With unwavering resolve, he initiated the next phase of the process. The energy within him surged as he began to channel the immense power, focused and determined, his entire being pulsed with energy, ready for the change. His body moved with precision, his focus absolute as he began the final treatment. The aura around him intensified, and it was clear that nothing could stop him. Now his transformation had already begun, and there was no turning back. "Let's begin," he whispered. As the energy around him swirled in response, his mind was set, and he could feel the shift within himself. The path to completing his journey had been laid out before him. At the same time, in the White Flower House, the scene was far different. The tension in the air was palpable as a group of individuals gathered, discussing matters of importance. They had no idea that significant events were unfolding elsewhere. A figure spoke, attempting to reassure another. The conversation seemed calm, yet the undercurrent of anticipation was evident. The group was aware of the stakes, and they were preparing for what was to come. The calm was interrupted as a new presence entered. The members of the group looked up, realizing that someone had arrived. Their attention was immediately drawn to the figure standing at the door, signaling a shift in the dynamics. The new arrival had brought with him a number of followers, signaling the importance of the moment. The atmosphere became charged as the group exchanged glances, each wondering what the arrival meant for them. One individual, more experienced than the others, spoke with a sense of authority. He noted the arrival of Jiok Gil Leong from the Black Alliance, someone whose presence was not to be taken lightly. The tension grew as the group realized the implications of Jiu Liang's presence. The Black Alliance had come, and the stakes had just been raised. They could sense that something significant was about to unfold. Jiu Liang, towering and confident, stood before them. His presence undeniable. He was not one to be underestimated, and the air grew thick with tension as the group prepared to face whatever came next. The conversation shifted again as a member of the group questioned the absence of the leader, Master Doyok. The tension in the room deepened as they wondered what this absence meant. The reply came quickly, laced with a sense of quiet contemplation. Perhaps it is for the best, one individual suggested. Even without their leader present, the presence of Jiu Liang ensured that this meeting would not be taken lightly. The scene in the White Flower House grew tense as the group was met with an unexpected welcome. Danyang, a member of the group, greeted the guests with a smile, but her words hinted at a quiet mockery of their expectations. The group had not anticipated the presence of such a high-ranking member of the Black Alliance. Jiu Liang, the leader of the Black Alliance, responded with amusement. His laughter echoed through the room as he remarked on the absurdity of bringing his entire warrior squad for a simple meeting. The tension was now mixed with sarcasm, revealing the underlying rivalry. The rest of the group stood tense, aware of the subtle mockery in Jiu Liang's tone. It was clear that he was not taking the situation seriously, and the growing unease in the room suggested that things were about to escalate. Danyang, remaining composed, introduced herself with a gentle yet assertive smile. Her calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the increasing tension, and it was clear she was not easily intimidated. She welcomed the Black Alliance member, but there was something hidden beneath her words that hinted at her own intentions. As she spoke, the flowers around her seemed to add an almost surreal beauty to the scene. Her presence commanded attention, and it was clear that Danyang was not just any ordinary person. She had a purpose in this meeting that went beyond mere politeness. The atmosphere thickened as Danyang addressed the reason for the meeting. She had heard of their interest in her talents, but her response was not what Jiu Liang had anticipated. She was confident and self-assured, not easily swayed by the Black Alliance's pressure. Jiu Liang's face twisted with slight irritation as he realized that Danyang had no intention of submitting to him. Despite her beauty, her unwavering resolve made it clear that she was not someone to be easily manipulated or impressed. The conversation shifted to the matter at hand. Danyang's rejection of Jiu Liang's offer was not subtle. Her refusal was firm yet respectful, showing that she was not interested in abandoning her current path for the Black Alliance, no matter how powerful they were. Jiu Liang, frustrated by her response, momentarily let his guard down. His smirk faltered, and his eyes narrowed with annoyance. It was clear that he would not easily accept this rejection, and his next words would reveal his true intentions. Jiu Liang's smile returned, but it was no longer a friendly one. He spoke with a hint of menace, implying that there was more at stake than just Danyang's decision. His words hinted at the dangerous consequences of rejecting him. A threat veiled under the guise of politeness. The atmosphere in the room shifted once again, as Danyang's calm expression showed no signs of fear. She had already anticipated this moment, and was prepared for the threats that might come her way. Her unwavering resolve stood in stark contrast to Jiu Liang's mounting frustration. Danyang's refusal had now triggered a chain of events. Jiu Liang, no longer trying to hide his displeasure, leaned forward with intensity, making it clear that this was not just a negotiation. He was warning her, and the weight of his words seemed to hang heavy in the air. Danyang's calm demeanor remained unshaken as Jiu Liang's threat loomed over her. She was not intimidated, but the mention of others hinted that the stakes were higher than she had realized. The Black Alliance was not a force to be taken lightly, and the consequences of her actions could extend beyond herself. Jiu Liang's threat was clear, his eyes hardened, and his posture became more menacing. He was no longer simply negotiating, he was coercing her, warning her that rejecting him could have dire consequences for those around her. Danyang, sensing the danger, narrowed her eyes, realizing that the Black Alliance was prepared to escalate matters. The threat to her and her people was now undeniable, and she knew that the next steps would determine not only her fate but that of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild as well. The tension reached its peak when Jiu Liang's killing intent exploded, filling the room with a menacing aura. The warriors of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild could feel the pressure, their bodies trembling from the overwhelming force, struggling to even draw their swords zone of them. Trying to break through the pressure, cursed under his breath. His thoughts were focused on the leader of the Black Alliance's warrior squad, who had released a terrifying amount of killing intent. It was clear that their opponent's power was far beyond their expectations. The group continued to feel the intensity of the pressure, but Danyang remained stoic, showing no sign of fear. She knew this was just the beginning of a much larger battle that would test them all, and they would need to remain calm in the face of such danger. Danyang's discomfort was evident as Jokgyo Liang's energy continued to press down on her, making her struggle to breathe. Her face twisted in discomfort, but she kept her composure, refusing to give in to the pressure. Jokgyo Liang, smirking at her reaction, took the opportunity to press further, making sure that his power was felt by everyone in the room. He tried to provoke her, pushing her to make a decision, but Danyang, despite her visible strain, held firm with a calm yet firm voice. Jokgyo Liang made his proposal once again. He wanted her to leave the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and join him, offering her power and influence in exchange. His words were laced with a threat, forcing Danyang to make a difficult choice. Danyang's response came after a brief moment of hesitation, as she fought to regain her breath. Despite the energy pressing down on her, she held her ground, refusing to be intimidated. The decision had already been made in her mind. She opened her mouth to speak, but her words were interrupted by Jokgyo Liang's intense pressure. His energy was suffocating, forcing her to pause. She could feel the force bearing down on her, making it difficult to continue, but she was determined to maintain her resolve. Danyang, despite the pressure, managed to speak. She told Jokgyo Liang that her decision was final. She was not going to abandon the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, and she would not become his disciple. Her voice, though strained, was unwavering. Jokgyo Liang's anger flared at her refusal, but he held his temper in check. His eyes burned with a mix of fury and disbelief as he realized that she had not been intimidated by his energy. He had expected her to yield, but she had proven more resilient than he anticipated. With a deep breath, Jokgyo Liang calmed himself, trying to regain control over the situation. He underestimated the strength of Danyang's will, and now he knew that this negotiation would not be as easy as he had hoped. He let out a soft chuckle, amused by her defiance, but his words were sharper now. He warned her that her refusal would not go unpunished. The Black Alliance would not let her rejection stand without consequences, but Danyang remained unfazed, standing strong in the face of his threats. Jokgyo Liang's expression hardened, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond a simple offer. He had misjudged Danyang, and the failure to break her resolve filled him with frustration. His hands clenched into fists, his energy flaring even more. Despite the growing tension, Danyang remained calm, knowing that her strength and determination would not falter. She had the support of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild behind her, and that was all the reinforcement she needed. Danyang looked directly at Jokgyo Liang, her gaze unwavering as she declared that she would remain loyal to her guild. The resolve in her voice was crystal clear, and she made it known that she would not bow to threats or intimidation. Jokgyo Liang let out a heavy sigh as he finally relented. Realizing further attempts to coerce Danyang would be futile, he pulled back, acknowledging the stalemate. His words were filled with frustration, yet he couldn't afford to continue this confrontation any longer. His anger was palpable, but there was no denying the respect he had for her willpower. Before leaving, he issued one final warning. He hoped Danyang would stand by her decision until the end. This was not a goodbye, but a threat veiled in a promise for future encounters. Turning to leave, Jokgyo Liang's eyes flickered with frustration. He hoped Danyang's resolve would be tested soon, and his departure marked the end of this round of negotiations. Though it was far from over, the tension in the room lifted as Jokgyo Liang exited, leaving the Golden Wall Merchant Guild members to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Their relief was evident as they exhaled deeply, the pressure from the Black Alliance leader now gone. Despite the relief, one of the members felt the toll of the intense pressure and exhaustion. His body ached, reminding him of the physical strain they had endured during the confrontation. He groaned about how little food he had eaten in the past few days and how his energy had been drained by the ordeal. Another member laughed, recalling how they had all previously doubted their master's methods. However, they now realized that the special training under Byaoktazen had prepared them for such intense challenges. They had made it through, not just surviving but proving themselves stronger than expected. Outside, Jokgyo Liang walked alone, his mind racing with the events that had just transpired. The Black Alliance squad leader, once confident and brash, now seemed thoughtful. He paused, feeling the sting of defeat but determined to regroup. His thoughts were interrupted as one of his subordinates asked why he had come out alone. The squad leader's back was turned, but his response was curt. "It is nothing." His tone was hard, trying to maintain the image of authority, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Jokgyo Liang's thoughts turned inward. He had misjudged Byaoktazen and underestimated the resolve of those who followed him. Realizing that the talent within the Golden Wall Merchant Guild was stronger than expected, he knew his strategy had to change. As Jokgyo Liang continued his journey, he reflected on the outcome. Despite the setback, he was not one to admit defeat. His resolve was clear. He would continue to monitor Byaoktazen and the Golden Wall Merchant Guild closely. He ordered his subordinates to investigate Byaoktazen thoroughly, looking for weaknesses or hidden truths. The invasion of Wuhan would come later, but for now, his focus was on understanding the true power behind Baektaisen and the guild. Jiao Jialiang's final thoughts were laced with anger and determination. He vowed that one day he would make them all pay for their defiance. The rejection from Danyang was only the beginning, and he would ensure that the Golden Wall Merchant Guild paid a heavy price. The treatment is finally nearing its end, but Baektaisen's focus remains intense. The atmosphere is charged with energy as he channels his inner power to heal the severed meridian points within his body. As he continues his healing process, his concentration sharpens. Despite the progress, there's still one final elusive meridian point that he hasn't been able to locate. A feeling of unease washes over him as he wonders where it could be. The tension heightens as his mind races. Taizen's inner monologue echoes with the urgent question. Where on earth is the final one? His aura intensifies, and his focus sharpens even more as he prepares for the next step. Taizen's energy swirls around him, growing in power. His focus is unwavering as he continues searching for the missing meridian point. The blue glow enveloping his body reveals his deep concentration and the rising pressure of the moment. A sudden shift occurs, and Taizen's hand glows with bright electric energy. The meridian point he had been searching for reveals itself before him. His eyes widen in realization as he finds the final missing point. Taizen's triumph is evident in his expression as he successfully locates the last severed meridian point. Found it, he exclaims, his hand crackling with power. The journey to restore himself nears its final stage. But as his energy connects with the meridian point, an unexpected sensation strikes him. A strange, unfamiliar feeling washes over him, causing his expression to change. Taizen's mind races as he tries to understand the source of this sensation. The connection between his power and the meridian point seems to be triggering something deeper within him. The confusion deepens as his gaze sharpens. What's this feeling? He wonders, a mixture of curiosity and alarm spreading through him. His power continues to surge as the unexpected sensation grows stronger. Taizen presses forward, unwilling to be deterred. His hand continues to channel the power needed to connect the meridian points. The energy around him intensifies as he focuses on his task. The energy coursing through him is overwhelming, but he endures. His body absorbs the force, and his mind is driven by the need to finish what he started. His focus remains sharp, determined to complete the process. As the connection strengthens, a realization hits him. The energy of the heavenly demon within him is merging with Baektaisen's body. The power of both entities is combining, creating a surge of energy like never before. The final surge of energy engulfs Taizen's body, his aura expanding rapidly. The power of the heavenly demon is overwhelming, wrapping around him in waves of intense light and electricity. Taizen's transformation is complete, his body now fully restored and brimming with power. His form radiates with the energy he's absorbed, now a fusion of both the heavenly demon and his own soul. With a calm but determined expression, Taizen stands tall. The healing process is done, and with it, the power of the heavenly demon is fully integrated into his being. The final step has been taken, and his journey to reclaim his strength and seek peace is ready to move forward. The soul of the heavenly demon that had lost its body now merges with the body of Baektaisen. The energy around them crackles as the two entities unite, forming an overwhelming presence that fills the air with tension. The long process of healing and restoring the body is finally complete. After enduring endless darkness, the treatment has reached its end. The heavenly demon and Baektaisen are now truly one, a powerful fusion of life and death. Taizen's face morphs into a grin, a sinister yet satisfying expression. The fusion is complete, and he can feel the immense power flowing through him. A sense of calm and control settles over him. As he feels the full extent of the union, as Taizen stands, a moment of quiet introspection follows. He looks out towards the horizon and feels a strange sense of renewal. I feel oddly refreshed, he murmurs, the power within him now fully synchronized with his body. A smile forms on Taizen's lips as he stretches, feeling lighter and more at peace than before. Well then, today shall be. He begins, a hint of resolve in his voice, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. With a sudden decisive motion, he grabs a brush and prepares to make his mark. The brush strokes leave traces of ink on the paper, the beginning of something new, a sign of his readiness to take control of his fate once more. Taizen's hand moves with ease as he writes, his actions smooth and precise. The brush flows across the paper, symbolizing the steady, controlled power within him. Now as he writes, a peaceful expression crosses his face. His thoughts drift for a moment, his hand never faltering as he continues the task at hand. Outside, the sky opens up, its brilliant light shining down on him as the brushstrokes continue. Tassen is calm, composed as he prepares for the new life that awaits him. The brush rests for a moment. Tassen looks at the paper, satisfied with his work. This should be good enough, he thinks to himself, his demeanor one of quiet determination. A feeling of contentment settles in as he lets out a soft sigh of relief. Seems like it is going to be quite a merciful day for once, he muses, his tone light but filled with an underlying sense of purpose. For the first time in a long while, Taisen feels truly at peace with himself. A sense of rebirth washes over him, as though he has fully embraced his new identity as Byok Taisen, the man who has merged both the soul of the heavenly demon and his own. Now, stepping outside, Taisen is met with the open sky. The Golden Wall Manor looms in the distance, a symbol of his new life and the challenges that lie ahead. With a purposeful stride, Taisen moves forward, his steps confident as he begins his journey. The weight of his past seems to lift with each step, and he walks toward his future, ready for whatever comes next. As the gates of the Golden Wall Manor open, Taisen enters, now fully transformed, both in body and mind. The light bathes him in its glow, signaling the beginning of a new chapter in his life. The scene opens with the protagonist, Byok Taisen, trying to plant a tree. He is struggling, frustrated by the difficulty of the task. The expression on his face shows how overwhelmed he feels with the situation. As Taisen continues, he mutters in irritation about the prospect of being crushed by the tree. His attention, however, quickly shifts when he hears a distant sound, realizing that someone is calling for him. Suddenly, Taisen jumps into action, his body moving at an incredible speed. The image captures the intensity of his movement as he leaps toward the tree, demonstrating the immense power and agility that defines his character. The tree Taisen was struggling to plant is now successfully planted in the ground. A new character, Master Byok, stands at a distance, observing the group with a slightly amused look. He comments on the group's effort, acknowledging their hard work. The group, still in awe, recognizes Master Byok's presence. They express their admiration for him, acknowledging his legendary status. The reaction shows respect mixed with a bit of nervousness, especially from the young members of the group. Taisen smiles, a subtle sign of his satisfaction with the group's performance. His usual nonchalant demeanor reflects a level of pride in their progress, though he remains focused on the next task ahead. Taisen begins teaching his students a new technique, a skill that he expects them to master. As he demonstrates, there's a hint of excitement in the air as the group eagerly watches. The students struggle to comprehend the technique, their confusion evident on their faces. Taisen's instructions are clear but difficult to grasp, challenging the group's limits and pushing them to test their capabilities. One of the students, eager to prove themselves, asks Taisen for further clarification. The expression on their face shows both curiosity and determination, knowing that mastering this technique is key to their growth. The student asks Taisen what the new technique entails, and he casually tells them that they will only understand it once they read the book he's given them. The air is light-hearted, contrasting with the gravity of the situation. The scene shifts, showing a book in the hands of one of the students, who is puzzled. They begin to question whether they are ready for such an advanced technique as they flip through the pages. Taisen observes their reaction with a knowing smile, his confidence in his students apparent. His calmness contrasts with the enthusiasm and nervousness of the younger group who are unsure of what lies ahead. The group is now sitting around Taisen, eagerly waiting for him to explain the contents of the book. The book, titled Black Iron Art, seems to be a martial arts manual filled with secrets. The excitement among the students is palpable as Taisen begins reading the book aloud. The students listen intently, trying to grasp the meaning. Some are skeptical, while others are captivated by the potential of the techniques outlined within. The group reacts with a mix of awe and disbelief, realizing the power they could unlock by mastering the techniques. Taisen's students are ready to commit themselves fully to the training, determined to succeed under his guidance. A man takes a bite of a rice cake, savoring the flavor. He is overwhelmed by its taste, enjoying it so much that he almost forgets his surroundings. His joy is evident as he makes an exaggerated statement about how the rice cake is unmatched. Suddenly, the man starts to choke, his expression shifting from bliss to distress. The rice cake has gotten stuck in his throat, and his body begins to convulse in an attempt to force it down. In a panic, the man realizes the seriousness of the situation. He struggles to breathe and makes a desperate call for help, but the situation escalates as his attempts to clear his throat grow more frantic. A figure appears and steps toward the man, unfazed by his choking. The stranger comments on the man's weakness, mocking him for not being able to even swallow a rice cake. The response is sharp, but there is no real malice in it, just a simple remark. The figure moves with speed, acting swiftly and expertly. With a single motion, they assist the man, helping to clear the blockage. The rice cake is expelled with force, leaving the man gasping for air in relief. The man, now freed from the choking hazard, begins to thank his rescuer. Recognizing them as Master Bayok, he shows gratitude and a bit of embarrassment over the earlier situation, while also expressing his relief. Master Bayok, with a calm and composed expression, explains that what he just performed was the essence absorption art, a powerful technique that can restore one's stamina and vitality. He emphasizes the importance of practicing it daily. The man, still recovering, is shocked by the explanation. His eyes widen as he starts to understand the power behind the technique, but he is left with a lingering question about its effects. Master Bayok continues to speak, giving the man some guidance. Master Bayok stresses that if the man skips even a single day of practice, his body could become unstable, hinting at the intense nature of the technique. The man, now deeply worried, responds with concern about what would happen if he missed a day. The scene shifts to a serious discussion about a particular technique, which Master Bayok reveals has the potential to be dangerous. The man becomes alarmed, realizing that this new technique might be far beyond his expectations. Master Bayok, with his usual calmness, reassures the man, explaining that the technique is powerful but not without risks. He goes on to explain that this will help him become stronger but requires discipline and focus. The man, still in disbelief, asks if this technique is the fabled blood demon art. Master Bayok gives a nonchalant response, confirming that it indeed has similarities, but it is more controlled and refined in its usage. The training ground is now in view, and Master Bayok stands before the group, ready to address their progress. He mentions that their energy channels have been realigned and they are now prepared to take on new training. Master Bayok assigns specific tasks to his students, focusing on different techniques for each. One student will practice the Thunderstrike sword art, while another will focus on the chain sword art. He encourages them to ask questions if they are unclear about anything. The students express their gratitude and determination to learn. Master Bayok, as always, remains calm, ready to guide them through the training. He walks away, leaving them with a final piece of advice to continue training diligently and grow stronger each day. Master Bayok stands in the midst of a large crowd. His expression is calm but thoughtful as he reflects on the time that has passed since his last solo outing. The nostalgia hits him unexpectedly, showing a brief moment of introspection. As he watches the bustling activity around him, Master Bayok feels a sense of tranquility in the lively atmosphere. The crowd continues its movement, yet there is a quiet stillness in his demeanor, adding to the complexity of his emotions. Despite the hustle and bustle, he remains distant, pondering life's complexities. There is a soft recognition that peace doesn't always have to come in complete silence, and the moment feels full of both noise and personal reflection. The scene shifts as the morning air is described as lively. The crowds move energetically, some laughing and others cheerfully interacting. The warmth of the sun and the light breeze reflect the easy, carefree nature of the morning amid the crowd. Several faces are shown, some laughing, some engaged in light-hearted conversations. They all embody the joy of living in the present moment, suggesting that sometimes it's the simplicity of life that provides true satisfaction. Master Bayok watches this lively scene, his thoughts continuing to deepen. He realizes that life, despite its challenges, is filled with such moments of happiness, underscoring the beauty of ordinary experiences. Master Bayok's face takes on a more determined expression, and he acknowledges that life doesn't always have to be quiet. He stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he prepares himself for what lies ahead. A sudden tension fills the air as Master Bayok's hand moves toward his weapon, signaling a shift in the environment. The crowd seems to recognize his subtle but intentional action, heightening the anticipation. As his hand reaches for his weapon, a faint yet noticeable sound echoes, signaling that something important is about to happen. The focus sharpens, and the scene suggests that Master Bayok is ready for action. His earlier reflection now turning into preparedness. The scent of medicine fills the air, catching Master Bayok's attention. His eyes narrow slightly, intrigued by the unusual smell in the midst of the bustling surroundings. A mysterious figure steps into view, their attire obscured by a flowing cloak. They approach Master Bayok with quiet confidence, capturing his attention fully. Their sudden presence stirs curiosity. The figure speaks, asking Master Bayok's permission to check his pulse. This unexpected request from a stranger adds a layer of mystery to the moment, leaving Master Bayok to consider the implications of such a direct action. Master Bayok remains composed, his expression unreadable as the figure asks once more if they can check his pulse. His calm demeanor contrasts with the growing tension in the scene, hinting that he's no stranger to such unusual encounters. Master Bayok, still wary but composed, agrees, his hand slowly raising to meet theirs. The moment is filled with subtle tension as the exchange takes place, hinting that this encounter may lead to more than just a simple check. Bayok Tazen stood in the warm morning light, reflecting on a lesson life had taught him: peace, though desired, is not always possible. As he adjusted his robe, two officials approached with solemn expressions. Their presence hinted at formality, but their eyes showed uncertainty. Noticing an unfamiliar scent in the air, Taizin lowered his gaze to see soft, glowing mist wafting from the approaching group. The smell of medicine filled his senses. A mysterious veiled woman stopped in front of the officials and addressed Taizin, her tone unusually calm but urgent. Without offering background, she made an unexpected request to check his pulse, her movements measured and deliberate. Taizin, puzzled but composed, considered her request silently, recognizing the oddity but sensing no threat in her energy. Before the situation could unfold further, the woman's companion interrupted, reminding her of their scheduled visit to the Golden Hall. She turned to leave without resistance, suggesting they move on quickly. Her demeanor shifted back to normal, her expression unreadable. Left behind, Taizin questioned the moment. The strange aura he had felt from her earlier had now vanished without explanation. At the White Flower House, a well-known establishment, staff members welcomed Taizin warmly. Recognizing him immediately, as word spread, a flurry of footsteps echoed inside. Courtesans and staff quickly gathered to greet the unexpected guest. The mistress of the house appeared and greeted him formally, surrounded by others, clearly treating his visit as an honor. With poise, she offered the full service of her house and herself, assuming the usual intent behind such visits. Taizin, however, declared he sought only a quiet and brief stay. His tone calm but firm. When asked about his guards, he revealed he had come alone, choosing solitude over protection for today. The madam of the house grew uneasy. Something about Taizin felt different, sharper, more assured than usual. Her staff hesitated under his firm tone. As he commanded them to proceed, they quickly complied, guiding him to a private room. Inside, under lamplight, the report Taizin had requested awaited him, an investigation into the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. The report named familiar figures: Che Miryong and her son, Byok Jaeyuk, relatives tied to the Merchant Guild's internal power. Taizin, recognizing the names, understood his presence posed a threat to their growing influence. The madam explained that these individuals had grown increasingly active, prompting further surveillance by her informants. She revealed that most of Chai Miryong's faction were frequent visitors at the fragrant flower house, indulging in its pleasures. Despite the frequency, they conducted no visible business, no meetings, no commands, only distraction. Taizin noted the cost of such visits, questioning if the behavior served a deeper purpose or was merely wasteful. The madam admitted the guests had been subtly embezzling funds from the Merchant Guild to finance their visits. Suspiciously, the house had been offering them extended discounts and special favors, raising doubts about its role. Though lacking definitive proof, she theorized they were being conditioned, slowly corrupted through repeated indulgence. She explained that this corruption served as a method of control, weakening their judgment through comfort and desire. While debts accumulated, the transactions remained hidden, and both parties could deny any wrongdoing. To gather undeniable evidence, she had quietly planted more spies within the fragrant flower house, expecting a breakthrough soon. Taizin listens closely as he is briefed about the fragrant flower house, a remaining trace of the powerful unknowns faction once active in Wuhan. Their presence raises concern. The house is revealed to be more than a brothel. It is an intelligence hub once tied to the Golden Heavenly Alliance. Its covert network still stretches across Wuhan. Although their influence has weakened, Taizin remains wary. The mistress who controls the house is both elusive and dangerous, yet with their own forces growing, he decides to confront them. Taizin reflects on his decision not to destroy the fragrant flower house. Their value in gathering intelligence while expanding the Hao faction is now becoming clear. He gifts the madam a scroll containing the light-reflecting sword art, an advanced martial technique designed to be used alongside her ambush-based shadow stride skill. The madam, deeply moved, accepts the scroll with determination. She vows to master it and strengthen their position, aware of its potential in future confrontations. Taizin issues a command to investigate Jok Gyeol Myung of the Black Alliance. His intuition suggests hidden threats surrounding this individual. Using his internal energy, Taizin manipulates objects without touching them. His refined control stuns the madam, hinting at a power far beyond ordinary warriors. She silently observes the energy flow. The technique defies understanding, revealing just how formidable Taizin's cultivation and skill have become. Taizin learns of threats made against his people by external forces. He calmly acknowledges the incident, but his gaze sharpens with underlying menace. The madam reacts with fury. Fueled by loyalty, she pledges to eliminate those responsible for the intimidation. Her loyalty to Taizin is absolute. Rejecting an offer to dine, she chooses instead to return home. Her place is beside her people, especially with danger now looming. At the Golden Wall Manor, excitement fills the air. A feast is being prepared for the guest known as the Medicine King. Master of the Thousand Medicine Hall, laughter echoes as the elder guests greet each other warmly. Their respect for the incoming physician reveals his esteemed reputation and status. The guests are informed that Taisen will arrive the next day. Until then, they prepare to host the healer with great honor and formality. Cho-Soran, the master of the Thousand Medicine Hall, arrives with grace. Her presence draws attention as she enters the Golden Wall Manor with purpose. During the meal, she confirms her temporary cooperation with the Miram Alliance. This surprises the elders, as her hall had always remained independent. Surin explains that external pressures forced her hand. She had managed alone until now, but the situation had shifted, demanding outside assistance. News of the Thousand Medicine Hall's struggles causes shock. Soren admits complications have stacked up, leaving them unable to operate at full capacity. Despite their reputation for unrivaled medical knowledge, internal and external pressures now threaten the very structure of the once flourishing organization. Once crowded with patients and respected merchants, their halls now echo with silence. Those present find it hard to believe such a fall from grace. Soren clarifies they haven't formally joined the Miram Alliance, merely cooperating under limited terms. She reassures them not to worry over the matter. One guest quietly observes her strained expression. He suspects there's more behind the alliance, possibly a hidden threat targeting her sect directly. Before further questions arise, the room shifts focus as Soren notices someone unexpected. Master Byuk. His arrival catches everyone by surprise. Taisen questions the sincerity of Soren's alliance. Some guests take her cheerful demeanor as proof of her goodwill, but he remains cautious. He doubts her identity at first, surprised she is the famous Medicine King. Her youthful appearance contradicts the legends tied to her name. Feeling awkward under his intense gaze, Soren introduces herself formally. She senses his skepticism but keeps her composure. Suddenly reminded of her mission, Soren explains she came to seek aid and establish ties between her hall and the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. She gently offers to examine Taisen's pulse. Having heard of his declining health, she insists her specialty may provide real assistance. Amused by the moment, nearby guests whisper they sense not only political alliance forming, but perhaps something more personal beginning as well. Siren pushes aside her unease. Though she dislikes Taisen's cold demeanor, she reminds herself of her duty to save the Thousand Medicine Hall. Taisen silently studies her, expression unreadable. Soren becomes flustered, questioning his intent as tension quietly builds between them. Breaking the silence, Taisen calmly rejects her offer. His refusal lands firm, leaving no room for argument. Cho-Siren, the Thousand Medicine Hall master, requests to check Byuk Taisen's pulse. She asserts that although the other physicians are competent, her expertise could be uniquely helpful in his case. Observers recognize Cho-Siren's status and assume Byuk Taisen must be overwhelmed. Despite internal reservations about her intentions, Byuk Taisen understands her influence and reluctantly considers cooperating. Byuk Taisen, however, remains silent and unreadable. His expression hardened with caution. Byuk Taisen unexpectedly rejects Cho-Siren's offer without hesitation, declaring he doesn't need her help. The blunt response stuns everyone, especially Cho-Siren, who stares at him in disbelief. Whispers spread quickly. Cho-Siren, known as one of the three flowers of Miram, had never faced such open rejection before. Cho-Siren, visibly shaken, reminds Byuk Taisen of her identity and medical authority. But he remains unfazed. Her status as hallmaster doesn't sway his judgment. Byuk Taisen turns away, offering a final farewell. His tone is composed but dismissive. Cho-Siren chases after him, insisting her medical skills are genuine and different from the others. She begs for a chance to prove her worth. Byuk Taisen calmly questions the point of reading the pulse of someone who has already recovered. His remark leaves her speechless, while the physicians nearby awkwardly try to smooth things over. The senior physician suggests having a light discussion about medicine to ease the mood. Their suggestion masks ulterior motives internally. They see an opportunity. By keeping Cho-Soren busy with talk, they can benefit from her knowledge while spreading out the work. Another physician nervously agrees, deciding it is better to cooperate than resist. Though hesitant, Cho-Siren reluctantly accepts and joins them. The group is surprised by how quickly Cho-Siren agrees to collaborate. They cheerfully commend her decision. Cho-Siren, though internally frustrated, masks her irritation behind a determined smile. She vows to prove her value and make Byuk Taisen acknowledge her. Later, Cho-Siren analyzes a newly developed pill. She praises its practical design and simple ingredients, impressed by its accessible formula and refined effectiveness. Cho-Soren tossed a pill into the air with precise control. Her sudden action drew the attention of everyone nearby. She swiftly launched herself upward, narrowly missing a collision with another physician. Her movements were calculated and smooth. After rebounding off the wall, she adjusted her trajectory midair, landing firmly with the medicine pot in hand. The pill fell safely back into her reach. With agile movements, Cho Saran retrieved several herbs from high shelves, making her way across the storage area without assistance. The physician beside her watched in quiet awe, realizing she had already identified which herbs were needed and how the original formula could be improved. Another observer confirmed her reputation, noting that someone of her rank wouldn't achieve the title of Medicine King without real skill. Back at the cauldron, Cho Soren added the new ingredients she gathered. She maintained a steady focus as the flame underneath brought the mixture to life. The boiling concoction released a pleasant aroma. Even the nearby physicians were surprised at the change. Her improvements impressed those around her. She calmly expressed her willingness to continue cooperating with the other physicians moving forward. After joining the Golden Wall Manor, Cho Soren and her group began collaborating closely with the local healers. Their contributions quickly became essential. In a follow-up session, Cho Saesaran confirmed that the revised formula retained its healing effects while improving internal energy recovery and reducing overall cost. Amid the research, some staff caused disorder in the background. Cho Saeran's assistants begged for help, overwhelmed by the sudden increase in work. Cho Saeran dismissed the complaints, treating the chaos as part of their training. She turned her attention to more pressing matters instead of easing their burden. When asked about Master Byok's condition, a physician revealed that his meridians had been previously damaged but had since recovered significantly. Cho Saer froze at the revelation. She had come intending only to check his pulse, but the mention of severed meridians and rumors of a rare constitution made her rethink her original assumptions. Cho Saeran reflected on the shocking truth: Byok Taizan once had severed meridians. This detail changed her entire perspective as she linked it to his rumored ability to defeat Half Jiangxi. Now that she knew this, she could not walk away. Her curiosity and professional duty compelled her to confirm the truth for herself. Determined, Cho Siren rushed through the corridor the next morning, intercepting Byok Taizan with a bright smile, once again offering to read his pulse. Byok Taizan, calm and unwavering, rejected her request. Once more, despite her persistence, his answer remained the same, firm and final. Over the following days, Cho Saran continued her attempts in various settings during meals, in casual encounters, and even in tense moments, but was met with repeated refusals. Each interaction ended in rejection. Regardless of the situation or her approach, Byok Taizan consistently turned her down, showing no change in attitude. After several days of failed attempts, Byok Taizan finally acknowledged her persistence. He admitted she had been chasing him relentlessly without faltering. Cho Siren accepted the label proudly, declaring her resolve as a physician who was dedicated to saving lives. Her expression was earnest and unwavering. Byok Taizan remained silent, caught off guard by the sincerity in her words. For the first time, her determination seemed to reach him. Their conversation was interrupted by a third party questioning Cho Saosaran's decisions. He challenged her affiliation with the Muram Alliance and hinted at political consequences. Cho Siren was confused, but the concern deepened when Byok Taizan implied that the recent misfortunes of the Thousand Medicine Hall were not coincidental. The discussion turned serious as they considered the possibility of sabotage. Byok Taizan asked if someone could be targeting the hall for takeover. The physician confirmed suspicions. The Muram Alliance had provided support, but their actions had increased the hall's debts, raising questions about their intent. Although they had helped in a crisis, their behavior didn't match their supposed values. Byok Taizan ordered a deeper investigation into the matter. Finally, Byok Taizan asked the physician if he knew why Cho Sasaran was so determined to read his pulse. The answer was simple. She was curious about his unique constitution, the one capable of defeating half Jiangxi. Byok Taizan admitted to himself that his interest in the Thousand Medicine Hall wasn't casual. If anyone were to claim it, he intended to take it for himself. Approaching Cho Saran at sunset, Byok Taizan extended his hand and offered her the long-denied opportunity to read his pulse, but with a warning, only if she truly wished to. Caught off guard, Cho Saran agreed instantly. She grasped his hand and prepared to begin her long-awaited examination. As Cho Saran touched his wrist, her expression shifted. A sudden shock pulsed through her fingertips, her senses overwhelmed by something unexpected. With focused hands and steady breath, she continued the reading, but her thoughts were in disarray. Cho Saran was stunned. What she found contradicted all prior assumptions. His pulse held no signs of injury, constitution, anomalies, or lingering ailments when asked for her assessment. Cho Saran hesitated. Byok Taizan's condition was entirely ordinary, even though rumors suggested otherwise. She reported no trace of meridian damage or exceptional constitution. It was a perfectly normal body, baffling given his feats. Byok-taesan, smiling calmly, teased her disappointment. His casual response seemed to conceal more than he revealed. Before Cho Soren could reply, a messenger from the Outer Murim Alliance arrived urgently, reporting a crisis in Yichang involving half Jiangxi. The news shocked everyone. A swarm of half Jiangxi was on the move, threatening the region with immediate danger. Realizing the urgency, Cho Soren turned to Byok-taesan, acknowledging the severity of the report as they prepared to respond. Byok-taesan quickly issued commands instructing his team to prepare for departure to Yichang. He ordered Cho Soren to follow without delay. He also called for guards and other key individuals to support the mission. The urgency demanded swift and coordinated action. The physicians rushed to justify their presence on the battlefield. After some chaotic bickering, Byok-taesan agreed to bring both of them, knowing their medical skills could prove useful. Byok-taesan turned to Cho Soren and invited her to join the mission. Caught by surprise, she hesitated, but her curiosity pushed her to agree. He reminded her of her desire to witness his strength firsthand. Without waiting for more questions, he ordered her to prepare. Their destination was set, Yichang. Their purpose: hunt down the half Jiangxi. At night in the Yichang River Martial Alliance, the city appears calm and orderly. Guards stand at the fortress gate, speaking casually as they recall how recent conflicts involving the Black Iron clan were easily resolved. The guards continue discussing past events, noting that their master handled everything alone without difficulty. Their confidence grows as they assume no threat could reach this place. Their attention suddenly shifts as they notice something unusual approaching from the darkness outside the gate. They identify the incoming presence as a pack of wolves, signaling an unexpected disturbance. From the darkness, multiple wolves with glowing red eyes rush forward through dust and debris. Their movement is fast and aggressive, breaking the quiet of the night. The guards are caught off guard by the sudden speed and unnatural appearance of the creatures. The wolves leap toward the fortress, closing the distance rapidly. The guards react with alarm as they realize these are not ordinary animals. The pressure of the attack builds instantly. The wolves crash into the guards, overwhelming them with force. Bodies are thrown aside as the attack lands brutally. The defense collapses almost immediately under the unexpected assault. From above, other guards witness the chaos below and recognize the wolves as dangerous creatures beyond normal understanding. Panic spreads as they urgently prepare to close the fortress gates to prevent further intrusion. The wolves continue their violent assault at the entrance, shaking the ground and creating destruction. The situation escalates quickly, with no clear control over the attack as the creatures push forward. Amid the chaos, a calm figure appears among the wolves. Unlike the others, he stands composed and unaffected. The guards are shocked by his presence, noting his young appearance while sensing a deeper threat behind him. A young figure with glowing red eyes stands calmly among the chaos, facing the guards without hesitation. His presence contrasts sharply with the surrounding violence, and a dark energy begins to gather in his hand. The young figure raises his hand as the red energy intensifies and condenses, forming a concentrated force. The surrounding air shifts as the energy builds, signaling an imminent strike. He releases the gathered power forward, sending a destructive wave crashing into the fortress. The force tears through structures and enemies alike, spreading destruction across the area. The explosion expands outward, engulfing multiple guards at once. Their formation breaks instantly as debris and energy scatter across the battlefield. The shockwave continues to spread, damaging the fortress walls and shaking the entire area. The ground cracks under the force, and the defensive structure begins to collapse under the pressure. After the blast, surviving guards look toward the center of the destruction, uncertain of what remains. They question whether the attacker has been eliminated, but their hesitation reveals doubt and fear. The guards quickly realize the attacker is still alive and begin to panic. They recognize the situation as a coordinated half-Jiangxi attack, causing disorder among their ranks. Another wave of force strikes the fortress, sending debris and structures flying into the air. The destruction continues without pause, overwhelming any remaining defense. The battlefield becomes unstable as the attack persists. Amid the destruction, the young figure stands untouched and composed. He reveals his identity as Hyokreon Mugang, confirming his role behind the attack. His calm expression contrasts with the devastation around him, marking him as the true source of the chaos. After the sudden assault, the River Martial Alliance collapses into chaos within a single night. The infiltrating half-Jiangxi complete their objective efficiently and disappear without resistance. At Golden Wall Manor, a man named Shiman Diok reflects on the growing threat. He identifies that the half-Jiangxi attacks are no longer random, but increasingly organized. Observing the destruction across Yechang, Shimandao concludes that multiple factions are being overwhelmed, not just the River Marshal Alliance. The scale of the damage suggests a coordinated effort, indicating a larger force working behind the scenes. Inside the manor, Master Bayok Taizan listens as Simandiok explain that half Jiangxi behave like controlled puppets. Their strategic actions suggest the presence of a hidden controller directing them with precision. The group acknowledges efforts to locate this controller, but progress has been limited. The enemy remains elusive, avoiding detection despite continued investigation. This uncertainty increases concern among those present. They explain that blood-boosting pills enhance the half Jiangxi, making them more dangerous and harder to stop. While antidotes have been distributed as a countermeasure, they are insufficient to fully control the situation. The antidotes initially reduce casualties, offering temporary relief against the attacks. However, their effectiveness has recently declined, suggesting that the enemy has adapted. This development signals a shift in the balance of power. Master Bayok Taizan considers the possibility that a new countermeasure or substance has been created to bypass the antidotes. He reflects on his own current limitations, recognizing that his strength has not yet fully recovered. Despite this, he remains composed and resolves to act once preparations are complete. His calm expression hides a firm determination, as he prepares to confront the threat and eliminate those responsible. The group finalizes their decision to travel to Yichang, standing together with Master Bayok Taizan at the center. Their expressions are serious, reflecting the urgency of the situation. Each member understands that the journey ahead is tied to the growing threat of the half Jiangxi. OK and CB are confirmed to join the journey, standing close behind Master Bayok. Their presence adds support to the group, showing that this is not a small task but a coordinated effort involving trusted companions. Warrior Chen and several others are also included, along with a divine physician who shows eagerness to leave the medicine hall. The group expands into a capable team, prepared to face the dangers awaiting them in Yishang. As preparations continue, one member trains intensely, practicing sword movements with precision. The motion of the blade cuts through the air repeatedly, showing dedication and effort to improve before departure. Despite the effort, the training reveals a lack of experience compared to others. The individual struggles to reach the expected level, highlighting the gap in strength within the group. Master Bayok observes calmly and acknowledges the weakness without hesitation. He instructs the trainee to continue practicing while the group proceeds, leaving behind those not yet ready for the journey. A mysterious woman appears dressed differently from the others, with a concealed presence that draws attention. Her calm expression and unique appearance set her apart from the rest of the group. Her presence causes confusion among the members, as they question why she is included in the journey. The uncertainty surrounding her identity creates tension within the group. Ignoring the concerns, Master Bayok leads the group forward as they depart together. Dust rises behind them as they move quickly, signaling the beginning of their journey toward Yikang and the challenges ahead. As the group begins their departure, one member asks how they plan to travel to Yikang. Others suggest using prepared ships, horses, and carriages, showing a preference for conventional methods. Master Bayok Taizan rejects these options without hesitation. He states that using mobility techniques will allow them to arrive by nightfall. His calm confidence contrasts with the group's expectations, signaling a much faster and more demanding approach. The group reacts with shock and confusion at his decision. They are unprepared for such an intense method of travel, realizing that the journey will require far more effort than anticipated. As they begin moving, the group struggles to keep up with Master Bayok's pace. Their expressions show strain and disbelief as they are forced into continuous high-speed movement. The journey quickly becomes exhausting. They realize that their earlier expectations of a comfortable trip were mistaken. The physical demand pushes them beyond their limits, and complaints arise internally as they endure the harsh pace. Despite their struggles, Master Bayok continues forward without slowing down. He assures their survival through his confidence and control, maintaining the group's direction while they push themselves to continue. The journey progresses rapidly, and the group later reflects on how unforgettable the experience becomes. Master Bayok moves ahead effortlessly, maintaining a steady pace that none of them can match. No matter how hard they try, the others fail to catch up to him. Their bodies begin to weaken as their internal energy drains quickly from the constant movement. As exhaustion reaches its peak, their inner energy suddenly replenishes without warning. The unexpected recovery allows them to continue, leaving them confused about the source of this sudden restoration. As the group continues their rapid movement, a strange blue energy surrounds them, stabilizing their bodies despite the intense pace. Their inner energy does not deplete as expected. Instead, it continuously replenishes, preventing collapse. The members become increasingly confused as their exhaustion never fully overtakes them. They feel constant strain, yet cannot faint or stop moving. The unnatural recovery keeps forcing them forward despite their limits. Eventually, the group reaches Hubei province, Yai Kang completely drained but still conscious. They describe the journey as an endless ordeal, recognizing the overwhelming difficulty of traveling under Master Bayok's method. After arriving, one member reflects on how they traveled such a vast distance within a single day. The speed of the journey leaves them in disbelief as they try to process what just happened. The group approaches a location connected to the Black Iron Clan, now covered in a strange and ominous energy. The area feels abandoned, with no visible activity despite its importance. They confirm that the River Marshal Alliance once managed this place after a previous attack, but recently withdrew due to increasing chaos. The lack of presence raises suspicion about what might now occupy the area. Master Bayok dismisses that idea. He holds several pills in his hand, indicating preparation for what lies ahead. His expression shows certainty rather than doubt. He throws the pills forward, releasing their effect into the surroundings. The action is deliberate, suggesting a method to reveal or counter hidden threats within the area. As the energy spreads across the structure, Master Bayok focuses his attention ahead. His steady gaze signals readiness, marking the beginning of their next confrontation within the seemingly abandoned place. Inside the seemingly abandoned area, several figures begin to convulse and emit low growls. Their bodies stiffen unnaturally as dark energy spreads through them, revealing that they are no longer ordinary people. The surrounding members freeze as the infected individuals show clear signs of transformation. The tension rises as it becomes evident that even a minor injury could lead to the same fate. Master Bayok releasing a powerful killing intent toward the transformed enemies. His expression remains calm and decisive as he prepares to eliminate them instantly, preventing further spread of the infection. Bayok issues a chilling warning with a confident expression. Surrounded by a blood-red glow, he declares that if anyone under his command suffers even the slightest injury, he will personally kill the attackers. His words echo with heavy intent as the gate behind him trembles and erupts in ominous energy. Red eyes emerge in the darkness, signaling the arrival of monstrous enemies. His subordinates, startled by the threat, tighten their grips on their weapons. Fear spreads among them as they realize that even a minor scratch could mean death, not from the monsters, but from their own leader. Monstrous figures with glowing red eyes charge forward. Shrieking, their claws slash through the air, revealing their enhanced aggression and mobility compared to earlier encounters. Bayok calmly observes them, noting that the usual beads are no longer effective. The monsters have adapted and now move faster, presenting a greater threat than before. Despite this, he shows no concern. With a confident smirk, he calls them decent enough for training, and gives the command to begin the battle. The beasts charge in waves. Their eyes shine red as they leap into battle, unrelenting and aggressive. Their speed overwhelms the frontline defenders. One of the trainees panics as the monsters close in. He looks around nervously, questioning where Taisen has gone and begging the others to help as the monsters break through their formation. A trainee is tackled by a beast, screaming in terror. He fears death at the hands of the monsters, or worse, punishment from Taisen for failing the fight. Another man yells at the cowardly trainee to stop whining and fight. Driven by fear, he rushes forward and strikes down one of the monsters. He shouts his desire to avoid Taisen's wrath, encouraging others to do the same. Despite his fear, he chooses battle over punishment. After killing one creature, he breathes heavily. He senses something is different about these monsters, noticing a strange aura or pressure around them. The group thinks the battle is over as the dust begins to settle. But the ground shakes again, signaling danger. Suddenly, another wave of red-eyed creatures bursts through the smoke. Their growls echo through the ruins as they emerge in overwhelming numbers. One trainee, realizing the worst, reacts quickly. With urgency, he orders the group to use the special beads they prepared as their last hope of survival. The group begins throwing the red beads with force and precision. Their expressions are serious as they hurl them toward the charging enemies, aiming to turn the tide of battle. Women and children retreat behind the fighters as the beads fly across the field. Tension fills the air as everyone watches the incoming impact. With a triumphant shout, one man confidently claims victory is at hand. He boasts that the red beads will now show their full destructive power. The thrown beads explode with a crimson blast upon contact. The energy pulses violently as the enemies are caught in the blast zone. The explosion spreads across the area, engulfing the surroundings in fire and smoke. Debris flies as the force of the beads shakes the battlefield. The undead creatures scream in pain and chaos. Several are torn apart by the force, but more still remain, pushing forward through the destruction. Elsewhere, a concerned fighter senses something amiss. Sweat rolls down his face as he realizes that the situation doesn't feel normal. The scene shifts to a quiet corridor. Footsteps echo as someone walks alone. Headed toward the deeper part of the compound, Byok-taesan arrives at the location where the unusual presence gathers. Observing calmly, he confirms his suspicion that the enemies were regrouping in this hidden area. Looking at the mysterious figures on the rooftops, Taesan immediately senses the different energy. These weren't ordinary attackers. He notes something strange: the enemies didn't collapse despite the presence of his soul, augmenting demonic art, a reaction he had expected from lower beings. Before him stands a new wave of armored undead warriors. They are organized and heavily armed. Unlike the wild creatures from earlier, the enhanced undead warriors move unnaturally fast, showing strategic behavior. Taesan watches them closely, identifying something off in their movement. He analyzes their inner energy and concludes they were once high-level martial artists, now transformed into powerful half-Jiangshi fighters. Realizing that the ones outside were merely the first layer, Taesan contemplates the terrifying truth. Someone is advancing the ability to manipulate soul energy far beyond natural limits. Byok-taesan moves swiftly, cutting through the mutated undead warriors with precise and brutal strikes. His movements are calculated and deadly, slicing through multiple enemies in one motion. As his blade tears through the horde, Taesan calmly comments on the situation, comparing the fight to bitter medicine, necessary but unpleasant. Taesan unleashes a burst of blue energy around him. The ground beneath him cracks as he channels raw power, preparing for another wave of enemies, approaching from all sides. With explosive force, Taesan releases his energy, causing a shockwave that destroys everything in its radius. The intense glow blinds the nearby enemies. He steps forward, now fully surrounded by the energy he controls. The enemies try to strike, but they are overwhelmed by the surge of spiritual force. After the battle, Taesan smiles slightly, noting that the medicine prepared by the enemy was quite effective, but ultimately not enough to stop him. Standing among fallen corpses, Byok-taesan announces his intention to absorb the soul energy of the defeated foes. He doesn't let their strength go to waste. Wisps of blue energy rise from the bodies, floating toward him as he silently gathers their remnants into himself, strengthening his power further. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Yaichang River Martial Alliance, where calm has returned. The group begins discussing what just happened. A subordinate reports to Baikli Yab, leader of the River Martial Alliance. They've completed the investigation into the Black Iron Clan's half-Jiangshi incident. Baikli asks whether the half-Jiangshi were once the missing warriors from the clan. His tone is grim, expecting confirmation. The investigator explains that while some bodies were too damaged to confirm, others were unmistakably the missing Black Iron warriors. Baikli reflects that their enemies are far from ordinary. Without Byok-taesan's intervention, their group might have faced devastating losses. Zone Elder argues they wouldn't have been completely defeated, but Baikli insists the consequences could have been far worse amid the chaos. Acknowledging the debt owed to Taesan, Baikli orders that proper accommodations be arranged so the man who saved them can finally rest. A report is delivered to Baikli Yab regarding Byok-taesan's group. They are currently residing at the Black Iron Clan's former base, a location known for the recent carnage. Baikli is shocked by this decision. He questions why anyone would willingly stay in a place recently filled with corpses, unable to grasp the reasoning behind it. Despite the grim atmosphere, Taesan appears content. He claims that the location is more comfortable, unconcerned with its bloody past. The bodies were removed by the River Martial Alliance. Additionally, the Hao faction helped clean and restore the area to a livable state. With the major cleanup finished, the compound now appears peaceful. Some question whether the space is too large for a small group to occupy alone. Within the estate, members of Taesan's group begin settling in. While some admire the interior, others are already relaxing in various rooms, adapting quickly. One of the women enters a room, expressing how exhausting the day has been. She praises everyone for their efforts in the battle. She jokingly excludes one person, implying someone shirked their duties. Another member, startled, begins to panic over the mention of half. Jiangshi reappearing, fear takes hold as he imagines being attacked in his sleep. The room erupts in lighthearted chaos as banter replaces the earlier tension. Meanwhile, Taesan meditates alone, surrounded by lingering soul energy. The room glows as he absorbs the refined power left from the battle. He notes that the energy harvested from the enemies is purer than anything he's collected before. His calm demeanor reflects control and confidence. Now that the extraction is complete, his focus turns to internal cultivation, channeling the energy within his body to prepare for what lies ahead. He reflects on the new method he's using. one that doesn't harm the body unlike the flawed art from his heavenly demon days. This improved technique allows full absorption of soul energy. Taisen believes it will help him fix what once failed in his past. With glowing eyes and silent determination, he prepares to continue his path of growth, aiming for complete mastery over his evolved power. Byok-Tasen affirms his ambition to surpass all previous heavenly demons. A faint smile forms as he sets his sights on an unseen realm beyond their reach. Elsewhere, a guard bursts into a room in a panic, urgently reporting that something terrible has happened. His voice carries urgency and fear. An elder, surprised by the commotion, orders the guard to calm down and explain the situation clearly, trying to maintain control of the room. The guard reveals that Byok-Tasen appeared in Yaisheng the previous night, catching the leaders off guard with the sudden development. Go Zhengquang, a high-ranking member of the unknown faction, is shocked. He recalls that Taisen was last seen in Wuhan just the day before. Zhengquang admits they expected Taisen's appearance eventually, but not so soon. He now considers the situation dangerous and calls for the half Jiangxi to be dealt with immediately. Another subordinate reveals that Taisen already cleared out the entire Black Iron Clan's base upon arrival. All the half Jiangxi were eliminated without delay. Zhengquang reacts in fury. He slams the table in frustration, realizing the strategic loss. His careful preparations have been undone in a single night. The subordinate then adds that Taisen has not only cleared the base, but now resides there, making it his new dwelling. Zhengquang rages, emphasizing that the half Jiangxi stored in the base were extremely important, each created from powerful martial masters. He begins repeating Tasen's name in anger and declares they must kill him before he causes further destruction to their plans. Now desperate, Zhengquang suggests using the dangerous soul that an elder had entrusted to them, a last resort that was once considered too risky. A forbidden soul container glows red as it's removed from storage. Energy seeps from its surface, signaling its dormant power awakening. Zhengquang speaks to the container, promising to release its power soon and destroy Byok-Tasen once and for all. With a menacing glare, he swears that tonight will be the last peaceful night Taisen ever experiences. His intent is clear. This time, there will be no failure. Byok-Tasen sleeps peacefully, unaware of any danger. His breathing is steady as the night remains quiet around him. Other members of the group are also seen asleep. Silence fills the room, but an unsettling aura begins to rise. Suddenly, Tasen's eyes snap open wide. A chilling sensation jolts him awake, signaling that something is terribly wrong nearby. The Black Iron Clan's compound loomed beneath the gray morning sky. Despite the early hour, an eerie silence hung in the air. 3 individuals stood near the gate, their expressions tense. One of them voiced what they all felt. An unsettling atmosphere lingered, more fitting for midnight than dawn. A young woman with striking red eyes scanned the foggy courtyard. She wondered aloud where Taisen intended to go today, aware that his movements often led to unpredictable outcomes. Inside the clan hall, Taisen received word that the River Martial Alliance had sent a message. Their leader wished to meet, extending a formal invitation. Taisen showed visible annoyance. He criticized the leader's habitual arrogance and dismissed the invitation, stating bluntly that if the man wanted a meeting, he could come in person. A subordinate informed him that others remained uncertain due to a lack of information. Taisen responded calmly, confident that clarity would come once they investigated directly. They arrived at their destination, the slum district. The rundown buildings sprawled endlessly, forming a chaotic pattern that discouraged outsiders from venturing too far. Taisen and his escort moved through the fog-shrouded paths. Even the Hao faction, known for its intelligence network, had failed to penetrate the district's depths. Observing the tangled alleys, one elder noted their web. Like complexity, it was the perfect hiding place for half Jiangxi, monsters that blended in with the human world. Despite the district's complexity, Taisen was not troubled. He possessed the rare ability to detect the aura of half Jiangxi, rendering the tangled environment meaningless against his senses. He turned to his subordinate, who introduced a local expert, a woman who had grown up in the slums and knew its layout intimately. The woman assured Taisen that guiding him through the district would be an honor. Her knowledge would speed up their investigations significantly. With a faint smirk, Taisen acknowledged her potential usefulness. She had taken initiative without needing instruction, a trait he appreciated. Internally, he was impressed. Her growing competence made her stand out. Without voicing praise, he noted how she had anticipated his needs and acted efficiently. With no further delay, he ordered her to lead. She and her companion responded instantly, dashing into the alleys. The hunt for the hidden half Jiangxi had officially begun. Taisen and his team raced across rooftops deep within the slum district. The buildings grew increasingly decrepit, and the mist thickened as they moved deeper into enemy territory. The guide led the way confidently, weaving through alleys with precision. Her swift movements indicated familiarity with the layout while Tazin silently followed. Suddenly, Tazin's eyes sharpened. A specific door caught his attention, confirming his suspicion. He thought to himself, it was just as he had expected. Without hesitation, Tazin surged forward, releasing a wave of energy. His abrupt action startled the guide, who called out in alarm as she turned to see what happened. He dashed toward the door and activated his power, surrounding his body in violet energy. His presence shifted dramatically. With a focused expression, he unleashed his energy and shattered through the wooden entrance. The air crackled as the power radiated from his strike. Tazin stood before his targets, hidden half, Jiangxi, just as he'd suspected. With a confident smirk, he initiated his assault and announced the beginning of his cleansing. He swiftly dealt with the first target, labeling it 1 in his count. Without pause, he moving toward the next location with unwavering precision. In rapid succession, he eliminated several more enemies, 2, then 3, 4, and 5. With each strike, his smile widened, satisfaction building as the mission progressed smoothly. Later, back at the estate, the household staff noticed his return. A girl greeted him warmly as smoke drifted from the chimney, signaling the bath was prepared. Inside, the attendants confirmed everything was ready. Danyang had finished heating the water, ensuring everything met his preferences before his arrival. Tazin entered the bath, testing the temperature. Danyang asked for his feedback, to which he replied plainly that it was acceptable, showing his usual calm demeanor. As he relaxed in the bath, his subordinate reported the latest situation. The River Martial Alliance had been attacked by half Jiangxi in the slums while he was away. The attackers had overwhelmed the martial artists, launched surprise assaults, and set fire to the surroundings. The Hao faction managed the aftermath but remained alert for further threats. Hearing the report, Tassin calmly deduced the reason behind the Alliance's earlier summons. When asked if he would go to them, he gave no direct answer. Inside the compound, the female aide voiced her concern. She believed that if Tassin decided to go, he shouldn't go alone. Tazin listened quietly, but it was clear he already suspected a deeper plan. The frequency of attacks on the Hao faction felt too organized, intended to divert attention away from something more critical. The real target wasn't the Hao faction. It was him. Somewhere in the shadows, an elder enemy ordered his subordinates to strike the Black Iron clan. Tazin questioned when they might act. His aide estimated that the attack would come soon. There was only so long the enemy could distract the Hao faction without consequences. His scars and strength revealed years of preparation. He was no stranger to war. He accepted the challenge as inevitable. The aide, clearly caught off guard by Tazin's muscular form, was momentarily speechless. But he simply nodded to himself, already mentally preparing for the confrontation ahead. Flustered, the aide stammered while asking what he would do next. Tassin smirked and replied that if they were coming to him. With confidence, he instructed her to gather everyone in the training yard by sunrise. There was no time for fear. They had to be ready to move as one. She had seen that look on his face before. Whenever Tassin smiled like that, something intense was about to unfold. Morning arrived swiftly, and the Black Iron clan's courtyard echoed with complaints. Some disciples pulled from their comfortable posts, others were already exhausted. Among them, a girl who had previously volunteered was now reconsidering her decision. She looked toward Tazin and the others. Doubt crept in. Was this how they always trained? The grueling pace and intensity were far beyond her expectations. The instructors offered no sympathy. They reminded the trainees that survival demanded effort. After training, the disciples ate together. Even meals were treated as part of the process. Eating, recovering, and growing stronger were essential components of martial discipline. But rest was fleeting. As night fell, anyone attempting to sleep too long was jolted awake. The final command rang out, training resumed immediately, and hesitation would not be tolerated. Under the full moon, Tazin stood in the courtyard, his expression serious as he called out to confirm everyone's presence. The disciples, confused and sleepy, gathered in full attendance. One of them nervously asked if this gathering was another night training session. The timing and mood suggested another grueling drill. Tazin's reply was blunt. It wasn't training, they were about to be ambushed. Tension instantly rippled through the group as the weight of his words settled in. Shadows moved swiftly across the rooftops. Multiple hostile figures closed in on the compound from every direction. The disciples panicked at the sight of enemies approaching en masse. Questions flew. Where was the ambush coming from? And how many were there? Tazin answered with composure. The attackers were coming from all sides, but he believed his disciples were strong enough to defend the clan on their own. Tazin instructed his people to hold the central yard. A disciple questioned the decision, pointing out the open space made them vulnerable from every angle. Despite the concern, he insisted they remain there. His calm yet commanding tones silenced further protest, and the disciples readied themselves as they trusted his judgment. One disciple reassured herself if Taizan had chosen that spot, there had to be a good reason. She gripped her weapon tighter, battle cries rang out. Taizan issued his orders clearly, defend without retreat. If anyone got seriously hurt or died, he warned, he would not be pleased. Taizan leaped into action. His blade shimmered under the moonlight, and he plunged directly into enemy lines with overwhelming force. He moved through the air like a phantom, cutting down enemies as blood rained over the battlefield. Then from the shadows a voice called his name, Bayok Taizan. An unknown enemy acknowledged Taizan's strength, noting that even weaklings shouldn't fall that fast. Taizan responded confidently. The massacre was no accident. He revealed he'd been tracking the enemy's infiltration routes for a while, waiting for this moment. His calm yet lethal presence made it clear. He had anticipated everything. The ambush was a trap he had flipped back onto the attackers themselves. Taizan stepped forward. He addressed the imposing enemy before him with calm confidence, curious about what this new opponent would taste, like his tone filled with menace. The towering figure, old yet powerful, chuckled darkly. His expression twisted in disdain as he mocked Taizan's arrogance, unimpressed by the provocation. Revealing his identity, the man radiated brutal energy. He was Ma Jingwan, once one of the 10 great martial masters, now known as the Fist Divine Demon. Under the moonlit sky, Taizan stands silently atop a rooftop, facing Ma Jingwan, whose arrival disrupts the stillness of the night. The atmosphere is tense as both warriors prepare for confrontation, their figures framed by the quiet darkness. Ma Jingwan declares his intent to reclaim the throne, introducing himself as a former powerful figure. His presence radiates menace, his muscular frame exuding strength and authority. Recognizing the figure before him, Taizan identifies him as one of the 10 great masters from the past. He shows no fear and mocks Ma Jingwan, stating he has no interest in wasting time on someone doomed to die soon. Ma Jingwan glares upward with fury as Taizan remains above. Assassins hidden in the forest observe, waiting for an opportunity. Tension grows as the situation escalates. The assassins reveal their intent to intervene, invoking the power of the bloodletting demon sword. Energy begins to surge as one of them draws his weapon in preparation to strike. Ma Jingwan unleashes a red lightning aura and charges forward, enraged by the interference. His force cracks the ground beneath him as he prepares to crush the intruders. Taizan mocks him from above. Ma Jingwan attacks, sending waves of energy from his fists. Lightning arcs around him, disrupting the terrain and pushing his enemies back. His power is overwhelming and destructive. With a grin, he ridicules Taizan, claiming his opponent is fleeing like a rat. The ground splits under the pressure of his continuous barrage of red energy. Arrows rain down from above, but Taizan avoids them effortlessly. Calm and composed, he challenges Ma Jingwan's assumption, making it clear he has no intention of running. Ma Jingwan charges up an advanced technique, one-body fist strike, launching himself forward with incredible speed and force. The ground shatters beneath his path. As rocks rise from the explosion, Ma Jingwan soars through the air, aiming to end the battle with a single blow. His red energy cloaks him like armor. Taizan counters with precision, colliding midair. Ma Jingwan's expression shifts to surprise as the younger warrior meets him head-on with unexpected strength. Other warriors descend from above, synchronizing their assault against Ma Jingwan. The coordination signals a planned attack meant to overwhelm him. Their combined force drives Ma Jingwan into the ground. He screams in pain as his body is struck from multiple directions. His confidence begins to fade. Realizing his spiritual energy is blocked, Ma Jingwan panics. The once dominant master is now cornered, his strength rapidly deteriorating as Taizan and his allies close in. Taizan descends rapidly toward Ma Jingwan, channeling dark energy into a focused strike. His movement is fluid and controlled, his gaze fixed on the enemy below. The impact is precise, sending shockwaves through Ma Jingwan's body. The force lifts him into the air while Taizan remains grounded, his energy visibly overpowering. From a distance, allies of Ma Jingwan observe in shock. The old warrior, bloodied and enraged, curses his subordinates, blaming them for their failure and weakness. Taizan calmly explains that multiple energy flows have been manipulated into a single point, creating an ideal target for suppression. His tone remains analytical, not boastful. He launches another assault, striking Ma Jingwan mid-air with explosive energy. Lightning, like power spirals around them, paralyzing Ma Jingwan's defenses. With swift movements, Taizan leaps and spins, disorienting the enemies around him. His technique is flawless, and several attackers are knocked out of position in a single sweep. Taizan reflects quietly, admitting he had expected this situation. His confidence doesn't waver as he observes the results of the earlier setup. Beneath the moonlight, a massive formation activates, releasing ghostly blue flames that surge upward. Several enemies are caught within it, unable to react in time. The blue flame spreads like mist, and Taizan identifies it as the spiritual residue of souls. The refined energy exits from their bodies, having been drawn out silently. Wounded and confused, Ma Jingwen rises from the rubble. He gasps, demanding to know how Taizan used such techniques, and begins to suspect hidden interference. As his internal energy feels increasingly suppressed, he starts to suspect the presence of a formation. He reasons that something must have been placed beforehand to limit him. Taizan, smiling slightly, confirms the guess without denying it. His calm demeanor frustrates Ma Jingwen further, revealing that everything had been orchestrated ahead of time. Ma Jingwen is visibly shaken. He realizes that Taizan had knowledge of the formation all along, something that should have been a closely guarded secret. Taizan narrates that before the ambush, he was aware of their movements. The enemies had unknowingly distributed their energy across the area, thinking it hidden. Despite their efforts, the overlapping flow of energy had created a tiny gap within that space. Taizan and his allies deployed a suppression formation strong enough to shift the battle's outcome. As the warriors engage, one of Ma Jingwen's subordinates believes that if he fights within the energy gap, the suppression formation will not affect him. He charges forward, confident in his assessment. He unleashes his attack with full force, believing he can fight without limitations. His movements are fierce, and his aim is to prove that the suppression doesn't apply within the gap. But Taizan calmly responds, clarifying that he has been fighting outside the gap. He smirks, revealing that if he had used the gap himself, the fight would have ended long ago. Enraged by the manipulation and revelation, Ma Jingwen's fury explodes. His red eyes burn with rage as he shouts a curse at Taizan. He launches a reckless assault, demanding to know Taizan's true identity. Despite his fury, his form is losing discipline under pressure. Taizan prepares for a decisive move. With no hesitation, he declares that if Ma Jingwen truly wishes to die, he will grant him that wish, and charges forward with his energy surging. With swift motion, Taizan closes the distance. Ma Jingwen attempts to block, but is struck with overwhelming force. Taizan's final blow lands with precision, decapitating his opponent in midair. Blood sprays as the lifeless body plummets. The severed body crashes into the ground near a group of frightened enemies. One of them screams in horror, unable to process the sight of the headless corpse. The battlefield is filled with smoke as the aftermath unfolds. Survivors scatter, screaming in panic, while some rush to escape through the thick fog. A group of warriors urges each other to move faster, aware that time is running out. They're shaken, but still organized enough to flee together. As the dust settles, a few warriors regroup and confirm that this was the final confrontation. Calm returns to the night, and tension eases slightly among them. Taizan walks slowly through the battlefield, surveying the damage. His expression is composed, and his clothes flutter in the wind. He announces that everything seems to be over and asks if anyone is injured. His tone is neutral but concerned. The group turns toward him. Some remain silent, still processing the battle, while others show visible relief. Taizan's presence is reassuring after the chaos. One of the senior fighters tries to lighten the mood by shouting confidently that they are all fine. He waves off concern, claiming their injuries are only minor and nothing serious. Taizan, now surrounded by a violet aura, reacts with disbelief. He questions how they could call such wounds minor, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. The group, visibly nervous, explains they faced enemies using blood surge pills and formation techniques. They plead that considering the odds, their efforts were actually commendable. Taizan coldly points out that they weren't affected by the suppression formation. He questions whether they would have used it as an excuse if they had died. Realizing the seriousness of his words, the fighters fall silent. Taizan declares he will halt their current training program and start anew, using the formation as a training field. Taizan acknowledges that while they were not killed by the formation, they also didn't die due to their own efforts. Still, he gives them credit and praises their effort briefly. The group responds emotionally, calling out to their young master with admiration. Their expressions shift from fear to relief as they realize he acknowledges them. Taizan calmly orders everyone to treat their wounds and clean up the corpses left after the battle. His tone is firm, but fair. Some among them start complaining about the sheer number of bodies, realizing the cleanup will take a long time. One suggests calling for help from the Hao clan to assist. As red energy lingers in the air, Taizan reflects that it resembles the style of the sacred heaven demon, something only a few formation masters could create. He notes that such a powerful formation could not have been made casually. His suspicion deepens about its origin and intent. A sudden, grim realization hits him. He wonders if the man behind such formidable techniques, someone believed long dead, might still be alive. The Black Iron Clan begins retreating after a fierce and chaotic battle. The battlefield, once filled with noise and conflict, finally finds stillness. Within the sect, peace is briefly restored. Soyeon and Kyungwon rest under the care of healers, while the leaders gather to discuss the aftermath. It's the first time in a while that the sect members can breathe without tension. Despite the reprieve, not everyone is calm. A few individuals, uneasy and filled with resentment, observe Baektaesun's rise with envy. Though he remained composed, whispers of his growing strength and unpredictable nature begin to circulate. Leaders of the sect hold a meeting, reviewing the regional conflicts. One elder raises concerns about the unknowns deliberately distracting their focus while targeting other areas. Though the Wunan region remains under control, the elder worries more about major powers like the Black Alliance and 5 great clans. Their movements seem unnatural, hinting at a larger strategy beyond simple territorial expansion. He speculates that the unknowns are secretly influencing these factions from within. This subtle manipulation causes unease, as their true intentions remain hidden and far-reaching. The strategist acknowledges the elder's sharp instincts. If the suspicions are true, the situation has become significantly more dangerous for their side. To prepare for future conflict, the elder suggests strengthening support for Baektaesun. Recognizing his potential, he proposes using him as a frontline asset against unknown threats. As tension builds, another elder reacts strongly. Alarmed by something unseen, his sudden outburst cuts the discussion short, hinting that their problems might be closer than they feared. Frustration boils over as one elder vents about his humiliating experience when visiting Baektaesun. He angrily recalls how he had to suppress his pride just to gain the young master's favor, emphasizing the difficulties of aligning with someone so unpredictable. Despite the elder's complaints, Baektaesun remains calm and composed during the encounter. The elder, clearly uncomfortable, makes a forced request for cooperation while attempting to hide his disdain. Eventually, he concedes to cooperate, asking what Baektaesun is currently doing. His tone shifts from outrage to reluctant curiosity, showing a mix of concern and strategic interest in the young master's actions. Baektaesun stands calmly before a glowing red formation. His sharp gaze scans the complex enchantment that emanates ominous energy across the landscape. He instantly recognizes the formation's origin, a technique tied to the heavenly demon's sacred cult. Confused, he questions why enemies are using such a familiar and forbidden method. Just as he prepares to investigate further, one of his men rushes over with urgent news. The source of the enchantment has been discovered far quicker than expected. Baektaesun acknowledges that even minor groups like the Hao faction have grown useful under his influence. Their strength now rivals elite forces from the past. The informant reveals that 3 high-level enchantment masters reside in Yichang. 2 have deep local roots, but the third, a mysterious man named Sung Do-han, arrived recently. Without hesitation, Baektaesun makes his decision. He orders the group to pursue Sung Do-han first, aiming to uncover the truth behind the unusual enchantment and its deeper implications. Baektaesun rushes through the forest with his follower after identifying Sung Do-han as a target. Memories confirm the man's past existence, and Baektaesun realizes the situation may be more serious than expected. They arrive at the man's residence, but the area seems abandoned. The house stands eerily quiet, showing no signs of current activity, despite its supposed occupant. On closer inspection, the house reveals bloodstains scattered across the entrance. The unsettling scene hints at recent violence, and the absence of bodies deepens the mystery. Baektaesun notes the odd atmosphere. For a skilled enchantment master, such disarray is unexpected. He suspects something is intentionally being hidden. A red-tinged enchantment suddenly reveals itself over the house. Baektaesun confirms it's cloaking the area with a barrier, designed to obscure evidence or movement. Without delay, Baektaesun releases energy to disrupt the barrier. A powerful force bursts from his palm, shattering the enchantment and shaking the area. As the barrier dissolves, strange phenomena begin to stir across the house. The hidden space begins reacting violently, confirming that secrets were being concealed inside. Baektaesun orders a close inspection, suspecting manipulation or hidden mechanisms beneath the surface. His subordinate responds quickly to the command. They find a cracked section of floor that had appeared intact moments ago. Baektaesun's follower prepares to investigate, knowing it could lead to whatever secrets the enchantment was hiding below. Beneath the cracked floor, Baektaesun's subordinate discovers a hidden compartment containing a small purple vial resting in straw. Its presence raises immediate concern. Baektaesun identifies the vial as a rare tracking fragrance, a tool used to trace someone's path. It is an item known only to those from the heavenly demon's sacred cult. Realizing the enchantment was placed to hide this vial, Bioktazin concludes that someone intentionally left it behind, suggesting a secret message or a warning linked to the cult. Piecing together the clues, Bioktazin determines that Sung Do-hung didn't flee. He was likely kidnapped. The vial's hidden placement supports this theory. Somebody familiar with the cult's methods had hidden the item in advance, perhaps as a signal to any potential rescuers who might come searching later. Bioktazin senses that the scent trail is faint, indicating that the abduction occurred some time ago. The urgency to track Sung Do-hung increases as more time passes, with little time to lose. Bioktazin and his team take off at high speed, determined to follow the fading trail left by the tracking fragrance. A subordinate informs Bioktazin that they're nearing the outskirts of Yaikang. If they continue along this route, they will soon arrive in Danyang. As they move quickly through the changing landscape, Bioktazin realizes they've already left Yaikang behind. The pursuit has begun, and time is now their greatest enemy. In Danyang, under the cover of night, a hidden agent rummages through his belongings in frustration. Despite having powerful weapons and resources, he curses the failure to eliminate Bioktazin. Though he possesses tools capable of killing high-ranking martial leaders, he's forced into hiding because of one failed mission. His rage builds at the thought of having to retreat again. He blames the failure on their inability to defeat Bioktazin. Despite overwhelming odds and advanced equipment, their plans have been shattered, forcing him to consider the consequences of returning empty-handed. The agent reflects on the defeat of Ma Jingwan, a powerful martial master originally meant to support a larger scheme. Even he was overwhelmed and failed to eliminate Bioktazin. With their strongest fighters and blood-enhanced soldiers lost, the organization suffered a critical blow. Bioktazin's strength had disrupted everything. Fearful of the Elder's wrath, the agent concludes that returning without results would mean certain death. He accepts he may die either way, but hopes to delay it by salvaging what he can. Determined to reduce his punishment, the agent vows to recover what remains. He moves to secure hidden assets before retreating. Within a dark facility, rows of dormant soldiers await command. Their eerie red eyes glow under the moonlight, ready for activation. Angered at the betrayal of Sung Do-hung, he promises to kill the enchantment master and erase all evidence of his existence, ensuring no one ever discovers his location. A mysterious purple trail of energy flows silently through the air, leading Bioktazin and his companion deeper into the city under the moonlight. The scent is faint but distinct. The trail continues across rooftops and buildings, showing signs of movement from someone attempting to stay hidden. Bioktazin follows it without hesitation. The scent abruptly ends in a secluded area standing under the moonlight. Bioktazin calmly notes its conclusion and realizes they may have arrived just in time. Bioktazin senses a strong presence of half-Jiangshi energy in the air, indicating unnatural experiments or manipulation involving the undead. He reflects on how unexpected rewards seem to follow his path, even when he wishes for peace. His companion, however, grows anxious about entering the manor ahead. Bioktazin responds lightly, asking if there is a problem with going inside. Though smiling, he remains focused, while his companion urges caution and recommends calling reinforcements from the Hao faction. Amused, Bioktazin questions if his ally truly believes he's in danger. His tone is calm, even slightly teasing, despite the obvious threat ahead. Realizing the concern is valid, Bioktazin agrees to bring more men. He orders that disciples surround the area and be ready to intercept any escapees. As the group prepares, Bioktazin gives one final command. Once the reinforcements are in position, he will personally enter the manor to confront whatever lies within. Bioktazin gives the order to act immediately, warning that even a slight delay could be costly. His men quickly begin their movement, fully alert. Inside the enemy manor, panic spreads. A commander senses something is wrong and scrambles to evacuate before Bioktazin's forces arrive. But Bioktazin appears calm and resolute. He mocks their attempt to flee, knowing they have no chance. With quiet certainty, he declares they will all be crushed before they can escape. Under the purple twilight sky, Bioktazin gazes toward a distant palace. His back bears intricate tattoos, and the atmosphere is filled with silent tension. A plan set in motion is about to unfold. Behind him, a group of masked men stand at attention as his men reports that all preparations are complete. Bioktazin, clothed in ceremonial robes, begins to walk forward with calm purpose under the moonlight. A smirk crosses his face as he prepares to enter the palace grounds. His words signal the beginning of an intrusion that promises chaos, cloaked in confidence. Inside the palace, guards rush into position. One shouts orders urgently, sensing that something is amiss. Their instincts warn of a danger they can't yet see. A burst of powerful energy strikes without warning, destroying part of the structure. Dust and shockwaves erupt, sending debris across the courtyard. Confusion grips the defenders. Amid the chaos, strange glowing creatures emerge from the shadows. The guards scramble, terrified and unprepared for the unnatural presence. Now surrounding them, Byakuya steps through the smoke, shrouded in swirling purple energy. His descent is silent but threatening, as a surge of dark power crackles around him. One of the defenders watches in disbelief, realizing their forces have been neutralized. The overwhelming energy suggests they are facing someone beyond their ability to resist. Byakuya calmly appears, surrounded by demonic aura. With quiet satisfaction, he acknowledges the enemy's effort before taking what is now his. A commander is struck with terror as he identifies Byakuya. Shock and fear spread across his face as he realizes the situation has turned beyond control. In desperation, he commands his men to attack Byakuya at all costs. Fighters leap forward, launching a coordinated assault meant to suppress the threat. Seeing the hopelessness of the situation, the commander attempts to flee. He knows remaining behind would mean certain death and tries to escape into the shadows. Before he can get far, Byakuya closes the distance and strikes one of the attackers with swift precision, sending him flying. Without slowing down, Byakuya pushes forward, launching a powerful attack that shatters the formation. The force of his aura tears through the air. Purple energy bursts outward as he descends upon the enemies. The attackers are overwhelmed by the wave of spiritual force released by his technique. Byakuya moves with unmatched speed, striking down one enemy after another. Bodies collapse around him as his momentum continues. He counts his fallen opponents calmly, keeping track of each one as if it were part of a routine. The rhythm of the fight remains under his control. Byakuya finishes off another group with a final crushing blow. The floor is scattered with motionless bodies and silence returns to the battlefield. As his enemies fall one by one, Byakuya confronts the fleeing commander. Despite the chaos, the man selfishly prioritizes his own escape. With a single leap, Byakuya closes the distance. The commander stares in horror as death approaches, realizing his fate is unavoidable. The impact lands with devastating force. Byakuya stands tall amid the wreckage, his opponent defeated beneath him and the battle clearly one-sided. The commander lies broken, unable to resist. Byakuya's punishment is far from over. The defeated man, panicked, thinks of ending his own life. But even that choice is denied as Byakuya shows no mercy. While standing over the fallen enemy, Byakuya senses something strange. A trace of tracking fragrance drifts up from beneath the ground. Following the scent, Byakuya discovers a hidden passage beneath the floor. It leads to a dark underground area unknown to most. Inside a prison cell, a restrained man named Sung Do-hung remains seated. He is an enchantment master, imprisoned and forgotten. Suddenly, he hears approaching footsteps. His thought wandered as the door opened. Byakuya steps into view, his presence calm yet commanding, as he discovers the hidden prisoners within. Inside the dim underground prison, Sung Do-hung watches Byakuya curiously. He notices that the newcomer doesn't resemble anyone from the faction holding him captive. Recognizing his name called out, Sung Do-hung eagerly responds and asks if the man came from the cult or association. He receives no clear answer, only calm denial. Byakuya's silence creates more confusion, as Sung Do-hung tries to guess his affiliation. Byakuya observes quietly, growing more curious about the organization mentioned. Sung Do-hung impatiently asks to be released and rants about being imprisoned unfairly. He reveals he was dragged into this due to someone named Go Junkwang. Byakuya thinks to himself that Sung is overly talkative. Meanwhile, Sung Do-hung attempts to present himself as valuable, boasting his connection to an elder in the association. When Byakuya admits he doesn't know the association or the elder, Sung Do-hung panics. His expression turns from relief to suspicion, realizing Byakuya may not be who he hoped. Without warning, Byakuya reaches towards Sung Do-hung through the bars. His movements are calm but deliberate, refusing to be misunderstood. Sung Do-hung backs away in shock, demanding to know what Byakuya is doing. The fear in his voice grows as Byakuya stays silent. Byakuya states he will begin with extraction. His firm tone confirms he has a different objective, leaving Sung Do-hung unsure of what comes next. As Byakuya initiates the extraction, Sung Do-hung screams in agony. Purple energy coils around his body as he's overwhelmed by the spiritual force. Sung Do-hung feels as though his very soul is being pulled from his body. The pain is so intense, he loses all bodily control and begins to panic. Desperate to make it stop, Sung Do-hung blurts out the name of his organization, the Heavens Changing Association. Byakuya's eyes narrow at the name. Byeoktaesan reflects on the meaning of the name, an organization daring to defy the heavens. The name itself challenges the natural order. He realizes that such a name directly opposes the heavenly demon cult, implying the group's intent to destroy or replace it. Byeoktaesan recalls his death and now suspects this very group was behind the plot to kill him, the former heavenly demon in his past life. Looking at Sung Do-hung, Byeoktaesan accuses him and his group of being responsible for the heavenly demon's death. His tone carries certainty. Sung Do-hung panics, denying involvement and claiming their plans were never actually carried out. His voice trembles with fear. Unmoved, Byeoktaesan mocks the group's name. He concludes that their so-called elder must be none other than the illusion demon. Hinting at deeper betrayal, Byeoktaesan confirms that Sung Do-hung's group is indeed the one that plotted against the heavenly demon. His spiritual pressure intensifies with certainty. Sung Do-hung panics again, repeating that their group never acted on their plans. But his excuses do little to calm the situation. Byeoktaesan, unmoved, concludes that the elder Sung serves is most likely the illusion demon. Sung Do-hung's face tightens in fear as Byeoktaesan demands the truth. Under threat, Sung Do-hung hurriedly explains the structure of the Heavens-Changing Association and its connection to the illusion demon. Sung Do-hung admits that the group acted to strengthen their own power base, hiding until the time was right to resurface. Byeoktaesan decides that he's heard enough. He warns that if he continues now, Sung Do-hung might not survive the day in one piece. When asked about his identity, Byeoktaesan calmly reveals his name. His voice is confident, revealing no concern over recognition. He orders his men to imprison Sung Do-hung in the Black Iron Clan for now. The guards immediately follow the command as Sung Do-hung is dragged away. Confusion clouds his face. He mutters to himself, unfamiliar with the name Byeoktaesan, not realizing the danger he has just barely survived. Within the Black Iron Clan, Sung Do-hung is startled by horrific screams echoing through the compound. The terror in the voices shakes him. Peering out, he sees someone being strangled by purple energy. Byeoktaesan stands calmly, watching a tortured man wail in agony and call out for an elder. The scene grows more gruesome. The man's cries reach a painful peak. As his face twists in fear, blood flows, and the name of the elder is screamed again. Byeoktaesan reacts to the name with suspicion. He senses a familiar aura and begins to suspect the identity behind it. As the torture continues, the man pleads for death. His body breaks down from the spiritual pressure, unable to endure. Byeoktaesan steps forward. His eyes narrow as he confirms the presence of the true master. The hidden force behind the enemy finally reveals itself. Byeoktaesan stands at the edge of a cliff, his expression focused. After a long journey, he finally arrives at the location he had envisioned. This place matches what he discovered during his encounter with Go Junkwang's soul. He observes the area carefully, confirming its significance. This is no ordinary mountain. He's not here by chance. His purpose is deliberate. With clarity in his gaze, he recalls the fragments of memory shown to him, which led him to this hidden location. Below the cliff, a vast and isolated manor is revealed, nestled between fog and mountains. It's the exact structure he saw in Go Junkwang's soul. As Taesan approaches, he notices the entire manor is shielded by a complex enchantment. Only someone of significant martial ability would be able to detect the building's true form amidst the illusion. He analyzes the defense further, noting the high concentration of mystical energy. To a weaker practitioner, this land would appear as an empty plain. The enchantment is not only powerful but precise, designed to deter unnecessary attention. Strangely, despite the manor's scale, there's no gatekeeper in sight. Taesan suspects that the illusion alone makes guarding unnecessary. With curiosity, he steps forward and prepares to break through the barrier with force. Taesan reaches out but senses nothing beyond it. It's an advanced enchantment, capable of shutting down his probing senses, something rarely encountered. This unexpected resistance intrigues him. For the first time in a while, he feels genuine excitement. His eyes gleam as he channels energy through his palm, ready to uncover what lies behind. Without hesitation, he steps through the glowing red veil. The gate absorbs him into its depths as the light intensifies, marking the beginning of his deeper exploration. The moment Byeoktaesan steps further in, a surge of oppressive energy crashes down around him. This force is unlike anything he has encountered recently, nearly on par with the forbidden enchantments once used by the heavenly demon's sacred cult. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Taesan stands his ground. Crimson waves of soul energy lash around him violently. The barrier is designed to repel invaders, and any lesser warrior would have been immobilized at the entrance. The air is thick with a stench of blood, potent and suffocating. It's not just the scent, there's soul energy woven into it. a trace left by ritualistic slaughter. Taisen continues forward. In front of him stands a figure cloaked in dark robes, back turned, calmly observing the shelves filled with strange items. The heavy smell of blood confirms this location has witnessed countless deaths. The mysterious man turns to face him, questioning whether Taisen is responsible for the disruption. But something else catches Taisen's attention. On one of the shelves sits a wooden gourd, an item he knows doesn't match what he saw in Go Junkwang's soul. His realization is swift. The scene from Junkwang's memories showed a different item. That discrepancy tells him everything. This isn't the right location tied to the stolen memories. Suddenly, the white-haired figure turns, blood dripping from his robes. His expression twists into a grin as his glowing red eyes fix on Taisen. Recognizing him instantly, he addresses him by name with unsettling familiarity. Taisen responds casually, mocking the failed attempt to remain hidden. He admits the enchantment was good, but not good enough to fool him. He never expected the manner to be this exposed. The figure, however, remains confused. He claims they were never enemies. With calm bitterness, he questions why Taisen continues to interfere with their affairs, unable to understand his relentless pursuit. Byok Taisen confronts the red-eyed man directly, calling out the hypocrisy of claiming neutrality while disrupting his peace. His calm demeanor shifts as he points out the deception. This figure is not present in the flesh, but is merely a puppet controlled from afar. The man smirks in amusement, impressed that Taisen saw through the illusion so quickly. His curiosity grows as he questions what kind of being Taisen truly is. Someone capable of piercing through advanced soul manipulation without hesitation. Taisen counters the question with one of his own, demanding to know the true identity of the one hiding behind the puppet, subtly challenging the figure's authority and control. Unlike those who reanimated corpses with lingering souls, this one has embedded a soul within a living host, manipulating it like a puppet while preserving their real body elsewhere. His expression sharpens as he deduces the truth. If this is only a remote-controlled vessel, then the real body must be hidden at a safe distance. Red chains of soul energy stretch outward, forming a clear trail away from the puppet body. The soul chain snakes out of the manor and over the surrounding land. It cuts through terrain and villages as it extends, anchoring somewhere far beyond. The chains guide Taisen's senses to a second location, a distant structure engulfed in purple soul energy. There, the true mastermind sits calmly, still cloaked and unbothered by Taisen's discovery. Recognizing this won't be their last meeting, Taisen requests the man's name, certain they'll meet again under different circumstances. The man finally speaks his name, Hyokrian Bigwang. With glowing red eyes and a cruel smile, he confirms his identity, leaving behind a warning as the puppet's presence begins to fade. After revealing his name, Hyokrian Bigwang launches a sudden attack. He declares that knowing his name comes at a cost and hurls a deadly soul-infused strike directly at Byok Taisen. The puppet's body lunges with surprising speed, its hand trailing soul chains as the attack slashes through the air. Bigwang challenges Taisen to block it if he can. Testing the young master's limits in a direct clash, Taisen braces himself and counters swiftly. The two forces collide in a surge of red and white energy. Sparks and shockwaves ripple through the manor as both spiritual powers clash at full force. Despite the strength behind the puppet's attack, Taisen instantly identifies the energy source and disrupts it. Neutralizing the enchantment mid-combat, he prevents further damage. Amazed by Taisen's composure and skill, Bigwang admits his opponent is more dangerous than anticipated. Realizing prolonged battle through a puppet is risky, he decides to retreat for now. With a final smirk, Bigwang's puppet body disintegrates. His voice echoes as the connection ends, vowing they'll meet again. The chains collapse, and the puppet fades into light, vanishing from the chamber entirely. Left alone, Taisen clicks his tongue in irritation. Bigwang's retreat signals a temporary loss. He mutters in frustration, annoyed that his opponent slipped away before a true confrontation could unfold. Back at the distant stronghold, the real Hyokrian Bigwang clutches his head in pain, severing the link caused a recoil. He questions whether he ended it too hastily. As he recovers, a subordinate approaches. Bigwang admits they've lost their largest outpost with unease. He notes that only a martial master of terrifying level could have breached the manor so completely, acknowledging Taisen's strength. In a private chamber, Hyokrian Bigwang reflects on the recent encounter. He admits they misjudged Byok Taisen's strength. That underestimation, he concludes, is why both Seo Dogun and Go Junkwang fell so easily to him. A scene flashes back to Taisen dealing a powerful blow. His strike lands with precision, breaking through the puppet's defenses mid-air. The sheer force sends the body flying violently backward. The puppet crashes to the ground, defeated. Taisen's calm gaze follows the motion, unshaken by the overwhelming attack he just executed. Blood trails across the ground, marking the puppet's end back. In the real world, Big Wang takes immediate action. He orders a full retreat from Wuhan and Yichang. No further efforts will be made to hold those territories. A subordinate expresses shock, asking if the withdrawal should happen right away. Big Wang confirms it without hesitation, noting that they still have the manpower to replace the fallen agents if needed, but they won't risk another defeat. Turning his back, Big Wang makes the strategic decision. They are withdrawing. It's not an act of surrender, but a calculated step back from the conflict. Acknowledging that Taesin's involvement has shifted the balance, Zone's subordinate nervously apologizes for questioning the order. He bows and promises full compliance, recognizing the seriousness of Big Wang's mood. The atmosphere turns cold and tense. Big Wang sighs deeply and repeats a simple statement. He's tired. Exhaustion from recent losses and pressure is visible in his demeanor as he walks toward another chamber. He enters a lavish room where several women await in silence. No further words are spoken, but the retreat signals more than strategy. It shows Hyokrian Big Wang's growing caution toward Byok Tazin. Within the stronghold, a subordinate informs Hyokrian Big Wang that he anticipated Byok Tazin's arrival and made preparations in advance. Calmly, Big Wang acknowledges the effort and settles into his quarters, telling them to let him rest in peace. Big Wang reclines comfortably among the women prepared for him. His tone dark but amused. He murmurs with interest about Tazin, clearly intrigued. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, the sound of a door closing is followed by a sudden and violent cry. Blood splatters outside the building, signaling that someone paid the price for failure. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Black Iron Clan, where Tazin returns under a glowing sunset. Clan members greet him warmly as he walks through the entrance. Soso rushes forward, calling out to him, surprised at his late return. She fusses over his well-being. Tazin, relaxed but clearly tired, admits the day was exhausting. Soso eagerly offers to draw a bath and suggests checking his pulse to make sure he's all right. Taesin turns slightly, his expression unreadable. But her concern is genuine and persistent. From across the courtyard, Saren watches with narrowed eyes. She appears composed but contemplative, her elegant attire and sharp gaze hinting at deeper intentions beneath her calm appearance. Internally, Saren reflects on how recent events kept her distance from Taesin. But her goal is clear: she must earn his trust and favor soon before others do. Approaching with a smile, Soren offers to check his pulse in any way he prefers. Her tone is playful, yet her intent calculated. As the self-proclaimed medicine king, she knows how to use charm and skill alike. After teasing remarks earlier, Byok Taesin smiles calmly and tells Saren to come to his quarters that night. She's visibly shocked, unsure if he's serious or joking, her flustered expression giving away her panic. Still processing his response, Saren becomes dazed. A servant snaps her out of it with a question. She nods awkwardly, trying to hide her anxiety. Though she acts confident, she's clearly inexperienced. Later, as she rehearses her instructions, she forces herself to stay calm. Despite telling the maid not to worry, her inner thoughts betray her. She's nervous, unsure of what's actually expected when the moment comes. Night falls. Soran walks slowly through the corridor, her steps cautious and hesitant. She stops before the door to Taesin's chambers, whispering his name to announce her arrival, voice quiet with uncertainty. Standing in front of the closed door, she hesitates. Her heart beats rapidly as she questions her decision. The situation feels surreal and she battles her own anxiety about what might follow. From within, Taesin responds without pause. His voice is calm, commanding her to enter. The door remains closed, but the tone carries enough weight to push her forward without further delay. Saren's hands tremble, her inner thoughts spiral, doubting her readiness. Despite putting on a brave face earlier, she's overwhelmed by the reality of the situation now that she's truly here. Taesin appears in the doorway, unfazed. He stares at her calmly and asks why she's frozen in place. His words cut through her panic, grounded and clear. As he invites her in again, Saren looks up, caught in the moment. The panic softens into resolve. Her eyes widen slightly, not with fear but with determination. Though uncertain, she steps forward, answering his call without another word. Byok Taesin extended his hand, releasing a controlled surge of energy that enveloped Soran. His calm demeanor contrasted the swirling power between them, giving off no sense of aggression. Soran's eyes widened as the unfamiliar force surrounded her. The pressure was overwhelming, not from physical strength but from the closeness and the sheer intensity of his aura. She tried to retreat, but her body froze under the weight of his focus. Taesin closed the distance in an instant, effortlessly bridging the gap between them. His expression was steady, unwavering. Soren, still caught off guard, was unable to resist as he brought her closer within the field of his energy. Tazen's voice remained steady as he instructed her to calm herself. The overwhelming sensation wasn't just fear, it was a loss of control, something unfamiliar to Soren, who had always relied on her composure in difficult situations. She struggled to suppress the trembling, but her proximity to him only heightened her nervousness. Their closeness left no room to avoid his presence. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she realized how easily he had removed her defenses without force. Raising his hand, Tazen focused his energy once more. This time it was not to test or threaten, but to guide. He told her to let go of resistance and allow the flow of energy to take over. As the energy enveloped her again, Siran's resistance faded. Her body, though tense, began to respond naturally to his flow of qi. Her thoughts grew dim as she instinctively allowed his guidance to take hold. Her consciousness blurred slightly, and her knees weakened. It wasn't exhaustion, it was surrender. The moment she stopped fighting, her body shifted in sync with his control. Finally, Tazen supported her without effort, maintaining the flow of power around her. The moment stabilized into a trance-like state as she rested quietly in his grasp, no longer resisting, fully entrusting her body to him without fear. Byok Tazen stood among fallen corpses, surrounded by eerie soul energy. He reflected calmly, noting he hadn't been consuming human souls recently. The energy yield from ordinary humans was too weak to be worth the effort, especially compared to stronger beings like half Jiangxi. Earlier that morning, someone had approached him with a request. He was asked to evaluate a woman, Medicine King's disciple, who had been facing struggles in her cultivation. The request was presented with sincerity, praising Siren's potential. She was described as a prodigious talent, someone expected to reach the rank of divine physician in the future. Her aptitude and dedication were highly valued by those who trained her. Tazen gave no immediate answer, instead staring into space, considering the implications of involving himself with such a case. The request, while simple, wasn't something he could take lightly. The one making the request laughed, misunderstanding Tazen's silence. He brought up Tazen's past actions, how he had affected their attendants with his strange abilities. They joked casually, unaware of the seriousness with which Tazen considered the situation before him. Teasing continued. But Tazen suddenly responded by reaching toward the man. The threat of repeating his earlier actions made the requester panic and retreat quickly, pretending to have urgent training to attend to. Eventually, Tazen began to examine Siran. As he drew out her soul to assess it, he found something unexpected. What began as a routine evaluation quickly shifted into a moment of awe as her essence materialized before him. Her soul was refined, shaped by years of selfless care and unwavering devotion to medicine. Unlike others, her energy carried warmth, purpose, and depth. It had crystallized into something potent. Recognizing Sioran's rare value, Tazen made a decision: the Thousand Medicine Hall, and those like her, could not be ignored. They held a power too unique to dismiss. He resolved to keep her close understanding now that strength came in many forms. Morning light streamed through the wooden doors, casting long shadows across the floor. Soren slowly stirred from unconsciousness, her body faintly illuminated by the warm sunlight. She lay on the floor, eyes fluttering open, still disoriented. As her vision cleared, her thoughts immediately turned to Tazen. She recalled his face, his closeness, and the strange flow of energy between them. Still flustered, Soren brought her hand to her lips. Recalling the intimate proximity they shared, the sensation of his presence hadn't faded. Her body reacted involuntarily, remembering how close he had been. Suddenly, a vivid memory surged, his hand brushing against her cheek, his breath within reach. She gasped in embarrassment, unable to sort out what was real and what wasn't. In a panic, she backed away, cheeks flushed with the uncertainty of what had just happened. Seated upright, Soren blinked in disbelief. A thought crossed her mind. Had it all been a dream? Her surroundings were undisturbed, her garments untouched. She chuckled nervously, trying to convince herself that her imagination had simply run wild. As she stood from the bed, a quiet voice of doubt lingered. She wondered if Tazen had expected something more from her. Feeling as if she had failed to meet some unspoken expectation, she blamed herself for being unresponsive, unaware of the truth behind his calm demeanor. Saren hesitated near the doorway, murmuring her own disappointment. Before she could retreat, Tazen appeared behind her, catching her off guard. His sudden presence made her stiffen, unable to respond coherently. He looked at her directly, wearing a confident smile. Without hesitation, he praised her and invited her to return, leaving her speechless. She stood frozen, trying to make sense of his sincerity. As he walked away, Soren flushed with confusion, her thoughts spiraled. Had anything truly happened? His words lingered in her ears while her heart pounded with unspoken questions. Since her encounter with Byok Tazen, Soren noticed a shift within herself. The barrier that had long obstructed her progress in medical cultivation had inexplicably vanished. She could now apply her techniques with clarity and precision that eluded her before. While treating a patient, her hands moved with refined ease. The man she treated didn't flinch, and the procedure completed without pain. Her sudden improvement puzzled even her. She questioned if her growth was truly her own or influenced by the strange encounter days prior. The patient, startled by her beauty and gentle touch, stammered a reply. Though his words were simple, his thoughts revealed a deeper truth. Something about Siren had changed. Siren smiled warmly, reassuring her patient and advising him not to overexert himself. Her confidence surprised those watching. The elder nearby noted the breakthrough in her cultivation, proudly crediting himself for suggesting she meet Tazen in the first place. The light-hearted atmosphere quickly shifted as the two elders began to argue about who deserved recognition. Soren observed quietly as the conversation turned into a familiar quarrel. As the commotion faded into the background, Soren's attention was pulled toward the floor. Her foot had stumbled upon a loose tile. Curious, she leaned down, unaware that what she was about to uncover would lead to something far more serious than casual banter. Removing the tile, she was shocked to find a corpse buried beneath it. The sight of a lifeless face, twisted and unfamiliar, made her recoil. No one expected to find a body hidden within the sacred grounds of the medicine hall. Others gathered quickly, startled by the discovery. Speculations erupted. Some believed the area had been protected by a spell that had just recently lifted, revealing a concealed chamber and the mysterious corpse. As they examined the face, one observer froze. The features were oddly familiar. Realization hit. The body resembled the eccentric physician himself. Questions rushed in. Was this a clue to a deeper conspiracy? A violent gust burst through the corridor as something awakened with immense force. The sudden tremor sent panic through the group, and before anyone could respond, a figure bolted upright, eyes burning red, aura surging with malice. One man, seemingly at fault, was accused of saying something that triggered the creature's revival, denying the blame. He ran alongside the others, trying to defend himself amidst the chaos and regretfully realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. The revived man, wild and enraged, hurled himself forward with a murderous expression. His body moved unnaturally fast. Driven by bloodlust, energy flared in his hand, red and unstable. His attacks flew with reckless destruction, forcing the group to dodge for their lives. Fear overtook them, and even the usually composed among them faltered. The violent assault was relentless, and no one had time to think as the situation rapidly worsened. One elder was targeted directly. As the berserker closed in with a crazed glare, he howled with panic. Certain death awaited him. The others could only watch in stunned disbelief as the frenzied attacker showed no signs of restraint or reason. In the midst of the chaos, Soren and another elder shouted for help. Realizing the threat was beyond their control, they desperately called for the one person capable of stopping it. Byoke Tazen. Tazen arrived and seized the attacker with ease. With a single strike, he halted the madman's rampage. Calmly, he questioned why the berserker had focused only on one man. His voice was quiet, but the authority in it silenced the room. As the attacker collapsed, defeated, Tazen examined his soul. He frowned with disgust. There was nothing of value, only corruption and filth. Unlike Soran, this soul held no medicinal worth. He ordered the others to restrain and interrogate the man. The chaos had subsided, but new questions had arisen. Who was this man, and why had he been sealed beneath their feet? Tied down and unconscious, the red-haired man sat with a heavy presence. His body was restrained, but his aura still hinted at a violent past. Byoke Tazen approached calmly, prepared to extract answers from someone who had brought chaos upon awakening. With a single forceful strike, Tazen jolted the man awake. The impact was direct and sharp, enough to rattle the captive both physically and mentally. As the man came to his senses, Tazen demanded his name. The pressure in the room was suffocating. Trembling under the gaze of his captor, the red-haired man finally stammered out a name, Jam Guchen. The name rang faintly familiar. Tazen looked to Soren, who confirmed the connection. Although obscure now, the name once belonged to a terrifying figure known as the Crazy Blood Demon, active nearly 5 decades ago. Jam Guchen, in a manic state, proclaimed his identity proudly. He recounted his past as a martial monster feared across the lands. Bloodshed had been his path, and he embraced that reputation without shame, claiming his rightful place among infamous names. Siren, unimpressed by his declarations, labeled him for what he was, an evil man who delighted in slaughter. Despite his recognition of her accusation, Guchen didn't argue. Tazen and his companions speculated about his status. Rumors had claimed the Sword King beheaded him long ago. But now, standing right before them, he was undeniably alive, dismissing the legend of his demise as false. When asked if he remembered anything, Guchen's confidence cracked. At first, he claimed clarity, but doubt soon overtook him. His expression shifted as he searched his memory, finding nothing coherent within. Panic set in, realizing the emptiness of his mind. He stammered, trying to hide his confusion. His memories were fractured or missing entirely, and what once defined him now slipped further out of reach. Jam Gyuchin's memories stirred violently as he recounted the moment he awakened. What appeared in his mind was an ancient scroll, a treasure map. With wide eyes and trembling hands, he realized it promised an incredible elixir hidden away somewhere unknown. Driven by greed and desperation, he followed the map and discovered the elixir. Believing it to be the key to power, he consumed it without hesitation. His voice broke into a scream as he recalled the overwhelming sensation that followed. The elixir had changed something within him, physically or mentally, he couldn't say. Frustrated and confused, he shouted in anguish, demanding to know what had happened to him. His memories remained incomplete, lost in the haze caused by whatever the elixir had done. Taisen struck him down with a blow, silencing the madness. He coldly deduced the truth. The map was likely a trap, bait designed to test the elixir's effects. Realizing this, he ordered a full report be sent to their faction without delay. With the immediate danger handled, Taisen shifted focus. He commanded that all matters in Yichang be finalized. Their time in the region had come to an end. It was now time to return to Wuhan, and the team prepared to move. Their work in Yichang had brought growth, danger, and critical knowledge. After intensive training and real battle experiences, the group had developed stronger bonds. They laughed and shared in the relief of survival and completion. From heartfelt teamwork to bitter conflicts, they had endured all. Every member had gained something: wisdom, trust, or strength, and with that, they began their journey back, their resolve firmer than ever before, led by Taisen. They departed with purpose. Their path ahead remained uncertain, but they moved as one. The road of return had begun, and so had the next chapter of their journey. At the same moment Taisen's group departed from Yichang, another figure moved with equal determination at the Golden Wall Manor. Yan Haran dashed across the courtyard with speed and focus. Her movements were sharp, guided by a strong will. She had been waiting for this moment and now acted without hesitation. As her feet touched down, her eyes gleamed with purpose. Something had shifted in her heart. With a quiet, confident smirk, she murmured that Taisen would no longer be able to dismiss her. Whatever she had been preparing for, the time had come to confront it. She believed she was finally ready to prove herself. Outside, Yan Haran's strange behavior caught the attention of the manor guards. Her bold laughter and eccentric movements puzzled them. They assumed she had trained too hard, pushing herself to the brink. Still, she awaited Taisen's return with hope. Elsewhere, a man stood alone behind closed doors. With a quiet voice, he urged Taisen to return soon, hinting at a long-held truth that could no longer remain hidden. He looked into the distance, preparing to reveal the true secret of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, something that might change everything. The ship sliced across the calm sea as Bayok Taisen and his group finally began their journey back to Wuhan, the city awaiting their return. Excitement filled the air. The crew gathered near the railing, chatting freely about the smooth ride and upcoming reunion with familiar places and people. Despite the calm, some remained cautious. A man warned his companion about speaking too carelessly in case Master Bayok overheard and changed plans unexpectedly. Curious about their position, Bayok Taisen asked for their current location. The crew member informed him they were passing over Hong Lake. The vast, glimmering lake stretched endlessly around them. They remained just over 100 kilometers before reaching Wuhan. Hearing this, Bayok Taisen gave a subtle smile. The remaining distance seemed to fit perfectly into whatever he had silently planned. With calm certainty, Bayok Taisen declared the next phase, they would abandon the boat and continue by land. The group froze in disbelief. One of them stuttered in confusion, questioning if he truly meant to leave the boat behind. He clarified that walking or swimming was up to them. Though it sounded absurd, he reassured that no one would die, yet made no effort to retract his decision. Standing alone, Bayok Taisen raised his energy. His dark aura flared, and he muttered to himself about adjusting the boat's condition. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike laced with purple energy, sending it crashing directly into the ship's hull. A deafening explosion followed. Wood shattered and water burst skyward as the entire vessel was ripped apart in a violent blast of force. The remains of the ship sank beneath the surface. The passengers were hurled into the lake amid wreckage and crashing waves. One of the women gasped for air as she resurfaced, caught off guard by the sudden destruction and freezing water. Others flailed nearby. One man desperately clung to his ally, begging for help. Panic spread quickly while someone called out trying to locate Master Byok through the chaos. Master Byok Tazin calmly walked across the surface of the lake, leaving behind the sinking wreckage and stunned companions flailing in the water one of his followers. Needle eccentric, looked up in awe, realizing the master had reached a realm of strength. Few could hope to match. Byok glanced back without emotion. He issued a warning: anyone who failed to keep up would face additional training once they returned. Zhang Haoyang clenched his fists and swam forward with frustration. Motivated by both pride and survival, the disciples pushed forward in desperation, determined not to lag behind the walking figure ahead. Byok Tazin continued steadily, unfazed by their struggle. He believed in discipline through adversity, just as he had endured during his own brutal years in the Heavenly Demon's sacred cult. Later that night, the group arrived at the Golden Wall Manor. Inside, Danyang voiced her exhaustion, comparing the day's ordeal to the worst of their past training. Others agreed as they lay sprawled across their rooms, the fatigue from the lake journey still weighing on their limbs and minds. While some quietly passed out from sheer exhaustion, others like Zhang Haoyang gripped their weapons tightly, silently vowing to grow stronger from this hardship. In a private meeting, Byok Tazin asked about the culprits behind the incident with the Thousand Medicine Hall. She explained that at the core of the operation was Bang Duel, a well-known swordsman and captain. Within the Murim Alliance's elite corps, Thao Bang Duel played a role. Soran clarified he wasn't acting alone. The Golden Moon Merchant Guild had long operated in the shadows. Siren had taken countermeasures, starting by shifting the Thousand Medicine Hall's financial burdens to the Hao faction, exposing hidden links in the process. She also guided the Hall to sever ties with the Murim Alliance and considered relocating them to Golden Wall Manor, where safety and independence awaited. Concern arose during the meeting as a man questioned whether Soren would truly be safe from Lady Yan if she moved to the Golden Wall Manor. The topic shifted when Heron's martial growth was mentioned. The speaker hesitated, admitting he had heard unsettling rumors about her strength. He awkwardly confessed it was merely a worried thought. Lady Yan's abilities had reportedly reached a level that made even seasoned fighters nervous. Outside, rhythmic battle cries echoed from the manor's training grounds, where Heron practiced alone with intensity and grace. Master Byok entered quietly and watched her from a distance. Her strikes were fierce, sharp, and executed without hesitation. Her focused training and visible improvement revealed just how diligently she had honed her skills during the group's time in Yichang. Master Byok's eyes widened. In a split moment, he recognized one of Heron's sword movements, shocked by its familiar technique. His thoughts confirmed it. The move was part of the forbidden soul-destroying demonic art once wielded by Sion Haryong, a dangerous technique of the past. Before he could reflect further, Heron noticed his presence. She called out to him in surprise, unaware of the concern brewing in his mind. Master Byok realized that Heron's soul had likely merged with remnants of Sion Haryong's power, altering her technique unconsciously. The resemblance between Heron's movements and the demonic art couldn't be ignored. Feigning calm, Heron welcomed him cheerfully. She assumed he had returned simply to greet her, unaware of his real intentions. Caught off guard, Heron flushed when Byok mentioned she'd be sweating again soon. To her shock, he told her to prepare for more training. Her surprise grew as he clarified that he would personally teach her the soul-destroying demonic sword art. Still holding his sword, Byok's expression turned serious. Heron stared at him, stunned as the gravity of his offer sank in. Master Byok offered a final warning to Heron before beginning her training in the soul-destroying demonic sword art. He made it clear that while powerful, the training was brutal and unforgiving. Though tempted by easier paths, Heron recognized that weaker arts wouldn't offer the same strength. With training underway, Heron pushed herself to her limits. Though already exhausted, she reminded herself that this was only the beginning and she would endure. At Golden Wall Manor, Byok Tae-soo sat in quiet reflection inside his office. His face showed the weight of an important decision. A subordinate addressed him directly, revealing his intention to leave the manor after their recent return from Yichang, a choice Tae-soo had partially expected. In a surprising offer, Tae-soo tried to tempt him with ownership of brothels under the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, referencing old inheritance arrangements. Tae-soo continued, explaining that the properties and money were originally left by their father. Byok Tazin calmly declined the money and assets, suggesting his brother save them for another time when it might be needed more. Tae-soo watched him, frustrated by his younger brother's disinterest in wealth. A servant interrupted, announcing the arrival of the young manor master. The young master, Byok Jae-hyuk, entered with a smile, exchanging greetings with his father and showing familiarity within the family. Jae-hyuk expressed surprise at his uncle Byok Taesin's presence, not expecting him to return so soon. As Tazin entered the room, Jae-hyuk greeted him with courtesy. Tazin responded with restrained warmth. Clearly weary from his recent journey, Jae-yuk's inner thoughts betrayed his polite demeanor. He viewed his uncle as a threat and rival, a constant thorn despite their similar age. Tae-soo gathered both men to announce an important matter. His tone turned serious as the mood in the room shifted to tension. As footsteps approached, anticipation built. All eyes turned toward Tae-soo, waiting to hear the matter that had brought them together. Then Bayok Tae-soo walked toward a hidden shelf in the study, his demeanor heavy with secrecy. Behind the concealed wall, a mysterious energy stirred as he revealed something unknown even to Tazan. A secret tied to the Golden Wall Merchant Guild emerged, releasing a dark force that stunned Tazan. Its presence was unmistakably familiar and ancient. Tazan followed his father into a dimly lit chamber deep beneath the estate. A secret staircase hidden behind the library had led them downward, further than he had ever imagined. Their home extended. Blue torches lined the passage, casting eerie shadows as the two descended in silence. Tazan questioned the nature of this hidden place, overwhelmed by its secrecy and depth. His father, without revealing much, instructed him to wait until they arrived. Meanwhile, Tazan sensed something strange. The energy from the rocks felt familiar, and his instincts recognized the aura of a forbidden technique. The narrow corridor opened to a wide room bathed in golden light. Tazan gasped at the sight of a massive golden wall inscribed with glowing patterns. The overwhelming energy flowing from it left him speechless. Standing before the glowing monument, his father revealed its identity. The wall marked the true origin of their Golden Wall Merchant Guild, unknown to most within the clan. Only the direct bloodline was permitted to know of the wall's existence. According to legend, one day a destined guest would seek the wall. The identity of the guest would be revealed through a specific symbol engraved upon the wall, one known to the ancestors as belonging to the mystical heaven. To Tazan's shock, the symbol from the wall began to react. A dark purple energy filled the room, revealing the unmistakable mark of the heavenly demon. Mysterious figures emerged from the aura, their presence unfamiliar yet undeniably connected to the symbol's power. Tazan watched in disbelief as his instincts screamed danger. These people, who exactly were they, and why did the wall respond to them? Elsewhere at the same time, a ritual was being carried out. She calmly counted down, her posture controlled and deliberate. As the countdown continued, a man nearby trembled in fear. The woman's actions were part of something far greater, and it had already begun. A panicked scream echoed as a man witnessed the deadly technique closing in. The woman's sword, wreathed in crackling blue energy, struck with precision. With a swift motion, she sliced downward, channeling her power into the spell formation beneath her feet, stabilizing it with practiced ease. She firmly declared the final count, her blade glowing with concentrated force. Her stance marked the end of the ritual, leaving her opponent trembling in awe and fear. In desperation, the man activated a protective enchantment circle. Magical symbols flared to life, shielding him momentarily. Despite the defense, her power pierced through, sending him flying. His body hit the ground with a harsh thud, the impact draining the last of his resistance. Rising to her feet, the woman acknowledged the man's improved control over enchantments. However, she reminded him, it was still not enough to meet the standard required. Without emotion, she pointed out his weakness. Becoming a master required surpassing the level of illusion demons. He was far from that mark. She warned that if he failed to improve, Master Bayok himself would intervene next time. Her tone left no room for argument. Pushed by fear and urgency, the man quickly bowed and promised to focus harder. The woman walked away, her blade humming with residual energy. In solitude, the man cursed his situation. The Golden Wall Merchant Guild was far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Wondering how powerful Tazan could be, he trembled at the thought. Even the servant woman was already overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible for now, he resolved to survive. He'd obey orders, improve, and one day flee the guild if the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, a woman addressed the group calmly. She had considered relocating the Thousand Medicine Hall to Wuhan after much thought. Her question surprised the others, but one elder responded positively. He praised the decision and welcomed the move. She smiled, reassured by their support. Though worried it would burden them, their encouragement gave her confidence to proceed. A worker admitted he had been exhausted from overwork, but the changes in their operation brought undeniable benefits. Following advice from the Golden Wall Manor, they expanded distribution, and profits surged rapidly. The woman listening reflected on her past conversation with Master Bayok. A realization dawned. Perhaps his words held more meaning than she first thought. That memory led her back to the first night after returning to the manor. She had encountered Master Bayok unexpectedly in the hallway. She greeted him warmly and wondered if he had come to speak to her specifically. His presence stirred hope that he hadn't forgotten her. Yet after that meeting, he never came again. Doubts filled her heart, and she spent many nights wondering if she had been nothing more than a fleeting moment. Back then, Taizin had told her that if they wished to join him, they could come any time. His tone had been calm, offering them freedom without pressure. However, he emphasized one condition: that they must continue training in martial arts and medicine. It was all he asked of them. Confused at first, she now understood. Bursting with renewed determination, she ordered her people to notify the Miram Alliance of their permanent relocation to Wuhan. Her followers immediately responded with energy. The Hall Master's decision was clear, and excitement spread throughout the group. Meanwhile, someone proudly claimed credit for convincing the group. His boast drew a skeptical response from another who reminded him it was all thanks to Master Byok's prior efforts. They also voiced concern about potential retaliation. The Miram Alliance, particularly the Heavenly Sword Corps, would likely not remain silent. A member of the Heavenly Sword Corps ran across the courtyard, urgently reporting the news. He confirmed that the Thousand Medicine Hall had departed during the night without resistance. Despite the suddenness, one thing was clear: they had left behind debts, and consequences from the Alliance were bound to follow. News spread that the Thousand Medicine Hall's debt had been mysteriously paid. The Golden Moon Merchant Guild confirmed it, surprising even the Heavenly Sword Corps. Commander Bang Dulib demanded to know who would dare sponsor them. The answer stunned him: someone from the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. The name revealed was Byok Taizin. Recognition flashed in the commander's eyes as he recalled hearing of the young man in Wuhan. Issuing orders immediately, Bang Dulib commanded the 7th Unit to approach the Thousand Medicine Hall under false pretenses. They were to monitor all activities, investigate any connection with the Golden Wall Guild, and uncover their hidden agenda. The commander swore revenge, determined to expose who Byok Taizin truly was and punish him for interfering. Meanwhile, whispers of the Heavenly Demon's return unsettled the Golden Wall elders. The implications of Taizin's identity were dangerous. A hidden wall meant for the Heavenly Demon had appeared before the very man rumored to be his reincarnation. The stakes were now monumental. Taizin's father urged secrecy, even from his own wife. He warned that if she discovered the truth, everything could be lost. Taizin himself remained silent. The wall's existence confused him, as even in his past life as the Heavenly Demon, he had never seen it. He questioned the purpose of such a wall. As his uncle called to him, he prepared himself for whatever lay ahead, before anyone could stop him. He stepped forward. The ground trembled with his presence as he approached the wall directly. Declaring his intent, Taizin activated his power. Purple energy surged from his hand, aimed at the mysterious wall. The wall cracked violently under the pressure of his aura, golden shards exploding in every direction. As dust settled, Taizin stood amidst the destruction, having shattered the wall's secrets with overwhelming force and undeniable authority. Surrounded by golden debris, Taizin stood calmly where the wall once stood. Dust swirled at his feet, revealing the magnitude of his act. Shock consumed the bystanders. None could understand how he had destroyed a structure believed to be unbreakable. Unfazed, Taizin stated his actions were justified. In his view, even the Heavenly Demon would have approved, and he wasn't expected to return anyway. Disbelief turned to confusion. The clan demanded to know who he thought he was to claim such confidence. Amid the tense silence, Taizin's voice echoed. He revealed himself as the Heavenly Demon without hesitation, as glowing purple energy surrounded him. The truth hit everyone. They stared at him in stunned realization, grasping the weight of his identity. The onlookers stared in disbelief as Taizin, once an unremarkable figure, was suddenly addressed as the Heavenly Demon, a name long thought buried in legend. Shock turned to awe when he casually raised a hand, effortlessly reducing an enormous golden wall to fragments. Witnessing this display of overwhelming power, they questioned whether the man before them was truly Taizin or something else entirely. Calmly, the young man clarified the confusion, revealing that he was no longer just the Heavenly Demon nor merely Byok Taizin, but a fusion of both souls. After his life as the Heavenly Demon ended, his consciousness awakened within Byok Taizin's body. Initially believing he had possessed another, he soon realized the truth. The two beings had merged, creating a new existence altogether, different from his past self. This blended soul allowed him to perceive emotions and thoughts he had never grasped before as the Heavenly Demon, forging unfamiliar connections. Longing for belonging, his first desire upon awakening wasn't conquest or solitude. It was to reunite with the people tied to Byok Taizin's memories. Those who stood near him struggled to accept the truth. Before them stood both the dreaded Heavenly Demon and the gentle Byok Taizin in one form. Elsewhere, a convoy traveled across vast terrain under Chosarin's orders. The chief of the Thousand Medicine Hall expressed gratitude for the strong protection provided by the Miram Alliance, noting the unexpected support. Heavenly Sword Corps' 7th Squad leader casually acknowledged their bond. One member pointed to a separate group within the convoy, revealing they were wanderers assigned by the Hall Master as guards, not official alliance members. Though the squad leader smiled, suspicion grew silently. Seren's actions hinted at a deeper motive, possibly cutting ties with the alliance altogether. Uncertainty loomed over the masked strangers walking beside them. If even one turned hostile, the consequences could be fatal. From deep within the forest, masked riders charged out with deadly speed. Their sudden ambush aimed directly at the Thousand Medicine Hall's convoy. Armed and fierce, the raiders closed in on horseback, weapons drawn, intent on seizing the rare medicinal ingredients stored in the carriages. The guards accompanying the convoy reacted with panic as the attackers approached, realizing the bandits were not common thieves but organized and well-equipped. Blades clashed violently as the convoy's defenders engaged the masked assailants, steel ringing out with every strike in the chaotic skirmish. Among the defenders, a few stood out. Miram Alliance warriors swiftly deflected attacks and cut through enemies with practiced precision. A seasoned warrior observed the battlefield with narrowed eyes, certain the distraction created was more than sufficient for their hidden objective. Leaping into action, members of Squad 7 rode forward to intercept the attackers, assuring Chief Manager No Jogang they would handle the threat. With firm orders shouted, the squad scattered and surrounded the enemy. Squad 7 gave chase, determined not to let any bandits escape. Back at the convoy, merchants speculated on the intensity of the chase, uncertain why the Alliance warriors were pursuing so aggressively. Meanwhile, the fleeing bandits came to a sudden halt as another group blocked their path, revealed to be agents from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. The ambush had gone exactly as planned, with the Merchant Guild now stepping in to take control of the situation from the front line. Squad leader Jinhak dismissed praise casually, though suspicions lingered about the unusual strength and coordination of the hired vagabonds from the Thousand Medicine Hall. He guessed the Hall's master may have orchestrated the entire conflict to distract attention from something deeper, while shifting blame to others. As the Alliance troops turned back, the merchant leader revealed his true intent, vowing revenge on the Hall that dared to deceive and betray their trust. One of the captured assailants begged for mercy, but the interrogators showed no hesitation, ruthlessly disabling him to prevent any escape. While his comrades were slaughtered without remorse, one was left barely alive, crippled. Nearby, a bystander trembled in horror, realizing that those executing the interrogation weren't ordinary warriors, they were something far more terrifying. A different group arrived late to the scene, met by corpses and the grim aftermath, their expressions stiff as they took in the destruction. Mocking the delay, one of the waiting warriors jeered at their timing, noting the enemy had already been wiped out and nothing remained to clean up. Though no words followed, the man at the center of the delayed group silently stared ahead, realizing that the battle had moved faster than expected. Elsewhere in the Golden Wall Manor, shock gripped a young man named Jaeyuk. As he pieced together the truth his uncle was the heavenly demon, dread settled in as he realized what that meant for their merchant guild's future, unable to decide how to act with such a revelation. His mother, Che Mariong, asked about his troubled face, unaware of the weight her son now carried or the storm forming in their household. Mariong calmly assured her son she would handle everything, even if it meant eliminating someone dangerous before it was too late. As she plotted her next move, Jaeyuk's mind raced in panic, shocked to realize she was targeting the heavenly demon for assassination. Unseen, the heavenly demon now inhabiting Tazin watched in silence. Jaeyuk suddenly exploded in desperation, forbidding his mother from going near his uncle and pleading for her to stand down immediately. Driven by instinct, he realized that the greatest threat to their fragile peace wasn't the heavenly demon, it was his mother's ambition. Shocked by his outburst, Miriong relented, confused by his sudden change. Inside Bayok Tazin's office, a heavy silence lingered as the heavenly demon now merged with Tazin met with a close companion who hesitated to speak. The warrior struggled to reconcile the man before him with the friend he once knew, unsure if memories and emotions had survived the soul fusion. Tazin explained that while many details remained unclear, fragments of feelings and shared moments with his former self still lingered in his heart. He recalled the way Bayok Tazin once looked at this friend, gentle and filled with loyalty, and admitted those emotions hadn't faded. Likewise, the companion remembered how deeply he had respected and trusted Bayok Tazin, unsure whether to feel relief or grief over his rebirth. Eventually, the man smiled faintly, accepting that despite the change, the bond they once shared still existed in this new version of Tazin. With a warm tone, the friend declared that having his little brother alive and stronger than ever was enough reason to feel thankful. Noticing Tyson's growth, he praised the martial art he'd passed down and expressed hope it would keep him safe from harm. Tyson then revealed the technique's dark origin of blood, absorbing demonic art, though he had altered it to draw from medicinal elixirs instead of blood. Though the art's effects could make one's personality unstable, Tazin assured him it would only be used in dire emergencies. Hearing this, The man nodded with understanding, finally recognizing the maturity growing in the man he once guided. In that quiet space, a rare warmth filled the room, a moment of peace between two men touched by fate, wondering if this, at last, was what family felt like. The following day, in bustling Wuhan, carriages from the Thousand Medicine Hall arrived, drawing attention across the market square. From the crowd emerged Chosarin, calling out brightly to Chief Manager No, waving with cheerful energy that lit up the street. No Jogang blushed in surprise, caught off guard by her presence and instinctively reverting to calling her Miss instead of Hallmaster. Chief Manager No arrived at a large estate and was warmly greeted, with concerns raised about the recent bandit attack on their convoy. He assured everyone that the vagabonds under his care had handled the assault, though curiosity sparked about how they had acquired such a grand manner. Before any more could be said, attention shifted as Tazan approached the gathering, and with him, a hidden presence was quietly noticed, surprised. The group questioned what Tazan meant by a tail, but he remained calm as his gaze fell upon one of the travelers. That man quickly dropped to his knees in panic, confessing he'd lost track of others. He was meant to observe during the journey, witnessing the man's fearful submission left onlookers stunned, unable to understand why such violent men now cowered before Tazan's mere presence. Orders were quietly given to monitor the man, using it as a test to assess his identity under the guise of training. Realization struck the crowd when Tazan was introduced formally as the master of the Thousand Medicine Hall, causing a shift in atmosphere. From that moment, the Thousand Medicine Hall officially aligned itself with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. A servant inside the estate reacts in shock after overhearing that someone is being followed, his widened eye revealing sudden fear and confusion at the unexpected development. Beyond the main gate, several guards escort a restrained man through the entrance, unaware that their movements are being carefully observed from a short distance. Nearby, an older attendant tied with rope subtly tests the loosened knots around his wrists, while the surrounding commotion distracts everyone from his quiet preparation, taking advantage of the lack of attention. The attendant slips free and crouches beside a wooden cart. He moves cautiously along the cart's shadow, believing the open courtyard and crowd will conceal his retreat from the estate grounds. Among the onlookers stands Bayok Tayson, the black-haired young master, lowering his gaze slightly as he senses the suspicious movement without alerting others. The attendant suddenly breaks into a run, desperation overtaking caution as he attempts to flee before anyone notices his absence. Without raising his voice or stepping forward, Bayok Tayson releases a surge of violet energy that forms behind the fleeing man like a controlled wave. That force strikes instantly, lifting the attendant from the ground and slamming him down with crushing impact, blood scattering across the courtyard stones. Dust rises as the fallen man lies motionless, while stunned guards stare at the scene. Bayok Tayson steps forward calmly, his glowing eyes reflecting restrained strength and absolute authority over the estate grounds. Cold realization spreads among the guards as they understand that the failed escape has exposed their incompetence before their master. Overcome with terror, the injured attendant forces himself upright and bows deeply despite his wounds, acknowledging Bayok Tayson's undeniable dominance. The estate officials observe in silence, their expressions shifting from confusion to reluctant acceptance of Bayok Tayson's control. Whispers circulate among the staff as they recognize that from this moment forward, Bayok Tayson will command not only discipline but the entire Thousand Medicine Hall. Two attendants praise Bayok Tayson openly, expressing admiration for serving beneath him while observing his calm expression from a short distance. A nearby steward reacts with disbelief, struggling to reconcile the image of a frail young noble with the overwhelming authority recently displayed. Standing alone, Bayok Tayson remains composed, his quiet gaze suggesting that his current appearance conceals abilities far beyond common expectation. Night settles over the manor as a formal report is delivered, confirming that the interrogation of the captured infiltrators has concluded swiftly. Details emerge revealing that the fleeing man was affiliated with the Golden Moon Merchant Guild and had disguised himself to infiltrate the Thousand Medicine Hall. Further testimony exposes connections to forces linked with the Muram Alliance, indicating coordinated interference rather than an isolated attempt. Additional investigation confirms that one operative had been raised as a private soldier under the Muram Alliance's supervision. His superior is identified as Yo Changgang, the vice commander of the Heavenly Sword Corps, revealing involvement from a powerful martial faction. Evidence also shows that several private troops had already been stationed near the Golden Wall Manor, suggesting preparations for sustained pressure. After reviewing the information, Bayok Tayson concludes that the Muram Alliance and Golden Moon Merchant Guild share a common grudge against both major institutions. He determines that reclaiming control over the Thousand Medicine Hall is likely their primary objective should an opportunity arise. Rather than reacting defensively, he decides to confront the threat directly and dismantle every faction involved without hesitation. By early morning, activity increases around the estate as personnel prepare to relocate key assets under new directives. Workers carry equipment while attendants await instructions, uncertain about the sudden strategic movement ordered by their master. Among them, Cho Soren observes quietly, aware that Byok Taesin's next move will determine the balance between the Thousand Medicine Hall and its enemies. Yo Changgang watches from the shadows, his expression revealing arrogance as he reflects on his interest in Cho Soren and the authority he holds within the Heavenly Sword Corps. Despite his confidence, unease lingers in his thoughts as he recalls suspicious movements surrounding the Thousand Medicine Hall and the 7th Unit. Determined to verify matters personally, he orders closer surveillance, unwilling to trust incomplete reports from subordinates. Surveying the city streets, Yo Changgang realizes that the spies he planted have disappeared without explanation. Anger surges through him as he activates a signal flare infused with martial energy, commanding his hidden forces to gather immediately. The blazing signal arcs across the rooftops, spreading his summons while he prepares to discipline those he deems incompetent. Inside a dim structure, Yo Changgang steps forward with sword drawn, alerted by an unexpected presence blocking his path. A lone figure confronts him calmly, revealing awareness of the signal and implying deliberate interference. Recognizing the challenge, Yo Changgang tightens his grip on the blade, intrigued that someone answered his call instead of his men. Without further hesitation, both men launch forward, their swords colliding with explosive force that shakes the building's interior. Yo Changgang attempts to overpower his opponent through sheer strength. Asserting the reputation of a vice corps commander, the exchange intensifies rapidly, steel flashing as the duel spills outward toward the rooftop under the night sky. Amid the clash, his opponent counters decisively, striking past Yo Changgang's guard with precise and controlled movements. Shock overtakes him as internal force disrupts his balance, exposing the gap between his confidence and his actual standing. Before losing consciousness, he is warned that challenging Master Byok Taesin carelessly would result in certain death, leaving him defeated on the ground. Yo Changgang regains consciousness with a sharp headache, finding himself restrained to a chair inside a dim stone chamber. Confusion spreads across his face as he scans the unfamiliar surroundings, realizing he has been captured and moved without his awareness. Figures step forward from the shadows, revealing themselves as his own private soldiers, now imprisoned and watching him with uneasy expressions. Shock overtakes him as he understands that every soldier he stationed nearby has already been eliminated or detained. A door slides open, allowing warm light to enter the dark room and signaling the arrival of someone in control. Cho Soren walks in calmly, her composed gaze contrasting sharply with the vice commander's restrained and vulnerable state. Despite his situation, Yo Changgang raises his voice angrily, attempting to reassert his identity and authority. The guards surrounding him remain unmoved, reminding him that his rank within the Murim Alliance offers no protection here. Cho Soren informs him that no one within the Heavenly Sword Corps is aware of his visit, isolating him completely. Elsewhere that night, Byok Taesin stands within the manor grounds, overseeing the aftermath of recent events in silence. Before him lies a broken wall concealing numerous gold bars, exposing a hidden structure embedded deep inside the estate. He explains that the wall concealed a deliberately carved formation, not mere wealth, suggesting a larger scheme at work. Examining the engraved patterns on the gold, his subordinate recognizes traces of energy linked to a forbidden cult. Byok Taesin confirms that the markings relate to something left behind by a previous generation's heavenly demon. With calm authority, he orders a full analysis of the carvings, urging swift action as he refuses to tolerate further delay. Byok Taesin leaves the interpretation of the engraved gold fragment to Sung Dohung, then sits cross-legged before the shard, studying its dense carvings in silence. Doubt arises as he considers why a previous heavenly demon would hide such an object inside a wall, rather than preserve it openly. After a brief reflection, he concludes that the fragment was likely meant to display flawed enlightenment, revealing both ambition and imperfection. Lifting the gold piece with controlled energy, Byok Taesin observes how it responds smoothly to demonic chi without resistance. He analyzes the material itself, recognizing that gold serves as an ideal vessel for stabilizing unstable techniques. Memories of his own death caused by incomplete mastery confirm his belief that the former demon attempted to compensate for shortcomings through craftsmanship. Careful inspection shows that although the engraving achieved partial success, its structure remained inefficient and overly rigid. Recalling his past failure, Byok Taesin understands the risks of relying on flawed augmentation methods without refinement. An idea forms as he considers merging the fragment's preserved properties with his current understanding of the soul, augmenting demonic art channeling controlled energy into the shard. He begins reshaping its internal flow rather than merely activating the existing pattern. Power circulates through the manor as the gold liquefies and reforms. Adapting to his superior technique, watching the transformed material hover before him, Bioktazin recognizes the opportunity to create a far more stable and formidable enhancement. Bioktazin melts rare metal infused with lingering power, drawing demonic art into it to amplify its properties and force a controlled resonance. As the energy surges, golden currents spiral around his hands, yet he realizes the unstable force cannot remain contained for long. Considering the imbalance, he reshapes the flowing aura according to soul, augmenting principles, altering the structure so the resonance stabilizes instead of collapsing. Refined energy coils around his forearms, forming solid golden bracers as he calmly observes the transformation taking precise shape. Satisfaction crosses his face when the structure holds, confirming the demonic art has fused seamlessly with the forged metal. A sudden burst of light erupts from the courtyard, drawing the attention of household members startled by the intense radiance. Servants and retainers gather below the stairs, staring upward, as Bioktazin steps out with composed confidence. Questions arise at the sight of the gleaming bracers wrapped tightly around his forearms, their surface engraved with intricate patterns. Without hesitation, he states he crafted the item personally, presenting it not as decoration but as deliberate creation. Standing in the courtyard, Bioktazin lifts his arms slightly, allowing the sunlight to reflect off the polished golden surface. A senior retainer studies the bracer carefully, sensing density and balance that suggest practical combat application. With a faint smile, Bioktazin confirms the object's true purpose, implying it was designed for battle rather than ornament. The onlookers exchange uneasy glances, struggling to understand how such an accessory could function effectively as a weapon. Observing the heavy clouds above and recalling the herbs laid out to dry, they worry about potential rainfall disrupting their work. Raising both arms toward the sky, Bioktazin channels energy through the bracers, preparing to demonstrate their power under the gathering clouds. A surge of violet energy erupts from Bioktazin's raised arms, piercing the clouds as the bracers channel soul, augmenting power into a single vertical beam. The column of light expands through the sky, tearing apart the dark cloud layer and forming a massive circular gap above the estate. Radiance floods the courtyard as the destructive light stabilizes, leaving a clear opening where the storm had gathered moments earlier. Sunlight pours down through the parted heavens while fading traces of purple energy drift from his outstretched hands. Servants stare upward in disbelief, recognizing that the phenomenon exceeds ordinary martial skill and borders on transcendent ability. Lowering his arms calmly, Bioktazin regards the dispersing clouds as proof that the bracers function exactly as intended. With composed authority, he issues instructions for physicians from the medicine hall to report to his quarters later that night. Confusion spreads among the attendants, their expressions tightening as they attempt to interpret his unusual request. Ignoring their unease, he turns away and announces he will visit the White Flower House before sunset, walking across the courtyard with hands clasped behind his back. Bioktazin leaves the shaken retainers whispering about his growing strength. Anxiety lingers among them as they recall the overwhelming pressure released during the earlier display. Speculation arises regarding how powerful their young master may become if his abilities continue advancing at such speed. At the White Flower House, an elegant pavilion rises prominently over the district, marking a place where influential figures quietly gather. Inside a private chamber, an older woman respectfully briefs Bioktazin about increasing movements from the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance. She explains that a unit leader connected to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild remains under watch by the Heavenly Sword Corps, signaling deeper political tension. Inside the White Flower House, the matriarch informs Bioktazin that although recent movements were delayed, opposing factions will soon attempt another scheme. She explains that both the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance are being closely monitored, yet subtle connections suggest hidden forces guiding events. Based on intelligence from the unknowns, she reveals that the Golden Wall Merchant Guild has recently become a direct target. A brief silence follows as Bioktazin processes the implication, recognizing that the long, quiet enemy has finally begun moving openly. The name Hyokrion Bigwang surfaces in his thoughts, tied to ambitions that extend beyond simple guild disputes. Rather than intervening immediately, he decides the situation should unfold further, choosing observation over premature action. With calm certainty, Bioktazin states that those advancing recklessly need not be stopped if they seek destruction themselves. Elsewhere in a dim alley of Wuhan, several figures are hurled violently across the stone ground during a sudden ambush. The attackers mock the fallen members of the Miram Alliance, recalling how other guilds that sided with the Black Alliance disappeared. Bodies lie scattered as the aggressors question whether the victims understand the fate of those previous allies. Fear spreads among the injured men when they are told those groups may have already been reduced to half Jiangxi, surrounded and humiliated. One trembling survivor demands to know the identity of the force crushing them. An older, composed figure stands at the center of the alley, observing the scene with detached amusement. He remarks that opponents always repeat the same desperate questions when confronted by overwhelming strength. Under the fading evening light, the message becomes clear that a calculated purge is underway, signaling the beginning of open conflict in Wuhan. Across Wuhan, members of the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance begin vanishing one after another, stirring outrage within both factions. Leaders from each side publicly condemn the disappearances, vowing to investigate every corner of the city and recover those taken. As tension spreads, the unrest gradually reaches Bayok Tazin, who had only intended to remain uninvolved. At the Golden Wall Manor, Bayok Tazin walks through the quiet halls at night, his expression calm despite the growing turmoil. A guard hesitates before asking about his late outing, suggesting additional escorts for safety. Before he responds, a young woman steps forward and offers to accompany him personally. Bayok Tazin studies her briefly, noting that her internal energy has stabilized significantly in a short time. After a moment of consideration, he agrees and instructs her to follow without further delay. Curiosity fills her expression when he reveals their destination is a simple inn within the city. The pair arrives at a modest building on the outskirts, its exterior plain and unusually lacking a proper entrance door. Inside, dim lantern light reveals an elderly innkeeper seated calmly across from a lone patron at a wooden table. The atmosphere feels controlled and deliberate, as though the humble establishment conceals deeper intentions. A clay bottle is set down with deliberate force, startling the young woman as she surveys the unfamiliar surroundings. The innkeeper greets them with a measured smile, his tone courteous yet layered with subtle scrutiny. Under the warm glow of lantern light, Bayok Tazin takes his seat without hesitation, aware that this quiet visit marks the beginning of another calculated move. Inside the quiet inn, Bayok Tazin notices his companion's discomfort with the empty interior and worn wooden walls. Sensing her unease, he places his hand on the table and releases a surge of controlled purple energy through his bracer. The force shatters nearby furniture and cracks the floor, deliberately disrupting the calm atmosphere of the establishment. Startled by the explosion, the innkeeper and the young woman react in shock as fragments scatter across the room. Turning toward the entrance, Bayok Tazin calmly states that since his betrothed dislikes the inn, its owner should present himself immediately. The innkeeper protests loudly, accusing him of causing destruction without reason and questioning his conduct. Without responding to the complaints, Bayok Tazin steps forward across the broken planks and debris. He stops before the innkeeper, who attempts to assert authority despite the visible damage surrounding them. Purple light gathers around Bayok Tazin's eyes as he drops the pretense, revealing that he already understands the true identity hidden behind the SA fade. An elderly village chief looks down with cold authority, deciding that persuasion will not silence the arrogant young outsider who disrupted the gathering. Heavy footsteps pound across the ground as armed men rush through the night, responding to the chief's order with disciplined aggression. A growing crowd surrounds a wooden compound, villagers and fighters forming a tight wall, while several rough-looking men grin, eager for confrontation. From above, the village appears completely encircled, rooftops swallowed by a sea of bodies gathering under dim lantern light. Inside the courtyard, the seated black-haired young man, Bayok Tazin, remains calm, while the chief confirms that nearly everyone has assembled. Stepping forward, the chief demands clarification about Tazin's earlier bold claim, asserting control as armed men line up behind him. Tazin studies the situation quietly, noting the excessive show of force brought to intimidate a single table of guests. Without raising his voice, he pressures the chief to acknowledge his identity, exposing the deliberate attempt to belittle him. Recognition follows as the chief identifies Tazin and the young lady beside him. Yet suspicion lingers among the watching villagers. Confidence flashes across Tazin's face when the chief implies he must possess rare elixirs or stolen half-Jiangshi energy. The accusation spreads through the crowd, transforming doubt into hostility as whispers question his martial capability. With torches lifted behind him, the chief suggests that proof of strength would settle everything, tightening the atmosphere. A faint green mist suddenly drifts through the courtyard, seeping into the air around Tazin and his companion. Observing calmly, Tazin identifies the substance as an energy, dissipating poison meant to suppress internal power temporarily. Rather than retreat, he remains composed, prepared to confront the entire assembly, even with his inner energy restricted. Yan Haran of the Yan Manor steps forward with fearless composure, declaring that even without inner energy, ordinary fighters would never overcome her. Before the encircling men can react, she launches into motion, her blade carving precise arcs as several attackers collapse under swift, decisive strikes. Momentum builds around her as bodies fall in succession, proving that refined martial mastery differs entirely from relying on borrowed internal force. A hardened fighter attempts a desperate counterattack, yet Heron pivots smoothly and slices across his guard, scattering blood into the night air. Surrounded on all sides, she spins through the tightening formation, cutting multiple opponents in a continuous sweeping motion. Shock spreads through the remaining crowd as they realize two opponents are overwhelming superior numbers without hesitation. Leaning against a wooden pillar, Byeok-taesan observes calmly, acknowledging that Heron's training has sharpened significantly since their last encounter. An enraged villager lunges toward him, frustrated by Taesan's indifference amid the chaos. With minimal movement, Taesan releases a concentrated burst of force that sends several attackers flying backward across the courtyard. Heron descends from above with another crushing strike, scattering men beneath her as blood stains the ground. The village chief stares in disbelief, unable to understand how they still fight effectively despite the earlier poison. Confusion deepens when Taesan questions whether the villagers consume some kind of strengthening medicine. Several fighters hurriedly swallow small pills, their faces contorting as unnatural energy begins swelling inside their bodies. Veins bulge and eyes glow as the drug amplifies their strength, replacing fear with reckless aggression. Unfazed, Byeok-taesan recognizes the blood, boosting pills, and remarks that if the surge proves unbearable, he can provide assistance at any time. Yeon Heron drives her blade forward without hesitation, cutting through another attacker as blood splashes across her clothes and the wooden floor beneath her feet. Instead of slowing down, she challenges the remaining fighters with fierce eyes pressing into their formation, as if daring them to continue. Cries of pain echo through the courtyard while several men collapse in quick succession, unable to withstand her relentless assault. The village chief watches in disbelief, breathing heavily, as the last of his men fall one after another around her. Standing atop a pile of defeated bodies, Heron surveys the silent courtyard, her figure framed by moonlight pouring through the open gate. Acknowledging her effort, Byeok-taesan calmly remarks that real combat experience without relying on inner energy is rare and valuable. Heron turns slightly, seeking confirmation in his composed expression while blood stains her cheek and sleeves. Encouraged by his approval, she gathers her courage and boldly proposes spending the night together as proof of her confidence. Taesan responds with a faint smile, implying that such closeness would not disadvantage her any more than it would him. Leaving the corpses behind, the two walk side by side across the empty courtyard, deciding to send word to the Hao faction members. Elsewhere, inside the brightly lit White Flower House, laughter and drunken boasting fill the air as patrons enjoy their evening. The mood shatters when Heron, still drenched in blood, steps into the hall with cold intensity radiating from her presence. Terrified customers recoil at the sight, some collapsing in panic while others mistake her for a vengeful spirit. Taesan follows quietly, noting that she ignored his earlier advice and entered first despite her condition. Assessing her calmly, he clarifies that the blood covering her is not her own and orders attendants to wash her properly. Inside the White Flower House, attendants rush to support Yeon Heron while warning others not to stain their clothes with the blood covering her body. Byeok-taesan calmly explains that he visited the back alley where the Blood Axe sect once operated, drawing startled reactions from the staff. When asked who eliminated them, he states plainly that Yeon Heron handled it herself and orders the Hao faction to check for survivors. Servants whisper in awe, realizing that beneath her elegant appearance hides terrifying skill capable of wiping out an entire group. Taesan reflects that the enemies seem connected to multiple hidden factions, not merely a single wandering band. He concludes that the Black Alliance and Muram Alliance will soon investigate thoroughly, prompting immediate obedience from those present. Later, an older woman offers Taesan a room for the night, concerned about the late hour and recent violence. Rejecting rest, he instructs that once Heron finishes bathing, she should be brought to him because they still share unfinished matters. Overhearing this, Heron's thoughts race as she misinterprets his intention, anticipation rising in her bright eyes. In a steamy bath chamber, Heron washes away the thick layers of blood, fatigue surfacing after prolonged use of external techniques. Alone in the warm water, she admits that fighting without inner energy strained her body more than expected. Despite exhaustion, excitement grows as she remembers how long it has been since she spent private time with Taesan. Imagining his presence, she blushes faintly, recalling the intensity of their earlier moments together. Her expectations deepen, convinced that tonight will not end with simple praise for her performance. With renewed determination, Yeon Heron rises from the bath, resolved to make herself impossible for any man, including Byeok-taesan, to ignore. Yeon Heron steadies herself in the bath, declaring inwardly that for now she stands not as a faction leader but as the proud master of the White Flower House. Confusion briefly crosses her face as sudden urgency erupts outside, interrupting her rising confidence and forcing her attention back to reality. Attendants rush in panic, pulling her from the water despite her protests, insisting that immediate matters require her presence without delay. Moments later, Harun approaches Byeok-taesun with lingering hesitation, her earlier boldness replaced by cautious anticipation. Composure returns as she presents herself confidently, intent on claiming acknowledgement for her achievements that night. Observing silently, Taesun studies her calm expression, aware that her expectations now extend far beyond simple praise. Byeok-taesun, the black-haired young master, watches calmly as the woman kneels before him, her obedience masking careful preparation for a planned seduction. Under dim lantern light, she accepts his authority without resistance, positioning herself as instructed while concealing the technique she intends to perform. Confidence fills the room as she silently thanks the White Flower House master in her thoughts, believing the secret art she learned will surely succeed tonight. Raising one arm gracefully, she channels a crimson aura around her fingers, initiating the dance of temptation's first form with deliberate precision. Energy coils around her body as controlled movements intensify, transforming the chamber into a stage for her disciplined and calculated performance. With a final spin, she releases the accumulated force forward, expecting the technique to overwhelm Byeok-taesun's senses completely. Instead of faltering, Byeok-taesun stands unmoved, observing her display with measured interest rather than desire or distraction. Closing the distance in a single step, he presses her back firmly against the wall, reversing the dynamic she worked to establish. Leaning closer, he evaluates her readiness with a faint smile, maintaining full control of the situation without revealing any agitation. Morning sunlight breaks through the window as she jolts awake in confusion, recalling another failed attempt at executing her technique. Embarrassment spreads across her face when she realizes exhaustion overcame her before she could advance beyond the opening form. Seated beside her, Byeok-taesun remarks casually that she fell asleep once more, leaving him untouched by her efforts. Outside, the grand building stands under clear skies, marking the passage of yet another unsuccessful night within its walls. Gently patting her head, Byeok-taesun acknowledges her frustration while remaining unaffected by repeated attempts to sway him. With composed assurance, he invites her to return whenever she feels prepared again, confident that her techniques cannot disturb his steady mind. The young woman reacts with surprise as Byeok-taesun gently pats her head, his calm demeanor contrasting her lingering embarrassment and uncertainty. Turning away without hesitation, Byeok-taesun issues a clear instruction for her to return to the Golden Wall Manor, signaling a shift from personal testing to larger matters. Left alone, she reflects on the previous night's outcome, realizing that staying beside him brought unexpected results and strengthens her resolve to improve. Inside the White Flower House master's office, tension builds as attendants struggle under the weight of numerous tasks and gathered intelligence. Reports from interrogations and ongoing investigations pile up, indicating that the situation surrounding their enemies is becoming increasingly urgent and complex. Byeok-taesun arrives quietly, immediately drawing attention as his presence interrupts the chaotic atmosphere within the room. Observing the exhausted worker, Byeok-taesun notes her condition while maintaining a composed expression, recognizing the strain caused by continuous duties. As she attempts to respond, her strength falters and her body collapses forward, unable to sustain her effort any longer. Without hesitation, Byeok-taesun catches her and lifts her effortlessly, prioritizing her condition over the incomplete report she intended to deliver. Carrying her through the hall, Byeok-taesun announces that she will temporarily take charge of the establishment, indicating a calculated delegation of authority. Another attendant acknowledges his decision while observing his composed control, recognizing the shift in leadership responsibilities. The woman in his arms remains unconscious as he proceeds, her exhaustion highlighting the intense demands placed upon the organization. Raising his hand, Byeok-taesun channels a surge of dark energy, directing it into the weakened woman to stabilize her condition. The power flows through her body in controlled waves, restoring her strength while demonstrating his overwhelming mastery of internal energy. Standing beneath the sky, Byeok-taesun releases the remaining energy outward, his calm expression unchanged as the surroundings tremble under his restrained power. The silver-haired woman steadies herself as the lingering energy settles within her body, astonished by the strength now circulating through her meridians. Realization dawns gradually, and she concludes that Byeok-taesun's intervention has completely restored her vitality beyond its previous limits. Another attendant formally acknowledges the new faction leader, understanding that his rise will inevitably reshape the balance among the women serving under him. Under the bright sun, the silver-haired woman laughs freely, her renewed condition filling her with confidence as preparations for a meeting begin. Beyond the main building, a separate group quietly confirms Byeok-taesun's absence, interpreting the situation as an opportunity to act. With weapons drawn and momentum building, the intruders charge toward the White Flower House, intent on creating chaos before resistance gathers. Hearing the commotion, Bayok-Tazin pauses mid-step, sensing hostile intent approaching the manor's perimeter. Armed attackers rush through the gates, shouting threats as they attempt to overwhelm the defenders with sheer aggression. In a single decisive motion, Bayok-Tazin counters, striking down a charging enemy and demonstrating the lethal gap between them. A surviving guard urgently reports that numerous enemies have stormed the White Flower House, outnumbering the two house masters stationed inside. Anger flickers across Bayok-Tazin's eyes as he recognizes the insult carried by such a reckless assault. Identifying the situation as a deliberate ambush, he prepares to respond personally rather than rely solely on subordinates. Within the courtyard, defenders clash violently with intruders, steel colliding as commands echo through the chaos. Despite being a courtesan house, the establishment fields disciplined fighters who push back fiercely to protect their master. Above the turmoil, attackers shout ruthless orders to slaughter the men and seize the women, unaware that provoking Bayok-Tazin invites consequences far beyond their control. A wave of armed men storms through the halls, shouting threats as they rush the defenders who stand their ground inside the courtesan house. Mocking laughter spreads among the attackers when they realize the resistance is fiercer than expected. Yet they push forward with brute force. Blades flash in tight corridors, and one defender collapses under a heavy strike as the invaders force their way deeper inside. Bodies lie scattered across the wooden floor while the remaining assailants regroup near the staircase, convinced they have secured the lower level. Our rough count of casualties satisfies them, and they begin searching for the housemaster, believing the strongest opponents have already fallen. Confidence swells as they declare the path clear and move upward, unaware that a far greater threat is approaching. Suddenly, several men are hurled aside by unseen force, crashing into walls as crimson arcs streak across the stairway. Panic erupts when they recognize the White Flower House master standing firm, her movements precise and deadly. Confusion spreads among the attackers as they realize the intelligence they relied upon never mentioned her martial prowess. The two women assess the chaos quickly, suspecting the timing of the assault was chosen deliberately. Whispers of doubt emerge among the invaders as they question whether the absence of Bayok-Tazin was part of the enemy's plan. A low, unfamiliar resonance begins vibrating through the air, drawing uneasy glances toward the open sky. Without warning, a colossal pillar of violet energy descends from above, striking the courtyard with overwhelming force. Explosive light engulfs the compound, scattering enemies and tearing through their formation as shockwaves ripple outward. Amid the fading glow, the women stare at the devastation in stunned silence, sensing that only one person could command such terrifying power. A massive surge of violet energy engulfs the White Flower House courtyard, forcing the silver-haired woman to stare upward as shockwaves scatter debris across the compound. From a distance, Bayok-Tazin lowers his hand slightly, assessing the destruction and realizing he deliberately restrained the blast to leave several enemies alive. Dark power gathers around his eyes as anger settles in, signaling that the assault has provoked a response far beyond measured restraint. Inside the royal court, Roman accepted the king's decision to begin open-ranking battles across Cairo Kingdom. Officials explained challengers could fight endlessly, replacing higher-ranked warriors after proving victory through direct combat and endurance. Understanding those rules, Roman chose to enter the ranking battles, determined to demonstrate his strength before the entire kingdom. Several nobles observed Roman's decision with surprise, recognizing his confidence after defeating Hector during the recent war. Experienced commanders approved his request, believing no one should prevent Roman from proving his true ability through fair competition. Meanwhile, Roman declared he would decide his future only after finishing every ranking battle and measuring his limits. Later, an elderly noble calmly poured wine while reflecting on Roman's unexpected rise following the battlefield victory against Hector. Remembering earlier decisions, the old man realized sending Roman to the southern front had completely changed his destiny. Across the table, Roman accepted the drink while quietly considering how every hardship had shaped his current achievements. Instead of celebrating, Roman described the war as valuable experience because stronger opponents still existed beyond Cairo Kingdom. Hearing that conviction, the elderly noble listened carefully as Roman revealed his intention to challenge the open-ranking battles. Confident in his growth, Roman explained he wanted to test his current strength against every powerful knight within Cairo. After reaching the highest position, Roman planned to search beyond the kingdom for even greater warriors awaiting future battles. Unlike his previous role, he intended to stop serving merely as another person's weapon and forge his own path. With firm resolve, Roman prepared to become an independent force, whose name would influence the kingdom through unmatched achievements. Hearing Roman's ambition, the elderly noble admitted he once dreamed of becoming the strongest before accepting reality's limits. Recalling powerful warriors from his youth, he explained those encounters convinced him to treasure his peaceful life instead. After a brief pause, the noble revealed he had a daughter and devoted himself entirely to raising her alone. Unexpectedly, he proposed introducing his daughter to Roman, leaving the young warrior visibly surprised by the sudden suggestion. Rather than forcing marriage, the noble explained Roman's recent actions reminded him of extraordinary heroes from earlier generations. Although Roman lacked their natural gifts, the noble believed his determination deserved recognition beyond ordinary expectations. Confident in Roman's character, the noble promised only to arrange a meeting instead of deciding their future immediately. Furthermore, he asked Roman to accept his proposal only after both young people sincerely understood each other. Before ending the subject, the noble urged Roman to remember those words while considering every decision ahead. Smiling with confidence, the noble revealed he had quietly supported Roman from both the past and present, whenever Roman wished to stand beside him. Every resource within the Cairo kingdom would become available without hesitation. Finally, he declared Roman possessed overwhelming value, describing him as someone capable of changing the kingdom's balance of power. Elsewhere, the kingdom's four greatest powers each developed strong ambitions to recruit Roman into their own influence. Soon afterward, Count Gregory and Count Denver presented remarkable offers, hoping to secure Roman before their rivals succeeded. Nevertheless, Roman, who carried the identity of the heavenly demon Baek Jong-yuk, refused serving beneath anyone's command. Late that night, Roman returned safely to the Dmitri estate where his loyal servant rushed outside with overwhelming relief. Without caring about appearances, the elderly servant carefully checked Roman for injuries after hearing frightening news from the southern front. Seeing Roman unharmed eased his worries, while Roman calmly reassured him before ending the emotional reunion with quiet confidence. A few peaceful days later, Roman relaxed with tea as the servant hesitated before asking an unexpected personal favor. Gathering his courage, the servant respectfully requested that Roman meet young Master Loren because the situation seemed increasingly serious. After receiving permission, he immediately headed toward the capital mansion, hoping to understand Loren's hidden troubles before matters worsened. Arriving at the mansion, the servant met Loren, whom he had raised alongside Roman since both were young children. Observing Loren's uneasy expression, he sensed deep concerns and politely encouraged him to speak without holding anything back. Instead of avoiding the subject, Loren asked whether something important had happened to Roman during his recent absence from home. Patiently, the servant explained every rumor spreading through the capital, including Roman's victory over Hector and remarkable battlefield achievements. He confirmed the broken engagement, the conflict with the Barco family, and Roman's decisive role in protecting the southern front. Listening to every detail, Loren realized those unbelievable stories were genuine events rather than exaggerated rumors shared throughout the kingdom. Remembering Roman's transformation, the servant believed his changed behavior had brought unexpected happiness to everyone within the Dmitri household. Family members gradually regained hope because Roman's strength, responsibility, and leadership continued improving their lives after every challenge he overcame. Meanwhile, Loren remained silent, recognizing Roman had become a completely different person whose achievements exceeded everyone's expectations and admiration. Hans encouraged Loren to meet Roman personally, believing seeing his brother would answer many lingering doubts and worries. Startled by the suggestion, Loren quickly refused because facing Roman after everything that happened felt too difficult. Watching Loren leave, Hans reflected that every Dmitri brother possessed different personalities, while Loren remained the most sensitive. Later, Hans visited Roman and quietly explained his belief that Loren was suffering from bullying at the academy. Although Loren seemed eager to seek help, pride and uncertainty prevented him from asking his older brother directly. After considering the situation, Roman remembered Loren was still the youngest sibling and deserved guidance despite growing independence. Finally, Roman agreed to meet Loren once, bringing great relief to Hans, who appreciated his thoughtful decision deep inside. Roman admitted the meeting happened mainly because he respected Hans, whose loyalty never wavered toward the family. Meanwhile, elsewhere, influential figures discussed delayed efforts to recruit Roman, but refused to abandon their ambitious plans completely. Another noble concluded that gaining Baron Dimitri's trust remained the best path toward securing Roman's future cooperation. Confident in that strategy, he believed Baron Dimitri would eventually welcome anyone approaching with sincere intentions and careful planning. At the same time, Roman unknowingly became the center of growing political interest as powerful nobles competed for his allegiance. Watching Roman's achievements from afar, Chris realized the kingdom's strongest warriors deserved greater recognition and respect. Believing those talented fighters could strengthen Marquis Benedict's faction, he considered recruiting them before rivals reached them first. Recalling Roman's overwhelming battles, Chris accepted their extraordinary abilities and hoped cooperation would benefit everyone involved together. Training with his sword, Chris reflected on his dream of surpassing Roman through constant effort and steady improvement. Remembering Roman's incredible duel against Butler, he admitted their strength differed beyond anything he had previously imagined. Although shocked by those memories, Chris continued practicing because abandoning his goal would only prove his weakness instead. Following Roman's example, Chris recognized his own rapid growth during recent months through discipline and continuous observation. Despite remarkable progress, he refused satisfaction, believing greater challenges remained before reaching Roman's unmatched level of strength. Soon afterward, a messenger approached Chris and requested an immediate meeting regarding an important proposal from Marquis Benedict. Meeting the envoy, Chris rejected the recruitment offer immediately without allowing lengthy persuasion or promises to influence him. Attempting another approach, the envoy described wealth, fame, and political authority available through serving Marquis Benedict faithfully together. Remaining calm throughout every promise, Chris showed no interest because his decision had already been firmly established beforehand. Growing desperate, the envoy insisted joining early would eventually match Roman's future choice and secure greater advantages together. Questioning that assumption, Chris exposed the misunderstandings surrounding Roman's character while recalling his true principles and unwavering resolve. Leaving the stunned envoy speechless, Chris understood nobody truly recognized Roman's convictions despite admiring his unmatched strength and reputation. Based on everything he had witnessed, Chris concluded Roman possessed unwavering principles and would never submit to another person's authority. Confident in that belief, Chris rejected every recruitment attempt, insisting no reward could persuade him to abandon Roman's leadership. Before departing, Chris warned the envoy that recruiting Roman's loyal companions would fail because every soldier shared identical conviction. Ignoring Chris's confidence, the envoy dismissed those words, believing nobody would willingly reject extraordinary wealth, fame, and lifelong security. His confidence vanished when another warrior declared Roman meant everything to him and serving another master remained completely impossible. The envoy stood speechless, realizing fierce loyalty toward Roman extended beyond Chris and reached every trusted subordinate nearby. Soon afterward, a bald warrior questioned whether the envoy had already secured Roman's approval before discussing further recruitment matters. Calmly explaining his gratitude, the warrior admitted meeting Roman had transformed his ordinary life beyond every previous expectation. Unable to understand such devotion, the envoy insisted nobody considered betrayal, yet the overwhelming responses left him increasingly unsettled. While walking away in confusion, the envoy encountered another young man who abruptly froze after recognizing his unexpected presence nearby. The frightened youth hurried away without explanation, leaving the envoy silently watching while countless doubts filled his troubled thoughts. Standing alone inside the courtyard, he wondered why Roman inspired extraordinary loyalty that ordinary nobles could never achieve through authority. Elsewhere, another young soldier continued intense training, repeatedly striking with determination as the evening sunlight covered the training grounds. Observing those changes, he recognized the Baron had become happier since Roman's remarkable transformation changed the family's entire atmosphere. Sweating from relentless practice, the young man questioned what had truly happened to Roman because his astonishing growth defied every reasonable explanation. Remembering Roman's astonishing transformation, the young trainee wondered why he remained weak despite witnessing such an inspiring example firsthand. Frustration overwhelmed his thoughts as he compared himself with Roman, believing his own progress remained painfully insignificant. Driven by self-disappointment, he attacked the training dummy repeatedly until exhaustion forced him onto the ground in defeat. While catching his breath, the exhausted trainee suddenly discovered Roman standing nearby after hearing someone had searched for him. Surprised by the unexpected meeting, he struggled to gather his thoughts while Roman calmly waited for an explanation. Facing Roman directly, the nervous young man hesitated because every prepared question disappeared under overwhelming pressure and embarrassment. Roman urged him to speak without hesitation, showing little patience for unnecessary excuses or meaningless hesitation during their meeting. Embarrassed by his own uncertainty, the trainee claimed nothing important remained to discuss, despite seeking Roman earlier. Turning away with disappointment, Roman dismissed such indecision as pathetic and quietly began leaving the training grounds behind. Gathering his courage at last, the trainee stopped Roman and promised to reveal every thought he had hidden. He admitted recent rumors about Roman seemed impossible because the timid person he remembered had completely disappeared. Reflecting on earlier days together, the young man recalled Roman avoiding swords, battles, and dangerous responsibilities whenever possible. Listening without interruption, Roman allowed the emotional confession to continue while carefully observing the trainee's determined expression. The trainee admitted Roman had changed within only 1 year, becoming Cairo's celebrated hero through unbelievable personal growth and achievements. Overcome with emotion, he confessed both had once failed expectations, yet he now wished to become someone worthy like Roman. Overcome with emotion, Loren admitted he wanted achievements that would make his father genuinely proud instead of pretending happiness. Unable to hide his tears, he confessed years of disappointment had filled him with regret and painful insecurity. Watching the young man's breakdown, Roman realized Loren remained immature and struggled beneath expectations beyond his current experience. Recalling recent events, Roman understood the people of Dmitri accepted his transformation because they judged his present actions instead of old mistakes. Reflecting on that lesson, he decided Loren deserved the same opportunity to change without being trapped by past failures. Calling Loren's name, Roman encouraged him to stop comparing himself with another person sharing the same family name. Calmly explaining the consequences, Roman warned that surrendering to insecurity would damage both Dmitri's honor and Loren's future reputation. Instead of offering empty comfort, Roman instructed Loren to prove his own worth through the Academy's swordsmanship examination and personal effort. Remembering his previous life, Roman resolved to give his younger brother another chance, hoping this life would lead them toward understanding instead of tragedy.